small mosquito leg is still meat. I stripped away a strand of his heavenly divine Taotai bloodline, which is his most precious treasure. No wonder he lost 4,000 luck points in an instant. Yin Zera thought to himself, stroking his chin. With a thought, he spent 1,000 villain points and felt that something had been added to him, as if he could absorb something. Suck. Yin Zera activated the devouring talent and took a big gulp of spiritual energy from the sky. Burp. Yin Zera let out a burp. His spiritual energy was already saturated, and he circulated his cultivation technique to transform the absorbed spiritual energy into power. Yin Zera and the others set off again and soon arrived in the south of the ancient Chaos Empire, near the southern sea of the Tidal race. Boatman, are you going out to sea? Yin Zera asked. Where to? If it's shallow sea near the shore, I can go, but deep sea is out of the question, the boatman replied. You go to the deep sea, and I'll give you crystal coins. Yin Zera said. No, young master, young lady, the deep sea is no fun. Don't go there. The tidal race there eats people, the old boatman said. Although the relationship between the tidal race and the ancient Chaos Empire had eased somewhat, their ancestors were bitter enemies, having fought several wars. Now, there were still some conflicts in small areas. Then sell me a boat, and we'll go ourselves. Yin Zera no longer insisted. The boatman pleaded with Yin Zera several times not to go, but after seeing Yin Zera blast a huge rock with a chi strike, he remained silent. Sitting in the small boat, Ming Qiao lay in Yin Zera's arms, admiring the blue sea. Yo-yo! Seagulls called overhead. A hideous night demon emerged from the water, holding a steel trident, and shouted at Yin Zera and the others. Halt! Who goes there? Boom! Another chi strike flew out, causing a huge splash nearby. I am a guest of your eldest prince. Quickly call your eldest prince out. Yin Zera said calmly, holding a fishing rod. Although this night demon was just an insignificant ant that could be squashed at any moment, it was not good to kill his servants as soon as one arrived at his home. Soon, the sea split open, and the eldest Prince Winna and the third Princess Mios, along with their soldiers and maids, stepped out of the water. Greetings, young Master Yin. Winna and Mios bowed. Greetings. Yin Zera returned the greeting and, along with Beast God, Ming Qiao, and Bull Demon, entered the underwater world. Although they knew that Yin Zera and the others were not afraid of the deep sea, they still activated their cultivation techniques to form a large water bubble in the sea. Yin Zera and the others felt no discomfort inside the bubble, as if they were on land. My father has been waiting for you for a long time, Winna said. Oh, I am also very interested in this king of the tidal race. Yin Zera smiled. This was a figure who could compete with the great emperor of the ancient Chaos Empire. The deep sea was not dark but quite bright. In the brightest part of the underwater world stood a crystal palace, the royal palace of the tidal race. Yin Zera followed Prince Winna into the crystal palace, where a strikingly handsome man, about 20 years old, sat on the throne, gazing at him with blue eyes. Was this the king of the tidal race? He looked like an elder brother to Winna and Mios. Yin Zera thought to himself, but his actions were not slow. He slightly bowed and said, Greetings, king of the tidal race. Haha, I've long heard from my children how amazing young Master Yin is. I never expected to see such a handsome man at first glance. You are the first man whose appearance is not inferior to mine. King Zusai of the tidal race laughed heartily. Yin Zera glanced at Winna and Mios beside him in surprise, only to see them covering their faces, pretending not to know this person. Sit down, everyone. Zusai invited. Young brother Yin, when are you going to have a child with Mios? The years of cultivation are long, and I want a grandson to play with. Cough, cough. Father. Mios blushed and shouted loudly, her big eyes glancing at Yin Zera. Princess Mios and I are just friends, and I already have a family. Yin Zera said calmly. No need for marriage, just have a child. Zusai said. Father. Mioz was so embarrassed that she wanted to pounce on him. All right, I won't say anything more. Zusai quickly surrendered. Young Master Yin, with the opening of the upper and lower realm channels, some gods have already descended. I'm sure you've encountered one or two gods from the upper realm. What do you think of the might of gods? Zusai asked. The might of gods? Isn't it just more powerful than a fifth-rank great emperor? It's nothing special. It's just higher cultivation. Yin Zera looked at Zusai with some confusion. On the way here, he had almost killed a god from the upper realm. To be honest, he didn't think they were anything special. A long time ago, gods from the upper realm influenced the lower realm through special secret realms, and some gods could even descend to the lower realm. Zusai said, glancing at the beast god in Ming Qiao's arms, who was constantly eating underwater spirit fruits. Some gods, although they didn't directly descend to the lower realm, bestowed various opportunities and treasures upon it. The ruler in your hand is an example. Zusai continued. Yin Zera was not surprised that this king knew about his weapon. He looked at Zusai, wondering what he wanted to say. However, these are just some weaker gods. For true gods or heavenly gods, the lower realm is a special place, quite different from naturally formed secret realms in the upper realm. So, countless years ago, some gods cultivated forces in the lower realm, some experimented with god techniques, and some even created life. The numerous demon gods of the Demon Buddha Kingdom were created by a mighty figure from the upper realm. Yin Zera nodded. He knew this information. Hao Hui seemed to be capturing those demon gods, which might be related to the original creator. But do you know? We, the Tidal race, were also created by a mighty figure from the upper realm. Zusai revealed a shocking truth. Chapter 154, The Tidal Ancestral Land, Preparations Before Entry. A top-tier clan that has caused endless trouble for the Luangu Empire was created artificially? Yin Zera turned her head to look around. Could it be that Muse and Vina and the others were all artificial beings? Haha, don't worry, they are all normal living beings. Zuisai laughed heartily. At first, I thought this was just an ordinary secret realm, so I wanted to invite you to share it together. But later, one of our elders told me that it was the ancestral land of the Tidal clan, from which our ancestors emerged. After the great being who created our Tidal Sea clan left, our ancestors were curious about the outside world and unwilling to stay in a small secret realm, so they ventured out. However, they were never able to return. Having lost our paradise, we settled near it to reproduce and eventually formed the current Tidal Sea clan. According to our ancestors' records, that place is our Tidal Sea clan's paradise, filled with countless treasures, but also countless dangers. An ordinary person entering might gain nothing and even die within the realm. There are some treasures crucial to our clan, items that can aid in breaking through to the 5th rank of the Great Emperor and achieving divinity. That's why I hope you, young Master Yin, can help the Tidal Sea clan. In exchange, I will share detailed information about the realm and promise not to invade the Luangu Empire for the next 1,000 years. 1,000 years without invasion would be beneficial for the Luangu Empire, but for Yin Zera, it was of little consequence. Moreover, if the Tidal Sea clan truly had someone survive the heavenly tribulation and become a deity, but chose not to ascend due to the opening of the upper realm passage, whether they would honor this promise was uncertain. Originally, Yin Zera had only come to take a look at potential future enemies, but now he was somewhat intrigued. The ancestral land of the Tidal Sea clan was no ordinary place. Aren't you afraid I might ruin your fortune? Yin Zera asked playfully. Of course I'm afraid. That is our Tidal Sea clan's ancestral land, filled with life or death treasures. I naturally wouldn't feel at ease with others entering, but now there's no other choice. Many have already entered, and we must follow. However, Muse is too weak, so we can only seek outside help. You're not going in? Don't tell me you can't find a few ancient existences? Yin Zera questioned. Alas, after leaving the secret realm, we came to the outside world. But for a newly born clan, the outside world is too harsh. In order to gain some power, we used certain secret techniques. These secret techniques allowed our Tidal Sea clan strength to grow rapidly, but the cost was the loss of fertility and being rejected by the ancestral land. If someone like me, who has almost completely replaced their bloodline, were to enter, they would be instantly killed. Regarding Zuisai's reasoning, Yin Zera remained skeptical. With the Tidal Sea Clan's resources, it was too easy to manipulate things within the realm. This journey might be perilous, but if necessary, he wouldn't enter the secret realm and would return directly to the Luangu Empire. Come, I'll take you to see the opening of that secret realm. Zuisai waved his hand, leading everyone out of the Crystal Palace and onto the surface of the sea. Look, that's the secret realm. Zuisai pointed in a direction. Our ancestors dreamed of returning to that realm, but they could never find the way. Now, it's likely that the opening of the upper realm passage has influenced this realm, causing it to manifest. Yin Zera followed the direction and saw a massive mist hovering over the sea. With his martial Dao heavenly eyes, he could see countless colorful spiritual energies drifting within. Some of these energies escaped through cracks, causing countless sea creatures to compete for them. Some sea creatures that swallowed a trace of these energies underwent bizarre transformations, their fins growing longer and their heads becoming more human-like. This secret realm is indeed somewhat sinister. Even a single wisp of spiritual energy can cause ordinary sea creatures to mutate. The methods of the divine are beyond comprehension. Yin Zera thought to himself. Look, there's a group of people waiting for the secret realm to open. Some even dared to rely on their cultivation to come here and seek information. Truly ignorant of the immensity of the heavens. Zuisai said. Indeed, there were dozens of massive sea vessels floating in front of the secret realm, with some cultivators moving back and forth. Yin Zera even spotted a few great emperors among them, their auras obscure, making it unclear which rank they were at. When will the secret realm open? Yin Zera asked. According to our clan elders' calculations, it should be at noon 3 days from now. Zuisai replied, rubbing his hands together. All right, let's head back. I've prepared a banquet for you, with many beautiful clam maidens, all with excellent figures and smooth skin. Young Master Yin. Muse called from outside the door. What is it? Yin Zera ended his cultivation and opened his eyes. My father says the secret realm is about to open, and it's time to set off. Muse said. Wait a moment. Yin Zera tidied himself up and, with Mingxiao, pushed the door open. As the pair walked out hand in hand, Muse's expression dimmed for a moment, but she quickly composed herself and led the way in front. Many people have arrived. I don't know who spread the news, but now it's packed with people. Among them are a few who might be deities from the upper realm, and some who have been missing for a long time. Oh! Yin Zera stepped forward, not particularly worried. With the gains from the recent anti-hero points in Dun Yuan, he had already reached the 4th rank of the saint, and Mingxiao was on the verge of breaking through to the great emperor. Haha, Miaozi, what were you doing all day cooped up in the room with a woman? You don't know, the clam maidens here are really something else, completely different from those in the 10,000 mountains. Old Ox here never realized it before. The bull demon laughed loudly. Squeak, squeak. The beast god was munching on a spiritual fruit while nestled in the bull demon's embrace. Chapter 155. Provoking anger and entering the secret realm. Oh! Zuisai was slightly surprised. He glanced over and saw a young man with his eyes closed, who looked somewhat like a native of the magic Buddha kingdom. Yin Zera, you? Xianxia, who had clearly heard this, was seething with anger but dared not make any move. He was no match for Yin Zera now, let alone the fact that Yin Zera was backed by the Tidal Sea Clan. Send a few people to invite this young master up for a chat, Zuisai calmly instructed. Behind him, 2 burly men with green skin and fine silver scales on their faces stepped forward. Both were at the emperor level, and they immediately locked onto Xianxia with their auras. Yin Zera, don't push me too far. Xianxia's face turned crimson, and his aura erupted wildly. His cultivation had reached the Divine Soul 5th stage, and it was clearly not just a recent breakthrough. Is this the advancement speed of a chosen one? Yin Zera was somewhat surprised. It was almost comparable to his own progress with the villain system. The two burly men from the Tidal Sea clan attacked immediately, their emperor-level pressure crushing down. One reached out to press on Xiaonado's head, while the other targeted his body. Xiaonado was instantly pinned down by this pressure, not daring to move at all. Xiaonado clenched his teeth tightly. He would never endure such humiliation again. The last time he was humiliated, it had almost caused him to lose control during his cultivation sessions. Huff! Xiaonado took a deep breath, preparing to self-destruct and awaken the divine core of the evil god within him through the crisis of life and death. Worthless! Just as he was about to self-destruct, a calm voice echoed in his ears. Immediately after, he felt a sharp aura surrounding him. The two burly men from the Tidal Sea clan were sent flying back, covered in blood. Long time no see, Crown Prince of the Prison Realm, Hao Hui said coolly, as his myriad sword meteor domain unfolded, sharp sword chi cutting through everything around him. All the unfortunate bystanders near Xiaonado were sliced into a mist of blood, which rained down into the ocean, attracting a frenzy of fish fighting for the scraps. And you are? Zusai raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. You insignificant ants are not worthy of knowing my true name. Hao Hui said coldly, his gaze indifferent. Zusai showed no reaction, but behind him, Hello, Winna, Muse, and the other generals were all filled with anger. Indeed, I have no right to ask anything in front of a god from the upper realm. I sincerely apologize to this esteemed guest from the magic Buddha kingdom, Zusai said earnestly. The crowd, hearing Zusai's words from a distance, erupted in commotion. This was a god above the emperor level, and one from the upper realm at that. And now, this god was only at the emperor 5th stage. Many people's eyes lit up at the news. While hunting a god was impossible, hunting an emperor 5th stage god was not difficult. An emperor 5th stage god. Just thinking about it made one realize how much benefit there was to be gained. Hao Hui did not respond. He glanced deeply at Zusai, who was seated on his royal carriage, then turned and led Xiaonado, who was bowing low, to a corner. Several other emperors were already there, and upon seeing Hao Hui approach, they all knelt halfway in greeting. Xiaonado, as the main god of the demon god, how does it feel to be a dog to a lesser god? Yin Zera shouted loudly. You. Xiaonado no longer kept his eyes closed. He glared at Yin Zera with eyes burning with fury. Worthless. Even anger is too much for you. You've truly gotten used to being a dog. Back then, when I stepped on you, you still dared to bare your teeth at me. Now, you can only glare. Yin Zera sneered disdainfully, flicking his sleeve. Xiaonado was completely enraged. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight to the death, but a glance from Hao Hui made him shrink back immediately. He lowered his head tightly, not daring to look at the expressions of those around him, knowing full well that they must be filled with contempt. I hope young Master Yin can keep up this eloquence in the future, Hao Hui said calmly, glancing at Yin Zera. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully humiliating the chosen one Xiaonado. You have gained 2,000 villain points, and Xiaonado's fortune value has decreased by 200. Hearing the system's prompt, Yin Zera wanted to slap Hao Hui's face as well. He wondered if the chosen ones from the upper realm were really that easy to harvest for luck value. Hum, hum, hum. A low hum sounded, and the mist within the secret realm began to flow, extending a wide path leading into the realm. No one dared to be the first to enter. After a long wait, a bold individual finally took the first step, and soon, others followed one after another. Wanting to test slapping Hao Hui's face, Yin Zera had to set aside that thought, as no one knew what the secret realm held. He placed trackers on Ming Qiao, Beast God, and Bull Demon, and after some thought, also on Winna, Hello, and Muse. Seeing that most people had entered, Hao Hui led Xiaonado and his other emperor subordinates into the secret realm. The time has come. Enter, and may you return victorious. I'll be waiting for you outside, Zusai instructed. Yin Zera bowed slightly to Zusai, then led Ming Qiao, Bull Demon, and the others into the secret realm. Behind them, Muse, Winna, and others quickly followed with a group of elite Tidal Sea Clan warriors. Watching the distant figures fade away, Zhu Sai's strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly face grew slightly grim. Yin Zera stepped onto the path, walking through the slightly salty mist, moving forward continuously. By the time he emerged from the mist, the large group behind him had already disappeared. Only Ming Xiao and Muse remained, while Bull Demon and Beast God were nowhere to be seen. Ming Xiao, relieved that she hadn't been separated from Yin Zera, sighed in relief. What strange mist, Muse complained. She, Winna, and Hello had tied themselves together with ropes, but now her two brothers were gone, and even the ropes had disappeared. Yet, Ming Xiao and Yin Zera, who hadn't tied themselves together, remained unseparated. Yin Zera glanced at the system and found that Winna and Hello were together, while Bull Demon had been separated from Beast God. All three groups were very far from him, and it would take some time before they could regroup. Where should we start exploring? Ming Xiao asked. Yin Zera looked up at the sky. The sky was a clear blue, with not a single cloud, and the ground was covered in lush green grass. Regularly spaced fruit trees bore bright red fruits, and a dragonfly quietly landed on a delicate yellow flower. Everything was so beautiful. No wonder the Tidal Sea Clan called this place their paradise. Hey, you there! A shout came from the distance. A bearded elder at the Emperor Fourth stage led a group of people charging over. The elder was extremely burly, walking like a lion. Seeing that the newcomers were hostile, Yin Zera didn't respond. He pulled Ming Xiao and prepared to leave. Are you the crown prince of the prison realm? Do you know Chu Liuha? The elder coldly questioned. Yes or no, what difference does it make? Yin Zera flicked his fingers, sending out a couple of crimson sparks. Seeing the situation turn tense, Ming Xiao and Muse quickly drew their weapons, ready for battle. The people behind the elder also raised their weapons, and the atmosphere grew heavy. Chapter 156, Secret Realm Map, Upper God Corpse. Vermin like you dare to speak to the ancestor like this. Die! The yellow-bearded elder, a great emperor of the fourth rank, unleashed his power, condensing a massive golden palm that came crashing down towards Yin Zera. With a single step of the Chaos Heart technique, Yin Zera sidestepped the attack. Huh? You actually dodged my attack. The yellow-bearded elder looked at Yin Zera in surprise, then chuckled gleefully. So, you're a genius from the ancient empire. Marvelous. Hand over the two beauties with you to me and my fellow cultivators for our enjoyment, and then kowtow a few times to the ancestor. If you do that, I might spare your life. With that, he leered at Ming Xiao and Muse, and the group behind him followed suit, their lecherous grins plastered across their faces. One of them, a skinny man resembling a bamboo pole, cackled, "Hee hee, marvelous. Don't think the Tidal Sea Clan can save you. They didn't send many to this secret realm, and besides, who would know it was us? I used to always play the villain, but now there are so many disgusting clowns in front of me. Have I become the protagonist?" Yin Zera muttered to himself. Marvelous. Who are you calling a clown? The skinny man roared in anger. Tisi. Yin Zera didn't bother responding. With a flick of his finger, a ball of primordial divine fire shot towards the yellow-bearded elder and his group. Just a tiny flame. What kind of fire is this? What kind of fire is this? The skinny man initially dismissed it, but soon found the fire impossible to extinguish, searing his saint-level body with excruciating pain. Before he could finish his cry, the flames spread across his entire body. Watching the yellow-bearded elder and his men first dismiss the fire, then frantically try to put it out, only to be consumed by it and scream in agony, they finally knelt down, begging Yin Zera with pleading eyes. Seeing Yin Zera's mocking expression, they grew desperate and insane, cursing venomously before turning to ashes. A bunch of ignorant vermin. Yin Zera sneered, then waved his sleeve, scattering the ashes onto the grass as fertilizer. What's this? After the ashes dispersed, Yin Zera noticed a crystalline scale lying on the grass. Bending down, he picked it up. It was a pale blue fish scale, about the size of a palm, covered in densely packed small characters and what appeared to be a map. Unfortunately, none of the characters on the scale were recognizable to Yin Zera. Do you recognize these characters? Yin Zera handed the scale to Muse, sensing a similarity in its aura to the Tidal Sea clan. This is ancient text of our Tidal Sea clan, quite different from our current script. Muse frowned. Such an ancient artifact should be in our treasure vault. How could it end up in the hands of outsiders? Let me see. It records a map of this secret realm, left behind by an ancestor who first left this realm. Muse's eyes lit up. She fiddled with the scale, injecting it with the unique energy of the Tidal Sea clan. With a swoosh, the scale transformed into a three-dimensional map. This is where we are. Muse pointed to a red dot at the edge of the map. And this is the laboratory of that great being. She pointed to a building in the center. Our ultimate destination. Realizing she had revealed too much, Muse looked nervously at Yin Zera and whispered, "Yin Gongzi, I'm sorry. My father didn't tell you the purpose of our journey to this secret realm." "It's fine," Yin Zera replied indifferently. He wasn't surprised by the Tidal Sea clan's secrecy and didn't particularly care about the opportunity. Of course, if the opportunity was significant enough, or if it threatened his interests, that would be another matter. Actually, there's a corpse of an upper god at its peak in that laboratory. Our clan was created using that corpse. Strictly speaking, that deity is our direct ancestor, our god. Seeing Yin Zera's indifference, Muse felt even more guilty. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her lip and revealed the Tidal Sea clan's entire plan. A corpse of an upper god? Yin Zera was somewhat shocked. That was quite a valuable treasure. He felt a stirring of interest. After all, even the beast god, who had saved Yin Zera several times, was only a middle god at his peak. Now, there was a corpse of an upper god. From the information revealed by the beast god, even in the upper realm, an upper god's corpse is an invaluable treasure. If the great emperors and saints of the lower realm were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly go mad with greed. Even the deities of the upper realm would become envious, their eyes turning red upon hearing such news. The Tidal Sea clan dared to plot for the corpse of an upper god? They must have quite the audacity. Yin Zera glanced at Muse in surprise. Of course, we don't dare to aim for the entire corpse. We only want some of its essence blood to enhance our talents and boost the strength of the Tidal Sea clan. Muse explained their plan. The essence blood of an upper god was also a significant treasure. Judging by the Tidal Sea clan's strength, this quest was quite risky. Yin Zera thought to himself. As Muse described the situation of the divine corpse, Yin Zera swiftly moved forward. "There's a guardian here." Muse pointed to a black hole on a mountain. There are many guardians, mostly created by that great being at will. Their main task is to protect the secret realm and train the Tidal Sea clan. After countless years, they've probably turned into piles of bones. Yin Zera looked at the black hole on the mountaintop. The hole was as deep as an abyss, as if it could swallow everything. Is there still something alive in this cave? He could sense a faint aura of danger emanating from the cave, making him feel a chill down his spine. But upon closer inspection, it seemed like there was nothing there. What's wrong? Ming Qiao noticed her husband's unusual expression and asked with concern. "I sense a dangerous aura in the cave," Yin Zera said, noticing that Ming Qiao and Muse seemed unaffected, while his own perception was vague and uncertain. "Be careful. This place feels a bit sinister," Yin Zera warned, his cultivation techniques ready to unleash his strongest attack at any moment. Seeing Yin Zera so cautious, Ming Qiao and the others also tensed up, prepared for battle. The three moved forward cautiously, passing by several similar black holes, each giving Yin Zera a similar feeling to the first. There's an undercover guard ahead. It hides underground, masking its aura, and strikes with devastating force when an enemy passes by, Muse explained. Yin Zera looked ahead, seeing only flat grassland, no sign of danger, no dark holes, nothing. Just as Yin Zera was about to bypass the undercover guard, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura from beneath his feet. Roar! The ground beneath him exploded, and a thunderous beast roar erupted. Chapter 157. Tun Yuan's Ambush, the Talent of Devouring. Yin Zera, who had been on high alert, immediately retreated. With one hand holding Ming Qiao and the other holding Miao's, she stepped on the chaotic heart steps, rapidly moving back. Swish! A black shadow suddenly burst out from the flat lawn, lunging straight at Yin Zera and the others. Yin Zera drew her Sui Xian Rui ruler, wrapped it with primordial divine fire, and swung it forcefully back at the shadow. Roar! The shadow let out a roar as it was burned by the primordial divine fire and retreated. Yin Zera focused her gaze and saw that the shadow took on a humanoid form, with a wide mouth, protruding eyes, small hands under its armpits, a pair of fish fins on its sides, and gray-black skin dotted with dark golden fish scales on its limbs and body. What was most peculiar was its wounds, which were rotting and stinking, densely covering its entire body and surrounded by an extremely intense aura of death. Yin Zera had never seen such concentrated death energy before. How is this possible? Miao's exclaimed in shock. Judging by the appearance of this monster, it was one of the guards. But those guards had no ability to reproduce, and since the secret realm had been closed for an extremely long time, no living creature could survive for so long, even those created by gods. It seems the secret realm has undergone some unknown changes, Yin Zera said, gripping the Sui Xian Rui ruler tightly and activating the Zhenyu Xianjing, causing dozens of chains to fly around. From the previous clash, she had gauged the monster's strength to be between the 3rd and 4th rank of the Great Emperor level, which wasn't particularly strong, but there might be other unknown powers. Kill! Yin Zera charged forward with the Sui Xian Rui ruler, and the chains from the Zhenyu Xianjing immediately wrapped around the monster. However, with its strength of the 3rd or 4th rank of the Great Emperor level, the monster struggled violently, snapping a few chains. Woo-woo! Ming Qiao played the Qingzhu tune, and a green light shield tightly enveloped the monster, combined with the chains from the Zhenyu Xianjing, temporarily immobilizing it. Ha! The primordial divine fire, burning fiercely, was driven by the Sui Xian Rui ruler and smashed down on the monster. Roar! The monster let out a painful roar, sensing imminent danger, and struggled desperately. Zzzt. The primordial divine fire continued to burn, and the monster's skin exuded a dark black liquid, trying to block the fire. But how could the primordial divine fire, a top-tier divine flame, be stopped by some liquid secreted by a monster? Soon, the primordial divine fire broke through the monster's defenses and penetrated its flesh, reducing it to a pile of ashes in an instant. Just as Yin Zera saw the monster turn into ashes, she suddenly felt a wave of heat behind her, a deadly aura rushing towards her neck. Without time to think, Yin Zera fully activated the chaotic heart steps and leaped forward to avoid the attack. Turning back, she saw the ground where she had been standing turn into molten lava, while Ming Qiao and Miao's looked at her in shock. Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack us? Yin Zera asked. The attacker was a figure shrouded in a black robe, gender unknown, with a cultivation level of the 5th rank of the Great Emperor, wielding a long flame blade. The attacker did not respond to Yin Zera's question. Instead, he charged forward with the flame blade, surrounded by a distorted transparent field. This was a divine domain, a realm of a higher god. Yin Zera immediately made her judgment and activated her demon heart secret realm, releasing a surge of demonic energy. Seeing that the attacker was hostile, Yin Zera didn't waste words. She pushed the Zhenyu Xianjing to its limit, wrapping her entire body in primordial divine fire, which was the only way to reduce the effects of the divine domain. Boom! A fierce collision occurred, and Yin Zera took a few steps back. She stared intently at the shadowy figure in front of her and asked in a deep voice, "Devouring domain, are you Tun Yuan?" When entering his domain, Yin Zera clearly felt her divine fire and strength being rapidly absorbed and devoured. Perhaps there were many lower gods with such a domain in the higher realm, but in the lower realm, there should only be Tun Yuan. Whoosh! A breeze blew, revealing the attacker's face. But the sight made Yin Zera pause, for this was not Tan Yuan. Tan Yuan was a plump man, whereas the individual before her was a gaunt figure with skin stretched tightly over bones. Tan Yuan's complexion had a slight pallor, while this man's skin had a yellowish-brown hue. "You're not Tan Yuan. Who are you? I don't think I've ever offended you, have I?" Yin Zera asked in a deep voice. Towards a higher god, Yin Zera didn't want to offend him without reason, unless he was the chosen one of fortune. But clearly, the system gave no indication, meaning he wasn't the chosen one. "Hee, who am I? You haven't offended me?" The attacker let out a sinister laugh. "I don't even know who the hell I am anymore. My precious Deity bloodline is gone. Everything tastes bland, and everything I do goes wrong. Yin Zera, what exactly have you done to me?" The attacker, or rather Tan Yuan, began to cry as he spoke, his voice filled with extreme bitterness as he questioned Yin Zera. "You're Tan Yuan? You actually are Tan Yuan. How did you end up like this? Just a few days ago, we were eating together. We were friends, haha." Yin Zera said with a slight smile, mockingly caring about Tan Yuan's miserable state. As she spoke, she couldn't help but laugh happily. This cruel man wanted to eat Ming Qiao's soul and steal her primordial divine fire. They were sworn enemies, and mocking such an enemy was only natural. Yin Zera quickly realized the root cause of Tan Yuan's current state. A few days ago, she had betrayed him, using the system to strip him of his precious Deity bloodline and nearly having his fortune. In such a situation, it was no surprise he was so unlucky. "Yin Wu Xia," Tan Yuan said through gritted teeth. Being ridiculed by a lower realm ant while he was a higher god was unbearable. Even grinding Yin Zera into dust wouldn't be enough to alleviate his hatred. "Die!" Tan Yuan charged again with his flame blade. Now that she understood the attacker's identity, Yin Zera calmly watched as Tan Yuan foolishly rushed forward. Snap! Yin Zera snapped her fingers and calmly uttered two words, "Devour!" A wisp of black light emerged from Yin Zera, as if capable of devouring everything. Bang! Yin Zera's devouring talent clashed with Tan Yuan's devouring domain. Although it couldn't devour Tan Yuan, it also prevented Tan Yuan's domain from affecting her. Clang! The Sui Xian Rui ruler, wrapped in primordial divine fire, clashed with the flame blade, and Yin Zera was almost face-to-face with Tan Yuan. With the devouring domain ineffective and the flame blade inferior to the Sui Xian Rui ruler wrapped in primordial divine fire, Tan Yuan had almost no advantage other than his 5th rank of the Great Emperor-level cultivation. Realizing this, Yin Zera attacked fiercely once more. Chapter 158. The Annihilation of Dun Yuan, the Clown of the Sacred Land. Devour. It's actually devour. How is this possible? How could you possess devour? Dun Yuan was forced back by Yin Zera, but what truly shocked him was not the fact that this former insignificant being had pushed him back. It was the glow emanating from Yin Zera, the glow he called devour. How is this possible? Yin Zera sneered, "Ha ha ha, die." With a massive hand brimming with malevolent energy, he reached out towards Dun Yuan. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, Dun Yuan finally snapped out of his shock. He quickly summoned a round, belly-shaped bronze cauldron to block Yin Zera's malevolent hand. Clang! The resounding clash sent the bronze cauldron flying back into Dun Yuan's grasp. He glared at Yin Zera, only to realize with despair that he was now powerless against this former insignificant being. Just you wait. Dun Yuan produced another jade token, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns. As a lesser god focused on culinary arts, he had spent most of his time and resources on food, leaving his cultivation and combat skills weak. When faced with an insurmountable foe, his usual tactic was to flee. "I've been waiting for this." Yin Zera chuckled, tossing a silver bead into the air. The bead hovered mid-air, radiating a soft, soothing light. Crack! The jade token shattered, but Dun Yuan did not vanish. The silver bead, too, fell to the ground with a soft thud, turning to dust. "Who exactly are you?" Dun Yuan was utterly devastated. How could a mere mortal from the lower realm possess such a divine artifact capable of suppressing the heavens and earth? And that familiar devour, it seemed to be the devour divine technique of the Taotai, a legendary beast. Yet, the last time they met, Yin Zera had nothing. Dun Yuan trembled as he looked at the young man, who now seemed like a demon from the legends. The son of the prison king, Yin Zera calmly replied. He glanced at the dust at his feet, feeling a pang of regret. This bead was called the Void Sealing Bead, capable of stabilizing space for a few moments. It cost 5,000 villain points, which he had exchanged with the system upon learning Dun Yuan's identity. A green aura enveloped Dun Yuan, forming a protective barrier of green bamboo around him. Ming Qiao had made her move. Yin Zera did not hesitate. He activated the second level of the Demon Heart secret art. The demon reaches higher, instantly doubling his aura. Let's talk this through, Dun Yuan pleaded, sensing that this attack could very well end his life. But Yin Zera paid no heed. With a soft pift, his Theishin Yichi pierced through Dun Yuan's body, unleashing a torrent of fierce energy that ravaged his insides. The primordial divine flame burned relentlessly, causing Dun Yuan to scream in agony. Dun Yuan's body blackened, and he lay on the ground, feebly moaning. His divine body was indeed formidable. It took the primordial divine flame quite some time to reduce him to a semi-crippled state. Yin Zera searched Dun Yuan's body and finally found 2 jade tokens, identical to the one Dun Yuan had just crushed. Those are mine. Dun Yuan tried to reach for his treasures, but was pinned to the ground by Yin Zera. Yin Zera scrutinized the jade tokens carefully. Having sought advice from the beast god, he learned that their primary function was not to tear through space, but to safeguard the user. Even if the enemy caused spatial disturbances, the user would remain unscathed. What a treasure! What a treasure! Yin Zera clapped his hands in delight. He crouched down, looking at the dying Dun Yuan with a mix of emotions. Although Dun Yuan had once threatened him, the way he kept providing treasures made Yin Zera feel it was only right to send him off properly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the luck child Dun Yuan. Dun Yuan's luck value decreased by 300. Host's villain points increased by 30,000. Ding! Dun Yuan's luck value has reached 0. The luck protection has disappeared. Dun Yuan was no longer protected by his status as a luck child, and could now be slain. Yin Zera drew his Theishin Yichi, prepared to deliver the final strike to his foe. Hold on! A voice suddenly shouted from the side. Yin Zera turned to see a handsome young man with long hair flowing like a divine being from the heavens. Yin Zera glanced at him and then ignored him, bringing down his hand to decapitate Dun Yuan. A lesser divine being from the upper realm had been killed in a small secret realm by a young man who was not yet a great emperor. It was as ridiculous as a dragon being slain in a cesspit by an insignificant ant. Boom! The sky of the secret realm instantly changed. Where there had been clear skies, now blood-red clouds filled the heavens. The earth shook, and the wind howled mournfully, as if bidding farewell to a divine being. Dun Yuan's head rolled a few times, and his neck could no longer hold up. Thick, viscous blood gushed from his carotid artery, turning everything in sight crimson in an instant. This blood not only carried intense resentment, but also a devouring force, transforming the area into a desolate land that only a great emperor could dare to enter. After all, this was the place where a divine being had fallen. You actually killed him? The young man's eyes widened in shock. So what if I did? Yin Zera glanced at him. The system gave no alert, which meant this man was not a luck child. Not a luck child or a destined one, and Yin Zera had little interest in him. Don't you know this will put our lower realm at a great disadvantage? The young man frowned. Do you want to die? Yin Zera asked. Do you know who I am? I am from the sacred land. The young man declared proudly. From the sacred land? Yin Zera looked at Ming Qiao. There are 4 sacred lands, each located at one of the 4 extremes of the lower realm. These sacred lands are not like the so-called sacred land of the Medicine King Valley, but are recognized by ancient cultivators as true sacred lands. Ming Qiao explained. The history of the sacred lands is very ancient. It is said that they led the people of the ancient times out of ignorance and onto the path of cultivation. Chu Ning's sect, I suspect, is one of the sacred lands. Ming Qiao continued, though she knew only this much. The people of the sacred lands rarely ventured out, keeping their mountain gates closed year-round. Oh, I see, Yin Zera said indifferently. He didn't think much of the so-called sacred lands. Could they even surpass the 5th rank of the Great Emperor? If not, then they were just ants. I'm curious, how dare you? A 3rd-rank Great Emperor, lecture me? Yin Zera walked closer to the young man, his Daishin Ruyi Chi in hand. I'm warning you. Don't mess around. Our sacred land has connections with the upper realm. If you dare kill me, the passage between the upper and lower realms will open, and you won't have a good time. The young man kept retreating. Yin Zera sliced the young man in half with a single stroke, saying calmly, I'm clearly the villain here. Why does everyone keep trying to take my place? Are you all tired of living? Having connections with the upper realm? So you're just a lapdog for them, huh? After the young man was killed, blood flowed everywhere. Before Yin Zera could react, a blood-red light shot out from the young man's corpse and sped away into the distance. Chapter 159. Arrival at the destination, the strange blood fruit. Yin Zera watched the distant crimson glow fade away and curled his lips. It was nothing more than a signal to inform their sect, but these so-called sanctuaries were at most at the 5th rank of the Great Emperor level. Nothing impressive. After all, he had just slain a deity, so killing a group of great emperors wouldn't be much of a challenge. To Yin Zera, this was just a clown adding to his sins, sullying his free-hearted ruler, a weapon or artifact. Take a look. Is this suitable for you to refine medicine? Yin Zera handed the chi-devouring cauldron to Ming Qiao. He then turned to Muse and said, since you didn't contribute this time, you won't get any spoils of war. I don't want it. I don't want it. Muse quickly waved her hands. She was too weak and had no chance to act earlier, so she had to stay out of the way and watch the spectacle. How is it? Yin Zera asked. It's very suitable. The master of the Abyss of Chaos mainly used it to process various ingredients, but it can also be used for medicinal herbs. Ming Qiao smiled with squinted eyes, clearly showing her fondness for the cauldron. Yin Zera took out the flame blade to examine it. Although this blade was considered a high-tier divine artifact, its true value lay in the flames on the blade itself. The blade itself wasn't particularly valuable. Its main function was to store various divine flames. If I can devour all the divine flames within, my primordial divine flame will surely reach a new level. Perhaps it will even trigger a qualitative change, leading to some strange transformations. Yin Zera thought, stroking his chin. We're here, Muse suddenly said, holding up a fish scale. Yin Zera looked up and saw an endless lake stretching before him, as vast as the sea. Is this the laboratory? Yin Zera exclaimed in surprise. According to the records on the scale, this is just a part of the laboratory. The real core is an island in the center of the lake, where the corpse of the high-tier deity is also located. Muse pointed to the distance and explained. In that direction, there's a small island with a blood chi fruit. Muse pointed to a specific direction. Let's go take a look. Yin Zera led the way, stepping onto the water. As a villain, the most important thing in a secret realm is to kill, seize opportunities, and ultimately be slain by the protagonist. Speaking of the protagonist, I wonder if Hao Hui and Xiao Na Duo have arrived yet. Perhaps I'll encounter 1 or 2 luck-favored individuals here. The number of those luck-favored brats I can humiliate is getting fewer and fewer, with only Hao Hui left. Soon, Yin Zera arrived at his destination, a small island dominated by a not-so-large rocky mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a dark red tree, surrounded by a group of people. Yin Zera, accompanied by Ming Qiao and Muse, arrived on the island. The people who had been waiting there glanced at him briefly before ignoring him. Apart from Ming Qiao and Muse, who stood out, the three of them didn't seem particularly noteworthy. Yin Zera surveyed the surroundings. The stones here were ordinary, but there seemed to be dark red bloodstains in the cracks. Not far away stood a fruit tree, not very tall, only 2 to 3 zhang high, with a thick trunk and lush, thick leaves. Beneath the canopy, there was a flower bud the size of a plate, exuding a fragrant scent tinged with a hint of blood. This is a blood chi fruit tree, nurtured by our ancestors with vast amounts of beast blood. Legend has it that the blood chi fruit can nourish the physical bodies of great emperors. Muse excitedly looked at the tree before her. Nourishing effects? Perhaps it had such effects before, but not necessarily now. Yin Zera sensed that the tree seemed to have a lot of spiritual energy flowing through it, so he opened his martial Dao heavenly eye to take a closer look. The tree resembled a human body, with many blood vessels inside. In the heart was that plate-sized flower. These blood vessels continuously absorbed nutrients from the roots to nourish the fruit. Unfortunately, without beast blood to sustain it, the flower might not develop properly and could eventually wither and fall. No, something's not right. There's definitely a problem. Yin Zera noticed strange black runes distributed along the blood vessel walls of the trunk. These runes were barely noticeable within the dark blood vessels, and one would need to observe closely to spot them. Hiss! Yin Zera inhaled sharply. These runes were formed from condensed death energy. Due to the high concentration, the death energy had undergone a strange transformation, becoming more ordinary and difficult to detect without careful observation. Upon closer inspection, Yin Zera found that not only the trunk but also the leaves and branches were covered with these runes, with the most concentrated ones being on the flower and the undeveloped fruit. The fruit was essentially a death energy bomb. A death energy bomb? That's interesting. Yin Zera looked at the eager eyes of the crowd. Suddenly, Yin Zera sensed danger from behind. He slightly shifted his body and reached out, pulling someone out of the void. A great emperor of the second rank dares to attack me? Truly ignorant of the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. It reminds me of that fool earlier. Yin Zera said calmly, gripping the attacker's head. On this middle-aged man, he clearly sensed a similar aura to the young man he had just killed, indicating they were from the same sect. You vile thief, release me. Do you know who I am? The attacker snarled viciously. Do all of you from these so-called sanctuaries have some kind of mental issue? Yin Zera looked curiously at the middle-aged man in his hand. You. Before the man from the sanctuary could say anything, Yin Zera squeezed hard, killing him instantly. Are all from the sanctuary saints? Yin Zera casually tossed the man's body to the base of the tree. Boom! The middle-aged man exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Those watching were startled by the scene, and seeing Yin Zera's brutality, they all moved away from him. Yin Zera paid no attention to the reactions of the surrounding people. He calmly looked at the flower, which had just opened a small gap but hadn't fully bloomed. You. Yes, you. Come here. Yin Zera pointed at a young man in his early 20s. Ever since I arrived, you've glanced at me several times. And just now, when I killed that middle-aged man, you had a look of anger on your face. Come here. Either be tortured to death by me, or commit suicide and fertilize the ground. Yin Zera said indifferently. You? The young man wanted to say something in anger, but under Yin Zera's gaze, he was choked, unable to utter a single word. I'll fight you to the death. The young man's face turned red as he fully activated his cultivation techniques, his aura erupting like an enraged lion charging at Yin Zera. But anger alone wasn't enough to achieve anything. Before he could take 2 steps, Yin Zera flicked a finger, sending a burst of energy that exploded him into a blood mist. Wow! The onlookers were in an uproar. This Chao Shi clan prodigy was so ruthless. How dangerous would it be to compete with him for opportunities later? Perhaps we should eliminate this arrogant prodigy first. The people present exchanged glances. Chapter 160. The Return of Zaduo and the Bursting of Vitality. Yin Zera glanced indifferently at the group of people. A motley crew brought together by their pursuit of profit. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would simply eliminate the one who took the lead. Without any real opportunity, and driven by the need to fight desperately, these people were clearly only putting in the bare minimum effort. The group was restless, but their morale was low. Yin Zera sneered, dismissing them as a bunch of useless fools. His gaze shifted to the tree, which was now absorbing the vital energy of another great emperor. The large flower, the size of a face, emitted an even more intense fragrance. Everyone present knew that the flower was about to bear fruit. With a soft puff, the large flower fully bloomed and then quickly withered, eventually forming a fist-sized, blood-red fruit. The moment the fruit appeared, it emitted a peculiar, alluring fragrance. Everyone who inhaled this scent felt an instinctive longing. Even some of the ancient, withered beings felt their decaying bodies rejuvenate with new vitality. Huff, huff. Many people's breathing became heavy, their eyes turning red. If it weren't for their fear of Yin Zera's ruthlessness, many would have already rushed forward to fight for the fruit. Whoosh! Finally, someone couldn't resist and made the first move. Others glanced at Yin Zera, saw that he didn't react, and boldly joined the fray to seize the fruit. Ming Qiao, observing that Yin Zera remained motionless, chose to stay put as well. Mayusi, on the other hand, was sorely tempted to join the fray, having gleaned from the scales just how potent the fruit was. Yet, given her own frailty and Yin Zera's unwavering stance, she ultimately decided against it, trusting in the man's judgment as infallible. Many others remained stationary, observing Yin Zera out of the corner of their eyes. Seeing that he showed no reaction, they worried that something was amiss. Yin Zera, observing these cowards' hesitation, sneered inwardly. With a sudden surge of his imposing aura, he took a deliberate step forward, signaling his intent to join the fray. Upon seeing Yin Zera move, the others rushed forward in a frenzy, fighting and killing, with more blood spilling. The fruit grew even more plump, its fragrance intensifying. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from the midst of the fighting crowd. Everyone attacked, but their blows were blocked by the shadow's leather armor. The figure took advantage of the momentum and snatched the fruit with a quick grab. "I've been waiting for you." Although the shadow's face was unclear, Yin Zera immediately recognized him as Zaduo. Heh! Yin Zera grinned, drawing his Sui Xian Rui ruler and unleashing a powerful strike at the shadow. The timing of this strike was perfect, hitting Zaduo just as his full attention was focused on the fruit. Ah! Zaduo let out a painful cry as one of his legs was severed by the force of the strike. With a hateful glance back at Yin Zera, he took out a jade token, crushed it with regret, and disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the chosen one, Zaduo. Zaduo's luck value decreased by 300, and the host's villain value increased by 3,000. A good harvest. Yin Zera set fire to the severed leg on the ground, burning it to ashes. Seeing that the treasure had been taken, the crowd dispersed, each casting a glance at Yin Zera before leaving. Having lost the opportunity yet still looking so happy, was this man's mind intact? Let's move on to the next destination, Yin Zera said. Mayusi and Ming Qiao, observing Yin Zera's demeanor, realized that the fruit might have been problematic. As the trio continued their journey, they encountered several small islands, each with its own minor opportunities. However, using his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Yin Zera found that these islands had sparse spiritual energy, clearly not holding any major opportunities. Disregarding these minor opportunities, Yin Zera pressed forward, heading straight toward the central core area of the lake, the legendary site where the body of an upper god was said to be located. He had never seen the corpse of an upper god before. Soon, they arrived at a large island. From below, the island appeared so vast that it could almost be mistaken for a continent. From a distance, I thought it was just a small island, but the closer we got, the larger it seemed, almost like a continent. Truly remarkable abilities of the ancient masters, Yin Zera exclaimed. This island must have been set with a formation. It's a case of a mustard seed containing a Mount Sumeru. This entire space has been compressed. Ming Qiao explained. I can clearly sense the viscosity and density of the space here. Those who always try to traverse through space would find it difficult to travel far in such a place. Yin Zera said with a smile. Let's see what treasures are here. Yin Zera suggested. There are 3 key areas on this island. One is the creation chamber nearby, where our clan nurtured its young. It's said to be the place where the ancient master created our clan. The second is in the east, the main laboratory, where the body of the upper god is located. And the third is in the north, the site where the ancient master descended, a sacred place for our clan. Mayusi enlarged the map on the scales and pointed at the island. Following the directions, Yin Zera and his companions arrived at a forest. The ancient trees here soared to the sky, the underbrush dense, and the grass lush and plump, exuding a vitality far greater than that of an ordinary forest. This creation chamber is no simple matter, Yin Zera remarked. He could clearly sense an immense amount of vitality in the center of the forest, a life force that seemed ready to burst into the heavens. Compared to this vitality, that so-called blood chi fruit earlier was nothing but trash. Leading the way, Yin Zera took Ming Qiao into the forest. He noticed numerous fresh traces, with some soil having been dug up. Clearly, others had already been here and made some significant finds. Due to the abundant vitality, the medicinal herbs here grew better and were more potent than elsewhere. Ming Qiao frequently discovered rare herbs, some of which made her exclaim in surprise. As they ventured deeper, the vitality grew even more intense, and the herbs became increasingly precious. Here, even a single herb could spark fierce competition among earth and heaven Shenjing practitioners, with some even capturing the interest of saints and great emperors. Yin Zera took a deep breath, feeling his body lighten and become more energized and comfortable. What a treasure trove! Yin Zera exclaimed, realizing that merely being here could significantly extend his lifespan. Chirp, chirp. Suddenly, he heard a familiar chirping sound. Looking up, he saw a small monkey perched on a tree, holding a fruit and chirping. Chirp, chirp. Yin Zera opened his arms, and the monkey leaped down, landing in his embrace. It held up a fruit, partially bitten, offering it to him. I don't want it. Yin Zera shook his head. Glancing at the system, he saw that the bull demon was still far away, outside the large lake, while the One brothers were on another part of the island. I wonder how the beast god got here, Yin Zera thought, stroking the monkey's head. Chapter 161. The Child of Fortune, the Gate Array. Yin Zera, carrying the beast god, continued forward and finally arrived at the legendary creation chamber. This is a building? What stood before Yin Zera was a towering structure about 7 or 8 zhang high, with silver-gray walls and an artistic roof, exuding a futuristic vibe. Isn't this a fantasy world? How did it suddenly turn into a sci-fi setting? No wonder they kept referring to it as a laboratory. Could it be that the upper realm is a world dominated by sci-fi? But looking at the attire of people like Dun Yuan Haohui, it seems more like an ancient world. Yin Zera walked along the base of the wall, speculating about the divine civilization of the upper realm. The front is the gate of the creation chamber, Miaosi suddenly said from behind. Yin Zera turned a corner and his vision suddenly opened up. He saw a flat plaza with a scattered group of people standing around. He recognized some of them from outside. It seemed they had arrived even earlier than he had. Ding! Detecting a child of fortune. Antagonist fortune system activated. Spend 1,000 antagonist points to view their past. Ding! Detecting a child of fortune. Antagonist fortune system activated. Spend 1,000 antagonist points to view their past. The consecutive system prompts made Yin Zera pause for a moment. 2 children of fortune? And both cost 1,000 antagonist points? Are they both from the upper realm? Yin Zera looked at the crowd. Most of these people had the cultivation of saints or emperors, and the majority were lone travelers. Even those who weren't alone rarely had more than 3 or 4 people together. Only one group had more than 10 people gathered. The leader of that group was two extraordinary middle-aged men. One was a robust, dark-skinned man with a simple and honest appearance, while the other was a refined, pale-faced scholar. Are these the children of fortune? Or perhaps the uncles of fortune? Yin Zera muttered to himself. Ding. The status of a child of fortune is determined by their fortune value, not their age. All right then. Yin Zera clicked his tongue and spent 2,000 fortune points. Ding. Child of fortune Tao Gu-A, originally a direct descendant of the Tao family, a middle-rank god family in the upper realm. Due to the family crisis, he voluntarily came to the lower realm in search of resources. Originally a lower-ranked god, upon arriving in the lower realm, his cultivation transformed to Emperor level 5. Current fortune value, 3,500. Possesses the 10,000 Earth domains, but no other treasures. He is the worst-off child of fortune in the lower realm. Ding. Face-slapping system activated. Gain corresponding antagonist points based on reduced fortune value. This is really pitiful. This is the first time Yin Zera has encountered such a miserable child of fortune. Aside from a high fortune value, he has no treasures, and his fortune value is the lowest among the gods of the upper realm he has met. Ding. Child of fortune Feng Yanlin, originally a collateral descendant of the Feng family, a middle-rank god family in the upper realm. He fled to the lower realm after stealing treasures from the direct lineage. Originally a lower-ranked god, upon arriving in the lower realm, his cultivation transformed to Emperor level 5. Current fortune value, 4,000. Possesses the Holy Speech domain and a page from a stolen divine book written by a higher-ranked god. Ding. Face-slapping system activated. Gain corresponding antagonist points based on reduced fortune value. These two are basically extras, characters who wouldn't even survive half a chapter in a book. Yet now they are children of fortune, with fortune values over 3,000. Could it be that the gods of the upper realm are all children of fortune? If I ascend to the upper realm, wouldn't I be able to meet a child of fortune at every turn? For someone like me with antagonist points, that would be heaven. System. Why not strip him of the divine book written by the higher-ranked god? Yin Zera wondered. Ding. This page from the divine book is a piece of erotic fiction written by an unknown higher-ranked god, filled with vulgar content. This system refuses to strip away garbage. A page of erotic fiction written by a higher-ranked god? Even Yin Zera was speechless. So even the gods of the upper realm indulge in such things. But I seem to be more interested in that divine book now. Yin Zera thought, stroking his chin. He had never read erotic fiction written by a god before. As Yin Zera pondered, he arrived at the plaza. Following the gazes of the crowd, he saw a massive iron gate. The gate was filled with technological elements, engraved with various symbols that exuded geometric beauty. Colored lights flowed continuously over the symbols. At the base of the gate stood 7 or 8 white-haired old men, holding various instruments and treasures, measuring incessantly. This is a technological defensive gate. It shouldn't be possible with fantasy methods, right? Yin Zera thought. He looked at the two useless children of fortune. Why aren't they doing anything? As gods from the upper realm, they should know more than us from the lower realm, but looking at their expressions, they don't seem to feel any guilt. Is it because they are too useless, or because they simply don't know much about this? It's clearly like this. You're all wrong. A quarrel suddenly erupted, and Yin Zera turned to look. It turned out that the old men were engaged in a heated argument, their faces flushed with anger. You old fool, you know nothing. This is clearly a gate array. All we need to do is channel some chi to disrupt the array's operation, said a bald old man. May your ancestors curse you. This is clearly just a defensive array. If we mess with it, it will turn into a killing array, and we'll all die. Another irritable old man pulled out a sharp knife, ready to stab the bald old man. I said we should attack from this spot. You just won't believe me. A bearded old man summoned a long stream of chi. You dare try it. The irritable old man and the bald old man both cursed at the bearded old man. Heh, try it and see who's afraid. The bearded old man sneered. rolling up his sleeves and preparing to strike the iron gate. As this group of elderly men was about to erupt into a chaotic brawl, the onlookers were all speechless. Some people finally couldn't take it anymore. A red-haired burly man stepped out of the crowd, wielding a pair of purple gold hammers. His Emperor Level 4 aura erupted, silencing all the old men. A group of grandmasters of arrays? A bunch of venerable elders of formations? Heh, from the night before last until now, all you've done is argue and calculate, yet you haven't made a single breakthrough. What a bunch of useless fools. The burly man coldly shouted, making the old men's faces turn red, their breathing heavy. It made one wonder if a few more insults would cause them to keel over on the spot. A bunch of old fools waiting for death. The purple gold hammers emitted a strong light, and the man's aura continued to rise. The flowing lights on the iron gate accelerated, as if preparing to react. No. Stop. Don't. All the old men finally came to their senses. They looked at the burly man in horror, screaming frantically, "Quick! Stop him!" Boom! In the eyes of everyone, the burly man's hammers slammed into the iron gate, producing a deafening roar. Chapter 162. The Power of the Great One, the Life-Giving Elixir. Boom! What kind of power could a fully unleashed attack from a fourth-rank emperor wield? Yin Zera only felt a slight ringing in his ears, which was already significant for him. As for Mios, who was much weaker, she could barely stand. "We're done for. We're all dead," one of the old men shouted in despair. He wanted to charge at the burly man to fight to the death, but upon seeing the man's size and cultivation level, he shrank back in fear. Crack, crack, crack. The door let out a series of cracking sounds, followed by a loud rumble. Boom! The shattered door fell, raising a cloud of dust. Whoosh! Someone used wind magic to clear the dust, revealing a dark hall. The elderly experts in array formations, upon seeing the scene, were first stunned. Then their faces turned a deep shade of purple. Humph! The burly man glanced at the old men disdainfully and stepped into the building. Those following behind him rushed in, each giving the old men a meaningful look as they passed by. Some of the elders couldn't withstand the gazes and bowed before retreating. Others covered their faces with their sleeves and followed the crowd into the building. Seeing everyone enter, Yin Zera followed as well. When they first arrived, Mios had mentioned that the array on the iron door was just for reinforcement and rust prevention, making it an ordinary door. Inside the building, Yin Zera found the air refreshing, and the floors and furnishings were spotless, as if no time had passed at all. Click! Someone triggered something, and the previously dark hall instantly lit up. Hiss! The crowd gasped upon seeing the layout. The spacious floor was lined with countless eggs, white in color, each with a glass window to observe the interior. These are the incubation pods of our ancestors from the Tidal Sea clan. Our ancestors grew up here. Mios trembled with excitement, her face flushed. Yin Zera randomly chose an incubation pod to inspect. Inside was a golden liquid, from which he could clearly sense boundless vitality and vigor. This embryonic cultivation liquid not only nurtured children but also served as a healing elixir, no less effective than any treasure for healing. Turning his head, Yin Zera saw Ming Qiao tugging at his sleeve. "This is top-grade life essence liquid. We must secure it." Ming Qiao's voice was soft, clearly considering Mios's feelings, as these were her ancestors' treasures. Boom! Someone began attacking the incubation pods, trying to dismantle them. Of course, no one could remain calm in the face of such treasures, Yin Zera thought. After all, even Ming Qiao was deeply tempted by them. "You bastards!" Mios's face turned red with rage. She was so furious that she wanted to grab her weapon and fight these scoundrels. No! Yin Zera grabbed Mios's hand. Cutting off someone's fortune was akin to killing their parents. Stopping so many people from obtaining their fortunes would not only make Mios a target, but could even leave Yin Zera with nothing but dust. Pulled by Yin Zera, Miao's calmed down slightly. She understood that her actions were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But logic was one thing, emotions another. Tears welled in her eyes, her teeth biting her lower lip. She clenched her fists tightly, refusing to look at the people destroying her ancestors' treasures. No, this can't be. No, this can't be. Someone shrieked in disbelief, their voice filled with shock and madness. Yin Zera followed the voice and saw a skinny man standing before an incubation pod. The pod had been broken, and instead of golden liquid, black, foul-smelling water flowed out. Smash! Smash! Many others saw this and broke open their pods, but none contained the vibrant golden liquid. All were lifeless, stinking water. How is this possible? Someone muttered, collapsing to the ground in despair. Yin Zera approached an incubation pod and activated his martial Dao heavenly eyes to observe. Indeed, all the vitality was gone, leaving only a tank of foul water, its life force drained by the passage of time. Truly remarkable. After countless years, reduced to mere stinking water, yet it still deceived me, making me feel its vitality. Yin Zera marveled. Others quickly understood the reason behind this. Some prepared to leave, while others began tapping and feeling around, hoping to find some other opportunity. Bang! Some, unable to accept the truth, started smashing and destroying everything. Personal grudges flared, and fights broke out on the spot. You bastards! After we leave, I'll tell my father, and he'll wipe you all out. Miao said furiously. Look up! Someone suddenly shouted. Yin Zera looked up to see a massive painting on the ceiling. It depicted a deity of immense size creating countless lives. The deity's face was unclear, its form indistinct, shrouded in mist. With a wave of its hand, countless seeds fell into the incubation pods. These seeds grew and developed, eventually emerging as small fishmen with fins, webbed hands, and scales. These young fishmen were taken to an outside lake to grow further, while the mature ones developed civilization and practiced martial arts on the island. The hall fell silent. Everyone was speechless, unable to find words to describe the deity's greatness. So the Tidal Sea clan was truly created by a great being, someone murmured in awe. Look, another person exclaimed. Another scene depicted the creation process of the liquid inside the incubation pods. The so-called vibrant liquid was merely a diluted version. The true mother liquid came from a white jade pool. The mother liquid was pure gold, poured from a bottle that the deity kept close. A treasure personally kept by a deity capable of creating the Tidal Sea clan. Its value was beyond imagination. Most importantly, these mother liquids hadn't been taken by the deity, but were hidden beneath the hall by the Tidal Sea clan. Dong! Someone began attacking the ground, hoping to dig out the mother liquid. The diluted version couldn't withstand the passage of time, but the mother liquid might. The ground, however, was extremely hard. Even after several full-power strikes from a third-rank emperor, not a single scratch appeared. How could this be? The person exclaimed in despair. The Tidal Sea clan. Someone immediately thought of the clan that had hidden the mother liquid. In that moment, all eyes turned to Miao's, standing beside Yin Zera. Chapter 163. Sacred Land of the West, the Emergence of the Mother Liquid. A dozen great emperors and saints turned their gazes toward them, their piercing stares so tangible that they could cause weaker cultivators to explode on the spot. Humph! Yin Zera stepped forward, shielding Miao's from their intense scrutiny. This is the third princess of the Tidal Sea clan, a member of the royal family, with the purest bloodline imaginable. Someone shouted loudly. She will definitely be able to release that white jade pool, another person confidently asserted. Esteemed son of the prison king, would you please step aside and allow the Tidal Sea clan behind you to come forward? Someone addressed Yin Zera directly, revealing his identity. The prison king? I once shared a drink with the prison king several hundred years ago. Miaozi, which generation is the current prison king now? An old, half-dead Taoist shouted loudly. I don't care who you are. No one can force my friends in my presence. Yin Zera said coldly, his his eyes brimming with killing intent as they swept across each person, causing all who met his gaze to tremble with fear. Young master, I advise you to let the third princess of the Sea clan step forward. With so many saints and great emperors present, even your father, the prison king, wouldn't dare face them alone, someone urged. Yin has already said it. No one can harm my friends in front of me. Yin Zera drew his Sui Xian Rui ruler and gently stroked the head of the beast god. Then let me see what tricks the young master has up his sleeve. A great emperor of the third rank, a butcher by trade, stepped forward, wielding a cleaver. Yin Zera looked at the butcher, knowing he had to utterly annihilate this troublemaker with a single strike to deter the others. He activated the prison realm divine scripture, unleashing countless chains that shot toward the butcher. With a step of the chaos heart steps, he flashed in front of the butcher. Hee. What an ignorant youngster, daring to get close to me. The butcher, bound by the chains of the prison realm divine scripture, raised his cleaver. Himph! The soul-dispersing technique was activated. Although it couldn't completely force the butcher's soul out of his body, it did manage to stun him for a brief moment. Smack! With all his strength, Yin Zera struck the butcher with his Sui Xian Rui ruler, instantly reducing him to a cloud of blood mist. The remnants of his body flew back even faster. The crowd following the butcher was momentarily stunned by the gory sight. Yin Zera didn't waste the opportunity, sending dozens of primordial divine flames flying toward them. These are primordial divine flames. A great emperor immediately recognized the flames. Desperately trying to extinguish them, he grew more frantic, but the more he tried, the more fiercely the flames burned. Within a few blinks, those who had been touched by the flames turned into ashes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in from the entrance, chilling everyone to the bone. How could he dare? These are a dozen saints and great emperors. How could he dare? Everyone had the same thought. Alas, young master, you've gone too far. A bald man stepped forward from behind the two upper realm Luxons. You shouldn't have killed so many human saints and great emperors for the sake of an alien race. These are the foundations of our human race. The bald man, with a dragon tattooed on his head, sighed. Yin Zera had been focused on the two upper realm Luxons and hadn't noticed the group of bald men behind them. Judging by their tone and demeanor, Yin Zera immediately realized they must be disciples of a so-called sacred land, though not the same one he had previously dealt with. Are you from the Four Extremes Sacred Land? Yin Zera asked coldly. I am the seventh elder, Ku Mu, of the Western Wilderness Sacred Land, the dragon-tattooed bald man replied. This matter has nothing to do with your sacred land. If you want to step forward, don't you fear I'll destroy you? Yin Zera said coldly. What big words. Let me see how you plan to destroy our eternal sacred land. Another bald man, with a tiger tattooed on his head, stepped forward. You're asking for it. Suddenly, Yin Zera erupted with demonic energy, vanishing from sight in an instant. A scream came from a corner behind Mio's, where Yin Zera had pinned a black-clothed man, his body engulfed in raging primordial divine flames, causing him to scream in agony. What a murderous aura! What ruthless methods! Elder brother, let's strike and eliminate this villain, the tiger-tattooed bald man said. Agreed. Ku Mu unleashed his aura, and the bald men behind him followed suit. Seeing that a peaceful resolution was impossible, Yin Zera's aura continued to rise as he stepped toward Ming Qiao and Mio's. Ming Qiao brought a flute to her lips, ready to play the green bamboo melody, while the beast god stopped nibbling on fruit and jumped onto Ming Qiao's shoulder, chirping nervously. Brother Yin, I want to try. Just as the tension reached its peak, with battle about to erupt, Mio spoke up. Yin Zera turned to look at her. I think I can help you, Mio said softly, holding up a scale in her hand, her eyes filled with determination. Looking into Mio's resolute gaze, Yin Zera stepped aside, allowing her to pass, and together with Ming Qiao, they escorted her to the activation point. It was a barrel-sized iron cylinder, giving off a high-tech vibe. Upon reaching it, Mio sliced her palm and pressed it against the cylinder. Don't let her touch it. The Tide Sea clan might have left some hidden traps. Someone shouted as the cylinder began to glow. Either shut up or fight. Yin Zera was completely enraged, activating the Demon Heart's secret realm, his demonic energy surging and primordial divine flames burning, incinerating anyone who dared to approach. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from underground, and the floor in front of the cylinder split open. Crack. The floor parted, revealing a jade pool covered in a slick, radiant barrier, slowly rising from below. At the bottom of the pool was a thin layer of golden liquid, seemingly alive, flowing slowly, expanding and contracting as if breathing. Breathing? Yin Zera was momentarily puzzled by his own thought. He stared intently at the golden liquid, feeling a surge of vitality in his body, his lifespan increasing slightly. How is this possible? Yin Zera was shocked. He hadn't even touched the liquid, nor had he smelled it, yet just by looking at it, his body had undergone a change. What kind of divine liquid was this? A priceless treasure. No word in the world could adequately describe its value. Everyone's eyes turned red with greed, the allure of the ultimate treasure driving them mad, turning them into beasts. And most importantly, even the two upper realm Lux Sun's eyes were bloodshot, their breathing heavy. Indeed, the treasure left by that great being was considered a precious treasure even in the upper realm. Yin Zera thought to himself. What came next would not only be a battle against a pack of frenzied beasts, but also two greedy upper realm gods. Swoosh! Just as everyone was about to rush forward in a mad scramble, a luminous barrier suddenly rose between Yin Zera and the crowd. Chapter 164. Massive Villain Points. The Destruction of the Western Wilderness Holy Land. Everyone was momentarily stunned. They immediately turned their gaze towards Mio's, only to hear her shout loudly. Hurry, Brother Yin. I've suppressed the protective array of the pool to its lowest level. Go and claim the treasure. These bastards want to monopolize this divine liquid, someone roared, already driven mad by greed. Boom, boom. Multicolored attacks continuously struck the barrier, which, although appearing fragile, remained unshaken even after dozens of assaults. Himph! A trickle of blood appeared from Mio's nostrils as she focused all her energy to maintain the barrier, buying time for Yin Zera to claim the treasure. Yin Zera no longer hesitated. He strode toward the white jade pool and reached out to touch the protective barrier surrounding it. Stop! The frenzied crowd outside screamed, unleashing all their strength to attack the barrier. Mio's, struggling to withstand the onslaught, began to bleed profusely from her nose. ZZZT. Despite Mio's suppressing the array to its minimum, the barrier still posed significant resistance. Tiny golden lightning bolts continuously shot out, striking Yin Zera's hand and causing a sizzling sound. Though the damage was minor, it was extremely uncomfortable. Yin Zera slowly and painfully forced his hand through the barrier until finally, his fingers touched the golden divine liquid. Ding! Detecting a large amount of immortal substance. Absorb? Immortal substance? The system? Yin Zera was momentarily startled. Without hesitation, he mentally selected yes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have earned a massive amount of villain points. Villain points increased by 100. 100,000? Yin Zera's heart raced with joy. He had never before obtained such a large amount of villain points at once. Boom, boom. Two loud explosions echoed. Yin Zera turned to see two upper realm Lux Suns, unable to bear it any longer, unleashing their domains to attack the barrier. Mio spat out a large mouthful of blood, staining the entire pillar red. Mio's, stop. That treasure is not something you should touch. Taokue, a burly middle-aged man, unfolded a yellowish-brown domain. Meanwhile, the other upper realm Lux Sun, Fong Yinlin, remained silent. He expanded a domain filled with inky black characters, continuously attacking the barrier while his eyes locked onto Yin Zerua's movements. ZZZT. A tiny golden lightning bolt struck Yin Zerua's hand, forcing him to quickly retract it. He then swiftly picked up the semi-conscious Mios, along with Ming Qiao and the beast god, and retreated to the side. Boom! The barrier finally shattered into countless fragments of light. The crowd, ignoring Yin Zerua's retreat, rushed toward the white jade pool to gaze at the golden liquid inside. Clearly, Yin Zerua had not taken the divine liquid, which now meant it was up for grabs. The strongest would claim it. As for Yin Zerua, they could deal with him later, after they had secured the liquid. Bang! Some impatient individuals reached out to touch the barrier above the pool, only to be struck by a thick golden lightning bolt, turning to ash instantly. Seeing this, the crowd took a step back in fear. They now remembered that only with Mios's suppression could someone pass through the barrier. Without her, they were powerless against it. Some with malicious intent turned their gaze toward Yin Zerua and his group, but Yin Zerua paid them no heed. Instead, he used 7,000 villain points to exchange for a divine restoration pill from the system. This was a divine-grade elixir, capable of instantly restoring even lower or middle-tier gods. Mios awoke in Yin Zerua's arms, breathing in his unique masculine scent, her cheeks blushing slightly. Looking at the chaotic scene of the crowd fighting over the liquid, she felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, Brother Yin. If only I could have held on a little longer. It's fine. I've already gotten what I wanted. Thank you so much. Let's watch the show." Yin Zerua smiled. Though he didn't know how the divine liquid would change after the system absorbed the immortal substance, he was certain it was no longer the same liquid it had been. Hearing Yin Zerua's slightly tender tone, Mios felt a sweet warmth in her heart. She glanced at Ming Qiao beside her, pretending to still be weak, and nestled closer into Yin Zerua's embrace. Mios. After several failed attempts, more and more people turned their attention to Yin Zerua. Humph! Yin Zerua scoffed, setting Mios down and gripping his free will divine ruler. It was time to settle the score. "What are you doing?" Just as the crowd prepared to attack Yin Zerua, Fang Yinlin and Tao Kuei simultaneously unfolded their domains. The overlapping domains instantly crushed those within them into sprays of blood mist. Some well-informed individuals recognized the domains as those of upper realm divine beings, but even upper realm gods couldn't simply take away their fortune. Moreover, these gods were only at the 5th rank of the Great Emperor level, only slightly stronger than them. "Kill!" someone roared. The crowd raised their weapons and charged at the bald monks of the Western Wilderness Holy Land, who were protecting the 2 upper realm gods outside the domains, retaliating fiercely. Why not let the monks enter the domain? Well, it was better to keep them outside, where they could share the burden for the 2 divine masters. Let's join the fun. Yin Zerua activated his chaotic heart steps, instantly appearing before Kumu, the bald monk with a dragon tattoo on his head. Seizing the opportunity while Kumu was distracted by others, Yin Zerua swung his free will divine ruler with full force. "Ah!" Kumu let out a blood-curdling scream as the blow sliced from his forehead to his abdomen, nearly splitting him in half. "Ah! Ah!" 2 more bald monks of the Western Wilderness Holy Land were reduced to mincemeat. The monk with a tiger tattoo, seeing his fellow disciples falling one by one, was desperate, his eyes bloodshot. He rushed to Kumu's side and cried, "Brother, we can't hold on. Let's go." Kumu hesitated but, seeing Yin Zerua preparing to strike again, made a swift decision. With a wave of his hand, he led the tiger-tattooed monk and a few others in a hasty retreat. "Don't run," Yin Zerua shouted, pushing his chaotic heart steps to their limit. In an instant, he caught up with Kumu and his group, striking down each monk with a single blow from his free will divine ruler, swiftly eliminating the fleeing group. "Prince Yin, do you have to do this?" The tiger-tattooed monk roared in anger, coughing up blood. He had already suffered significant injuries while dealing with the crowd. "That's exactly what I'm doing. If you've got the guts, stop and fight me." Yin Zerua taunted, his speed undiminished. With a swift swing, he left a deep, bone-exposing wound on the tiger-tattooed monk's back. "Ah, brother!" The tiger-tattooed monk screamed in agony. "Alas, the sea of suffering is endless. Turn back, prince, for your sins are too many." Kumu stepped in front of his brother, immolating himself to ash. "The Western Wilderness Holy Land will never forgive you." After his brother's self-immolation, the tiger-tattooed monk cursed bitterly before also setting himself ablaze. I won't forgive you either." Yin Zera waved his hand, scattering the ashes into the wind. Thus, the Western Wilderness Holy Land was completely annihilated. Chapter 165, Guardian Robots, Another God-Slaying. Damn it! Fang Yinlin and Tao Gue, trapped within their domain, cursed in frustration as they watched Kumu lead a group of bald monks away. They hadn't even figured out the key to these arrays yet. Boom! The crowd, having chased away the monks, resumed their assault on the domain. Even a domain reinforced by two gods couldn't withstand the combined attacks of so many emperors and saints. Cracks began to appear, and the domain was on the verge of shattering. Realizing the dire situation, the two domain masters exchanged a glance. Fang Yinlin, his heart aching, reluctantly pulled out a silver metal badge from his robe. He pressed the badge against the protective barrier. The badge flickered and disintegrated into a wisp of ash. Fang Yinlin's face contorted in pain as he watched the ash dissipate. Pop! The barrier let out a crisp sound and vanished. Quick! They're about to get the divine liquid. Yin Zera's voice rang out, eager to stir up chaos. Kill them! The crowd grew frantic. Yin Zera hadn't been able to break the array earlier, but now these two upper realm gods had managed to do so. With the prospect of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slipping away, the crowd's eyes turned red with envy. They attacked the domain with even greater ferocity. Crack! The domain shattered, and Tao Gue and Fang Yinlin were struck by the backlash, their vision darkening as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Splash! The hot blood splattered onto the golden divine liquid. The moment it came into contact with the blood, the liquid turned white, then rapidly darkened until it became a foul-smelling puddle of sewage. No, this can't be. Pure life essence shouldn't behave like this. Tao Gue bellowed in desperation. Gulp! Fang Yinlin, staring at the puddle, clenched his teeth and remained silent for a long time before spitting out another mouthful of blood, his face ashen. It's impossible. 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 Tao Gue clutched his head, muttering incoherently, his mind shattered. The crowd, seeing this scene, exchanged bewildered glances. Even Yin Zera hadn't expected the divine liquid, drained of its immortal essence, to turn into such a repulsive state. It must be you. You must have done something. Tao Gue, his hair disheveled and his eyes bloodshot, glared at Yin Zera with murderous intent. Fang Yinlin frowned as he looked at Yin Zera. While he didn't believe Yin Zera was responsible, his foul mood demanded an outlet, and he needed to kill someone to relieve his tension. Yin Zera, meeting the two pairs of murderous eyes with a cold smile, happened to be in a foul mood himself and was eager to spill some blood. Beep beep beep. Intruders detected. Intruders detected. Initiating extermination protocol. Initiating extermination protocol. A voice announced, though no one understood its meaning. However, the flashing red lights in the hall made it clear that trouble was brewing. Mios, however, understood immediately. Her face changed, and without translating for Yin Zera, she quickly moved to a pillar and placed her hand on it. Hurry, come over here, Mios urged. Click. The walls began to retract, revealing rows of steel robots. Their red eyes and energy swords made it clear they weren't to be trifled with. Puppets, run. The experienced crowd reacted instantly, rushing toward the exit. Fighting these lifeless machines was a losing proposition. One misstep could cost them their lives. Boom! Just as they reached the door, a massive gate slammed down, blocking their path. The true entrance had been hidden, and the previous door was merely a decoy. Swish, swish, swish. The robots moved with incredible speed, quickly catching up to the crowd and initiating a massacre. Meanwhile, Yin Zera and the others, alerted by Mios, moved closer to the pillar, which marked a safe zone. Kill them. Some fought the robots, others attacked the gate. A few noticed the safe zone and tried to approach, but Mios controlled the robots to block them. Ah! A scream of agony echoed as someone was killed, their death unimaginable at the hands of a mere puppet. Haha! Let's die together. Some, overwhelmed by despair, chose to self-destruct. Although the robots were numerous, the emperors and saints weren't pushovers. As more of the powerful beings fell, the robots' numbers dwindled rapidly. Die! One managed to break through the robots' encirclement and reached Yin Zera, only to be obliterated by a single strike. Boom! Boom! The two upper realm chosen ones unleashed their domains, and countless robots fell like wheat under the scythe. Ming Xiao, protect Mios here. I'm going to take a look, Yin Zera said, handing the beast god to Ming Xiao. Be careful, Ming Xiao nodded. Yin Zera, using his heart-disturbing steps, carefully navigated through the robots. Under Mios's command, they didn't attack him. Perhaps feeling invincible in this place, Fang Yinlin and Tao Gui split up, one to the east and the other to the west, both methodically dismantling the troublesome puppets. Yin Zera, hiding his aura, stealthily approached Tao Gui. Compared to Fang Yinlin, he found Tao Gui easier to deal with. He had never seen such a pitiful chosen one. Heart-disturbing steps, Demon Heart Secret Second Layer, Martial Dao Heavenly Eye, Devouring Talent, Primordial Divine Flame, Free Will Ruler. Yin Zera used every technique at his disposal for this sneak attack. Boom! Another wave of attacks brought down a large group of robots. Tao Gui exhaled, preparing to retract his domain and rest. At that moment, Yin Zera unleashed his full power, appearing behind Tao Gui in an instant. Using his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, he identified the weaknesses in Tao Gui's Thousand Earth domain and closed in. Tao Gui immediately noticed Yin Zera, his Thousand Earth domain erupting in panic, but Yin Zera's devouring talent momentarily nullified the attack. Splat! Sizzle! Yin Zera swung his free will ruler, slicing through most of Tao Gui's neck in one swift motion. Blood gushed out uncontrollably. You, gurgle. Domain. How? Tao Gui pointed at Yin Zera, unable to form a complete sentence. Ding. Congratulations, host, for severely injuring the chosen one Tao Gui. Tao Gui's fortune value decreased by 300. Host's villain value increased by 30,000. Ding. Tao Gui's fortune value has reached its minimum. Fortune protection has disappeared. What a pathetic ant. One strike and he's dead, Yin Zera scoffed, finding this the easiest chosen one he'd ever dealt with. Thunk. With a downward swing of his free will ruler, Yin Zera decapitated Tao Gui. Boom. The sky of the secret realm instantly changed. Where there had been clear skies, now blood clouds filled the heavens. The earth shook, and the wind howled mournfully, as if bidding farewell to a god. The mournful wailing could be heard clearly even within the creation chamber. Splash! Tao Gui's blood surged forth, instantly filling the entire chamber. The sheer volume of blood rose to the ankles of everyone present. All were struck dumb with fear. A god had been slain. Chapter 166. Blood Sea Demon Lord, Terrifying Death Chi. This can't be real. Someone muttered in a daze, only to be killed by a sword from a battling robot. Yin Zera glanced at Fang Yinlin on the other side, and everyone else looked at him as well, for he was the only god left. You actually killed a god. Fang Yinlin screeched, his voice piercing like that of a terrified little girl. No, you just killed another god. Fang Yinlin instantly thought of the blood-red clouds he had seen earlier, before entering this chamber. He had thought it was a battle between upper realm gods. Guess. Yin Zera grinned, his white teeth seemingly filled with crimson meat strands, making him look like a demon god who had slaughtered countless. Ah? Fang Yinlin let out an ear-piercing scream, unleashing his domain at full force and charging forward frantically. All the robots, saints, and emperors in his path were knocked aside. With one powerful surge, he smashed a massive hole in the gate. Kill! Yin Zera roared and chased after him. Run! Seeing this, everyone wished they had more legs to run faster. A highly technological door was brutally smashed open, creating a large hole. Several saints and emperors, who were revered outside, cried and screamed as they scrambled out through the hole. Behind them was a sea of blood, above which a demon god wielding a massive ruler relentlessly pursued them. Run! 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 Those who had just escaped the hole scattered in all directions. Except for one or two unlucky souls who were caught, the rest managed to flee. Immediately leave this secret realm. Get as far away from this demon god as possible. Never return. This was the thought of everyone who escaped. Seeing the crowd fleeing in panic, Yin Zera grinned as he watched them tremble with fear. They wouldn't dare to appear before him again. They were already terrified out of their wits. Cowards! What were they doing exploring secret realms? Leaving the chamber, Yin Zera and his group hurried towards the location of the divine corpse. As for the chamber, the most valuable thing was the life essence water. But after Yin Zera absorbed the immortal substance, it had turned into useless waste. We are heading to the place where the upper god's corpse is hidden. No matter what, I will help you obtain the divine blood of that upper god. Yin Zera assured confidently. Thanks to Myo's great sacrifice, Yin Zera gained 100,000 villain points. This number of points would usually require him to hunt down several luck-favored protagonists, each of whom was extremely difficult to kill and came with significant risks. Yin Zera believed in repaying kindness and vengeance. For those who had given him such great help, he would go all out to repay them. No need. No need. Myo quickly waved her hands, laughing, "Ha. If it weren't for Brother Yin, I might not be alive now. You've helped me a lot, and this is nothing compared to what you've done for me. If only I could be your servant forever, Brother Yin." Myo thought silently. The trio and the monkey sped through the air, soon arriving at a shell-like structure, grayish-white, resembling a seashell on the ground. The divine corpse is underground. The main part is below, and what we see above is just the tip of the iceberg, Myo explained. There's an entrance this way. Myo pointed in a direction. Following Myo's guidance, Yin Zera found a metal plate behind some bushes. Myo pressed it, and complex runes lit up. Click! The lock opened, and Myo pulled the metal plate open. This is a hidden passage that leads directly to the upper god's corpse, Myo said, ready to enter. Wait, I'll go first. Yin Zera stopped her. Myo didn't argue, pursing her lips and stepping aside as Yin Zera went in first. The passage was dark, but for someone with Yin Zera's cultivation, it wasn't an issue. It was wide but eerily quiet. The passage seemed to absorb sound, making their footsteps fainter. In such an environment, everyone felt a sense of oppression. Even the usually lively beast god was silent. Wait. Yin Zera stopped the group and carefully examined the wall's markings. Is this death qi? Mingqiao asked hesitantly. Yes. It's death qi, similar to what we saw on the blood fruit and the guard we encountered earlier. Yin Zera's eyes glowed as he activated his martial arts vision. Why is there so much death qi here? Mingqiao wondered. A long time ago, after the Tide Sea clan left this secret realm, a wave of death qi swept through this place, Yin Zera analyzed. Almost everything was infected with death qi. The more spiritual energy, the stronger the death qi, like the blood fruit and the guard, while ordinary plants and trees remained unaffected. Where did this death qi come from? Myo asked curiously. Such powerful death qi wasn't something ordinary objects could emit. It should be from here, more precisely, from the upper god's corpse. Mingqiao pointed at the wall. The walls show clear signs of being corroded by death qi. The deeper we go, the more severe the corrosion. Exactly. The upper god's corpse must have undergone some kind of change, Yin Zera said, though he wasn't too worried. as the corpse wouldn't exceed the level of a 5th-rank emperor. Clang! Bang! A fight broke out ahead, and Yin Zera and the others exchanged glances before cautiously moving forward. They saw a young man from the Demon Buddha Kingdom battling 4 or 5 zombies, who were close to Emperor-level strength and had once been guards. Xinadu, the young man from the Demon Buddha Kingdom, clearly had a leg injury, with water and fire surrounding him. His opened eyes occasionally shot out beams of light. So familiar, Yin Zera recognized him instantly. I cut off his leg, and he's already healed and fighting so fiercely. No wonder he's a luck-favored protagonist, Yin Zera thought. This guy has lived so long. He's almost comparable to Xiao Su. Xinadu, this resilient fellow, was quite a headache for Yin Zera. He had once worried about Shinado's divine core awakening, but now that it had, there was no turning back. It's time to finish him off once and for all. His luck value is still 1300, and his fate value is 1000. If I activate the purple star slaughter, I can quickly reduce his fate value, and his luck value won't be hard to deal with either. This time, I'll make sure he stays here. Yin Zera coldly watched the young man fighting. Chapter 167. Sudden Ambush, The Awakening of Gon Fu. Boom! The sounds of battle from Zaduo echoed especially clearly in the silent corridor. His attacks, wrapped in the waters of the lunar eclipse and the flames of purification, were devastating. With each strike of his divine gaze, a zombie fell, demonstrating his high efficiency. Yin Zera suppressed his aura and stealthily approached Zaduo. At that moment, Zaduo happened to have his back turned to Yin Zera. A smile of satisfaction crossed Yin Zera's face as he tightened his grip on the Sui Xian Rui Qi, Felicien Rui Chi, and activated the Luan Xian Bu, Lan Xin Bu, to position himself behind Zaduo. Suddenly, Zaduo spun around, wearing what looked like a pair of sunglasses. He smirked triumphantly. So it's you, Yin Zera. Swish! A beam of divine light from his Zhao Ji Shun Mu, Zhao Zhi Sun Mu, shot out, as thick as an arm, aimed directly at Yin Zera. To be honest, Yin Zera was startled the first time he saw this attack, but his movements were swift. He raised the Sui Xian Rui Qi to block the beam. Clang! Despite not knowing the exact grade of this high-level treasure, its durability was unparalleled. No weapon had ever left a mark on it, and this beam was no exception. Tap, tap. Yin Zera took a few steps back, partly to dissipate the force and partly to create distance. Heh, it's been a few days, Zaduo, and you've become so powerful, Yin Zera remarked with a hint of admiration. Heh, what's wrong? Are you here to beg for mercy? Do you want me to trample you underfoot and humiliate you at will? Zaduo mocked with a sneer. No, I wouldn't want to suffer such humiliation. I still remember the feeling of standing over you, and let me tell you, it was absolutely delightful. Yin Zera shook his head and chuckled. Die! Zaduo roared, unleashing an even more intense beam of divine light. Clang! Yin Zera blocked it effortlessly and took a few more steps back. If that beam had hit him, it would have caused significant damage, but it missed. Tisk, TSK. Is this the dog food you've been fed? It suits your demeanor perfectly. Yin Zera continued to taunt. As long as I can kill you, I don't care what I become. Zaduo was furious, unleashing a barrage of divine light beams while also summoning water and fire to encircle Yin Zera. Too bad. Even as a dog, you still can't kill me. Yin Zera sneered, dodging another beam of divine light. Watch out, I'm about to strike. Yin Zera silently activated Kill the Purple Star, determined to reduce Zaduo's fate points to their absolute minimum. Die! The chains of the Jail of Heaven scripture flew wildly, disrupting Zaduo's vision. Yin Zera swiftly moved into position behind Zaduo, using the chaotic heart step. Woo-woo! The melodious sound of a flute echoed, and a green light barrier surrounded Zaduo, transforming into bamboo filled with killing intent. Crack! Yin Zera swung the Sui Xian Rui Qi, slicing through Zaduo's back and severing his spine. Ah! Zaduo screamed in agony, the pain nearly causing him to faint. Thud. Another heavy foot landed on Zaduo's face. Ignoring his furious expression, Yin Zera bent down and took the sunglasses from him. After examining them, Yin Zera realized these sunglasses amplified the power of ocular techniques, especially those used for offensive purposes. No problem. Yin Zera donned the sunglasses and activated his Eye of Martial Dao. Although the enhancement was minimal, it allowed him to perceive more details. A pretty good find. Heh, Zaduo, it seems you didn't offer the blood chi fruit to your master. Yin Zera noticed some death energy-infused runes within Zaduo's body, similar to those of the blood chi fruit. Zaduo didn't respond. His eyes locked onto Yin Zera with a burning hatred, as if he wanted to devour him whole. But in Yin Zera's eyes, this was merely a sign of Zaduo gathering strength for a counterattack. Still planning to fight back? Yin Zera raised the Xianxia Ru I Chi. It's time to end this. Swish. The Xianxia Ru I Chi descended, piercing into Zaduo's divine eyes. Roar. Zaduo roared in extreme pain as his divine eyes were destroyed. Crack. Yin Zera thought he heard a cracking sound, as if something inside Zaduo had shattered. Ah! Zaduo let out a blood-curdling scream as his aura surged wildly, ascending through the ranks of saints and emperors. Emperor Grade 1, Emperor Grade 2, Emperor Grade 3, Emperor Grade 4, Emperor Grade 5. In an instant, Zaduo transformed into a top-tier expert at Emperor Grade 5. His overwhelming aura sent Yin Zera flying. Zaduo hovered in mid-air, surrounded by a swirling aura of extreme evil. His wounds healed rapidly, and his eyelids twitched as if preparing to birth a new pair of divine eyes. The awakening of the evil god Gon Fu. Yin Zera watched him with a serious expression. Zaduo opened his eyes, devoid of any human emotion. He looked at Yin Zera with utter indifference, like a deity gazing down at an ant. This wasn't an ordinary Emperor Grade 5. Yin Zera thought. His demon heart secret realm had been used too many times, and the accumulated demonic energy was nearly depleted. There was no effective way to deal with the awakened Gon Fu now. The only option was to boost his own cultivation. An ant? Heh, let's see who's the real ant. Yin Zera stepped forward, and with each step, his cultivation increased. Saint Grade 5, Emperor Grade 1, Emperor Grade 2, Emperor Grade 3. With over 100,000 villain points, he could afford to push his limits. In an instant, he reached Emperor Grade 3. His powerful aura clashed with Gon Fu's, creating a series of explosions in the air. Absorb. Yin Zera seemed to transform into a black hole, capable of devouring everything, including the malicious intent emanating from the evil god. By purging the malicious intent from his heart, Yin Zera grew even more composed. The primordial divine flame coiled around his Xianxia Ru I Chi, and he activated Li Hun Sanpur, closing in on Gon Fu. Kill! Yin Zera roared, swinging the Xianxia Ru I Chi downward. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the corridor, the shockwaves tearing through the fragile walls and leaving deep cracks. Boom, boom, boom. Yin Zera continued to clash with Gon Fu, unleashing a variety of devastating techniques, keeping the battle evenly matched. Woo woo. Ming Qiao's melodious bamboo flute tune echoed through the air. Chirp, chirp. The beast god grew excited. Boom. With Ming Qiao's assistance in distracting Gon Fu, the balance of victory gradually tipped in Yin Zera's favor. Ah! Another strike from Yin Zera caused Gon Fu unbearable pain, breaking his composure and eliciting a scream filled with malice. Roar! The beast god, watching the action, also snapped back to attention. Meowsy, do you need my help? Just watch the show. Yin Zera replied. Roar! The beast god growled in dissatisfaction. Ah! The presence of the beast god forced Gon Fu to divert his attention, ultimately making a critical mistake. Focusing on someone else during our fight? Yin Zera appeared before Gon Fu, his grin resembling that of a demon king from hell. He raised the Sui Xian Rui Qi and gently swung it downward. Splat! This strike sliced through Gon Fu's heart, spilling hot blood. Gon Fu's aura plummeted to its lowest point. Chapter 168. Exchange for Winna. Experimental data. Yin Zera pinned the dry woman to the ground, who struggled violently, her malevolent intent surging into her heart, attempting to repair the wound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for severely injuring the dry woman. Zaduo? Her destiny value has decreased by 500. Due to activating the Slaughter Z-Way mission, her destiny value has decreased by 1,000. Host's villain value has increased by 10,000. Ding! The destiny value of the chosen one, the dry woman, Zaduo, has been reduced to 0. Her fortune value has not yet reached the minimum and cannot be killed. Cannot be killed? Could it be that someone is coming to save her? Yin Zera raised the Sui Xian Rui scale and prepared to see how she would escape. Wait! A voice called out, belonging to Hao Hui. So it's this guy. Yin Zera lowered the scale and looked at the newcomer. The newcomer was Hao Hui, who possessed the myriad sword meteor realm. His gaze was calm as he looked at Yin Zera. Let her go. Let her go? Don't joke around. Being a god of the upper realm makes you special? I've already slaughtered 2 gods. Do you want to be the third? Yin Zera asked indifferently. Hao Hui was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected that Yin Zera was the one who had slain those 2 gods. He remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand, and a great emperor dragged someone forward. Brother! Mayusi exclaimed in surprise. The person being dragged was none other than Winna. Winna was being dragged like a dead dog. Yin Zera glanced at the system and confirmed that Winna was indeed in front of him, while Hulua was not present. I can make an exchange with you, Hao Hui said. Yin Zera turned to look at Mayusi, who was pleading with her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he agreed to the proposal. Send your weakest one to bring Winna out. Yin Zera handed the half-dead dry woman over to Mayusi, who dragged her forward. Hao Hui then instructed a saint of the 4th rank to bring Winna out. Both sides exchanged in the middle of the field. Yin Zera remained vigilant, prepared for any tricks Hao Hui might pull. Brother! Mayusi threw herself onto Winna. Checking him over and finding no issues, she breathed a sigh of relief. Dang! Yin Zera swung the Sui Xian Rui scale to block a surge of energy. He frowned and looked at Hao Hui, coldly saying, Do you want to fight? No. Hao Hui shook his head slightly. His cold gaze swept over Yin Zera and his group, saying coldly, I will remember this. If you don't want to fight, then get lost. Yin Zera shouted. Cough, cough. I'm sorry. Winna, having taken some medicine, woke up and learned about everything that had happened. Yin Zera didn't say much. With the group, they resumed their journey of exploration. The narrow, silent corridors seemed endless. Yin Zera moved forward in this oppressive environment. Behind him, the beast god, who had woken up, had not made a sound, making the place even more silent. This direction leads to the place where the data is stored, Mayusi suddenly pointed out in the silence. According to the scales, these data rooms record the secrets of our Tidal Sea clan, the secrets of that upper god's corpse, and possibly some legacies left by that great being. The data there might be even more important than the upper god's corpse, Ming Qiao said, clearly showing her interest in the data room. Let's go and take a look, the beast god said, taking the lead. The closer they got to the data room, the less death energy there was. When they were about a mile away from the data room, Yin Zera noticed that the corridors were covered in luminescent moss, which didn't contain much death energy. Is there something in the data room that can resist death energy? Yin Zera speculated. The closer they got, the more lush the vegetation became. By the time they arrived, Yin Zera could even see a few knee-high trees, though they were quite ordinary and had no special features. Who goes there? A cold shout came from ahead. 7 people, the strongest being a great emperor of the 2nd rank. Yin Zera activated his martial Dao, heavenly eye to look ahead. Your grandfather, the beast god replied. Being the fearless and carefree character he was, he answered and then strode forward boldly. Boom! Worried that these ignorant individuals might attack the beast god, Yin Zera unleashed the aura of a great emperor of the third rank to suppress those ahead. Of course, their attacks wouldn't harm the beast god, but it would unnecessarily create enemies and lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Killing indiscriminately isn't being a villain. It's being a demon. The group ahead, under the pressure of a great emperor of the third rank, immediately fell silent. Through Yin Zera's martial Dao, heavenly eye, he saw that some of them had even blocked the escape route. Turning a corner, Yin Zera finally saw the 7 people he had observed earlier. There was a red-haired youth, an old crone, a middle-aged couple, a pair of identical old men, and a slovenly burly man. The great emperor of the second rank was the slovenly burly man, while the youth and the old crone were both great emperors of the first rank. The couple and the old men were all at the peak of the saint level. Yin Zera didn't recognize any of these people. He turned to look at Ming Qiao, who also shook her head, indicating she didn't know them either. Zhang Tu pays his respects to the son of the prison king. The great emperor of the second rank, the slovenly burly man, greeted Yin Zera with a bow. "Do you know me?" Yin Zera asked. "I once had the honor of seeing you from afar at your wedding," Zhang Tu said, his forehead beading with sweat. Indeed, he had attended Yin Zera's wedding not long ago, but he had disguised himself as an ordinary person. At that time, he never imagined he would meet Yin Zera again here, nor did he expect Yin Zera's cultivation to be at the great emperor of the third rank. Whoever claimed that the son of the prison king was only at the divine Shen Jing, at most just entering the saint level, is a damn fool. This is a great emperor, and a third rank one at that. Zhang Tu cursed those who had spread such rumors, feeling the urge to curse their ancestors as well. What a genius! So young, and already a third-rank great emperor. A true monstrous talent. Zhang Tu sighed. Thinking about this, he felt a bitter ache in his heart. The son of the prison king was only a fraction of his age, yet his cultivation was higher than his own. It's as if I've been training my whole life for nothing. You attended my wedding? Yin Zera didn't recall having seen this man before, so he didn't pay him any further attention. Where is the data room? Yin Zera asked. This way, Mayusi pointed in a direction. Seeing Yin Zera and his group head toward the data room, the people behind Zhang Tu were filled with resentment and anger. However, Zhang Tu didn't care about their feelings. After all, they were just a group brought together by interests, and they hadn't known each other long ago. Your Highness, this way, Zhang Tu, ignoring the furious and disdainful looks from his companions, stepped forward to guide Yin Zera. Such a young third-rank great emperor. If I don't make friends with this monstrous talent now, when will I? Perhaps the biggest gain from this secret realm journey will be meeting the son of the prison king. Yin Zera wasn't worried about Zhang Tu playing any tricks and followed him. Chapter 169. The Birth of the Sea Tribe, the True Reason. With the guidance of Mios and Zhang Tu, Yin Zera quickly arrived at the door of the data room. The door, a high-tech iron gate, bore fresh marks on its surface. This is where we used our strength to strike earlier. Zhang Tu hastily explained upon noticing Yin Zera examining the marks. This door is extremely tough. Even with my full strength, I couldn't leave a deep mark. Zhang Tu recounted his earlier attempt. Yin Zera observed the slowly recovering marks, silently comparing his own strength to Zhang Tu's. Perhaps he could blast open the iron door, but it would likely exhaust him to the point of collapse. Indeed, there is also that life-giving water inside. Yin Zera, standing before the door, clearly sensed the presence of the life-giving water. No wonder there are plants here, and no wonder Zhang Tu and the others found this place. Even someone who knows nothing would recognize this as a treasure trove. Brother Yin, Mios softly called out behind Yin Zera. Can you open this door too? Yin Zera asked with delight. Let me try. Mios extended his hand to touch the iron door. The light on the door gradually brightened, forming an intricate rune. This rune twisted and transformed into an enigmatic eye. The eye glanced at Yin Zera, who felt as though his entire being had been exposed, with no resistance whatsoever. Roar! The beast god's roar shattered Yin Zerua's illusion. Though the feeling of danger persisted under the eye's gaze, the earlier sensation of complete helplessness had vanished. As the eye turned toward Winna, the light on the iron door turned crimson. Beep! Bloodline impurity detected. Can be considered a failed experiment. Should it be terminated? The iron door suddenly emitted a mechanical voice, speaking a language neither of the Tide Sea tribe nor the Luangu Empire. This language was unfamiliar to Yin Zerua, yet he understood its meaning immediately upon hearing it. Bloodline impurity? Yin Zerua and the others turned to look at Winna, who was drenched in cold sweat. Minor impurity, no harm. Termination not required. After a long pause, the red light on the light faded. Huff! Huff! Winna collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. He looked at Yin Zerua and the others, forcing a bitter smile. Previously, I practiced a bit of secret technique. I thought a little practice wouldn't matter, but I nearly... Beep! Welcome, foreign guests. The door emitted another mechanical voice. Please do not damage any items here, or you will face severe consequences. Click, click. The iron door opened, releasing a dense aura of life. The interior was vast, covered with intricate runic lines. At the center was a black stone, currently enveloped in golden mist. Yin Zerua immediately recognized that these golden mists were diluted life-giving water, though their concentration was significantly higher than that in the nurturing chambers, and they possessed vitality. Ding! Detecting large amounts of undying substances. Absorb? The system's prompt sounded, but Yin Zerua chose to decline. He wasn't sure if doing so would provoke the earlier mechanical voice. Huh. The beast god entered first, letting out a curious sound of surprise. Following behind, Yin Zerua stepped in and found that all his power had been sealed, rendering him a powerless, ordinary person. He stepped back out of the data room and discovered his cultivation had returned. There's a restriction here that seals our cultivation, Yin Zerua explained. Stay outside and keep them from entering. Yin Zerua pointed at the young man, the old woman, and the others, ignoring their furious glares as he instructed Zhang Tuesday. He wasn't afraid of these people, even with his cultivation sealed. However, if they were allowed to enter, their lack of power might incite improper thoughts. Of course, Yin Zerua didn't care what they were thinking, but if they attacked him inside, he would certainly retaliate. In that case, being judged by the mechanical voice as attempting to damage the facility would be troublesome. Is the king of hell really so domineering? The husband of the couple exclaimed loudly. Humph! Yin Zerua's aura erupted, his third-rank emperor's pressure forcing the husband to retreat several steps, coughing up blood. Wanna die? Yin Zerua's gaze, filled with murderous intent, swept over them, silencing everyone. Seeing them obedient, Yin Zerua took Ming Qiao's hand and entered the data room. Beneath their feet were crisscrossing lines, leading to the black stone. Streams of light converged from all directions along these lines onto the black stone. From the moment Yin Zerua and the others entered, the black stone emitted a faint glow, which gathered on its surface to form a small black creature. Good afternoon, everyone. The black creature bowed to Yin Zerua and the others. The mechanical tribe extends its sincerest greetings. I am the mechanical tribe's intelligent spirit, Little Black Tong. Hello. Mios hurriedly returned the greeting, and Yin Zerua and Ming Qiao followed suit. I never expected that those small fish creatures outside would truly form a tribe. Little Black Tong remarked with a sense of awe. Were we really created by you? Mios asked curiously. Yes. A great being commissioned our mechanical tribe to create you. The name of that great being is not convenient to mention. The purpose was to create a being close to the upper god's kin to understand that race, thereby discovering their weaknesses. You mean that great being created the Tide Sea tribe to study the corpse of that upper god? Yin Zerua asked. Yes, the great being bore a grudge against an ancestor of that race, so he secretly captured an upper god. No one knows what the great being obtained from this upper god, But after one disappearance, the great being never returned. Those small fish people were curious about the outside world, and with the resources here scarce, they left this secret realm. Yin Zera couldn't imagine creating an entire race just to counter an enemy, but it seemed fitting for the actions of a great being. From what you say, that great being didn't specifically create the Tide Sea tribe? Ming Qiao asked. How could that be? A great being has many important matters to attend to. How could they specially create an entire race? Those small fish people were merely created as a byproduct to test certain ideas. Little Black Tong Xiaodao. We, the Tide Sea tribe, are just a byproduct of research? How could that be? Wenna exclaimed in disbelief. Their records contained no mention of this, nor did they know if their ancestors were unaware of it or had destroyed the records. Chapter 170. Turning Death into Life. The Great Monster Appears. What's going on with those death auras? Yin Zera asked. The corpse of that high-level deity has regained consciousness over the long years. At the moment of its rebirth, it turned death into life, causing the death aura on its body to erupt and sweep through the entire secret realm, annihilating countless living beings. Fortunately, most of the fishmen had already left this place by then. Little Black Boy explained. The deity's corpse gained consciousness? Why didn't you eliminate that consciousness? Yin Zera inquired. It's not that we didn't want to eliminate it. The corpse of that high-level deity was a personal item of that great being, and we, the mechanical race, cannot destroy it at will. Moreover, most of us who came here were researchers and builders, so we couldn't eliminate the consciousness inside without damaging the corpse, Little Black Boy said, spreading his hands. Furthermore, after that great being disappeared, most of the mechanical race left this place, making it even more impossible to do anything about it. Leave? How did they leave? Yin Zera asked, knowing that the passage between the upper and lower realms has not been opened until now. The upper realm can reach the lower realm, and with the guidance of a great being from the upper realm, the lower realm can also leave through some secret realms. You could also reincarnate and ascend again, but that method is very dangerous. I want to purify our bloodline. Do you have any methods here? Wenna asked. Yes. There are still a dozen or so bloodline serums left in the room below. You can take them all, but I don't recommend you use them. Your bloodline is too mixed, and using them would be a waste. This little girl, however, could use one, Little Black Boy said. I can use it too? Meowsy asked in surprise. Well, I don't recommend it for you either. After using the serum, your bloodline concentration will increase significantly, and with the lower and upper realms about to connect, it's very likely that some great beings from your clan will sense it. Whether to prevent the outflow of bloodlines or eliminate mixed bloodlines, your clan's fate won't be good. Little Black Boy explained. Damn it! Little Black Boy suddenly exclaimed, his face changing drastically. A deity has actually connected with that consciousness. A mere lower-level deity. How dare he? What does that lower-level deity look like? Yin Zera asked. That lower-level deity has a very sharp aura. Perhaps he uses a sword. Little Black Boy speculated. This is what they look like. A group of figures appeared beside Little Black Boy, showing Gon Fu, Xianxia, and Hao Hui and others. I recognize them. I recently had a confrontation with them. Yin Zera said. There's a passage here that leads directly to the deity's corpse. You can go through this passage to ambush them. Little Black Boy said politely. Click, click. As soon as Little Black Boy finished speaking, a dark downward passage appeared in a corner. I heard this is the data room, where a lot of information and technology related to the creation of the Tide race is stored, right? Yin Zera asked calmly, not rushing to go down. These are valuable knowledge and technologies of the mechanical race, as well as many inheritances of that great being. However, I'm afraid I can't give them to you, Little Black Boy said. Even though it was an AI, it immediately saw through Yin Zera's intentions. What can you give me then? I'm not interested in those so-called bloodline purification serums for the Tide Sea race, Yin Zera said. Well, I have some knowledge from the upper realm here. Although it's common knowledge, it still requires a lot of effort to obtain. Little black boy pondered for a moment. How do I receive it? Yin Zera asked. Place your palm on my body, and I'll transmit the information to you. That's not safe. Yin Zera shook his head. If some random stuff was transmitted and damaged his soul or memories, it would be a huge loss. Fine. What a coward. Little black boy muttered. The black stone slowly squirmed and spat out a thumb-sized stone. Little black boy pointed to the small stone and said, press it against your forehead, and you can read the information inside. Yin Zera picked up the small stone and pressed it against his forehead. Instantly, countless pieces of information flooded in, and he was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, almost unable to extricate himself. You said it wasn't safe, yet you dared to receive it directly. Why not just press it against my body to receive the information? I had to consume my essence to create a copy for you. Little black boy protested. Hee. Yin Zera certainly wouldn't tell it that with the protection of his system and the ancient emperor technique, almost nothing could harm his soul or spirit. Here, it's safe. Yin Zera handed it to Ming Qiao. Thank you, husband. Ming Qiao gratefully accepted it. Can I take some of that high-level deity's essence blood? Yin Zera asked. No, you can't use that essence blood. Taking it out would pollute the environment and might even possess you. Little black boy shook his head. Essence blood can possess someone? Yin Zera was astonished. You really are ignorant. The might of a deity is beyond your imagination. Don't think that just because you've killed 2 lower-level deities, you can look down on deities so easily. The beast god sneered. After Miao Si collected the bloodline purification serum, the purpose of this trip was almost accomplished. Yin Zera could leave at any time, but before leaving, he needed to cause some trouble for the 2 luck-favored sons, as he was a man of his word. Following little black boy's instructions, Yin Zera went down the passage and after about half an hour, he arrived at an exit. Looking down from the exit, he saw a large space. At the bottom, a gigantic creature lay in the center. Due to the dim light, Yin Zera couldn't see it clearly. Hao Hui and Gon Fu, Shonado, were standing on the giant creature, doing something unknown. Let's say hello to our good friends. Yin Zera's hand ignited a ball of crimson primordial divine fire. Hey! Several fireballs the size of a faceplate were hurled downward. Boom! Before the fireballs even got close to Hao Hui and the others, they exploded in midair. Yin Zera clearly saw a semi-transparent domain inside, and within that domain, countless flying swords seemed to be darting around. Prince Yin, are you determined to oppose us? Hao Hui looked up coldly at Yin Zera. It's not that I want to deal with you, but the benefits of doing so are simply too great. Yin Zera said, looking down at them. Roar! The gigantic creature under Hao Hui suddenly raised its head and roared, causing Yin Zera's heart to stop for a few moments. His strength became chaotic, and a mouthful of blood clogged his throat, wanting to spit it out but unable to. Ming Qiao, Miao Si, and others below the level of the great emperor were even worse off. They lay on the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood, their spirits extremely weak. What kind of monster is this? Yin Zera was utterly shocked. Chapter 171. The beast god engages in battle, a fierce fight against Gon Fu. The vast space echoed with the monster's roar, and Yin Zera and the others watched the creature below with great solemnity. Only now did he get a clear look at the monster's appearance. It resembled a humanoid fish, with arms, legs, dorsal and ventral fins, and a fan-shaped tail. Its round head bore 2 human-like eyes and a pair of ears, giving it the appearance of a fusion between a fish and a human. Is this the descendant of that great being's enemy? If I had such an enemy, I'd laugh myself to death. Yin Zera thought to himself. How did such a strange creature come to exist in the upper realm? Yin Zera asked the beast god. What's so strange about it? Judging by its appearance, this creature hasn't even matured yet. Once it matures, it will evolve into a more complete form, either a divine human or a divine beast of unparalleled perfection. The beast god retorted with a smirk. Not even mature? A high-level god that's not mature yet? Yin Zera was astounded. Gazing at the monster, he suddenly thought of the system's detection. The system hadn't issued any prompts yet. Could it be that this creature isn't the chosen one of fortune? Ding. Congratulations, host. You guessed correctly. This monster is not the chosen one of fortune. Since gaining new consciousness, this consciousness doesn't count as a being of the upper realm? Yin Zera speculated silently. According to what Xiao Heitong said, this monster is bound below and cannot move. That means the roar just now was its only form of attack? Yin Zera pondered. Let me see how powerful this immature high-level god truly is. Yin Zera's Daishin Ruyi Chi was wrapped in primordial divine fire. He raised the massive ruler and brought it down with a fierce slash. The mighty force accompanied by the all-consuming primordial divine fire descended upon Gon Fu, and Hao Hui's heads, the overwhelming pressure akin to Mount Tai pressing down, enough to make anyone facing it consider retreat. Boom! Hao Hui once again deployed his Wan Jian Lu Xing, 10,000 Swords Meteor, domain to block Yin Zera's strike. Prince Yin, do you really have to go this far? Hao Hui asked coldly. Leave Gon Fu behind, and you can leave any time, Yin Zera replied calmly. Humph! Hao Hui snorted coldly. There was no way he would leave Gon Fu behind and retreat alone. Gon Fu was a crucial figure in this mission to the lower realm. If he abandoned Gon Fu, his mission would be considered half-failed. Moreover, he couldn't possibly give up the high-level god's corpse beneath his feet. Such treasures were extremely rare in the upper realm, and even if they existed, they were not something he could touch. If he gave up his mission and the treasure just because some lower realm brat spoke a few words and attacked him a few times, it would be an extremely humiliating affair. He wouldn't even have the face to return to the upper realm. Wan Jian Lu Xing. Hao Hui declared loudly. Around him, countless long swords materialized, combining with the sword chi within his domain, their speed and power immense. The enemy before him was formidable, especially that monkey. Though it was once a middle-level god and now appeared weak, he had to muster all his strength to deal with it. He's using a divine artifact. Be careful, the beast god warned gravely. Should we retreat now? Yin Zera considered. Truthfully, apart from Gon Fu, there was nothing else below that interested him, and Gon Fu could be eliminated elsewhere. Roar! The monster, sensing Hao Hui's dangerous aura, roared again. The roar carried a sense of urgency, with a peculiar rhythm, like an ancient battle hymn. Yin Zera covered his ears. Having experienced it once, he had prepared himself, and the roar's impact on him was now minimal. Roar! Roar! Suddenly, the beast god began to roar as well. Yin Zera looked over in surprise to see the beast god was extremely excited. Beast god, are you affected by that roar? Yin Zera asked. Roar! Roar! The beast god ignored Yin Zera's question entirely. He leaped down, his warrior spirit fully roused. Roar! Midair, the beast god unleashed his Wan Shou Fuzhu, 10,000 beasts subdued, domain. Instantly, it seemed as if countless beasts were roaring around him. Boom! The Wan Shou Fuzhu domain collided with the Wan Jian Lu Xing domain, producing a thunderous explosion. Roar! Kill! The beast god roared in excitement. What should we do? Ming Qiao asked Yin Zera. I never expected the beast god to be influenced by this monster. The monster's roar actually stoked the beast god's fighting spirit. This is the first time I've seen the beast god like this, Yin Zera said with a wry smile. What should we do? Of course, we should help. You and Miao Si stay up here. I'll go down, Yin Zera told Ming Qiao. The beast god had been of great help to him, saving and assisting him multiple times. Seeing the beast god in battle, Yin Zera couldn't just walk away. Taking a deep breath, Yin Zera leaped down, activating his devouring talent and running the Zhen Yu Xianjing, sovereign of the prison divine scripture. Kill! He shot toward Gon Fu. Gon Fu was no ordinary opponent. With a punch aimed at the descending Yin Zera, he unleashed his malevolent divine power, attempting to influence and control him. Roar! Roar! With 4 people fighting on its body, this unprecedented humiliation enraged the newborn consciousness, causing it to roar incessantly. Of course, such roars had little effect on Yin Zera and the others. Boom! Another collision occurred, and Yin Zera retreated to the side. Gripping the Thuishin Ruyichu tightly, he panted slightly. Gon Fu, a 5th-grade sovereign, was indeed no simple opponent. Roar! From the side came the beast god's roar as he was forced to retreat. Though he had once been a middle-level god, his current strength had greatly diminished, making him somewhat outmatched against Hao Hui, who wielded numerous divine artifacts. Swoosh! While Yin Zera was distracted, a beam of light shot toward him. It was Gon Fu's Zhaoji Shinmu, Divine Eye of Illumination, a technique he could still use despite his transformation. Yin Zera quickly used the Luan Xian Bu, Chaotic Heart Steps, to escape. Gazing at Gon Fu, he asked, "Are you Zaduo?" Gon Fu did not respond, merely sneering coldly. His gaze towards Yin Zera was brimming with murderous intent and deep-seated hatred. Woo-woo! Suddenly, a flute sound came from above, and a layer of green light appeared around Gon Fu. Ming Qiao had made her move. Snap! Ming Qiao was too weak. The green light, about to turn into green bamboo, was shattered almost instantly by Gon Fu. Her Qing Zhu, green bamboo melody, had little effect on Gon Fu. But that brief moment was enough. Yin Zera used the Luan Xian Bu to float beside Gon Fu. Scatter soul and disperse spirit. Yin Zera activated the technique, attempting to force Gon Fu's divine soul out of his body. However, due to Gon Fu's cultivation being 2 grades higher than Yin Zera's, only half of his divine soul was expelled, which was quickly drawn back by the malevolent divine force. Kill! Yin Zera swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler toward Gon Fu's head. At this critical moment, Gon Fu finally snapped out of his shock from having his divine soul pulled out and dodged to the side, though Yin Zera managed to slice through his cervical spine. Chapter 172. Talent of Evil, the battle against Hao Hui. The excruciating pain caused Gon Fu to see stars, and since his cervical spine had been severed, his body also grew stiff. Yin Zera, of course, would not miss this opportunity. With a thrust of his Sui Xian Rui ruler, he pierced through Gon Fu's heart. With a twist of his wrist, Gon Fu's 2 arms were severed. Roar! Feeling helpless as his strength continued to drain, Gon Fu realized that the power of the evil god could not repair so many wounds. In his despair, he let out a beast-like howl. Let him go! Hearing Gon Fu's howl, Hao Hui turned his head to see Gon Fu defeated once again. Ignoring the urge to curse Gon Fu as a useless fool, Hao Hui saw Yin Zera about to kill Gon Fu and urgently shouted in anger. "How dare you lose focus in a fight with me?" The beast god's attacks intensified, forcing Hao Hui to no longer lose concentration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the Destiny Child Gon Fu, Duo. Gon Fu's destiny value decreased by 1,000, and the host's villain value increased by 10,000. Ding! Gon Fu, Duo's destiny value has reached the minimum, and the destiny protection has disappeared. Ding! Detected that the Destiny Child Gon Fu, Duo, is on the brink of death, initiating the Destiny Child's outcome options. Option 1. Show mercy and let Gon Fu, Duo, go, returning him to Hao Hui. Success may gain the favor of a certain upper realm force. Option 2. Imprison Gon Fu, Duo. The 3 main gods may have a shocking secret. Studying him might yield some results. Option 3. Completely annihilate Gon Fu, Duo, sending him into reincarnation. Success will grant the talent of evil. After a moment's thought, Yin Zera chose option 3. Option 1 was the most foolish, and option 2 required too much time, and he wasn't particularly interested in the secrets of the 3 main gods. With a release of his hand, the Sui Xian Rui ruler dropped, sending Gon Fu into reincarnation. Perhaps after many years, he would be reborn. But by then, Yin Zera wouldn't care about such an enemy. Huff, huff. The primordial divine fire burned, and in an instant, Gon Fu's corpse was reduced to ashes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the Destiny Child Gon Fu, Xiao Nua Duo. Obtaining the reward, Talent of Evil. Ding! The Talent of Evil can be converted into an evil divine technique upon the host's ascension to godhood, allowing the absorption and storage of enemies' malicious intent to unleash power. This is similar to the Demon Heart Secret technique. Yin Zera thought, stroking his chin. Absorbing others' malicious intent? Unlike the Demon Heart Secret technique, which requires a long time to accumulate. Not bad, not bad. Yin Zera was quite satisfied with this talent. The more people targeted him and harbored malicious intent towards him, the better. He was charging down the path of villainy. You deserve to die. How Hui raged. One of the three main gods had been killed, which was an enormous loss. This mission might not only yield no rewards, but also result in punishment. Oh! Yin Zera clearly sensed how Hui's malicious intent towards him. He felt a certain part of his body continuously accumulating the power of evil. This power was excellent, very strong. Hee. Yin Zera sneered coldly. Just so happens, there's an enemy here to test just how powerful this talent of evil is. So he called out, "Little monkey, need help?" Get lost. The beast god raged, continuously attacking Hao Hui, but was still forced back by the enraged Hao Hui, causing him to howl in frustration and begrudgingly ask for Yin Zera's help. Hurry up and help. Don't you see this guy is strong? The beast god finally couldn't hold back and shouted angrily, I'm coming. Yin Zera activated his devouring talent, stepped with the disturbing heart steps, and rushed forward with the Sui Xian Rui ruler in hand. Damn it! Hao Hui cursed inwardly. Yin Zera was no fragile ant. An average Emperor rank 5 would not be a match for him. Although he was slightly ahead now, if Yin Zera joined in, he would undoubtedly lose. Hao Hui's thoughts raced and finally, gritting his teeth, he said harshly, Help me kill them. Yin Zera didn't know who Hao Hui was borrowing strength from, but he only heard a deep voice reverberating through the space. Why didn't you do this earlier? Only now, after suffering heavy losses, do you come to your senses? Mortals, truly foolish ants. This language was one Yin Zera had never heard before, but he understood it perfectly, just like the language of the little black child. Moreover, upon hearing this voice, an endless sea appeared in Yin Zera's mind, with an immeasurably large fish swimming in it. Is this that consciousness? Its intelligence is so high. Yin Zera was somewhat surprised. Swish! Suddenly, dark light emerged beneath Yin Zera's feet, converging onto Hao Hui's body, instantly boosting his aura. Hao Hui's 10,000 sword meteor domain suddenly became murky, as if filled with a watery essence, and his divine swords became more agile, their flying trajectories extremely profound. Roar! The beast god roared, and his 10,000 beast submission domain was nearly broken. Seeing this, Yin Zera no longer hesitated, immediately activating his devouring talent and charging into Hao Hui's domain. Countless sword chi stabbed from all directions, and nothing could withstand such sword chi unless you were perfectly flawless, without a single flaw or defect. But how could that be possible? Yin Zera's devouring talent continuously absorbed the sword chi from all directions, devouring and then digesting. Devouring without digesting would only lead to death. Yin Zera felt this way now. The sword chi he devoured couldn't be digested, piercing every inch of his skin with pain. And the undigestible sword chi kept increasing, making his injuries worse. He had to defeat or kill Hao Hui quickly, or else he might be the one who ends up dead. Roar! The beast god exerted his strength, and the 10,000 beast submission domain continuously bombarded the 10,000 sword meteor domain, with wave after wave of power penetrating into it. Boom, boom. The two domains clashed, stirring up the 10,000 sword meteor domain, causing it to become unstable, with countless forces concentrated on countering the beast god, easing Yin Zera's pressure somewhat. However, if things continued like this, Yin Zera would undoubtedly lose, and possibly even lose his life. Yin Zera fully activated his devouring talent, explosively unleashing his Emperor Rank 3 cultivation with countless forces surrounding him. Amidst the countless sword chi, he finally approached Hao Hui. Yin Zera locked eyes with Hao Hui. He clearly saw in Hao Hui's eyes that even if you get close to me, you can't hurt me. Can't hurt you? Yin Zera instantly unleashed the malicious intent accumulated by the talent of evil, his aura skyrocketing. Emperor Rank 4, Emperor Rank 5, Emperor Rank 5 peak. Kill. Yin Zera felt like he was about to explode, his entire body filled with immense power. With all his strength, he thrust the Sui Xian Rui ruler towards Hao Hui. This was his strongest attack. If it had no effect, then he would have to think about escaping. Chapter 173. Hao Hui retreats, divine blood possession. Ding ding ding. Countless divine swords blocked his path to Hao Hui. Yin Zera's the Shinru Yi managed to deflect over 1,000 divine swords before running out of strength. The malice he had just accumulated was used up in one go, as he was still unfamiliar with it. Although Yin Zera managed to deflect most of the divine swords blocking him and Hao Hui, he still hadn't managed to harm Hao Hui in the slightest. Roar! Seeing Yin Zera unleash his most powerful attack, the beast god also erupted. His Wan Shou Fuju, Wan Shou Fuju, domain contracted, transforming into a colossal golden giant ape. The giant ape roared to the sky and instantly threw tens of thousands of punches. Crack crack. The Wan Jian Lu Xing, 10,000 swords meteor, domain was riddled with cracks, teetering on the edge of collapse. However, an unseen force bound the fragments together, averting an immediate explosion. Hao Hui also felt his domain on the brink of collapse and hastily diverted some of his attention to maintain it. Roar! Seeing this, the beast god decided not to focus on breaking the domain. Instead, he began transmitting his power through the cracks in the domain, injuring Hao Hui. Cough! Hao Hui spat out a mouthful of blood, seriously injured by the beast god's heavy blow. Yin Zera naturally wouldn't let such an opportunity slip by. He slashed out with his ruler. Slash! A 1-foot-long wound was left on Hao Hui's chest. Hao Hui let out a pained scream, realizing he had lost. Yin Zera and the beast god could organize another such attack. But he couldn't withstand a second one, as it might truly lead to his demise, unless he dared to accept more of this upper god's power. However, doing so would likely allow the newly born consciousness to possess him. Even if possession failed, it could use his body to create an external incarnation. Perhaps the new consciousness wouldn't be able to do it, or maybe it wouldn't try, but Hao Hui never gambled with his life. He dared not underestimate anything from an upper god, even if it was just a consciousness born from an upper god's corpse. Leave? Fine, I'll leave. This thought sprouted like wild grass in his mind. After all, it was just a treasure. There was no need to risk such a small chance. Boom! With another clash, Hao Hui took the opportunity to somersault backward, putting some distance between himself and the beast god and Yin Zera. Just as Hao Hui was about to flee, he noticed the serene expressions on Yin Zera and the beast god, which stirred a sense of unwillingness to leave in such a manner. He glanced at the upper god's corpse below and came up with a brilliant idea. As Yin Zera pursued, Hao Hui unleashed a powerful attack. Its target was the upper god's corpse. Boom! The smooth skin instantly exploded, creating a massive crater. Of course, this crater was just a minor injury compared to the entirety of the upper god's body. Roar! What are you doing? The consciousness roared angrily. Yin Zera felt something was amiss and stopped, but it was too late. Hao Hui used his domain to form a transparent long sword and stabbed it into the wound created by the previous attack. Sizzle, sizzle. Countless upper god's blood gushed out. These pale red, slightly transparent divine blood instantly covered Yin Zera. The beast god, protected by his domain and with much higher cultivation than Yin Zera, managed to avoid the divine blood. Brother Yin. Above, Mayusi, witnessing the divine blood covering Yin Zera, cried out in alarm. Husband. Ming Qiao's face turned pale, and she quickly jumped down. The divine blood on Yin Zera seemed alive, wrapping around him, trying to enter his body through his mouth, pores, and other openings, to merge with him. Is this possession? Yin Zera's lips curved. He liked the idea of being possessed. Ding. Detecting divine blood attempting to invade the host's body and erode the host's soul, system protection activated. Ding. All consciousness fragments within the divine blood have been eradicated. System protection successful. Splash splash. The divine blood clinging to Yin Zera's body flowed down, turning from pale red with a hint of transparency to a pink color. A faint fragrance lingered, stirring Yin Zera's appetite. Husband. Ming Qiao arrived first, her eyes filled with worry as she looked at Yin Zera. I'm fine. Quickly collect these divine bloods. Yin Zera urged. Seeing the familiar smile, Ming Qiao knew it was still her husband. So she followed his instructions and took out the Shi Qi Ding to collect the divine blood. You're really fine? The upper god's blood couldn't possess you? What a freak. The beast god examined Yin Zera closely, his eyes full of curiosity. I'm fine. Yin Zera waved his hand, somewhat curious as he looked at the divine blood. With a thought, he dug a large pit on the ground and poured the unpurified divine blood into it. What are you doing? The beast god asked. Hee. Yin Zera didn't answer. He jumped into the pit, and the divine blood, sensing life, clung to Yin Zera. But in an instant, it turned into pink blood, already purified. Not bad. Zera. The beast god gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I've seen others purify divine blood, but I've never seen anyone purify it like this, just by soaking in it. Zera, are you a bar of soap? Get lost. Yin Zera rolled his eyes and called Ming Qiao to collect the divine blood. His eyes lit up as he gazed at the upper god's corpse, measuring it with his Thuixin Ruyi Chi, calculating the best spot to make his move. Zera, that's enough. The consciousness suddenly spoke. Boom. Yin Zera didn't respond and directly blasted off a piece of flesh, but there was no blood inside. He searched but found none. Roar. Zera, do you think I'm easy to bully? Roar. The consciousness kept roaring, trying to twist its body, to resist, to attack. But it seemed there was an invisible force restraining it, preventing it from moving its body. Yin Zera ignored it and blasted another large pit, still finding no blood. The consciousness grew anxious and chose Wen Na, the closest in bloodline and highest in strength, to possess. Wen Na cried out in pain, resisting fiercely, trying his best to control himself. The beast god saw this and kicked him far away to free him from the consciousness's influence. The weak ones, stay away from here. The beast god coldly ordered. Ming Qiao and Mayusi heard, and quickly distanced themselves. Boom. Yin Zera blasted another wound, still finding no blood. He kicked the divine corpse, knowing it was the new consciousness playing tricks. So he spoke. Give me some blood, will you? Get lost. Not a drop. Unable to do anything to Yin Zera and the others, the consciousness moved its divine blood away. It understood this would only delay Yin Zera from obtaining the divine blood, but it was unwilling to let him take such precious divine blood so easily. Not giving, huh? Do you believe I'll dismember you, this fish? Yin Zera smiled calmly. He didn't believe that by slowly dismantling the corpse piece by piece, he wouldn't find the divine blood. Chapter 174. Leaving the Secret Realm. Help! Lord Xiao Heidong. Just as Yin Zera was about to strike with his blade, that helpless consciousness suddenly cried out. Swish! A streak of black light appeared in the corner, forming the figure of Xiao Heidong, who looked at Yin Zera with a face full of helplessness. You were indeed watching. Yin Zera sneered. Xiao Heidong scratched his face, feeling a bit embarrassed. Glancing at the pockmarked divine corpse, he could only muster the courage to say, You've already gained a lot of knowledge inheritance, and now you have divine blood as well. Isn't that enough? To be honest, I'm still not entirely satisfied, but out of respect for you, I won't take the divine blood. Yin Zera pondered for a moment and said. He wasn't sure what hidden traps lay ahead, so taking what he could and leaving seemed the wise choice. When will you leave? I'll send you out, Xiao Heidong said flatteringly. Wait a bit longer. I heard there's an important place here, a sacred site that the Tide Sea clan can't enter. What kind of treasure is there? Yin Zera asked. There were 3 significant places on this island. The Creation Chamber, the place where the divine corpse was preserved, and the residence of a great power. Oh, that place? It's just a spot where the space is weak. At certain times, a portion of power from the upper realm can descend through it. There's no treasure there, Xiao Heidong explained. Are you sure there's nothing? Yin Zera looked at him suspiciously. Absolutely nothing, 100%. Xiao Heidong patted his chest confidently. All right then, since the host doesn't welcome us, let's leave. Yin Zera knew there must be something valuable there. But since Xiao Heidong had said so, he didn't want to break ties with him. He called Ming Xiao and the others to leave. After leaving the island, Yin Zera looked back. He had gained a lot here and was quite satisfied. As for other opportunities, he wasn't too concerned. This place wasn't a good one. The corpse of a high-ranking deity from the upper realm, the struggles between great powers. Nothing here was simple. Getting involved could lead to trouble if he couldn't extricate himself. He glanced at the system and noticed that Nyoamo and Hera were together, slowly exploring their way toward him. Let's go. Nyoamo and Hera are ahead. Yin Zera told Ming Xiao and the others. Muses and Wenna were overjoyed. They traveled quickly and soon reunited with Nyoamo. Nyoamo was holding a few pieces of raw meat, excitedly talking about the novelty of the local animal meat, while Hera followed behind him, her face bruised and swollen, occasionally glancing at him with fear. Seeing everyone safe, Yin Zera left the secret realm. Outside, he saw countless elite troops of the Tide Sea clan, and his heart skipped a beat. Although he had given a lot of divine blood to Muses and Wenna, the bulk of it was still with him. If the Tide Sea clan's king had any ill intentions, they might have to fight again. While he wasn't afraid of a battle, it would ruin his relationship with Muses and Wenna, turning friends into enemies. He didn't want that. Greetings, King of the Tide Sea clan. Yin Zera bowed first. Just call me Uncle, Suisai said, feeling good seeing his 3 children safe. He waved his hand generously. Seeing the young face that looked about the same age as his own, Yin Zera found it hard to call him Uncle. Did you get the thing that can purify the bloodline? Suisai asked urgently. Yes, we did, Muses said sweetly, explaining the whole situation. Wenna added some details, but neither mentioned the divine blood, which relieved Yin Zera. After securing the bloodline purification agent, Suisai led everyone back to the palace, where the whole clan celebrated. Beast God and Nyoamo indulged in various delicacies, almost forgetting to leave. That night, Suisai specially hosted a banquet for Yin Zera. After a few rounds of drinks, Suisai sighed and said, Zera, how about letting Muses be your maidservant? After drinking, their relationship had grown closer. I only see Muses as a friend. There's no need to talk about the maidservant matter. Yin Zera shook his head and refused. He had just gotten married and didn't want to take in a maidservant, especially a princess of a clan. Uncle has no choice. Our Tide Sea clan can't break through to the Saint level 5 by relying on pure bloodlines. We need secret techniques, but with those, we can't break through to the Emperor level 5. Without that, we can't become deities. Even though we're one of the largest forces in the world, after the upper and lower realm passage opens, we might become one of the weakest. Yin Zera had never heard such secrets before. He looked at one of the most noble men in the world with some surprise, not expecting his pressure to be so great. With the upper and lower realm passage opening soon, without deities, they would lack high-level combat power. In an era of turmoil, that was definitely not a good thing. One misstep could lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. Can't you break through to Emperor level 5 through other methods? Yin Zera asked. It's possible, but such opportunities are rare and unpredictable. For a large clan, it's meaningless. The only simple way is to break through the shackles of bloodline and become a race with exceptional cultivation talent. Breaking through the bloodline shackles? Those serums could do that. But then, Yin Zera looked at the man before him with sympathy. What a plight. I've already decided to use those serums, but doing so might lead to the complete eradication of our entire Tide Sea clan by the great powers. That's why I wanted muses to be your maidservant, to leave a seed for our clan. But in doing so, Yin Zera would be facing a top-tier clan from the upper realm. After pondering for a while, he shook his head. I won't let my friend become my maidservant. Although the answer was vague and perfunctory, if he could help muses and the others within his power, he would. Come, drink. This is fine wine brewed from sea treasures. Zuisai didn't mind Yin Zera's lack of a clear answer. He chuckled and continued to toast him. After spending a few days with the Tide Sea clan, Yin Zera embarked on his return journey to the imperial capital. The trip went smoothly, and he did not encounter any divine beings from the upper realm. Meanwhile, on Yin Zera's way back, a major event occurred in the imperial capital. The prison king's residence was reduced to ruins overnight. Strangely, the prison king himself vanished without a trace, and the usual stewards and maids were also missing, as if the prison king had anticipated the attack and fled beforehand. In response, Emperor Luangu did not make any statement, and the ministers in the court showed no reaction. The residence of a high-ranking official was dismantled, and they didn't even investigate. They just surrounded the place and did nothing. Looking at the ruins, it was not long ago that the prison king's son had held a grand wedding here, and many people were filled with indignation. Chapter 175. Yin Zera's Fury, the Donghua's Sacred Land. The sun shone brightly, ancient trees reached toward the sky, the calls of deer echoed, and birds sang sweetly. Yin Zera and the beast god and others left the Tidal Sea clan and returned to the imperial capital. Halfway there, the bull demon and the beast god suddenly wanted to part ways. As for the reason, the bull demon said they had become a bit addicted to the pleasures of the Tidal Sea clan and planned to search for more delicacies and entertainment before the opening of the passage between the upper and lower realms. After parting with the beast god and the others, Yin Zera felt an urgent desire to return home, missing Jiang Ningen. Upon arriving in the imperial capital, someone recognized him, their eyes shifting away as if hesitant to approach. Yin Zera found these people strange, but didn't pay too much attention. He walked through the streets and arrived at the gates of the prison king's manor. But what greeted him was a scene of ruins, devoid of any living soul, only a few black crows pecking at something. Who did this? Yin Zera's voice was as cold as thousand-year-old ice, his chi shattering the cobblestones beneath his feet into dust. His fury soared, as if it could burn the heavens. Husband! Ming Qiao's cool hand grasped his, slightly restoring his reason. It's fine. I won't rest until I find out who did this, or they will know the wrath of the prison king. Yin Zera said through gritted teeth. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A group of armored knights rode in on tall horses. Yin Zera recognized them as the guards of the ancient emperor. Master! Chu Tianhua pushed through the knights and quickly approached Yin Zera. What happened? Yin Zera asked coldly. Cough, cough. Before Chu Tianhua could say a word, he clutched his chest and coughed violently, eventually coughing up blood. Yin Zera noticed Chu Tianhua's pale complexion, the faint scent of blood, and chaotic internal energy, indicating he had been seriously injured. How did you get so badly injured? Yin Zera asked, frowning. Chu Tianhua was the ancient emperor, yet even he had been wounded so severely. What major event had occurred during Yin Zera's time at the Tidal Sea clan? Let me explain, Chu Liuha said, stepping forward from behind Chu Tianhua. He leaned on a cane, his white hair disheveled, looking like an ordinary old man nearing the end of his life. Only when he came closer did Yin Zera see that Chu Liuha had also been seriously injured. Bloodstains were visible on his otherwise elegant robe, and a faint smell of blood and medicine lingered. The ones who attacked us and destroyed your prison king's manor were the same group, Chu Liuha said. Who? Yin Zera wondered. To provoke the powerful figures of the ancient empire, he couldn't recall offending anyone who would do this. Those he had offended were already dead. A sacred land, the Donghua sacred land. They said you killed their genius and came to seek revenge. Chu Liuha revealed the culprit. I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault for being so useless, Chu Tianhua said, deeply regretful. Sacred land? Yin Zera immediately thought of the group of monks, but he had already exterminated them, and they hadn't had time to send any messages. Then he remembered the young man who had tried to mediate during his battle with Dun Yuan, and the two who had ambushed him during the donghua Shuichigor event. Could it be them? Yin Zera recalled that when he killed the young man, a red light had flown from his body. At the time, he had known it was likely a signal to inform his sect, but he hadn't cared. Unexpectedly, they had indeed come to take action, though not against him directly, but against his family. Fortunately, his father and the others were not here. I know who did this, Yin Zera said after a moment of thought. I'm sorry, master. It's all my fault for being so weak, Chu Tianhua said, his eyes reddening with guilt. He felt unworthy of his title as the ancient emperor. It's fine. Just a house. Ming Xiao, give them some divine blood, Yin Zera instructed Ming Xiao. Though he wasn't afraid of the sacred lands, he felt guilty for involving Chu Tianhua and the others. So, he had Ming Xiao share some divine blood as compensation. What were their strengths? Yin Zera asked Chu Liuha. They were very strong. 2 emperors at the 5th rank, 5 at the 4th rank. I was no match and was severely injured, Chu Liuha said gravely. Such a formation, if coordinated well, could even slay a god. Yin Zera thought that if he had to face so many at once, he would need to unleash his full power. After Chu Tianhua and Chu Liuha shared details about their attackers, they left. Should we destroy the Donghua sacred land? Ming Xiao asked. Do you think I'm some kind of destroyer? Wiping out entire sects at the drop of a hat? Yin Zera chuckled wryly. Not to mention their strength. Just the fact that they might have connections to the upper realm makes this worth careful consideration. Teehee, Ming Xiao stuck out her tongue, her coquettish gesture stirring something in Yin Zera's heart. He took a deep breath, glanced at the ruins before him, and said in a deep voice, Let's return to our ancestral lands and see how Father and the others are doing. In a secluded paradise, there stood a delicate wooden house, in front of which sat a beautiful young girl. Alas, the girl sighed, her brows filled with longing and worry. If you keep sighing like that, you'll age quickly. Then I might not want you anymore. A familiar voice of longing echoed from behind. Husband. The girl's eyes lit up, and she quickly turned to throw herself into the arms of the newcomer. Yin Zera stroked the girl in his arms, a slight sigh in his heart. In these turbulent times, husband and wife were often apart. Are Father and the others all right? Yin Zera asked. I've missed you so much, and you don't even ask about me first. Zhang Ningen said, pretending to be upset. Sister, Zhang Ningen looked at Ming Xiao beside her and called out shyly. You're back? How did it go? Yin Daohan and Jiang Wanqin heard the commotion and came out. Though there were some twists and turns, everything went smoothly. Yin Zera recounted his experiences to Yin Daohan, causing Zhang Ningen and Jiang Wanqin to gasp in surprise. What do you think about this attack? Yin Daohan asked. We must retaliate with the utmost severity, Yin Zera said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Maybe we should just let it go. Besides a house, we haven't suffered much, Jiang Wanqin said, worried. Mom, the passage between the upper and lower realms hasn't opened yet. The strongest here are only at the 5th rank of the emperor level. Even so-called gods are just gods with a divine domain. This is a golden opportunity to eliminate some enemies. If we don't take advantage now, we'll be caught off guard later. Yin Zera explained his reasons for wanting revenge. Not only had he killed the sacred land's genius, but the fact that the sacred land was willing to serve as a pawn for the gods of the upper realm made him determined to be their enemy. After all, the easiest way to gain villain points now was by hunting those gods. Chapter 176, Departure to the East Wasteland, Encountering a Little Lowly. Alas, you have your own plans and I won't stop you, But think of Ming Qiao and Ning Han before you act. Jiang Wenqin sighed. I understand. Yin Zera nodded. In the following days, Yin Zera focused on both cultivation and deepening his bond with Ming Qiao and Ning Han. Ning Han longed for a child, but as a great emperor, conceiving offspring was not easy for Yin Zera. Even by the time he was ready to leave for the East Wasteland Sanctuary, Ning Han's belly remained flat. Don't be sad. This time, I'll bring you a child. Yin Zera comforted her. Your child? Jiang Ningen frowned, her sharp eyes filled with killing intent as she looked at him. How could that be? I wouldn't have any other children besides you two, Yin Zera chuckled dryly. I mean, I'll adopt one. Be careful this time, Ming Qiao said as she helped Yin Zera straighten his clothes, her eyes filled with reluctance. This time, he didn't plan to take Ming Qiao or anyone else with him, as he was facing an unknown power at the East Wasteland Sanctuary. After bidding farewell to his parents and loved ones, Yin Zera journeyed eastward. Based on ancient records Ming Qiao had found, the East Wasteland Sanctuary was likely located at the far east of the world. After a long and arduous journey, Yin Zera finally arrived at the easternmost point of the world. Here, wood energy surged and life flourished, giving rise to towering trees of all kinds, each taller than those in the Luangu Empire. The largest tree stood at the very east, like a pillar supporting the heavens. From a distance, Yin Zera could see this tree, and even after walking for over 100 miles, the tree in his sight remained the same size, not growing any larger. What kind of divine tree is this, so towering? Yin Zera was astonished. He looked up at the top of the tree, where clouds swirled and buildings appeared faintly through the mist. He knew that was where the East Wasteland Sanctuary was located. The entire East Wasteland Sanctuary was built on top of the tree, with 7 colored rainbows and multicolored clouds, making it look like a divine abode. Was it the dwelling of a deity, overlooking the mortal world? After observing the East Wasteland Sanctuary for a while, Yin Zera continued his journey. Thud. A sound of something heavy falling. Ouch! A childish voice called out. Yin Zera didn't intend to meddle in other people's affairs, but he had clearly sensed a spatial fluctuation just now. This little lowly might have been teleported from somewhere else, and the most likely place for such spatial transmission in this area was the East Wasteland Sanctuary or something related to it. Thinking of this, Yin Zera decided to gather some information. He parted the bushes and saw a girl about 3 or 4 years old rubbing her bottom. Ding! Detecting a chosen one, the villain fortune system is activated. Spend 500 villain points to view her information. This little lowly was a chosen one from the lower realm? Yin Zera raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised, and so he spent 500 villain points. Ding! Chosen one. Yuan, a vessel for a deity from the upper realm to descend into the lower realm. Personality, pure and kind. Cultivation, extremely weak. Fortune value, 4,000. Destiny value, 5,000. Fortune value 4,000. Destiny value 5,000. This little girl was no ordinary child. Yin Zera looked at the adorable little girl in front of him, deep in thought. He hadn't expected to encounter another chosen one again. Ding! Detecting a chosen one. Activating optional tasks. Option 1. Send Yuan back to the East Wasteland Sanctuary. Success will gain favor from the East Wasteland Sanctuary and a certain deity. Option 2. Defeat her and ultimately kill her. Success will gain a large amount of villain points. Option 3. Protect her. Success will gain a certain amount of fortune points and a daughter. Yin Zera frowned as he looked at these 3 options. Option 1 was immediately ruled out, and Option 2 was out of the question. As for Option 3, a daughter? What did the question mark at the end mean? Seeing her cute and innocent way of rubbing her bottom, Yin Zera chose Option 3 without hesitation. Who are you? Yuan turned her head to see Yin Zera and took a few steps back in fright, tripping and sitting down. Her big, watery eyes immediately filled with tears. I'm your daddy. Seeing Yuan's adorable appearance, Yin Zera's heart melted. He immediately stepped forward, picked her up, and said with a tender voice, I'm your father. My daddy is dead. Yuan looked curiously at Yin Zera. Your daddy is dead? Yin Zera's mouth twitched, and his forehead was covered in black lines. That's not your daddy. That's the one I left there temporarily, Yin Zera said with a straight face, hiding his ulterior motives. Really? Yuan looked at Yin Zera with a hint of suspicion, her chubby little face and big eyes blinking innocently. Whoosh! A sudden sound of air braking came from ahead. Two great emperors were rapidly approaching, one at the first rank and the other at the second rank. Their attire and aura were similar to those of the Tide Sea clan's secret realm. These were people from the East Wasteland Sanctuary. Yin Zera immediately understood. He nonchalantly placed Yuan behind him, unleashing his cultivation at the third rank of the Great Emperor, and coldly stared at the two Great Emperors in front of him. Who are you? The second-rank Great Emperor asked gravely, looking at Yin Zera. A passerby, Yin Zera answered indifferently. I ask you, have you seen a little girl about 3 or 4 years old? The first-rank Great Emperor demanded harshly. Who are you to question me like this? Yin Zera unleashed his cultivation at the third rank of the Great Emperor, far stronger than an ordinary third-rank Great Emperor. The pressure instantly forced the first-rank Great Emperor to take a few steps back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Friend, it's a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. The second-rank Great Emperor, seeing that his junior brother was no match and realizing he likely wasn't either, hurriedly spoke up. Such wanderers were usually not simple people and shouldn't be provoked easily. Humph! Yin Zera waved his sleeve and coldly stared at the two. We two brothers are from the East Wasteland Sanctuary. Have you heard of it? It's the sect situated atop that divine tree in the distance. The second-rank Great Emperor gestured toward the sanctuary at the top of the far-off divine tree. As he spoke, he secretly observed Yin Zera's expression, hoping to see signs of shock or fear, but Yin Zera's face remained expressionless. We two brothers came down this time to find a little girl about 3 or 4 years old. She's the granddaughter of one of our elders and is very naughty. If we don't find her this time, that elder will surely skin us alive. The second-rank Great Emperor looked at Yin Zera with a bitter expression. We don't know if you've seen such a girl. If you have, please tell us. The East Wasteland Sanctuary would be deeply grateful. He bowed deeply to Yin Zera. Haven't seen her, Yin Zera shook his head. From the system's hints, it was clear that the East Wasteland Sanctuary intended to use Yuan as a vessel for a deity's descent. She couldn't be the granddaughter of an elder, and now she was his daughter. These people were plotting against his own daughter. Yin Zera looked at the two, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chapter 177, Swift Escape, Encountering Emo Xuanji. And in behind Yin Zera kept fidgeting. At her age, she was naturally energetic and couldn't stay still in one place for long. So, her little head peeked out from Yin Zera's shoulder. Run! Upon seeing Anan, the Emperor Realm's second stage cultivator froze for a moment, then suddenly realized what was happening. He roared and unleashed his full power in an attack aimed at Yin Zera. Boom! Yin Zera easily deflected the attack, swinging his Sui Xian Rui ruler and slicing the Emperor Realm's second stage cultivator in half. Ah! The Emperor Realm's second stage cultivator let out a horrifying scream, attempting to self-destruct using his Emperor Realm cultivation, but Yin Zera slapped him into the ground with a single palm strike. He glanced at the Emperor Realm first stage cultivator who had already fled far away, frowned, and bent his waist to shoot the Sui Xian Rui ruler. Ah! The Emperor Realm first stage cultivator sensed an extremely dangerous aura behind him and knew he couldn't escape. Desperately, he screamed and channeled all his cultivation into a powerful strike aimed at the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed for tens of thousands of miles. A dazzling blood-red firework exploded in the azure sky. Yin Zera looked up at the sky, his brow furrowed. He hadn't even approached the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land yet, and had already been discovered. These two were elite disciples of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. One of them had spotted Anan and, knowing they were enemies, immediately attacked. Realizing he was no match, he chose to self-destruct. The other, seeing his senior brother killed, didn't even look back, maintaining his speed without hesitation, knowing he was doomed and sending out a signal with all his might. These two were far beyond the level of those in the Tide Sea clan's secret realm. Yin Zera stroked his chin, realizing that the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land had such elite disciples and wasn't entirely comprised of incompetents. He had underestimated this holy land. Ding ding ding. A faint bell sound came from the treetops in the distance. Yin Zera clearly saw the holy land become restless. Streams of light flew about, some descending rapidly along the tree trunks like tassels. We need to hide. Yin Zera picked up an "What's wrong?" and asked. Trouble, enemies, all sorts of things coming one after another. Yin Zera held an N and swiftly flew away. Shortly after Yin Zera left, a group of people arrived to investigate. Who killed our Holy Land's two disciples? Are there any traces or clues? An Emperor Realm 5th stage. Ethereal old man descended directly. No, the killer is very strong. Both disciples were killed in a single strike. The person is also very skilled and left no useful traces. How could there be no traces at all? Could the intruder be a master? The old man was somewhat surprised that someone could erase their traces under the Holy Land's surveillance. There are many traces, but none of value. Even with the Holy Land's capabilities, we can't glean any clues from them. What do you think? The old man looked at a slightly haggard, thin middle-aged man. The thin middle-aged man grabbed a handful of air, performed a quick calculation with his fingers, frowned in thought, and then shook his head. So, the killer has a treasure that can shield against heavenly secrets? The old man speculated. Seeing that the thin middle-aged man couldn't deduce anything, he gave up. Just divine the whereabouts of that little wench. Those two disciples were sent to capture her. The killer is likely with her. A blonde woman strode over, arrogantly addressing the old man and the middle-aged man. I don't divine for the Holy Land, the thin middle-aged man said, shaking his head. Lu Yi, watch your words. The old man coldly reprimanded. Watch my words. If it weren't for you lowly people deliberately letting that little wench escape, would this have happened? Lu Yi sneered. Lu Yi. The old man frowned and coldly reprimanded, his imposing aura silencing her. The passage between the upper and lower realms will soon open. You lowly people of the lower realm are all ants. All deserve to die. Lu Yi swept her haughty gaze around, coldly leaving a remark before walking away. Don't mind her. She's just out of her mind since her son died. Everyone, please bear with her, the old man said to the middle-aged man. Bear with her? How? Should we bear with them if they want to kill us? The middle-aged man deeply looked at the old man, coldly sneering with extreme sarcasm. Alas, Xuanji, you're being extreme. This is not good, the old man frowned, advising this most outstanding disciple of the Holy Land. Humph. The thin middle-aged man flicked his sleeve and strode off in the opposite direction from the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. Alas, troubled times indeed, the old man sighed, looking at the two piles of bloodstains on the ground, his wrinkles deepening. Yin Zera, having taken Unan far from the previous location, looked back at the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land's arrivals with some alarm. The deaths of the two disciples had attracted at least 4 or 5 Emperor Realm 5th stage experts. Later, he didn't dare to hunt down the separated searchers and could only use his martial Dao Heavenly Eye to avoid them from a distance, erasing every trace of his passage. Dad, I'm hungry, Anan said sweetly. After Yin Zera's continuous training and tempting with delicious food, Anan finally agreed to call him Dad. Yin Zera took out his rations, heated them with his primordial divine flame, and handed them to Anan, who ate with relish. These were rations prepared by Ming Xiaoning Han for him, and they tasted excellent. Yin Zera lovingly watched Anan nibbling on the rations, feeling a bit emotional. He actually had a daughter now, and he had only recently gotten married. Suddenly, Yin Zera felt a sharp sensation on his back, his soul warning him of danger. Come out, sir. Yin Zera activated his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye, and looked toward a clump of grass. A thin, middle-aged man with a distinct air of listlessness emerged from behind the grass. "Who are you?" Yin Zera gripped his Sui Xian Rui ruler tightly and asked coldly. The thin, middle-aged man ignored Yin Zera and looked toward Anan, softly calling out, "Anan." Anan looked up at the thin, middle-aged man and called out sweetly, "Uncle Mo, you're here?" After saying that, she lowered her head and continued to gnaw on the meat bone in front of her. Not minding Anan's indifference, the thin, middle-aged man watched her focused on eating, a bit dazed and also somewhat gratified. After a long while, he regained his composure and bowed to Yin Zera. Mo Xuanji pays his respects to the son of the prison king. "You know me?" Yin Zera raised an eyebrow and asked calmly. "The son of the prison king, a peerless genius, is known to the world," Mo Xuanji replied with a light smile. He looked at Yin Zera and softly asked, "Why did you kill those two Holy Land disciples?" Chapter 178. Seeking Help, The Secrets of the Sacred Land. "If I killed them, I killed them. There's no why. I never need a reason to kill," Yin Zera said indifferently. "Including these two disciples, you've killed at least 5 disciples of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land," Mo Xuanji said, his brows furrowed. "You want to fight me? Don't you need to call a few more people?" Yin Zera snorted coldly. "Alas, why does the prince hold such prejudice against our sacred land?" Mo Xuanji sighed. "Speak up if you have something to say. If not, get lost. My time is extremely valuable," Yin Zera said coldly. He had always been disdainful of those who flaunted their status as members of the sacred land with a hint of arrogance. "Prince, this time I came to ask for your help. The celestial mechanism predicts that a future of devastation is approaching, and everyone will be swept into that storm. No one will be spared." Mo Xuanji revealed his purpose. "No one will be spared? As long as one is strong enough, even if the universe is destroyed, I can remain unscathed," Yin Zera said with a cold smile. "But you're not strong enough now, otherwise, you wouldn't need to hide here." Mo Xuanji, provoked by Yin Zera's attitude, added with a touch of sarcasm, "Prince, cooperation benefits both sides, while separation harms both. I believe you wouldn't want to see your interests damaged." After saying this, Mo Xuanji felt he had misspoken and quickly added, "I don't know what loss I would suffer. I can destroy your Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land anytime, but you can't do anything to me," Yin Zera said coldly. "Yin family ancestral land." Mo Xuanji uttered 4 words. "Die." Yin Zera erupted in fury, shouting lowly as he instantly closed in on Mo Xuanji, thrusting a large ruler engulfed in crimson flames forward at lightning speed. Clang! Mo Xuanji produced a small, exquisite shield to block the attack, preventing Yin Zera's ruler from advancing even a fraction. Yin Zera frowned, his wrist subtly shifting to transform the thrust into a downward slash. Snap! A soft cloud of mist appeared above Mo Xuanji, once again blocking Yin Zera's attack. Humph! Yin Zera prepared to unleash his demon heart secret treasury. He didn't believe that a newly ascended emperor could withstand his full power eruption. "Wait," Mo Xuanji suddenly said, "Prince, there's no need to unleash that demonic secret technique. You've accumulated power for a long time. Using it against me is not appropriate." Yin Zera stopped his attack and looked at Mo Xuanji with great seriousness. Since his debut, he had never encountered an enemy like this who could calculate every move and every card he had. "I forgot to properly introduce myself. I am the head of the Celestial Mechanism Hall of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land, Mo Xuanji by name. I specialize in some insignificant divinations," Mo Xuanji said, bowing slightly. "I don't like you. For those I don't like, I usually send them to hell." Yin Zera took a deep breath, preparing to completely annihilate this man who knew too much. "If you kill me, the sacred land will immediately know of my demise. Some measures will be triggered upon my death, revealing all your information to the sacred land," Mo Xuanji said calmly, as if everything was under his control. "You're wrong about one thing. Yin Zera, hearing his threat, grinned and instantly appeared beside Imo Xuanji, giving him a brutal beating. "Daddy, what are you doing?" Yuan, who was not far away, suddenly looked up at Yin Zera and Imo Xuanji. "Hee, we're not doing anything. I'm just sparring with Uncle Imo," Yin Zera chuckled. Yuan felt that something was off between her daddy and Uncle Imo. Moreover, Uncle Imo looked a bit battered and bruised. Was it because he ate too much? But since her daddy said it was nothing, she just hummed in acknowledgement and continued eating. "You hit hard." Imo Xuanji gasped as he stood up, looking somewhat disheveled and bruised. Yin Zera knew that this wasn't a serious injury. With Imo Xuanji's cultivation, he would recover quickly. "Speak. What do you need me to do?" Yin Zera said coldly. "Do you know the origins of the so-called sacred lands?" Imo Xuanji didn't answer Yin Zera's question, but instead spoke about the history of the sacred lands. The sacred lands were established by people from the upper realm. Some were disciples, others were descendants. Guided by the deities of the upper realm, they emerged from secret realms to the outside world, establishing various sacred lands. The lower realm is a very special place. Upper realm deities have been laying out plans here for a long time. The sacred lands are just one part of that. Yin Zera knew that the great beings of the upper realm had been cultivating the lower realm even before they opened the passage between the two realms. The demonic deities of the demon Buddhist kingdom were one such product. The sacred lands are different from other pieces on the board. The biggest difference is that deities can directly influence the lower realm, and this has been uninterrupted throughout history. "You mean your sacred land can now receive treasures and edicts from the upper realm deities?" Yin Zera asked in surprise. These deities were not the lower-ranked deities like Dun Yuan or Tao Gui. They could be middle-ranked, upper-ranked, or even true deities, and they were not suppressed, able to use their full power. Yes, the deities from the upper realm, who had been incommunicado for centuries or even millennia, have started to contact us more frequently as the passage is about to open. Imo Xuanji revealed the current situation. "So, what do you want me to do?" Yin Zera asked, knowing there was no way to deal with him now, so he might as well hear what the man wanted him to do. "Our eastern wilderness sacred land was originally composed of descendants of deities. Later, due to the deities of the upper realm not manifesting, the strength of the sacred land declined. Thus, some enlightened ancestors began to recruit outsiders to strengthen the sacred land," Imo Xuanji continued. "Originally, those descendants of deities had become very weak, and no one paid much attention to them. But now, with the passage between the realms about to open, they have become active again, suddenly taking control of most of the sacred land." "So, you want me to deal with them?" Yin Zera asked. "No, not just deal with them, but completely eradicate them." Imo Xuanji shook his head. "The Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land was established by them. You now want to turn the tables and eliminate the true masters of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land." Yin Zera gave a thumbs up to the somewhat haggard, thin, middle-aged man in front of him. "That's ruthless. I didn't want it to come to this," Imo Xuanji said with a bitter smile. "But some people want us to die, to become slaves to the so-called deities. Then let them die first," Imo Xuanji said coldly. "To them, we are just a bunch of pigs that can be slaughtered at any time. It doesn't matter how they treat us," Imo Xuanji said softly, looking at Yuan. Those so-called deities' descendants had crossed their bottom line. It was an all-out war where only one side could survive. Chapter 179. Sacred Treasure of the Upper Realm, Entering the Eastern Wilderness. Colluding with outsiders to deal with your former master? Very good. I like that. Yin Zera's lips curved slightly. "So what exactly do you want me to do? Not that I underestimate myself, but I can't possibly take on too many emperors alone." Yin Zera shook his head. "I need you to infiltrate the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land and hunt down those divine descendants. The reason why the Sacred Land has endured for so long is not just because of its strength, but also because of its formidable defenses. Without someone from the outside guiding you, it's nearly impossible to reach the Sacred Land. Why don't you go and hunt them down yourselves?" Yin Zera asked curiously. "We've been bound by a heart oath," and cannot harm those divine descendants. That's why I need an outsider. Emo Xuanji shook his head. Are you sure those old immortals in your sacred land won't notice me? How can I trust you? And once I'm inside your sacred land, all you have to do is shut the door, and I'll be trapped like a turtle in a jar. Yin Zera shook his head, realizing the enormous risks involved. I have a sacred treasure from the upper realm that can alter your appearance, making it impossible to be seen through. Moreover, tomorrow the other 3 sacred lands will be here, and you can blend in with them and strike at will. The other 3 sacred lands? Chu Ning, and those bald monks. Things are getting more and more interesting. Yin Zera thought, raising an eyebrow. I need to see that sacred treasure. Yin Zera said. Emo Xuanji retrieved a human skin mask from his robe. The mask was icy to the touch, as smooth as a young maiden's complexion, and felt quite pleasant to hold. Yin Zera put the mask on his face, and with a bit of control, the mask immediately transformed him into Xianxia, even matching his aura and temperament. He could even feel some strange changes in his body. After careful observation, he couldn't find a single flaw, almost believing he really was Xianxia. A fine item. Yin Zera was delighted. He turned to Emo Xuanji and said, I can agree to your request, but this treasure is mine. This? Emo Xuanji hesitated, wavering for a long time before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing with great reluctance. Humph! Yin Zera sneered coldly. This scoundrel had reaped countless benefits, yet he acted as if he had suffered a great loss. Seeing Yin Zera's expression, Emo Xuanji knew he had been misunderstood, but there was nothing he could do and could only force a bitter smile. How do I get to your eastern wilderness sacred land? Yin Zera asked. I have a disciple searching for your whereabouts here. Wait a moment, I'll call him over to exchange places with you, Emo Xuanji said. Soon, a young man at the sage level of the 3rd rank appeared nearby. Emo Xuanji waved his hand, signaling him to come over. This is my disciple, Luo Xiao. He will stay here to take care of you, Anin, Emo Xuanji said. Yin Zera carefully observed the young man, finding him to be quiet but seemingly decent. Can I trust your disciple? Yin Zera asked. He wasn't comfortable leaving his daughter with a stranger. Absolutely trustworthy. This child and you, Anin, are similar. Both their parents perished because of those divine descendants. He could never be one of them, Emo Xuanji said softly. All right, I'll trust you for now. Yin Zera gave Emo Xuanji a deep look, then subtly flicked 2 tracking devices onto Luo Xiao and you, Anin. Don't harm Anin, or I'll find you, no matter where you are. Yin Zera glared at Luo Xiao with all his killing intent, causing the young man to turn pale and take a few steps back. Anin, come here. Yin Zera called out. Be a good girl and stay here. Daddy will come back to get you in a few days, Yin Zera said, patting her head. Are you leaving? You, Anin looked up at Yin Zera, her big eyes blinking. Yes, I'll come back to find you in a few days. Here are some snacks. A cow and a monkey gave them to me, Yin Zera said, taking out some dried food and treats for her. Remember to come back. The last daddy never came back? You, Anin's eyes began to fill with tears. The last daddy didn't come back? Yin Zera's forehead was covered in black lines. He rubbed her little head forcefully, repeatedly assuring her that he would definitely return. Seeing her eyes filled with reluctance, Yin Zera almost abandoned the plan to go to the eastern wilderness sacred land with Emo Xuanji. Even though they had only spent half a day together, it felt like a bond had already formed between them. At the base of the divine tree beneath the eastern wilderness sacred land, a group of peak-level sage guards patrolled back and forth. Who goes there? A guard shouted coldly. The master of the celestial mechanism hall. Emo Xuanji replied coldly. Greetings, master. The guards knelt down in prostration. The eastern wilderness sacred land had a strict hierarchy. At the top were the divine descendants, followed by high-ranking figures like Emo Xuanji. Let's go. Emo Xuanji didn't even glance at the guard. He took out a purple jade token, infused it with energy, and it transformed into a light barrier that enveloped both him and Yin Zera. Whoosh! The light sphere rose, quickly transforming into a streak of light shooting towards the sky. Yin Zera opened his martial Dao, heavenly eyes to observe the surroundings. He found that the light barrier was composed of tiny runes, which propelled him upward, piercing through layers of thick fog and hidden arrays. Pop! A sound like a bubble bursting echoed, and Yin Zera found himself standing on a white jade platform. Let's go. Emo Xuanji led Yin Zera away from the platform. As they left, Yin Zera sensed a powerful array scanning him. Earlier, during the ascent, there had been various arrays scanning him, but this time the scan was almost thorough, examining him inside and out, and he nearly got exposed. Xuanji, have you found the murderer? An elderly man with an ethereal aura appeared in front of Emo Xuanji, blocking his path. No, the murderer indeed has a treasure that conceals their aura, and even Ainan's location is unclear. Emo Xuanji shook his head. Ah, if you haven't found them, then forget it. The elder waved his hand. The entire sacred land was already in grave danger. The loss of 1 or 2 disciples was nothing. As for you, Ainan, it was better that she had escaped. He was against using disciples as containers. Xuanji, tomorrow the other 3 sacred lands will be visiting. I hope to see a united Eastern Wilderness sacred land. I don't want others to laugh at us. I've said it many times, it's not that I want to deal with them. It's that they want to deal with us. Emo Xuanji replied calmly, but Yin Zera could see a hint of madness in his eyes. But the Eastern Wilderness sacred land was established by them. Of course, your contributions and sacrifices are also significant, the elder said with great conflict. Humph. Emo Xuanji was well aware of the elder's weakness and didn't waste any more words. He flicked his sleeve and walked away. Yin Zera, seeing Emo Xuanji leave, quickly lowered his head and followed. You, wait a moment. The elder called out. Yin Zera knew he was addressing him, but he pretended not to notice and continued walking quickly. Chapter 180. The Battle at the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Luo Xiao, wait, the elder called out. Greetings, Grand Elder. Yin Zera bowed respectfully. The elder before him was Qin Lu, the Grand Elder of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land, the only person capable of keeping both sides in check. However, due to his indecisiveness, the current situation had arisen. Qin Lu stopped Yin Zera but did not speak immediately. Instead, he scrutinized him, even probing his internal condition, causing Yin Zera's heart rate to quicken slightly. What is it, Grand Elder? Yin Zera struggled to control his breathing, asking with a slightly anxious tone. Luo Xiao, persuade your master. You are his only disciple. Qin Lu instructed. I can never forget my parents. Yin Zera pursed his lips, mimicking Luo Xiao's tone. After speaking, he bowed deeply to Qin Lu with utmost sincerity and quickly caught up with Emo Xuanji, leaving Qin Lu standing there in a daze. The Grand Elder is a good man, just a bit too weak, Emo Xuanji suddenly remarked as they walked. Whether he is a good man or not is none of my concern. I came here to kill, to destroy your Eastern Wilderness sacred land. Yin Zera sneered coldly. Emo Xuanji paid no mind to Yin Zera's indifference. He led him through most of the sacred land to a grand hall. Above the entrance of the hall were 3 large characters. Hall of Heavenly Secrets. We're here. Arrange your own schedule. As long as it's not too outrageous, I guarantee you'll be fine, Emo Xuanji said before entering the hall. Yin Zera climbed to a misty high platform, where he could see the distant lands. From here, he could spot the Luanggu Empire, the southern sea of the Tideborn clan, and the 10,000 mountains of the Beast clans. Looking down, even the towering mountains appeared like mere mounds of dirt, and the vast oceans seemed no more than stagnant ponds. All living beings seemed as insignificant as ants, and the entire world could be encompassed in a single palm. From this vantage point, he felt like a deity overlooking the mortal realm. The sacred land was divine, towering above the mundane world. Yin Zera couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. As Yin Zera admired the scenery, he suddenly sensed someone approaching. The person seemed blind, rapidly closing in on him, their shoulder blocking all his retreat. Looking for trouble? Too bad I'm not Luo Xiao. The intruder was a third-rank emperor, while Luo Xiao was only a third-rank saint. Logically, Luo Xiao wouldn't have been able to detect him, and would have ended up severely injured. Bang! The intruder collided with him, only to be repelled by his forceful rebound. Ah! The intruder cried out in pain. Yin Zera turned to see a sharp-nosed, monkey-faced youth. "Brother, what happened to you?" Yin Zera stood tall, not moving to check on the youth's injuries, yet his words were filled with concern, his eyes brimming with mockery. Seeing the youth's cries weren't loud enough, he secretly shot out 2 streams of force. Ah! The intense pain caused the sharp-nosed youth to lose some of his sanity. He quickly turned and slapped Yin Zera across the face. But Yin Zera had already anticipated his move. With a step back, he dodged the slap. Crack! Due to poor control over his strength, the youth's lumbar spine twisted like a corkscrew. Taking advantage of the situation, Yin Zera secretly applied force, breaking the spine. With Yin Zera's force in place, the youth's spine would remain crooked for months. Brother Chokue, what's wrong with you?" The group following behind quickly rushed to support Chokue. You. Chokue pointed at Yin Zera, struggling to speak. He couldn't understand how his attack, as a third-rank emperor, had been dodged by a third-rank saint, and how this seemingly insignificant saint had managed to strike back so effectively. Yin Zera looked at the speechless, sharp-nosed youth, finding him both ridiculous and ugly, and couldn't help but laugh. Tisk! Hearing Yin Zera's laugh, Chokue's already ugly face turned bright red. "How dare you treat your senior like this? Do you still respect your elders?" A blonde youth, a first-rank emperor, stepped forward. Was this a divine descendant? Imo Xuanji had mentioned that divine descendants had a distinct feature: golden hair. This hair was quite striking, though usually, when traveling, they would disguise it. However, Yin Zera didn't care. After all, he had already slain 2 deities. "My elders wouldn't try to attack me or kill me. I'd much prefer having such a senior as a junior, the more the better," Yin Zera chuckled. "How dare you speak like that? Do you know who you're talking to?" The young master with the most concentrated bloodline, Gu, one of the attendants shouted loudly. "The most concentrated bloodline? If he's a divine descendant, he's probably just a mixed blood mongrel," Yin Zera sneered. The conflict between Imo Xuanji's lineage and the divine descendants was practically public. As his only disciple, Yin Zera spoke without restraint, especially since Luo Xiao rarely interacted with others. When he uttered those words, everyone was so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. They never expected this usually cold, reserved young man to speak so boldly. "You deserve to die. Insulting the divine blood is punishable by death." The young master named Gu was furious. He drew a long sword and shouted at Yin Zera. "I challenge you to a duel, to the death. A first-rank emperor dares to fight me, a third-rank saint? Aren't you afraid of tainting your precious bloodline?" Yin Zera mocked. "I don't care. I must personally kill you, this lowly wretch, to cleanse the stain in my blood." Gu charged at him with his sword raised. In Yin Zera's eyes, this was as laughable as a child playing a game. However, he wouldn't reveal his true strength beyond a third-rank saint, as he noticed several pairs of eyes watching the scene. Yin Zera shifted his feet slightly, dodging the attack. Seeing Gu continue his assault, he effortlessly evaded several more strikes. With his superior strength and combat instincts, Yin Zera could easily see through Gu's every move, dodging with ease. To the onlookers, this was the fighting style of the Heavenly Secrets lineage, predicting all attacks, either evading or countering. "Lowly wretch, don't move." Gu, losing his temper, shouted loudly. This time, Yin Zera didn't respond. After dodging another attack, he leaned close to Gu's ear and whispered softly, "No one has ever dared to call me a wretch." Gu's hairs stood on end as Yin Zera approached. Before he could react, he saw Luo Xiao flick a finger, sending a stream of energy. It was like the sharpest blade in the world, a flash of light that cleanly sliced through Qi Gu's carotid artery. Pft, pft. A torrent of blood, tinged with a divine essence, gushed out, instantly staining the entire platform in a glaring crimson. Chapter 181. The Death of Qi Gu and the Sudden Emergence of Contradictions. On the high platform above the clouds, countless pools of blood stained the entire platform, an extremely glaring sight that was enough to stir the nerves of everyone who witnessed it. Huff, huff. Qi Gu widened his eyes and pointed at Yin Zera, his hands tightly clutching his throat, unable to utter a single word. What? The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. Some panicked and ran around in confusion. Others hurried to call for help. Some coldly observed Yin Zera and his companion, while others excitedly stared at Yin Zera as if witnessing a great achievement. Yin Zera took in all these reactions with a calm demeanor. He leisurely watched as Qi Gu continued to bleed profusely, his life force gradually slipping away. He had left a surge of energy at Qi Gu's wound, an energy that Qi Gu could never dispel. He didn't believe that a so-called descendant of the gods could survive excessive blood loss without dying. Swish! A middle-aged man in green robes suddenly appeared on the platform. The panicked attendants seemed to find their backbone, quickly bowing to him and addressing him as Elder Wang. Silence! Elder Wang coldly shouted, quelling the crowd. He turned to look at Yin Zera, his expression slightly complicated. You dare! Elder Wang composed himself and coldly reprimanded. He had been watching everything from start to finish. Dare? Yin Zera sneered. Was I supposed to let him kill me? Are we ordinary disciples just livestock to be slaughtered at their whim? Ever since Qi Gu and his group had come to cause trouble, many people had gathered around. Now that a major incident had occurred, even more people had converged. Hearing Yin Zera's words, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. You! Elder Wang hadn't expected this usually quiet disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Hall to suddenly become so sharp-tongued, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The prosperity of our sacred land today is not without the efforts of us ordinary disciples. We haven't spared a single drop of blood. We dare not claim to be the masters of the sacred land, but at the very least, we are not livestock. We are not livestock to be slaughtered at will. Yin Zera continued to incite. Shut up. This is clearly a conflict between you and Qi Gu. How did it become a conflict between ordinary disciples and descendants of the ancestors? Although Elder Wang's emotional intelligence wasn't high, he knew he couldn't continue down this path of argument. He quickly shifted the topic. A conflict between ordinary disciples? Are all ordinary conflicts in our sacred land meant to take lives? When did our sacred land turn into a demonic sect? Yin Zera scoffed. It was just a friendly match, just a friendly match. How could it have taken a life? No one saw Qi Gu trying to kill you. Elder Wang's rigid thinking left him grasping at straws. He knew the full story and that Qi Gu had initiated the attack, but unable to counter, he stubbornly retorted, then quickly shifted the topic, shouting, First, save Qi Gu. Save Qi Gu. Only then did people remember there was a seriously injured person, though they weren't too worried. After all, the bloodline of descendants was very powerful. A severed artery was considered a minor injury. Huff, huff. Qi Gu's eyes rolled back as he gasped, his body twitching unconsciously, his face as pale as paper. Huh. Seeing Qi Gu's state, the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Something was off. Ah. Qi Gu suddenly widened his eyes, pointing at the onlookers as if trying to say something, but only let out a final scream before his legs stiffened, his body went limp, and he fell still. This? The crowd looked at each other, unsure of what had happened. Swish! Elder Wang's cultivation erupted, reaching the level of a third-rank emperor. He instantly appeared by Qi Gu's side, reaching out to check him, his face turning pale. In fact, at the moment Qi Gu collapsed, he had sensed the rapid decline in Qi Gu's vitality. His current examination fully confirmed his earlier suspicions. You killed Qi Gu? Elder Wang glared at Yin Zera, his eyes red with anger. Heh! Yin Zera didn't respond, simply looking at him calmly. You deserve to die, Elder Wang said coldly. He looked at the still warm body of Chigu, quickly injecting a surge of energy and stuffing a few top-grade healing pills into his mouth. Chigu had just died, and there was still a chance to save him. Boom! Elder Wang's energy triggered the force Yin Zera had left within Chigu's body, instantly blowing him into a shower of flesh and blood. Damn it! How dare you! How dare you! Elder Wang erupted in fury, his third-rank emperor's aura bursting forth, crushing the entire platform with its immense pressure. However, this pressure was like a gentle breeze to Yin Zera, leaving him completely unaffected. His face flushed red as he feigned panic. Elder Wang, you actually killed Chigu. But Elder Wang saw no trace of panic in Yin Zera's eyes. Instead, there was only mockery, as if watching a clown. Swish! Another elder appeared, silently staring at Yin Zera, as if trying to see through him, or perhaps harboring a murderous intent to strike him down immediately. Fifth elder. Upon seeing the elder, Elder Wang quickly bowed in respect. Slap! The fifth elder slapped Elder Wang across the face, instantly swelling the latter's normally fair cheek. Greetings, fifth elder, Yin Zera greeted. Who are you? The fifth elder looked at Yin Zera, as if trying to see through him. Luo Xiao, disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Hall's Hall Master, Yin Zera replied calmly. Even a fifth-rank emperor like the Grand Elder couldn't see through him, so this fifth elder shouldn't be able to either. You're not Luo Xiao. Luo Xiao wouldn't kill, nor could he kill a descendant of the ancestors. The fifth elder shook his head. What? Wasn't it Elder Wang who killed him? Yin Zera feigned shock. It was clearly you. If not for your vicious attack, how could Chigu have died? Elder Wang's face turned red as he pointed at Yin Zera. Elder Wang is falsely accusing me. Yin Zera spread his hands, feigning helplessness, and then addressed the onlookers loudly. Everyone, when Chigu tried to kill me, Elder Wang didn't judge fairly. Now he's accusing me of killing Chigu. Could it be? Enough! The fifth elder coldly shouted, his gaze full of coldness as he looked at Yin Zera. I don't know who you are, nor why you are here, but trying to stir up conflicts within our sacred land seems a bit too naive. Just moments ago, when Yin Zera was quibbling, the fifth elder nearly couldn't resist striking down this disciple on the spot. But he also knew that on the surface, this was a disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, and behind him might be Emo Xuanji. And Emo Xuanji was the most opposed to those descendants of the gods. Now they were colluding with outsiders to deal with their own people. There could be no more hesitation. A decision must be made. The fifth elder thought to himself. Chapter 182. Conflict between both sides ends in nothing. Elder 5. How have I incited discord within the sacred land? Please mind your words and do not unjustly accuse me. My master, Tianji Hall, is not an organization to be trifled with. Furthermore, I am a disciple of the sacred land, a fact that anyone can attest to, Yin Zera said coldly. Elder 5 stared deeply at Yin Zera. He wanted to kill her right there, but he understood that Emo Xuanji had sent Yin Zera out to cause trouble, which meant he wasn't afraid of Elder 5 killing this outsider. Elder 5 had figured it all out. He glanced at the crowd watching, all waiting for him to make a decision. So he spoke. Luo Xiao is suspected of killing a fellow disciple. Guards, take him to the disciplinary hall for detention. This unidentified individual would be detained for now, and dealt with later once everything had settled down. As for Emo Xuanji's attempts to cause trouble, well, with the elders present, no one could stir up chaos. Wait! Someone suddenly shouted. Yin Zera turned to see an old man with golden hair, accompanied by a group of people, approaching with great force and intensity. Elder 3, the crowd bowed, and Elder 5 also slightly inclined his head. Are you protecting him? Elder 3, the golden-haired old man, asked Elder 5. This is not about protecting him, but postponing the trial, Elder 5 replied, shaking his head. Murderers like him, who kill fellow disciples, should be executed immediately. Elder 3 pointed at Yin Zera. Old dog, do you think you can kill me just like that? Is the East Wilderness Holy Land yours? Yin Zera shot back without hesitation. Impudent. Die! Elder 3 roared, forming a massive palm and slamming it towards Yin Zera. Humph! My disciple doesn't need your concern. Emo Xuanji appeared in front of Yin Zera, pointing at the critical point of the palm, instantly exploding it. Emo Xuanji, are you protecting this murderer? Elder 3 glared at Emo Xuanji, his brow furrowed. My disciple was merely defending himself, and he didn't kill Qigu, Emo Xuanji replied, shaking his head. Qigu was only sparring with him, yet he killed Qigu. Besides, even if Qigu had intended to kill, he shouldn't have fought back. Elder 3 said sternly. Shouldn't fight back? Does that make us your slaves? Your livestock? Yin Zera shouted. He addressed the onlookers, saying, even a pig on earth knows to resist and flee before being slaughtered. Yet these so-called Sunyi demand that we do not resist, do not flee, but instead kneel down and allow them to slaughter us. Do you agree? Are you willing to accept this? The onlookers had mostly figured out that Yin Zera wasn't actually Luo Xiao, but most of them were ordinary disciples. Hearing Yin Zera's words, many felt indignant, while others were uneasy, sensing that something big was about to happen. You beast! How dare you spread falsehoods? Die! Elder 3, hearing the unease in the crowd behind him, knew he couldn't let Yin Zera incite the disciples. Otherwise, the eastern wilderness Holy Land would crumble before the passage between the upper and lower realms opened. If you want to kill him, ask me first. Emo Xuanji blocked Elder 3. Kill him. A golden-haired middle-aged man sneaked up from the side, intending to eliminate Yin Zera. For this third-rank emperor, Yin Zera flicked his finger, sending a burst of energy that instantly injured him, causing him to fly back. Yin Zera looked at the injured man, considering whether to press the attack and kill another, fully igniting the conflict. Enough! Elder Chun Lu suddenly appeared in front of Yin Zera, stopping him. Elder Chun. Yin Zera bowed. This old man exuded a dangerous aura. Previously, when Chenla hadn't revealed his full strength, the feeling wasn't as strong, but now it was clear how powerful he was. Disperse. Chunlu waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't meddle in the internal affairs of our holy land, Chenlu said, gazing at Yin Zera with a complex expression. Just moments earlier, he hadn't realized that Luo Zhao's identity had been switched. Elder Wu, I did not incite conflict within the Sungdi. Please respect yourself and do not falsely accuse me. My master, Tianji Hall, is not to be trifled with. Moreover, I am a disciple of the Sungdi, a fact that anyone can verify, Yin Zera said coldly. Elder Wu gave Yin Zera a deep look. He wanted to kill her on the spot, but he realized that Emo Xuanji had sent her out to cause trouble, which meant he was not afraid of Elder Wu killing this outsider. Elder Wu understood everything. He glanced at the onlookers, who were waiting for him to make a decision. He then declared, Luo Xiao is suspected of murdering a fellow disciple. Come, take him to the disciplinary hall for detention. This unidentified individual would be detained for now, to be dealt with later after the dust settled. As for Emo Xuanji's attempts to stir up trouble, well, with the elders present, no one could cause any real disruption. Wait, someone suddenly called out. Yin Zera looked over and saw an elderly man with golden hair leading a group of people, Qi Shi Shongshongde arriving. Elder San, the crowd bowed. Elder Wu also slightly inclined his head. Are you trying to protect him? Elder San, the golden-haired man, asked Elder Wu. This is not about protecting him, but about postponing the trial, Elder Wu replied, shaking his head. Such a murderer of disciples should be executed immediately. Elder San pointed at Yin Zera. Old dog, you think you can kill whoever you want? Is the East Huangsung Di yours? Yin Zera retorted without hesitation. How dare you? Die! Elder San shouted, forming a giant palm that he aimed at Yin Zera. My disciple needs no interference from you. Emo Xuanji appeared in front of Yin Zera, tapping a critical point on the palm, causing it to explode. Emo Xuanji, are you shielding this murderer? Elder San glared at Emo Xuanji, his brow furrowed. My disciple was merely defending himself and did not kill Gu, Emo Xuanji replied, shaking his head. Gu was merely sparring with him, yet he killed Gu. Moreover, even if Gu had intended to kill, he should not have retaliated, Elder San said sternly. Should not retaliate? Are we your slaves? Your livestock? Yin Zera shouted. He turned to the onlookers and said, even a pig on earth knows to resist and flee before being slaughtered. Yet these so-called Sanyi expect us not to resist, not to flee, but to kneel and let them kill us. Do you agree? Are you willing to accept this? The onlookers had already figured out that Yin Zera was not actually Luo Xiao. However, most of them were ordinary disciples who, upon hearing Yin Zera's words, felt indignant, while others were uneasy, sensing that something big was about to happen. You beast! How dare you spread such heresies? Die! Elder San, hearing the unrest behind him, knew he couldn't let Yin Zera incite the disciples. Otherwise, before the upper and lower realm portals opened, the East Huangsung Di would be in chaos. If you want to kill him, you'll have to go through me, Emo Xuanji blocked Elder San. Kill him. A golden-haired, middle-aged man sneaked up from the side, aiming to eliminate Yin Zera. For this man, a Grand Emperor of the third rank, Yin Zera flicked his finger, sending a burst of energy that instantly injured him, causing him to fly back. Yin Zera looked at the injured man, considering whether to press the attack and kill another, thereby igniting the situation completely. Enough! Elder Chun Lu suddenly appeared in front of Yin Zera, stopping him. Elder Chun. Yin Zera bowed. This elder gave him a sense of danger. Previously, Chun Lu hadn't displayed his full strength, so the feeling wasn't strong, but now it was clearly evident. Disperse. Chun Lu waved his hand, dismissing the crowd. I don't know who you are, but you shouldn't interfere in the internal affairs of our Sung Di, Chun Lu said, looking at Yin Zera with complexity. He had just realized that this Luo Xiao had been replaced. Elder Qin, they know my master is the leader of the anti-Sanyi movement, yet they openly want to kill his disciple. My life doesn't matter, but I cannot allow them to act so recklessly, Yin Zera declared with righteousness. Chen Lu was a bit speechless. He had already pointed out Yin Zera's true identity, yet he was still pretending. He looked at Yin Zera carefully, hesitating whether to kill him. Yin Zera suddenly felt a wave of malice, coming from Elder Chun. Was the elder planning to kill him? Should he escape immediately? The jade token he had obtained in the Dun Yuan should work here, right? Elder Chen Lu, seeing Yin Zera's calm demeanor and glancing at Emo Xuanji in the distance, ultimately decided against killing him. Stop fighting! Chen Lu called out, stopping Emo Xuanji and Elder San. Humph! Elder San stopped, his golden hair, now tinged with gray, not a strand out of place. He looked at Yin Zera, then at Elder Chen Lu, and finally back at Emo Xuanji. You bastard! You dare to protect them? Let's see how long you can protect them. When the upper and lower realm portals open and the gods descend, that will be the end of you all, Elder San said, flicking his sleeve and leaving. Bastard! It's been a long time since I've heard that term, Elder Chen Lu sighed. Elder Chun, even he dares to insult you so casually. What else wouldn't they do? Emo Xuanji said, somewhat angered. Are you really determined to do this? Elder Chun, unfazed by the insult, asked Emo Xuanji again. The arrow is already on the bowstring. It must be fired, Emo Xuanji said resolutely. Do as you wish. But wait until the other three Sung Di leave, so as not to lose the last shred of dignity for the East Huang Sung Di. Elder Chen Lu sighed, having made his decision. Watching Elder Chen slightly hunched back, Emo Xuanji felt a mix of emotions. He was a descendant of a union between Sun Yi and ordinary disciples. For the stability of the Sung Di, many Sun Yi had chosen to marry ordinary disciples. Strangely, none of the offspring from these unions had golden hair. As a result, many pure-blooded Sun Yi did not accept them and called them bastards. What are you Gonkai ing about? Maybe Elder Chun is the mastermind behind all this, Yin Zera joked. No, that's not possible. Emo Xuanji shook his head. He looked at Yin Zera and said, I didn't expect you to stir up so much trouble. In the blink of an eye, you've caused such a huge uproar and even killed a Sun Yi. Come with me back to Tianji Hall. Wait until the other 3 Sung Di leave before taking action. I've already promised Elder Chen, Emo Xuanji advised. I don't have time to play games with you. I need to cut through the chaos and eliminate enemies as quickly as possible. Yin Zera refused. You. Emo Xuanji looked at Yin Zera's determined eyes and felt that perhaps inviting him into the Sung Di was a mistake. Chen Lu was a bit speechless. He had already pointed out Yin Zera's true identity, yet he was still pretending. He looked at Yin Zera seriously, hesitating whether to kill him. Yin Zera suddenly felt a wave of malice emanating from Elder Chen in front of him. Was Elder Chen planning to kill him? Should he escape immediately? The jade token he had obtained in the Dun Yuan should be usable here, right? Elder Chen Lu looked at Yin Zera, calm and composed, and then at Emo Xuanji in the distance. Eventually, he abandoned the idea of killing Yin Zera. Stop fighting! Chen Lu called out, stopping Emo Xuanji and Elder 3, who were engaged in battle. Humph! Elder 3 stopped, his somewhat graying golden hair still perfectly in place. He looked at Yin Zera, then at Elder Chen Lu, and finally at Emo Xuanji, before settling his gaze back on Elder Chen. Scum! You dare to protect them? Let's see how long you can protect them. When the passage between the upper and lower realms opens and the gods descend, that will be the time of your destruction. Elder 3 flicked his sleeve and left. Scum! It's been a long time since I've heard that term, Elder Chen Lu sighed. Elder Chen, he dared to insult you so casually. What else wouldn't they do? Emo Xuanji said, his voice filled with anger. Are you really going to do this? Elder Chen, unfazed by the insult, looked at Emo Xuanji and asked again. The arrow is already on the string. It must be fired, Emo Xuanji said resolutely. Do as you wish. But wait until the other 3 sanctuaries have departed, so we don't lose the last shred of dignity for the East Wasteland Sanctuary, Elder Chen Lu sighed. Having made his decision, watching Elder Chen's slightly hunched back, Emo Xuanji felt a mix of emotions. He was the offspring of a divine descendant and an ordinary disciple. For the stability of the Sung Di, many divine descendants had chosen to marry ordinary disciples. Strangely, none of the offspring from such unions had golden hair. Many pure-blooded Sun Yi didn't accept these mixed descendants, calling them mongrels. What are you reminiscing about? Maybe Elder Chen is the mastermind behind all this, Yin Zera joked. No, it's not possible, Emo Xuanji shook his head. He looked at Yin Zera and said, I didn't expect you to cause so much trouble. In the blink of an eye, you've stirred up such a big issue and killed a divine descendant. Come back to Tianji Hall with me first. We'll act after the other 3 sanctuaries have left. I've already promised Elder Chen, Emo Xuanji instructed. I don't have time to play games with you. I need to cut through the chaos and eliminate enemies as quickly as possible. Yin Zera refused. You. Emo Xuanji looked at Yin Zera's determined gaze, feeling for a moment that inviting this person into their ranks might have been a mistake. Chapter 183. Successful Infiltration, Meeting Hao Hui again. That night, Yin Zera stood atop a high platform, gazing at the starry sky. Due to the high altitude of the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary, there were no clouds to obscure the view, making the stars appear exceptionally clear and bright. Yin Zera didn't care about Emo Xuanji's suggestion at all. With internal divisions already plaguing the sanctuary, worrying about appearances was simply laughable. It seemed that all sanctuaries had a tendency to be a bit too self-assured. Yin Zera noticed some movement in the distance. Activating his martial Dao heavenly eyes, he saw a burst of 5-colored spiritual light shooting into the sky, yet strangely, there was no sound. What is that? Yin Zera was curious. With a light step, he swiftly moved forward. The direction he was heading was towards the blood temple of the Third Elder, the main residence of the Third Elder's lineage and the dwelling place of the divine descendants. After crossing a wall and carefully observing the arrays with his martial Dao heavenly eyes, Yin Zera silently infiltrated, arriving beneath a brightly lit grand hall. He held his breath and released the demon god Flame 8, making himself invisible. With his martial Dao heavenly eyes activated, he could clearly see two figures inside. The two individuals inside were engaged in conversation. From the voices, one was clearly the third elder, while the other was a woman speaking in an equal tone. The only woman who could converse with the third elder on equal terms was Lu Yi. According to Imo Xuanji's information, she was the mother of the disciple from the Tide Sea clan's secret realm and the mastermind behind the destruction of the Prison King's mansion. Imo Xuanji is getting more and more reckless. He actually dares to collude with outsiders to harm our sanctuary disciples, the third elder said. Some lowly beings, no matter how much they stir, are still just ants. Lu Yi sneered. Have you found Yuan in? The third elder asked. No. Someone must have hidden that wretch. I suspect the outsider who appeared today is the one who killed those two disciples and took Yuan. Lu Yi speculated. Listening from outside, Yin Zera's heart skipped a beat. She had guessed it correctly. It's possible. Yuan just disappeared today, and Imo Xuanji brought a stranger back. It's too much of a coincidence, the third elder agreed. This is all part of Imo Xuanji's scheme. By taking Yuan in, he prevents the divine being from descending. Then, he brings in a trained outsider to the sanctuary. They're about to make their move. Lu Yi said. Alas, Imo Xuanji's schemes are just too formidable. We're no match for him. We still don't know what other cards he holds. Now, he can casually bring someone in and easily kill Gu, the third elder sighed. You're overthinking it. Imo Xuanji is nothing. Yin Zera thought with a smirk while eavesdropping outside. If the divine being could descend, then we wouldn't have to fear Imo Xuanji. Lu Yi gritted her teeth. She paused and said, now that we can't find Yuan, and Imo Xuanji won't let us find her, there's only one way left. You mean, using the array to blood sacrifice the disciples? The third elder asked. Yes. By blood sacrificing the disciples through the array, we can form a divine body suitable for the divine being's descent. That divine being's power in the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary will be stronger than that of an ordinary divine being descending from the higher realms. Lu Yi explained. But those are the sanctuary's disciples, the third elder hesitated. If discovered, his fate would be sealed. Just those lowlifes aren't enough. We also need some mixed bloods. We need the divine blood in their bodies. Lu Yi said. Who? The third elder suddenly asked. What? I've been discovered? Yin Zera was shocked. He had confidence in his ability to hold his breath, and Flame 8's invisibility was rarely penetrable. But just as he was about to reveal himself, Yin Zera suddenly sensed no malicious intent from the third elder. Is he trying to trick me? Yin Zera decided to stay hidden quietly. Won't the visitor reveal themselves? This is the core of the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary. You won't escape. The third elder stood up, coldly surveying the surroundings. Yin Zera remained calm, as he still didn't sense any hostility from the third elder. He was certain the third elder was bluffing. I didn't expect to be found out. Just as Yin Zera was about to watch the third elder awkwardly back down, a young voice spoke. This voice was very familiar to Yin Zera. It was Hao Hui's. He quickly looked up and saw Hao Hui stepping out from the shadows under the moonlight. Hao Hui wasn't wearing any disguise this time, simply holding a sword and standing boldly at the door. Who are you? What brings you here? The third elder asked. Hao Hui, I've come to persuade you not to allow that divine being to descend, Hao Hui said without hiding his name. Another outsider? When did our sanctuary become a marketplace anyone can enter? The third elder found it somewhat amusing. You say we shouldn't let the divine being descend, so we shouldn't? Who do you think you are? Lu Yi said arrogantly. Who am I? Hao Hui activated his 10,000 swords meteorite domain and coldly glared at Lu Yi. A domain? A divine being. Upon seeing this, Lu Yi immediately prostrated herself. A divine being. The third elder also slightly bowed. Don't allow that divine being to descend. This is my command. Don't force me to take action against you, Hao Hui said. But, if we do that, there will be no one to deal with Emo Xuanji. Lu Yi hesitated. Don't worry, there are others who will deal with him, Hao Hui assured. Emo Xuanji has enemies? What a pity. Yin Zera felt a bit sorry for Emo Xuanji. But why did Hao Hui come to the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary instead of hunting those demon gods? After the last mission where his foster mother was killed by me, did he abandon his task and come to meddle in the affairs of the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary? Yin Zera speculated inwardly. After giving his instructions, Hao Hui's figure suddenly blurred. Yin Zera frowned and carefully observed, realizing it was a spatial secret technique used for teleportation. However, Yin Zera guessed the distance wasn't far, still within the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary. What should we do? Lu Yi asked, looking at Hao Hui's completely disappeared figure. Do as the divine being commanded. If you don't want to be held accountable, the third elder said. Lu Yi was filled with reluctance, and the third elder was too. After all, this was one of their trump cards against Emo Xuanji, and it had been invalidated with just a single command. Yet, they dared not say anything. In their helplessness, the two returned to the hall, trying to think of a way to deal with Emo Xuanji. Things are getting more and more interesting, more and more suspenseful, Yin Zera thought, watching the distant figures of the two. He then remembered the spiritual light he had seen earlier and felt curious. After listening to the third elder's conversation and finding it uneventful, he decided to head towards the source of the spiritual light to see what was causing it. Chapter 184. Sneaking into the Forbidden Zone, the ancestor of the sacred land. Yin Zera stealthily advanced under the cover of Huoba. He occasionally glanced up at the towering spiritual light. As he drew closer, he felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the air becoming increasingly dense. Finally, he arrived at the edge of a stone forest. The stones in the forest were over 10 zhang tall, each resembling a towering sword, slender and sharp. In his perception, these stone swords were interconnected, forming a massive formation. Using his Taoist heavenly eye, Yin Zera carefully analyzed the formation. He discovered that it was both a defensive and an offensive formation, with very few flaws. At least with his current strength, it would be difficult to enter. Forcing his way in was absolutely out of the question. Yin Zera had to find a way to sneak in. As for escaping, since the formation didn't have the ability to trap space, he didn't need to be overly concerned. Click, click. Lu Yi suddenly appeared, walking along the path toward the stone forest. Her figure swayed gracefully, and her appearance was dignified. Behind her were several guards, all at the second or third rank of the Great Emperor realm. Elder 3 was not among them. Observing the guards, Yin Zera came up with a good plan. He stealthily approached the last guard, captured his aura, and used the mask gifted by Emo Xuanji to disguise himself as the guard. The last guard suddenly froze for a moment, as Yin Zera used Li Hun Sampo to force his soul out of his body. In that instant, Yin Zera struck with a burst of force, knocking the guard unconscious and taking his place. He handed the guard over to Huoba, instructing it to take the guard far away, while he followed Lu Yi into the stone forest. He wasn't sure if the stone forest had the ability to detect intruders, but at this point, he had no other choice. If he could gain something, that would be great. If not, it wouldn't be a big deal. The paths inside the stone forest were extremely winding. Yin Zera followed Lu Yi, sometimes even having to backtrack. After walking for a while, when he looked back, the path they had come from had vanished. Throughout the journey, Yin Zera continued to sense the formation, and fortunately, it never exhibited the ability to trap space. After turning a few more corners, Yin Zera finally arrived at the place where the spiritual light soared to the sky. This was a relatively small space, surrounded by towering stone swords. In the center was a fist-sized light circle, from which streams of spiritual energy gushed out, making the concentration of spiritual energy here almost liquid-like. This light circle, Yin Zera focused his gaze and noticed that the light circle was gradually expanding, though very subtly. He was certain it was indeed growing. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured out from it. The sacred land had always been connected to the upper realm. Could this be the passageway linking the upper realm? Yin Zera speculated. However, this passageway was far too small compared to the secret realms that connected the upper and lower realms. Its only advantage was its stability. Now that the passageways between the upper and lower realms were about to open, this small passageway was also expanding and continuously releasing spiritual energy. Because of the high concentration of spiritual energy here, dozens of great emperors were cultivating, including 8 at the 5th rank and over 20 at the 4th rank. These people are very strong. Yin Zera's expression grew solemn. Among them, at least 3 of the 5th rank great emperors gave him a dangerous feeling, comparable to that of the great elder. "Greetings, master." 2 5th rank great emperors stood up and bowed, one an elderly bald man and the other an elderly man with red hair. From Chulioha, Yin Zera had learned that these 2 elders were the culprits who had destroyed the Jinyu King's mansion. Looking at them, a fleeting flash of Sai Yi briefly flickered in Yin Zera's eyes. "Miss." An elderly woman at the 4th rank of the Great Emperor realm also stood up and bowed softly. Lu Yi nodded. She surveyed the surroundings where the others were cultivating. Apart from these 3 who stood up to greet her, the others didn't even lift an eyelid at her arrival. Lu Yi didn't care about the others' indifference. She said, "Chigu is dead, killed by someone from Imo Xuanji's group. This person was brought in from outside." Chigu? Some of those immersed in cultivation finally opened their eyes, looking confused. They had been cultivating here for a long time and had been cut off from the outside world. The young one with the most concentrated bloodline among this generation's divine descendants, with decent talent. Lu Yi explained indifferently. "Don't bother." One of the burly elders spoke up. This elder was one of the 3 5th-rank great emperors who gave Yin Zera a dangerous feeling. "Don't bother? Are we just going to let them run wild like this? What about the reputation of our divine lineage?" Another elder with a red mark on his face retorted. This was also one of the 5th-rank great emperors who made Yin Zera feel threatened. As for the remaining 5th-rank great emperor, he showed no reaction, as if he were a stone, completely motionless. This one gave Yin Zera the strongest and most dangerous feeling. Imo Xuanji's group isn't as simple as you think. Many are secretly supporting him. There might even be some among us supporting him. The elder glanced around at those without golden hair, and even a small portion with golden hair. Those who met his gaze couldn't help but lower their heads. "First, we need to tighten our ranks and avoid conflicts as much as possible. When the passageway between the upper and lower realms opens, or when he descends, everything will be settled," the burly elder instructed. "A god from the upper realm named Hao Hui just told us not to let him descend." Seeing that the elder with the red mark didn't speak, Lu Yi frowned slightly and continued. "Still can't find that little girl?" the burly elder asked about Yuanen's whereabouts. "No," Lu Yi shook her head. "Find her," the burly elder said lightly. "As for that god from the upper realm, don't bother with him. We must let him descend. We need to prepare a vessel for him." Wouldn't that offend the god named Hao Hui? The elder with the red mark hesitated. The forces behind Hao Hui and ours are fundamentally different. Even if we offend him, so what? The burly elder sneered. SSSSS. While the 2 elders were discussing, a young man at the 2nd rank of the Great Emperor realm at the edge of the group had a green python coiled around his neck. The python was becoming increasingly restless, its finger-thick forked tongue flicking rapidly. "What's wrong, Shaoqing?" The python's restlessness grew, and the young man was puzzled. He spoke softly, asking, "What's going on?" The 2 elders were in the middle of their conversation, and everyone else dared not speak, only listening quietly with their heads bowed. The young man's sudden voice was quite abrupt. "Ancestor." The young man was suddenly called out and hurriedly stood up, clumsily bowing. Just when Elder Lu Yi entered, Xiaoqing started to become restless, and now it's been coiling around me in an uneasy manner. Xiaoqing is a rare breed of snake, very sensitive to unfamiliar auras, the young man quickly explained. You mean there's an outsider among us? The elder with the red mark asked. That's right, and that outsider is with Elder Lu Ye's group. The young man pointed at Lu Yi and the others, speaking boldly despite his nervousness. Chapter 185. Killing and Escaping, Beginning the Search. All eyes turned to Lu Yi and the group of guards behind her. In truth, as soon as the young man made a commotion, Yin Zera realized he had likely been discovered again. He was tempted to just leave, but he couldn't bear the thought of departing so easily. Thus, he silently approached the bald elder and the red-haired elder, the very two who had destroyed the Jinyu King's mansion and injured Chu Liuha and the others. When the crowd's attention focused on him, Yin Zera knew he had truly been exposed. Without hesitation, he activated his Demon Heart secret realm, unleashing his most powerful attack in an instant. The Theishin Rui Chi, enveloped in primordial divine fire, unleashed overwhelming power, shredding the defenses of the two elders, obliterating their bodies, and incinerating their souls. Ah! The two elders screamed in agony, their cries filled with unimaginable pain. How dare you? The onlookers were both shocked and enraged. The most sacred forbidden area of their stronghold had been infiltrated by an enemy who had even killed two fifth-rank emperors. Swish! The moment he attacked, Yin Zera crushed the jade token he had seized from Dun Yuan. As he did, he clearly felt a force pulling at him. Humph! Yin Zera sneered, feeling a sense of satisfaction. He understood that the burly elder and the red-spotted elder couldn't harm him from such a distance. A few dozen feet felt like an unbridgeable chasm. At that moment, the most formidable and dangerous elder Yin Zera had sensed opened his eyes. His turbid gaze radiated an incredibly vicious killing intent, which instantly made Yin Zera feel a suffocating pressure. Accompanying this killing intent was the oppressive force that seemed to solidify the space around him. In that instant, Yin Zera almost believed he couldn't escape. How is this possible? Yin Zera was utterly shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such a powerful fifth-rank emperor. Completely immobilized, he could only watch as the elder casually struck him. The elder's pressure and killing intent were overwhelming, leaving him on the verge of despair. His vision blurred, then gradually cleared, but he was no longer in the stone forest. Looking around, he saw only trees, and in the distance, the Tianji Hall was clearly visible. I escaped. Yin Zera let out a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, he had felt as though he was on the brink of death. Cough. Yin Zera coughed up a mouthful of black blood. He could feel the force within him relentlessly destroying his vitality. Desperately, he used his talent for absorption, trying to consume this force. However, the force left by the elder was too powerful. His absorption ability could only suppress it, slowly chipping away at it. Thankfully, the spatial teleportation from the Jade token was just a hair faster. If it had been even a moment slower, I would have been doomed. Yin Zera analyzed. The elder's attack had been significantly weakened during the teleportation, yet it still left him with a serious injury. If the attack had been even slightly stronger, the body that emerged from the teleportation might have been lifeless. Has my malevolence reached its limit? Yin Zera sensed that his malevolence-absorbing talent had fully charged, unable to absorb any more. The sheer malevolence generated by the elder's attack had pushed his talent to its limit. Is this considered good news? Yin Zera chuckled bitterly, patting his chest to calm his nerves. If things got too dangerous, he could always retreat. After all, he had already killed the culprits. Cough. He coughed up another mouthful of black blood. He could feel his body beginning to recover, the force within him diminishing significantly. Too strong. The waters here are far too deep. I must be cautious, and more cautious. Yin Zera sighed. The elder's casual attack had left him this badly injured, making it hard to believe he was only a fifth-rank emperor. This place was no longer safe. After glancing around, Yin Zera, still injured, got up and returned to the Tianji Hall. Before leaving, he used a primordial divine fire to incinerate the black blood on the ground, leaving no trace. After Yin Zera left, a team arrived at the spot where he had teleported out, but all they found was scorched earth, with no evidence left behind. Damn it! Leading the team was the red-spotted elder, who, upon seeing the scorched ground, couldn't help but curse. He turned to the young man who had discovered Yin Zera. Any findings? Let me take another look. The young man inwardly sighed. His little Qing wasn't a dog, but a somewhat special variant snake. It couldn't track down the faint traces left behind after most of the scent had been erased. Humph! Seeing this, the red-spotted elder knew there was no result. He flicked his sleeve and loudly ordered a thorough search of the entire sacred ground. Where have you been? Imo Xuanji of the Tianji Hall heard the commotion and came out to see what was happening. He found Yin Zera returning in a somewhat weakened state. It's nothing. Yin Zera waved his hand, claiming he was just a bit mentally fatigued. Earlier, he had continuously used his internal force and absorption talent to grind down the foreign force within him. The mental strain had been immense, but the benefits were significant. Now, the force was almost completely gone. He had also used the system to exchange for a top-grade healing pill, and now no one could tell he had been injured. Are you really all right? Imo Xuanji looked at Yin Zera with suspicion. He frowned and tried to calculate, but all he could determine was that Yin Zera had done something significant tonight. What exactly, he couldn't tell. If you don't believe me, that's your problem. Yin Zera coldly glanced at him, then walked past him and back into the Tianji Hall. Hall Master Tianji. Shortly after Yin Zera entered, a squad of silver-armored guards arrived, saluting Imo Xuanji. What's going on? Why does it feel like the entire sacred ground is in chaos? Imo Xuanji asked coldly. Someone infiltrated the forbidden area and killed 2 fifth-rank emperors, the guard replied. Oh! Imo Xuanji was surprised. He hadn't expected Yin Zera to dare venture into that place, a place even he dared not approach. Not only had Yin Zera killed 2 fifth-rank emperors, but he had also escaped without being caught. From the looks of him earlier, he hadn't been severely injured. Truly impressive. Imo Xuanji's mind filled with admiration. I heard that the Hall Master invited an outsider today. I was wondering if you could provide some information, the squad leader of the guards requested. What outsider? That's my disciple. My disciple has been by my side all day, never disappearing. To slander my disciple so casually is not a good thing. Imo Xuanji said with a smile, his eyes narrowing. Everyone knows that Luo Xiao is an outsider. How can you deny it? The guard squad leader thought to himself, but he didn't dare voice it. After all, the seemingly haggard and thin middle-aged man in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. One wrong move could lead to trouble. Chapter 186. No evidence found, accusing Hao Hui. Today, everyone must be inspected. It's an order from the ancestor in the forbidden area, and no one is exempt, the guard captain said, forcing himself to speak up. Even me? Imo Xuanji asked with a smile, his usual languid demeanor suddenly lessening. Humph, everyone must be inspected. You, Imo Xuanji, are no exception. Do you dare to defy the ancestors' orders? The third elder suddenly appeared behind the captain, speaking coldly. Then come and inspect me. Imo Xuanji spread his arms, squinting and smiling at the guard captain. This? The guard captain wanted to cry. He didn't want to inspect him. Get out of the way. I'll do it. The third elder kicked the guard captain aside and shouted coldly. You? That's unfair. What if you frame me? Imo Xuanji chuckled, retracting his arms and placing them behind his back. What if I insist on inspecting you? The third elder's aura erupted, ready to attack at any moment. Humph! Imo Xuanji also released his aura, though it was far weaker than the third elder's. Nevertheless, the third elder didn't dare to underestimate him. Let me handle this, the Grand Elder said, appearing and addressing the tense situation between the two. Fine, Imo Xuanji agreed upon seeing the Grand Elder. He knew that with such a major incident, he couldn't avoid the inspection. After a thorough check, the Grand Elder found no traces or internal injuries. He didn't inspect Emo Xuanji's internal body either, partly to preserve the dignity of the Heaven's Mystery Hall, and partly because he trusted Emo Xuanji wouldn't do such a thing. He shook his head at the Third Elder, indicating there was nothing. With the Grand Elder's assurance, the Third Elder had no choice but to drop the matter. He suddenly thought of Emo Xuanji's disciple and said, "What about your disciple?" The Third Elder emphasized the word disciple heavily. "What's wrong, old dog? You know how annoying it is to bark at night and disturb people's sleep." Yin Zera yawned as he walked out, now dressed in different clothes, still looking sleepy. "You're courting death." The Third Elder's aura erupted, his killing intent directly targeting Yin Zera. However, after experiencing such terrifying killing intent before, Yin Zera completely disregarded this. Though he didn't care about the Third Elder's killing intent, he still acted as if he were terrified, gritting his teeth and looking at Emo Xuanji, asking, "Master, what's happening? Why is this old dog barking here in the middle of the night?" "The situation is like this." Emo Xuanji calmly blocked the killing intent for Yin Zera and explained the Third Elder's intentions and the events of the night. "So, you want to inspect me?" Yin Zera asked. "How will you inspect me? I won't allow anyone to use their internal energy to probe my body, not even my master. If you insist on inspecting me, I'd rather die." Yin Zera bowed respectfully to Emo Xuanji, acting as if he would commit suicide if anyone dared to inspect him. "My disciple says he cannot be inspected with internal energy. A gentleman may be killed, but not humiliated. If my disciple dies from humiliation, then I'll have to follow him." Emo Xuanji said coldly, smiling, "Then go ahead and die. The two of you are traitors to the sacred land." The Third Elder sneered, "You want to die?" Emo Xuanji's eyes brimmed with endless killing intent. "Enough. Let me inspect him. I once cultivated an ocular technique that allows me to see certain things clearly." The Grand Elder intervened, seeing the two about to erupt into another argument. Emo Xuanji stepped aside after hearing this. Yin Zera knew he couldn't refuse, or he'd have to flee immediately. The Grand Elder's eyes emitted a faint green glow, seemingly penetrating Yin Zera's entire being. Yin Zera felt his hairs stand on end, as if he were transparent, with his internal organs completely exposed to the Grand Elder's gaze. "No wounds," the Grand Elder said after a long look, shaking his head. "Impossible." The Third Elder couldn't believe it. "What? Don't you trust me?" The Grand Elder stared at the Third Elder, making him stop immediately. "Xuanji, come and deduce who infiltrated the forbidden area," the Grand Elder said. "This is the soil burned by the culprit." A guard brought up a piece of charred soil. Emo Xuanji grabbed some soil, pinching his fingers to begin divination. At that moment, he heard Yin Zera's secret transmission in his ear. "The one who infiltrated the sacred land's forbidden area is a god named Haohui." Emo Xuanji thought for a moment and said slowly, "Impossible." The Third Elder denied it outright. "Why, Third Elder, do you know this person named Haohui?" the Grand Elder asked, looking at the Third Elder. "I just met Haohui. It couldn't be him." The Third Elder's forehead was sweating, and he spoke quickly. "Haohui's domain is a sword domain, and the intruder also used a greatsword. Moreover, you were close to the forbidden area, weren't you? And who else could escape the forbidden area under the attacks of the ancestors except the god of the upper realm?" Emo Xuanji analyzed. "Then where is Haohui now?" the Grand Elder questioned. He used spatial teleportation to escape," the Third Elder stammered. "Look, it seems the intruder also escaped through spatial teleportation, and Haohui did the same," Yin Zera said with a smile. "Third Elder, you need to explain the situation to me thoroughly. Otherwise, you'll have to explain it to the ancestors," the Grand Elder said coldly. With a cold humph, the Grand Elder took the Third Elder and a group of guards away, leaving only Yin Zera and Emo Xuanji standing in front of the Heaven's Mystery Hall, enjoying the night breeze. "You've managed to get through another ordeal," Emo Xuanji said with a smile. "What do you mean, getting through an ordeal? Master, don't go around accusing me." Yin Zera pretended to be clueless. Even if the Grand Elder and the others hadn't left yet, Yin Zera wouldn't admit to anything. You know what I mean. Don't underestimate the sacred land. It's deeper than you think, Emo Xuanji warned. Thank you for your guidance, Master, Yin Zera said solemnly, bowing to Emo Xuanji. Heh. Now that you've seen the power of the divine descendants, were you scared? Emo Xuanji asked, curious about Yin Zera's feelings. The third elder is indeed strong, but he shouldn't be a match for Master. Our Heaven's Mystery Hall isn't afraid of them, Yin Zera said after some thought. If Emo Xuanji didn't know that Yin Zera had just pulled off a major feat, he'd almost believe his disciple was completely unaware. Emo Xuanji didn't mind Yin Zera's act of feigning ignorance. With a wave of his hand, he led Yin Zera into the Heaven's Mystery Hall. The power of the divine descendants is indeed formidable, but we're not defenseless. Come, let me show you our strength. Chapter 187. The Hidden Card of Emo Xuanji, Battling Elder 2. Inside the Tianji Hall, Emo Xuanji placed his hand on the wall in a corner of the side hall, and the wall lit up with mysterious runes. Rumble. The wall slowly split open to reveal a long, dark passage. Emo Xuanji gestured and led the way into the passage. Yin Zera followed, passing through the long corridor and then descending a spiral staircase. He felt as though he was entering the depths of the underground of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. As they went deeper, Yin Zera sensed the wood energy becoming increasingly dense. Even the steel walls began to show the grain of wood. We're here. Emo Xuanji reached a door and pushed it open, releasing a surge of dense wood energy. Yin Zera looked inside to see a vast space with an old man and an old woman sitting face to face in the center. The old man wore a green robe, his skin resembling the texture of bark, and a small sapling sprouted from his white hair, making him look like a tree person. The old woman, on the other hand, had white hair, white skin, and white clothes, sitting motionless, giving Yin Zera the impression of lacking any vitality or human emotion. Both of them exuded a sense of danger, similar to what he felt when facing the Grand Elder. Elder 2. Granny sure. Emo Xuanji bowed. Elder 2 nodded in acknowledgement, while the old woman showed no reaction. Neither Emo Xuanji nor Elder 2 seemed surprised by this. This is the helper you brought from outside? He looks rather weak, Elder 2 said indifferently, glancing at Yin Zera. Yin Zera snorted, completely ignoring Elder 2 as he leisurely admired the underground chamber. The walls of this chamber were no longer made of steel but of brown wooden panels, and the dense wood energy emanated from these walls. Could this be inside the divine tree? Yin Zera's curiosity was piqued. After all, the divine tree had initially amazed him for quite some time. Are people from the outside world always so ill-mannered? Were they not taught properly by their parents? Elder 2 frowned, his voice cold. Are the elders of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land all old dogs? Yin Zera asked Emo Xuanji. You insolent brat, you're courting death. Elder 2's eyes widened, and countless wood energies condensed into wooden arrows that shot toward Yin Zera, sealing off all his escape routes. Whoosh! Yin Zera waved his hand, and his right arm ignited with crimson flames. Since absorbing the divine flame from the flame saber of Dun Yuan, his primordial divine flame had evolved, with the core now displaying a spectrum of colors, as if reaching its limit and unable to incorporate any more. Boom! The divine flame clashed with the wooden arrows, producing a dense cloud of black smoke. Fire dominates wood, and in this environment rich with wood energy, the wooden arrows could only just manage to resist the primordial divine flame. Interesting brat, Elder 2 said, his expression grave as he watched Yin Zera's flames. You can try again, Yin Zera said, flicking his hand to scatter dozens of embers that ignited a thin layer of flames on the ground. Ahem. We're all here to eliminate the divine descendants. There's no need for infighting, Emo Xuanji interjected, seeing the temporary ceasefire, hoping to smooth things over. I'm not here to help you exterminate the divine descendants. I'm here to destroy the entire Holy Land. To be honest, you're one of my enemies too, Yin Zera said calmly, looking at Emo Xuanji. Your Highness, please don't joke. Emo Xuanji forced a laugh. Destroy the Holy Land? What a bold claim. The Holy Land has existed since ancient times. How could a nobody like you possibly overthrow it? Elder Tu sneered. Yin Zera glared at Elder Tu's shriveled face, feeling a wave of disgust. Was this his so-called partner? One sentence and he managed to offend, digging his own grave. He glanced at Emo Xuanji, as if asking, "Are you sure this Elder Tu isn't just a liability?" "Elder Tu, please say less," Emo Xuanji said, forcing himself to speak. Elder Tu glared at Emo Xuanji for a few moments before huffing and falling silent. "This is our strength. What do you think?" Emo Xuanji quickly pulled Yin Zera away from the scene. "Not much to speak of." Yin Zera shook his head. "The strongest ancestor of the divine descendants could wipe out all of you by himself." You don't need to worry too much about that. His overwhelming strength is only present near the channel. Outside, he's only slightly stronger than the Grand Elder, Emo Xuanji said with a smile. "Oh, is that so?" Yin Zera's expression softened slightly, feeling a bit more at ease. The pressure that old man had exerted on him was indeed immense. "They have 3 of the strongest. We have 2, and if we can secure one more, we'll be evenly matched," Emo Xuanji calculated. "Evenly matched? Huh." Yin Zera sneered, already deciding to distance himself from Emo Xuanji's faction. The waters of the Holy Land were too deep, and there was no need for him to risk his life. Moreover, he didn't want to be a mere pawn for Emo Xuanji's faction, which was already too weak in terms of top-tier strength. Wouldn't it be better to stand on the sidelines and let them wear each other out? Seeing Yin Zera's expression, Emo Xuanji roughly understood his thoughts, but he had no good solutions. Elder Tu's disdain for outsiders was a common prejudice among the people of the Holy Land. He had hoped for Yin Zera to understand each other, but things had escalated to this point. Returning to the Tianji Hall, Emo Xuanji looked out at the brightly lit, heavily guarded Holy Land and pondered for a moment before saying, "You'd better not go out tonight." Yin Zera was puzzled. With the current chaos, wouldn't causing more trouble stir up the entire Holy Land? If something valuable could be unearthed, wouldn't that be even better? Like some upper realm god who liked to play with swords. There are countless eyes on you right now. Killing Chigu might not be a big deal, but breaking into the Forbidden Area and killing 2 emperors? That would drive the entire Holy Land into madness, Emo Xuanji explained with a bitter smile. "I've never entered any Forbidden Area. Master, don't wrong me. And it wasn't me who did it. They're just framing me. Master, let's go and argue with them." Yin Zera protested indignantly, incitingly saying, "Just please, behave for once, okay?" Emo Xuanji pleaded. In just a few hours, Yin Zera had already caused such a massive uproar. What else was he capable of? Moreover, other Holy Lands would be arriving soon. If word got out to multiple Holy Lands, they would become public enemies of the Holy Lands. Seeing Emo Xuanji's pleading expression, Yin Zera sneered, thinking that trying to break free from slavery while still worrying about face and dignity was simply indecisive. The Holy Land and Emo Xuanji would accomplish nothing this way. Yin Zera flicked his sleeve and ignored Emo Xuanji, returning to his guest room. Chapter 188. The 3 Major Holy Lands. Meeting Chu Ning again. The morning star in the distance had already appeared, and the horizon was beginning to turn white. Yin Zera felt that today would be an exciting day, as everything would be revealed today. The upper realm gods, the passage between the upper and lower realms, the descent of the gods. Yin Zera suddenly felt a pang of longing for his beloved daughter. He glanced at the system and saw that Yuan was still outside, with Luo Xiao by her side. Dong! A loud crash echoed from afar, and a massive snow-white ship descended from the clouds, trailing countless wisps of cloud behind it. What was that? Yin Zera opened his martial Dao heavenly eyes and looked over. The ship was brimming with spiritual light, and even had 1 or 2 large spiritual energy spheres on board. Yin Zera didn't know what these were, but he could see many figures on the ship. Judging by the strength of their internal energy, One or two of them seemed to be on par with the Great Elder. Could these be the people from the other three major Holy Lands? Yin Zera thought. Dong! Another loud crash sounded, and the entire ship was enveloped in a white mist, making it impossible for Yin Zera to see any further. How pity. If you don't want me to see, then I won't. Yin Zera pouted. Woo woo woo. A whale-like creature emerged from the clouds, then dove back in, swimming joyfully through the clouds. Hum hum hum. A golden mountain flew in from the distance, trailing a long golden light. Yin Zera tried to get a closer look, but almost got blinded by the golden glow. All three of the major Holy Lands had arrived, and with the 4 Holy Lands now gathered, today was sure to be eventful. Sure enough, after a while, Xianxia came in to inform Yin Zera that the representatives from the other 3 Holy Lands had arrived and asked him to go out and greet them. Yin Zera wasn't keen on the idea, but then he thought that Chu Ning might be among them. After some hesitation, he followed Xianxia out. At the mountain gate of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land, almost all the high-ranking figures were present. The Great Elder, along with the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Elders, stood in the front row. The 4th Elder was a burly, dark-skinned, middle-aged man holding a hammer. The Hall Masters like Xianxia stood in the 2nd row, while the likes of Wang the Administrator were in the 3rd row. Yin Zera and the other disciples stood in the 4th row. They're here. Someone called out, and a snow-white ship appeared in the distance. According to the disciples, this was the Northern Wilderness Holy Land. A golden light transformed into a mountain, and dozens of bald figures descended from it. Yin Zera recognized this as the Western Wilderness Holy Land. He had killed quite a few of them. Woo! The whale-like creature arrived, and a group of bronze-skinned handsome men and beautiful women jumped down from it. This was the Southern Wilderness Holy Land. The Great Elder and the others went to greet their counterparts, while Yin Zera searched for Chu Ning's figure. Sure enough, he spotted the familiar girl standing behind the Northern Wilderness Holy Lands group. What's wrong, Chu Ning? A round-faced girl noticed Chu Ning seemed uneasy and asked with concern. I feel like there's someone I know here. Chu Ning stretched her neck, scanning the surroundings. The sensation was reminiscent of Nidhogg. Could it be that Nidhogg has also come here? After the high-ranking officials finished their greetings, they were invited to the main hall to discuss important matters. Meanwhile, the disciples were given time to interact with each other. Since most disciples of the Holy Lands rarely ventured outside, such interactions between Holy Land disciples were crucial. Greetings, senior brother. Chu Ning bowed slightly to Yin Zera. Greetings, junior sister. Yin Zera smiled and returned the bow. Why do I feel like senior brother resembles an old friend of mine? The girl's big eyes stared intently at Yin Zera, as if trying to find something in his gaze. Unfortunately, I don't recognize junior sister. Yin Zera didn't expect Chu Ning to see through him. He instinctively wanted to reveal his identity, but then decided to play along and deceive the girl a little longer. Upon hearing that Yin Zera didn't recognize her, Chu Ning's heart sank. Could it be that her longing for Nidhogg had made her see him in everyone? This person looked like Nidhogg, but wasn't him. The girl found herself caught in a dilemma. As Yin Zera and Chu Ning chatted and laughed, on the other side, a slick-haired young man squinted his eyes and looked at Yin Zera, a flash of anger flickering in his narrow eyes. Brother Xianxia, who was the one talking to my junior sister? The young man turned to ask a golden-haired youth. That one, a disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, quite fierce. Brother Kongbei, if you want to deal with him, let me tell you, don't provoke him lightly, or you'll end up worse off. Xianxia glanced at Yin Zera and said with caution, has he done anything? Kongbei wasn't a hothead and wouldn't rush into a fight without reason. He claims to be a disciple of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, but in reality, he's a lowlife brought in from the outside by the Hall Master. He's only been here for 2 days, and he's already trying to seduce one of my junior sisters. My older brother, Chigu, discovered his vile actions and challenged him to a duel, but was killed by him. Xianxia's eyes burned with anger. What's most despicable is that his master, the Hall Master of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, is shielding him. Not only did he not punish this scum, but he even forced that junior sister to serve him. Last night, he struck again, capturing another junior sister. Her screams, Qi Xian sighed. Don't your elders intervene? Kong Bei asked. His master, the Hall Master of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, is no simple character. His schemes are formidable. Besides, why would we offend a Hall Master for 1 or 2 outsiders? Qi Xian explained. I see, Kong Bei nodded, agreeing with Qi Xian's reasoning. Brother Kong Bei, you'd better warn your junior sister to stay away from this scum. Otherwise, your master might just leave her here to keep him company. Qi Xian said with a meaningful tone. How could that be? My master would never do such a thing. Kong Bei shook his head. Brother Qi Xian, what's this scum's strength? Kong Bei continued to ask. My older brother had just entered the Saint stage when he was killed by him. There was a Saint stage 3rd grade brother who couldn't stand it and stepped in, but this guy is quite the talent. Seeing a Saint stage 3rd grade, he immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. My brother was a fool and let him go, but that night, he was poisoned and died. Qi Xian said with a sigh. So, this scum is only at the Saint stage 2nd grade? Kong Bei asked. Exactly. Qi Xian said with a mocking tone. A Saint stage 2nd grade dares to run wild in our holy land. He really doesn't take us seriously. If you want to uphold justice, Brother Kong Bei, you'd better challenge him to a life and death duel. Otherwise, he'll just surrender and beg for mercy, and with the elders intervening, he'll escape with his life. Qi Xian suggested. Really? Is he that shameless? Kong Bei was a bit surprised. Outsiders, low lives. What won't they do? Chapter 189. Life and Death Duel, 2 kills in a row. How can we make him agree to a life and death duel? Kong Bei asked. Insult his parents. Qi Xian replied. I see. I'll give it a try. Kong Bei strutted toward Yin Zera. Seeing this, Qi Xian hurriedly followed. Kong Bei was a genius from the Northern Wilderness Sanctuary, having received the best education from the elders since childhood. Moreover, his cultivation had already reached the 3rd rank of the Emperor level. Qi Xian wanted to see what kind of fate this Luo Xiao would meet in the end. As Yin Zera was conversing with Chu Ning, he noticed a slick-haired young man approaching him. Yin Zera could clearly sense the malice this young man had toward him. Senior Brother Kong. Chu Ning bowed. Xiaoxi, stay away from this scum. Kong Bei said. Chu Ning frowned at the mention of her nickname. She didn't like being called Xiaoxi, and she had a good impression of this senior brother who resembled Yin Zera. She didn't like others calling him a scum. Who are you? Yin Zera asked. Trash. Do you even have the right to speak here? Kong Bei said arrogantly. Was this the villain? Yin Zera smirked. Someone else was trying to steal his spotlight. He glanced sideways at Qi Xian beside Kong Bei and said with a smile. Did you send this idiot to pick a fight with me? Who are you calling an idiot? Kong Bei was furious. Initially, he only wanted to teach this guy a lesson, to make him realize that some women were not within his reach. But now, this commoner dared to insult him, a direct disciple of the sanctuary. You're asking for it. I challenge you to a duel. Kong Bei shouted angrily. I don't want to duel with you, Yin Zera said, shaking his head. He really didn't want to fight a fool in front of so many powerful figures. Don't want to? Kong Bei sneered. If you don't dare to duel with me, then you're a son of a bitch. Yin Zera's eyes narrowed, and a terrifying killing intent almost materialized. This fool was looking for death, so let him die. A life and death duel. Kong Bei added as he saw Yin Zera approach. Brother Luo, Brother Kong. We're all fellow disciples. Don't fight to the death. Chu Ning called out. But neither Yin Zera nor Kong Bei paid her any attention. Kong Bei thought a commoner wasn't worth his effort, while Yin Zera considered him a clown, easily squashed. Hearing about the fight, the surrounding disciples gathered with excitement. Upon hearing it was a life and death duel, some were shocked, while others were flushed with excitement. Have you thought about how you'll die? Yin Zera drew the Sui Xian Rui ruler, which had transformed into a steel whip. No one could recognize it as the weapon used by the intruder who broke into the forbidden area last night. Snap! Yin Zera whipped the steel whip, producing a crisp sound. His eyes locked onto Kong Bei, and his aura continued to rise, with murderous intent swirling around him like a demon from hell. This? Stunned by the killing intent, Kong Bei's breath caught. He immediately realized this was a formidable opponent. But upon sensing Yin Zera's cultivation, he found it was not the second rank of the saint level, but the third rank. Third rank of the saint level? I'm at the third rank of the emperor level. Don't be afraid. I've killed many formidable opponents like him. Kong Bei tried to reassure himself, unaware that under Yin Zera's killing intent, his face had already twisted with fear. Insect! Die! Kong Bei slashed with his sword, sending a crescent-shaped sword aura flying toward Yin Zera. As he struck, his cultivation level was revealed, third rank of the emperor level. Hmph! The onlookers gasped. A third-rank emperor dared to attack a third-rank saint? What shamelessness! Everyone looked down on Kong Bei, except for those who had witnessed Yin Zera killing Chi Gu the previous day. With a slight step, Yin Zera dodged the attack. He looked at Kong Bei from a distance and sneered inwardly. Indeed, a much stronger third-rank emperor, but still just a slightly larger insect in his eyes. Activating the disturbing heart step, Yin Zera instantly appeared beside Kong Bei and lashed out with the whip, startling Kong Bei into a hasty retreat. Although Yin Zera hadn't practiced whip techniques, Kong Bei's lack of real combat experience made him panic as the attack neared, causing him to be quickly entangled by the whip around his ankle. Whoosh! Yin Zera didn't let this opportunity slip. His iron fist shattered the space, smashing fiercely toward Kong Bei's head, as if to blast his round skull into pieces. Bang! A dull sound echoed as Yin Zera's fist hit a transparent barrier. Ah! Kong Bei screamed, realizing he had almost died. The sheer terror of that fist and the despair made his pants wet. Damn it! Damn this third-rank saint! Kong Bei cursed inwardly. Wow! The audience, startled by Kong Bei's scream, gasped again. A third-rank saint with such speed, the whip as agile as a snake, and the murderous iron fist, all left the audience in awe. Bang! Yin Zera increased his strength and struck the barrier again with a dull thud. He's really going to kill the Northern Wilderness Sanctuary disciple. The audience, seeing Yin Zera's determined expression, finally understood his intentions. Although they didn't believe he could break the barrier, they still urged. Senior brother, this is just a friendly match. Junior brother, the fault of senior brother Kong Bei will be compensated by our Northern Wilderness Sanctuary. You trash, you insect. Let go of senior brother Kong Bei. Stop. I was instigated. It was him who instigated me. Kong Bei, already terrified, pointed at Xianxia. Bang! Yin Zera remained silent, continuing to increase his strength to strike the barrier. Do you really want to fight to the death? My elders are coming, and you'll be doomed. Kong Bei cried with snot and tears streaming down his face. Yin Zera frowned. What a tough shell. He had already seen many disciples going to report to their elders, and time was running out. Evil talent. Yin Zera activated a portion of his malicious intent. His iron fist turned completely black, carrying boundless malice as it smashed down on the barrier. Crack! The barrier began to crack. Boom! Another punch, and the barrier shattered. Snap! The third punch, and Kong Bei's head exploded into a mist of blood. Hiss! The onlookers gasped, the barrier broken. The barrier, capable of defending against a fifth-rank emperor, was broken. They looked at Yin Zera in horror, his cold expression terrifying. Where do you think you're going? Yin Zera's voice, like a demon's whisper, froze Xianxia, who was trying to sneak away. No. Senior brother, I? Xianxia tried to explain, but a white light appeared in his vision, growing until it filled his sight. Then came excruciating pain and darkness. Chapter 190. Elder's Fury, Fierce Battle. After Yin Zera unleashed a blade strike with his Sui Xine Rui Qi, turning Xianxia, who had attempted to flee, into a cloud of blood mist. He surveyed his surroundings. Not a single person dared to meet his gaze. In the vast plaza, with hundreds of people present, silence reigned, so profound that even a pin drop could be heard. No one dared to make the slightest sound, except for Chu Ning, who was now gazing at Yin Zera with sparkling eyes. This aura of dominance, this charisma, this sense of superiority over all beings. He was her Yin Ge. Luo Xiao. A thunderous roar echoed from the horizon, filled with boundless fury, shaking everyone's ears with a deafening boom. A massive palm print descended forcefully towards Yin Zera. Sensing an overwhelming malice from above, he quickly darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the crushing palm strike. You deserve to die. The voice belonged to the third elder, who was now seething with rage, his hair standing on end like a furious golden lion king. Grhh. The third elder ground his teeth in fury. To his astonishment, in mere moments, this beast had slaughtered yet another divine descendant. He had been enjoying a cordial discussion with the elders of the sacred ground when the sounds of combat erupted outside. Intrigued, he stepped out and witnessed Yin Zera's devastating strike against Xianxia. This beast had once again taken the life of a divine descendant. Enraged, the third elder unleashed his fury upon Yin Zera without restraint. Gazing at Yin Zera standing calmly in the distance, the third elder felt as though he were about to explode. Kill him now. Kill him immediately. The third elder's mind roared, completely unaware that the man before him exuded the aura of a great emperor of the third rank. Humph! Yin Zera sensed no threat from the third elder, indicating that he was weaker than the first elder and the others. Yin Ge. A soft voice suddenly called out beside him. Yin Zera slightly turned his head to see the young girl standing not far away, smiling at him under the sunlight. Her gem-like eyes sparkled with pride and cunning. You noticed me. It was my mistake earlier for not recognizing you right away, Yin Zera transmitted with a hint of helplessness. Stay far away. If anything goes wrong, flee immediately, as far as you can. Yin Zera continued to transmit his message, his tone filled with gravity. Upon hearing Yin Zera's words, Chu Ning glanced at the numerous Sungdi elders and higher-ups emerging in the distance, nodded, and quickly retreated. She couldn't allow herself to become a burden, hindering Yin Ge from his fight. Seeing Chu Ning move away, Yin Zera breathed a sigh of relief. He swung his Sui Xian Rui Qi, ready to unleash his full power at any moment. Ah! The headless corpse of Kong Bei was cradled by a middle-aged man, who let out a heart-wrenching wail. You killed my disciple, and now you will pay with your life. I will cut you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The middle-aged man glared at Yin Zera with murderous intent. Die! The third elder suddenly appeared behind Yin Zera, his iron palms slamming forcefully onto Yin Zera's back. Boom! Yin Zera quickly turned and countered with a horizontal slash. Swish! Yin Zera suddenly felt an intense sense of danger from behind. Without hesitation, he swiftly executed the Luan Xian step, quickly distancing himself from the source of the threat. After putting some distance between them, Yin Zera realized that the one who had ambushed him was none other than Kong Bei's master. The middle-aged man was now enveloped in a translucent red flame, which, while slightly inferior to the primordial divine flame, was still a top-tier divine flame. Two great emperors of the fifth rank, coming together to deal with a great emperor of the third rank? Isn't that a bit shameful? Yin Zera chuckled. Who are you? Emo Xuanji's disciple couldn't possibly have such strength. But it doesn't matter who you are. The choice is simple, surrender or die. The third elder coldly declared, his body beginning to radiate a sharp, golden energy that surged and surged, as if ready to destroy everything in its path. Hee, I just want you dead. Kong Bei's master sneered, his eyes turning blood red, which stood out starkly against the translucent red flames. Hiss! Both the third elder and Kong Bei's master began to unleash their full power, creating a sense of danger for Yin Zera. He took a deep breath, preparing to fully activate his evil talent. Boom, boom, boom. 3 incredibly powerful auras surged into the sky, filling every inch of this part of the world with boundless murderous intent. Kill. The 3 of them roared simultaneously, their attacks colliding like 3 beams of light. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions echoed across the battlefield, with countless bursts of energy shooting out. No disciple dared to come close to the battlefield, not even the weaker elders or supervisors. Who is that person, capable of battling alongside the elders of the sacred ground? Some disciples gazed at the dust-filled battlefield and inquired. No one could answer the disciples' question. They couldn't imagine that someone who looked about their age could engage in such intense combat with the elders. Even Chu Ning, who had some understanding of Yin Zera, was now gaping in astonishment. She couldn't believe that after some time, her Yin Gu could fight against the exalted elders, not just 1, but 2 at the same time. Emo Xuanji, what kind of monster did you bring back? Lve exclaimed harshly. He's merely one of my disciples. I have no knowledge of his secrets, Emo Xuanji said with a wry smile, his heart filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Yin Zera to be so powerful. For someone of his age to be able to handle 1 elder would have been impressive, yet Yin Zera was facing 2. At this point, are you still going to hide things? Lve coldly said. I truly don't know. Seeing everyone's attention focused on him, Emo Xuanji hurriedly smiled wryly and bowed in apology. I hope you're telling the truth, the first elder said, giving Emo Xuanji a deep look. Boom. Another intense clash occurred, and the 3 of them separated. Yin Zera was sent flying to one side, his breathing slightly hurried, with part of his upper garment sliced open and another part charred by fire. His 2 opponents weren't faring much better. The 3rd elder's front was slightly torn, revealing a silver-white inner armor, while Kong Bei's master, though somewhat disheveled, hadn't sustained any serious injuries, though his flames had dimmed. Huff, Miaozi, we all misjudged you. I never expected you to be this strong. Even your master couldn't push me to this extent, the 3rd elder panted slightly. You must die. Kong Bei's master glared at Yin Zera, uttering these 3 words. Now, they were enemies locked in a life-and-death struggle. Today, this man must be killed here. Otherwise, no one in the future would be able to stop this genius. Huff. Yin Zera gripped his Sui Xian Ru Yi Chi tightly, exhaling deeply. The combined assault of the 2 elders had put considerable pressure on him, with several close calls of severe injury. Now, he was fully committed, ready to expend every ounce of strength he had, including the primordial divine flame and the demon heart secret scroll he had used during his stealthy infiltration of the forbidden area the previous night. Chapter 191. The Fall of the 3rd Elder and the Death of the Master and Disciple. Kill. Yin Zera brandished the Sui Xian Rui ruler, his feet moving in the chaotic heart disturbance steps as he once again clashed with Kong Bei's master, the 3rd Elder. Miaozi, I don't know who you are, but I swear that after you're dead, I'll annihilate your family, slaughter your relatives, make the men slaves, and turn the women into prostitutes. Seeing Yin Zera dodge his punch once more, the 3rd Elder couldn't help but threaten him in a panic. Hearing this, Yin Zera's eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the Sui Xian Rui ruler. He decided to first eliminate this vile 3rd Elder. Boom! Another clash occurred. Yin Zera subconsciously poured more strength into attacking Kong Bei's master, pushing him back a distance. In doing so, he suffered a blow from the 3rd Elder, sustaining a minor injury. Humph! Yin Zera grunted, and the demon heart secret realm erupted, combining with his evil talent. The primordial divine flame burned fiercely, and the prison realm scripture shot out countless chains. Be careful! Kong Bei's master suddenly shouted. Miaozi, do you think you've won just by appearing behind me? How naive! Seeing Yin Zera, wreathed in demonic energy, suddenly appear behind him with chains beginning to bind him, the 3rd Elder disdainfully curled his lip. Soul dispersing. In an instant, Yin Zera forced part of the third elder's soul out, causing his body to stiffen momentarily. During that split second, the primordial divine flame and the Sui Xian Rui ruler, enveloped in endless demonic energy, tore through his golden chi and cut into his flesh. Ah! Finally regaining his senses, the third elder, disregarding his shock, saw the Sui Xian Rui ruler, overflowing with destructive energy, crash into him. Realizing he had missed his last chance to defend or dodge, he could only let out a desperate, instinctive scream. Ah! You deserve to die. Seeing his lower body vanish in the divine flames, the third elder knew he was doomed. He screamed and unleashed his final attack. Boom! The Sui Xian Rui ruler, as large as a wooden plank, blocked the third elder's golden fist, and Yin Zera was sent flying, creating distance once again. Ah! Watching the third elder turn to ashes in the divine flames, Yin Zera turned his gaze to Kong Bei's master, who was not far away. With a step forward, he shot towards him. SSS! Kong Bei's master gasped in shock. In just an instant, the third elder, who was of similar strength to him, was gone. The sight left him terrified. Seeing Yin Zera charging towards him, and noting the significantly higher level of primordial divine flame compared to his own, he wanted to flee. As for his disciple's revenge, that was insignificant. Wanna run? Seeing the fear in Kong Bei's master's eyes, Yin Zera sneered. With a thought, the primordial divine flame erupted. Bang! The primordial divine flame soared into the sky, instantly overpowering Kong Bei's master's red, translucent divine flame, causing him to take a half step back in fright. Primordial divine flame. Recognizing the flame, Kong Bei's master let out a scream, his fear now turning into terror. Die! Yin Zera's eyes, devoid of any emotion, brimmed with killing intent as he raised the Sui Xian Rui ruler and slashed down fiercely. No, please spare me. Kong Bei's master begged for mercy, his courage shattered by Yin Zera's killing intent. Bang! Yin Zera's Sui Xian Rui ruler struck a protective barrier. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the same as the one protecting Kong Bei, except this one had 2 layers. Bang! With another full power strike, Yin Zera created tiny cracks, causing Kong Bei's master, who had just relaxed, to tense up again. Don't kill me. I am a senior elder of the Northern Wilderness Holy Land. Kong Bei's master, snot and tears streaming down his face, his pants wet, begged in a pitiful and desperate voice, completely unbecoming of a Holy Land elder. But Yin Zera wouldn't stop his attacks due to his pleading. Everyone was still in shock over the third elder's demise, and reinforcements might arrive at any moment. He had to act quickly. Bang! Crack! Pop! With all his strength, Yin Zera struck again, shattering and exploding one of the barriers. Stop! Finally, the crowd reacted, seeing that Yin Zera had destroyed one barrier, and they roared in anger. But Yin Zera ignored them, intensifying his attacks. 3 more strikes in quick succession shattered the second barrier. Stop! The furious roars echoed in his ears, as if shouted right next to him. Yin Zera's pupils constricted as he unleashed everything he had. The Sui Xian Rui ruler smashed through the barrier and crushed Kong Bei's master's skull. Roar! The enraged reinforcements unleashed a furious attack, but Yin Zera had no time to dodge. He expanded the Sui Xian Rui ruler to its maximum, turning it into a large shield to block part of the attack. Boom! Yin Zera was blasted away, and in midair, he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Cough! Landing on the ground, Yin Zera coughed up blood, feeling pain throughout his body. Damn it! One of the elders from the Northern Wilderness Holy Land exclaimed. Kill him! No one dares to kill an elder of the Holy Land in front of us. Another elder shouted. This villain is ruthless. Brothers, let's join forces and eliminate him. A bald elder from the Western Wilderness Holy Land yelled. Cough! 2. Yin Zera, looking at the many Holy Land elders, spat out a mouthful of blood. He pointed the Sui Xian Rui ruler at them, grinning, his blood-stained teeth looking particularly menacing. Haha, come at me. Let's fight again and see who dies first. Yin Zera laughed loudly. Looking at the numerous enemies, he made up his mind. If they surrounded him, he would immediately teleport away, leaving these fools to chase after him in vain. Seeing Yin Zera's confident and ferocious appearance, the crowd felt a chill. They exchanged glances, each hesitant to step forward. The third elder had no connection to them, and Kong Bei's friends, who were close to the master and disciple, hadn't arrived yet. This vicious man in front of them was truly a threat to their lives. With the upper realm passageway about to open and their cultivation about to skyrocket, was it worth fighting such a dangerous foe? Absolutely not. Humph! Yin Zera sneered at the cowardly crowd. He knew this hesitation was temporary. Once someone took the lead, everyone would attack him with all their might, and if he didn't escape then, he would die. Was it you who infiltrated the forbidden area last night? A red-spotted elder in the crowd spoke slowly, his sharp eyes filled with restrained killing intent and rage. This was one of the 3 strongest elders of the forbidden area. Seeing Yin Zera's primordial divine flame and overwhelming demonic energy, he immediately recognized him as the one who had killed 2 Emperor Grade 5 experts in the forbidden area the previous night. Guess. Yin Zera laughed. His heart disturbance steps reached their limit as he prepared to flee. Chapter 192. The Elder with Red Spots, the mastermind behind the scenes. Swish. Yin Zera's figure blurred as he continuously stepped on the ground, and the void with his disturbed heart steps. Die. Before the other Holy Lands could speculate about the connection between this ruthless criminal and the forbidden land of the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land, the Elder with Red Spots attacked, unleashing a deadly move that sealed off all of Yin Zera's escape routes. Upon witnessing this, the others swiftly joined in the assault. Boom! The void tore and collapsed as their combined attack was simply too powerful. Yin Zera desperately resisted, retreating frantically. Cough, cough. Yin Zera spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. Countless forces rampaged through his body, wreaking havoc, leaving him severely injured. Cough. He felt weak, his vision blurring. These people were too strong. If he didn't escape, he would surely die. But he wasn't willing to leave like this. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he laughed to the sky. Haha, you bastards, if you don't make your move now, I'm leaving right away. After I recover, I'll come back and kill all of you. No one knew who he was referring to, but everyone became alert, wary of the hidden enemy. The onlookers from the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary, hearing this, all turned to look at Imo Xuanji with peculiar expressions. It's not me, Imo Xuanji said helplessly, looking around, cursing Yin Zera in his heart. The time isn't right for this to happen yet. Heh heh. The crowd sneered. Ah! A distant scream echoed as a disciple was thrown into the air, sliced into a bloody mist by countless flying swords. Ah! Another disciple struck out, unleashing a full-power attack on the nearby golden-haired divine descendant. Avenge the divine descendants, no longer be slaves. In an instant, the entire Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary echoed with this battle cry. What's going on? Imo Xuanji was utterly shocked. He had no intention of starting this rebellion now. What was with these disciples who were killing everyone? Kill, kill, kill. Dozens of disciples, their eyes bloodshot, were madly slaughtering. Hearing the entire sacred land engulfed in smoke and the deafening sounds of battle, Yin Zera's lips curled into a slight smile. It seemed Imo Xuanji was finally proving his worth. Boom! From the direction of the heavenly machine hall, the second elder struck, bringing Granny Sure into the fray, killing anyone they encountered. No one could withstand a single move from him. Granny Sure was even more formidable, targeting the golden-haired divine descendants, completely unaffected by any oaths of loyalty. Was Granny Sure Imo Xuanji's hidden ace? At this moment, Yin Zera fully grasped the situation. If he hadn't come to the Sung Di, Granny Sure would have been Emo Xuanji's secret weapon for resisting the divine descendants. Boom! Granny Sure was blocked by a burly elder from the Forbidden Land. Meanwhile, the second elder was intercepted by two other emperors of the 5th rank. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Yin Zera taunted the elder with red spots. Meanwhile, the representatives from the other sacred domains were busy shielding their disciples, utterly clueless about the unfolding chaos. Their sole concern at the moment was self-preservation. I'll kill you first, then help? The elder with red spots said coldly. Let's see then. Yin Zera sneered. Die. The elder with red spots wielded a flexible sword, attacking Yin Zera. The sword was extremely agile, its attacks unpredictable, making it a deadly combination with the elder's cultivation. One misstep, and it would mean certain death. But Yin Zera's free will ruler was just as versatile, capable of changing its form at will, soft or hard, long or short. Although he had always relied on brute force, his unpredictable attacks were no less formidable than the elder's flexible sword. What's going on? What's going on? The 4th elder, holding a hammer, kept looking around. The 3rd elder had been killed, the 1st elder and 5th elder were nowhere to be seen, and the 2nd elder was desperately fighting two emperors of the 5th rank. Only he seemed to be doing nothing. As for the hall masters, some were protecting their disciples, others were trying to mediate, and some had joined the fray. Only the hall master of the heavenly machine hall stood in place with a dark expression. Hearing the 4th elder's call, his face grew even darker. How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Emo Xuanji screamed in his heart. Although he was the hall master of the heavenly machine hall, his strength lay in predicting his enemies' moves and calculating their weaknesses during battle. As for how he knew Yin Zera's secrets, it was through countless pieces of information he had deduced. However, he couldn't deduce anything without a basis, like the current chaos. Everything had been fine until today. The conflict between ordinary disciples and divine descendants had become increasingly apparent, and some divine descendants who didn't want to serve as slaves to the upper realm gods had slowly started to lean towards him. But something was wrong. The timing wasn't right. It felt like there was a hidden hand pushing everything forward, especially those disciples who had started the slaughter, as if they were willing to die for it. He didn't remember having such people on his side. There's a mastermind behind this. The 1st elder? Based on the information, Emo Xuanji deduced the result, but this result made him hesitate to believe it. Outside the Forbidden Land, Lve stumbled here. She hadn't brought any guards, only a few maids, as she didn't trust the guards. Everything was in chaos. Everything was in chaos. Emo Xuanji suddenly struck, starting to hunt down the divine descendants. That white-haired old woman, Luo Xiao, who had killed the 3rd elder, and those disciples madly fighting. Everything told her that this wasn't simple. She thought back to that man, the hall master of the heavenly machine hall. Only now did she realize that she had underestimated him. Despite already giving him great importance, she had still fallen into his calculations. SSS. Lve shivered. She didn't dare to think further, afraid that Emo Xuanji was behind her, holding a dagger to stab her, leaving her powerless to resist. Summon the gods of the upper realm. As long as the gods of the upper realm are summoned, everything can be resolved, and all enemies can be annihilated. Lve waved her sleeve, scattering countless blood and corpses, those who had just died, both ordinary disciples and divine descendants. The array within this stone forest was not only a defensive and offensive protective array, but also a blood sacrifice array. Through this array, the blood of the disciples and divine descendants could be sacrificed to create a suitable body for the gods of the upper realm to descend. Immediately summon the gods to descend. As for the warning from Hao Hui, she had completely forgotten it. Seeing the countless stone swords in front of her covered with a faint crimson glow, Lve's heart leaped with joy, but the next moment, it clenched with fear. Could this also be part of Emo Xuanji's calculations? No, it can't be. Lve shook her head, casting away the terrifying thoughts, and accelerated the operation of the array. Puff! A long sword tip pierced through her chest. Lve clearly felt her heart had been shattered, her strength rapidly draining, her vision growing dark. She struggled to turn her head, wanting to see who had killed her. I told you not to summon the gods of the upper realm. Why didn't you believe me? These were the last words Lve heard. Chapter 193. The reappearance of Hao Hui, the strongest. Spare me. Spare me. The maidservants of Lu Yi watched as this suddenly appeared white-haired youth calmly pierced through Lu Yi. They hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. As maidservants, how can you not follow your master after their death? Hao Hui looked at these maidservants, and with a thought, an invisible domain enveloped them. In the next instant, they turned into a cloud of blood mist. As these maidservants turned into blood mist, the crimson light in the stone forest grew even brighter. Are you Hao Hui? Why did you kill my people? An old man emerged from the stone forest. If Yin Zera were here, he would recognize this as the strongest elder in the forbidden area, the one who had once terrified him and nearly cost him his life. I kill when I want to kill, Hao Hui said with a faint smile. Do you want to die? An overwhelming surge of killing intent erupted, almost solidifying into a series of scythes reaching for Hao Hui's neck. Hao Hui felt a sense of suffocation. As a god of the upper realm who had fought many battles with other gods, he unexpectedly felt a lingering fear in his heart when faced with this elder of the lower realm. Clap, clap, clap. Applause broke the silence as the great elder and the fifth elder slowly emerged. Indeed, the strongest and most ruthless great elder in the history of the sacred land. I can feel the suffocating killing intent from here, the great elder said with a smile, clapping. The Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land did not have a saint or sect leader. The great elder was the de facto leader, while the other elders assisted him. You are not Qianlu. Who are you? The elder from the forbidden area asked. I am Qianlu, the great elder of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land. The great elder replied with a smile. You are not Qianlu. Qianlu does not have the aura of a domain. You are at least a god of the upper realm, the elder from the forbidden area said, shaking his head. The great elder's smile froze upon hearing this, then he burst into laughter. Whether I am the great elder or a god, I only want to ask you one thing. Can you allow us to open a passage between the upper and lower realms? No, the elder from the forbidden area replied, shaking his head. The gods of the upper realm are not yet prepared, and the exit of that passage cannot be here. What if I insist on opening it here? Hao Hui narrowed his eyes. Then I will have to kill you, the elder from the forbidden area said, his emotionless face finally breaking into a smile of joy. Cough, cough, cough. Hao Hui kept coughing up blood. His left hand, left foot, and right arm were gone, and his chest had a gaping hole. He glanced at his flesh wriggling and repairing itself, then paid it no more mind. The ground was littered with broken swords. Apart from the stone forest nearby, there was not a single intact patch of land. Everywhere was pockmarked, with occasional bursts of force and sword energy flying wildly. Truly strong. I never imagined a great emperor of the 5th rank could be this powerful, Hao Hui sighed. Lying at the edge of a large crater, he gazed lazily at the blue sky. Hee. 2 gods against a great emperor of the 5th rank from the lower realm, and both of us are heavily injured. If this were in the upper realm, it would make the other gods laugh themselves into a frenzy, the great elder said from the bottom of the crater. His situation was also dire. He had lost an eye and his lower body. This is the strongest great emperor of the 5th rank in the history of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land, a rare genius that appears only once in countless eons. What a pity, the great elder continued to sigh. Indeed, what a pity, Hao echoed. He half raised his mutilated body and looked toward the stone forest, asking, Is your array intact? Don't let all our efforts go to waste, only to end up as someone else's stepping stone. Don't worry. Absolutely no problem. I spent countless years setting up this array across the entire sacred land, all for the purpose of collecting blood energy from everywhere to blast open the passage between the upper and lower realms, the great elder replied with a smile. Now that your mission is almost a failure, If we can open the passage to the upper realm ahead of schedule, it would still be a great accomplishment, the great elder added after a pause, continuing to smile. Let's hope so, Haohui said. Bang! Yin Zera was sent flying. He quickly swallowed another top-grade healing pill from the system, and his talent for devouring went into overdrive, absorbing the energy in his body almost to the point of indigestion. Yin Zera spat out a mouthful of blood. His current state was not good. His entire body was covered in several deep wounds that revealed his bones, and his white robe was stained red with blood. On the opposite side, the elder with red spots had his hair disheveled, his withered face pale, and his clothes burned in several places, with faint red flames slowly licking at them. Do you still want to continue? If this goes on, your chances of perishing are greater than mine, Yin Zera said, glancing around. The other factions of the sacred land had formed small circles, silently watching the chaotic battle in the eastern wilderness sacred land. Hee, you have no other helpers. Your death is almost certain, Yin Zera said, noticing Chu Ning in the distance and her worried gaze, and continued to smile. In a battle of life and death, no one knows who will prevail until the very end, the elder with red spots replied with a smile. Bang! Yin Zera's expression turned serious as he clashed once again with the elder. The uncontrolled primordial divine fire flew everywhere, and the entire battlefield was ablaze with divine fire, leaving no place to stand. Swoosh! Yin Zera ducked to avoid a spinning sword energy. The elder's flexible sword was capable of performing all sorts of bizarre attacks and could also emit unconventional sword energies. The self-rotating, homing sword energy was one such example. Kill! Yin Zera raised his ruler to continue the fight, but he noticed the elder's brow furrowing, his expression filled with pain and sorrow. Worried that there might be a trick, he cautiously watched the elder. Brother! The elder with red spots suddenly howled to the sky, his voice nearly piercing Yin Zera's eardrums. Brother! The elder cried out, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. He no longer looked at Yin Zera, turning instead and dashing toward the forbidden area. Roar! The burly elder, who was fighting Shirlaupa in the distance, broke free with a punch and roared to the sky, charging toward the forbidden area in a frenzy. Everyone was shocked by this sudden turn of events. The elder with red spots and the burly elder were the strongest on the battlefield. Whatever had caused them such alarm must be no small matter. Curious, everyone turned their gaze toward the forbidden area. Brother? Yin Zera's heart stirred. Could it be the strongest elder in the forbidden area? What had happened to him? Yin Zera was indeed interested in what had befallen that incredibly strong elder who had once terrified him so much. However, after thinking about it, he decided to take a break. From killing Kong Bei to fighting the third elder and Kong Bei's master, and then clashing with the elder with red spots, he had not stopped fighting for a moment. He was truly tired of fighting now. As for what exactly had happened, he figured he could find out later. Whether he learned the details or not didn't really matter. After all, he wasn't a gossip monger. Chapter 194. Expansion of the Passage, Approaching the Heavenly Tribulation. Dust and smoke soared into the sky. The ground was littered with debris, and blood and corpses were scattered everywhere. Almost half of the eastern sacred land was destroyed in this battle, and even though it hadn't been completely annihilated, it had suffered a significant blow. Let's go back. The purpose of this journey has been accomplished. Yin Zera suddenly had this thought, and he found himself missing Jiang Ningen and Ming Xiao. He glanced at Chu Ning from a distance, but decided not to say goodbye to her. After all, he had killed a disciple and an elder of the Northern Sacred Land. If the higher-ups of the Northern Sacred Land knew he was her friend, she would certainly be in trouble. Moreover, as one of the strongest individuals now, his every move was under the scrutiny of countless people. It was no longer appropriate to interact with her. Let's go back, Yin Zera sighed. Suddenly, Yin Zera felt the spiritual energy in the air becoming restless, and the concentration of spiritual energy seemed to be increasing. He opened his martial Dao heavenly eyes and immediately noticed that this surge of spiritual energy was coming from the forbidden area in the distance. What is that? Yin Zera widened his eyes as he saw the spiritual energy surging into the sky from the forbidden area, and the spiritual light was visibly growing larger. Is this the opening of the passage between the upper and lower realms? Yin Zera thought, his expression filled with solemnity. If the gods of the upper realm descend and the gods of the lower realm recover their powers, then it will be a time when emperors are as common as dogs and saints are worthless. This could be an opportunity, or it could be a calamity. Huh? It's not opening? Through his martial Dao heavenly eyes, Yin Zera saw the originally thigh-thick spiritual light pillar rapidly expanding, but it stopped growing when it reached the size of a basin. Ding! Detecting changes in the lower realm environment, the devouring talent and evil talent are upgrading, transforming into devouring semi-divine technique and evil semi-divine technique. Semi-divine technique? Yin Zera felt a bit puzzled. He had never heard of the concept of a semi-divine existence, so naturally, he had never heard of a semi-divine technique either. Ding! A semi-divine being is a state between a fifth-rank emperor and a god. It is a rare state that only appears under special circumstances. Yin Zera opened his right hand, and a faint black light glowed from his palm. He could feel the extreme devouring power within it. If he had possessed this power and the devouring semi-divine technique during his battle with the red-spotted elder, he could have defeated him within 5 moves. The evil talent has also been enhanced? Yin Zera clearly sensed that the upper limit of malevolence he could store had significantly increased, and his perception of others' malevolence had become much clearer. He scanned the area and found that the remaining divine descendants harbored the most malevolence towards him, followed by the northern sacred land. As for the western and southern sacred lands, it was about the same. Boom! Yin Zera's expression changed as he suddenly ascended from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank of the Emperor realm. The fatigue in his body instantly disappeared, and he felt full of strength once again. Boom! 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 Around him, muffled sounds echoed as many people made breakthroughs under the impact of the spiritual light. In an instant, powerful auras rose and fell in waves. No! A distant scream suddenly pulled Yin Zera out of his joy. He looked towards the source of the scream. It was the western sacred land. A middle-aged bald man was panicking and running around in circles, while the other bald men around him were distancing themselves from him. "Calm down, Brother Beiju," someone shouted. Beiju looked at his fellow disciples, his expression filled with sorrow. "Stay calm. You can get through this," a senior elder of the western sacred land said sternly. Rumble. The sky darkened as clouds gathered, and in an instant, they covered Beiju. Lightning flashed within the black clouds, as if it would strike at any moment. This is the heavenly tribulation? Yin Zera thought. The 5th rank of the Emperor realm faced the heavenly tribulation, and after surviving it, one would ascend to the upper realm. This tribulation was extremely dangerous, and Ming Qiao's master had turned to ashes under such a tribulation. Every 5th rank emperor had to prepare for the upcoming heavenly tribulation. Those who were unprepared would naturally turn to dust. Clearly, this bald man from the western sacred land hadn't made adequate preparations. At the moment when the passage between the upper and lower realms was about to open, and the spiritual energy was surging, he had touched that thin boundary, and the heavenly tribulation had descended upon him. Watching the bald man run around like an ant on a hot pan, Yin Zera felt a bit amused. This bald man definitely wouldn't survive the heavenly tribulation. He was doomed. Obviously, others also knew this fact, and they watched him with sympathetic and pitying gazes. Some 5th-rank emperors quickly controlled themselves, avoiding absorbing the spiritual energy and distracting themselves to prevent any sudden breakthroughs. No. Beiju also understood this truth. He knew he couldn't survive the tribulation. In his despair, he let out a frenzied scream, his bloodshot eyes looking at his fellow disciples. "Beiju, wake up! The bald men of the Western Sacred Land saw the bloodshot eyes and knew that Beiju was now under the control of a demonic heart. They backed away while calling out to him. "Don't abandon me," Beiju begged as he watched his fellow disciples distance themselves, but he received no help, only cold indifference and resistance. No one could save him, and no one dared to save him. Everyone present silently watched Beiju, seeing him grow more frantic, more desperate, and eventually die. Boom! The thunder overhead exploded. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck Beiju's head, and a blinding light filled everyone's vision. Ah! Under the lightning, Beiju roared and screamed like a trapped beast. Huff, huff. Beiju managed to survive the first wave of the heavenly tribulation with his cultivation, but in Yin Zera's eyes, the second wave would certainly take his life, because Beiju was now covered in charred wounds, and a pool of fresh blood had formed beneath him. He lay there, gasping for breath, and no one believed he could survive the second wave of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Crack! Another dazzling bolt of lightning struck down. Ah! Beiju's screams abruptly stopped. There was no movement at the center of the lightning, and the bald men of the Western Sacred Land sat down, silently chanting scriptures. Swoosh! The clouds dispersed, and all that remained at Beiju's tribulation site was a wisp of smoke. A sorrowful elder of the Western Sacred Land walked over, picked up a handful of black soil, and solemnly stored it away. Yin Zera withdrew his gaze and silently pondered his own prospects of facing the heavenly tribulation. He was already at the 4th rank of the Great Emperor level and would soon reach the 5th rank. He had never doubted that he would one day face the tribulation. But could he survive the heavenly tribulation himself? Yin Zera pondered. All present were pondering this question, and the only sound in the air was the chanting of the monks, leaving the scene eerily silent. Ah! A sudden, heart-wrenching cry echoed from a distance, jolting everyone back to reality. That direction is... Yin Zera looked up. The Forbidden Zone. That voice belongs to... the voice of the red-spotted elder. Chapter 195. The Upper Realm Deity, the Enigmatic Old Man. Boom! Shortly after the red-spotted elder's agonized scream, a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction of the forbidden area, leaving everyone in the dark about what had transpired. At the moment the explosion resounded, intense spiritual energy fluctuations erupted from the forbidden zone, shaking the void as if someone had detonated themselves. Although others couldn't see it, they could sense the presence of a self-detonation. Coupled with the red-spotted elder's earlier scream, it was highly likely that this self-detonation was his doing. The red-spotted elder was one of the top experts here, and yet he had self-destructed. What could have driven him to such an extreme? Moreover, the sudden surge in spiritual energy concentration had everyone present both curious and gravely concerned. Roar! This was the bellow of the burly elder. Kill! The burly elder roared, his voice rolling over the crowd, each word carrying a bone-chilling intent to kill. Ah! The burly elder cried out, his voice conveying deep sorrow and despair. Hum! In Yin Zera's vision, a transparent longsword appeared above the forbidden area, emitting resonant sword cries. After a while, the sword gradually faded and disappeared, and the burly elder's voice was no longer heard. Wow! Everyone here erupted into commotion, whispering and discussing among themselves, the scene resembling a bustling marketplace. What happened? Why did those two elders from the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land die so tragically? A disciple from the Southern Wilderness Holy Land panically asked. How do our elders view this matter? Another disciple urgently inquired. Many disciples turned their eyes to the higher-ups of the Holy Lands, including Yin Zera, who looked at them. After all, they were the most knowledgeable about the upper realm among the lower realm beings, and their insights would surely surpass her own. However, the higher-ups of the Holy Lands were all silent at the moment, their faces heavy. They had obviously guessed the reason for the two elders' tragic deaths, but chose not to speak out. Yin Zera's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the deities of the upper realm, there was no other possibility. Nothing else could make the higher-ups of these holy lands so wary and grave. Upper realm deities? Yin Zera was slightly disdainful. After all, he had already slain 2 deities of the upper realm. What was the harm in killing 2 more? Moreover, these higher-ups of the Holy Lands were not weaker than himself. If he could slay gods, they should be able to as well. So why were they so apprehensive? Yin Zera's gaze swept over the decision-makers of the Holy Lands. These higher-ups were clearly at the Emperor Grade 5 level, no weaker than the red-spotted elder, and should not find it difficult to slay gods. Heavenly tribulation. Seeing Beiju's tribulation site, Yin Zera immediately understood everything. These people, if they wanted to confront the deities, would have to use all their strength, which could very likely attract the heavenly tribulation. In that case, they might end up like Beiju, reduced to ashes. Moreover, semi-deities. Would the deities of the lower realm also transform into semi-deities? If that were the case, could these Emperor Grade 5 cultivators still slay gods? Yin Zera's heart grew heavy. Let's go. An old crone from the southern wilderness Holy Land waved her hand, intending to lead the disciples away. The western wilderness Holy Land and the northern wilderness Holy Land also showed signs of leaving. Although they obeyed the orders of the deities of the upper realm, they did not submit to all deities, nor did they dedicate everything to them. No one knew what was going on with the deity in the forbidden area. If it turned out to be detrimental to them, they would be powerless to resist. Leaving? Where to? Everyone has come to our eastern wilderness Holy Land, and I have yet to properly entertain you all. The Grand Elder stepped forward, followed by Hao Hui and the 5th Elder. Ding. Detecting a protagonist, activating the villainous fate system. Spending 1,000 villain points to view their past. 1,000 villain points? An upper realm deity? Yin Zera's heart stirred. Was it the Grand Elder or the 5th Elder? Why hadn't he noticed before? Ding. The protagonist is the enigmatic old man, originally a rogue cultivator from the upper realm, who came to the lower realm due to severe injuries and merged with the Fei Wu Chenle, a useless person. He recently officially replaced Chenle. Originally a lower deity, due to the semi-open passage between the upper and lower realms, he is now a semi-deity. Current fate value, 4,000. Possesses the enigmatic domain, capable of controlling cultivators, with higher cultivation levels resulting in weaker control. Possesses the divine artifact, Flying Soul Blade. Ding. Activating the villainous face-slapping system, gaining corresponding villain points based on reduced fate value. Yin Zera looked at the distant, ethereal old man and was shocked to discover that the core had been replaced. This enigmatic old man was actually the Grand Elder's ancestor. This time, the protagonist wasn't the main character but a cheat? Yin Zera pondered. And semi-deities, they were indeed semi-deities. Yin Zera glanced deeply at Hao Hui but dared not look any longer. Ding. Congratulations to the host for encountering a new plot. The fate of the lower realm is once again in the host's hands. To protect countless lives in the lower realm, activating a self-selected mission. Option 1. Flee directly. The protagonist will sacrifice countless disciples of the Holy Lands, immediately opening the passage between the upper and lower realms. Reward. None. Option 2. Kneel and beg for mercy, becoming an accomplice to the protagonist. Success will earn the favor of a master and a certain faction from the upper realm. Option 3. Fight to the death. Prevent the protagonist from opening the passage. Reward. A large amount of villain points. Seeing these 3 options, Yin Zera was momentarily dumbfounded. Was the system serious? Apart from option 1, he had practically no other choice. As for the opening of the passage between the upper and lower realms, resulting in the deaths of countless disciples of the Holy Lands, what did it have to do with him, Yin Zera? Well, it did have a connection. He didn't want the passage between the upper and lower realms to open so soon. With his current strength, once countless deities from the upper realm descended, he would become a slightly larger ant, no longer able to bully the so-called gods as he had before. Yin Zera took a deep breath. He wasn't planning to make a choice immediately. Instead, he intended to observe the situation first. No need. We are very grateful for the Grand Elder's hospitality, but it seems something has happened in our sect, and many fellow disciples are urgently summoning us back. A bald man from the Western Wilderness Holy Land said. The other two Holy Lands also found excuses to leave, while the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land, Imo Xuanji hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and stepping forward to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder? Imo Xuanji bowed and softly asked, was it you who ordered the countless disciples to kill each other just now? Was it me? Or was it not me? What does it matter? The Grand Elder, the enigmatic old man, said flippantly, showing no trace of the ethereal demeanor he should have had. His white eyebrows concealed eyes full of malevolence. You are not the Grand Elder. Imo Xuanji stared intently at the Grand Elder and slowly uttered these words. Why does everyone from the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land like to ask about others' origins? Yes, that's right. I am not your Grand Elder. I am a deity from the upper realm, and today I reveal myself to exterminate all of you. The enigmatic old man laughed heartily, revealing his intentions. Chapter 196. Unable to escape. Mutual slaughter. Arrogant. Do you think you're a deity just because you are one? Don't forget, here in the lower realm, you're still only a 5th-rank emperor. A 5th-rank emperor from the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land sneered. 5th-rank emperor? Huixin the Elder feigned confusion, then chuckled. Perhaps we truly are 5th-rank emperors. Ding! With a sound that seemed to silence all noise, Huixin the Elder spread his arms, unfolding a domain with a diameter of over half a mile, enveloping some of those close to him. This domain was far larger than any Yin Zera had seen before, and he could clearly sense the danger within, a chilling sense of crisis that made his hair stand on end. Indeed, their strength has also significantly increased. Is this the power of a demigod? Yin Zera glanced at Hao Hui beside Huixin the Elder. Fortunately, the mask given by Imo Xuanji had not revealed his identity, or else Hao Hui would stop at nothing to kill him. Impossible. A deity's domain shouldn't be this vast and powerful. The 5th-rank emperor from the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with shock. The higher-ups from the other sacred lands also had ashen faces. They hadn't expected the deity's domain to be so formidable. They felt they were no match, and if just this Grand Elder was this strong, the situation would be dire. If the other deities had also greatly enhanced their powers, the consequences would be unimaginable. Leave. The old crone from the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land continued to shout. The situation was extremely unfavorable. In such times, fleeing was the best option. I said, don't leave. I still have to entertain you all. Huixin the Elder snapped his fingers with a loud crack, and the entire Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land was enveloped by a blood-red light barrier. What do you want, Chunla? A bald man from the Western Wilderness Sacred Land roared. What do I want? Just something fun. Huixin the Elder's shriveled mouth split open, revealing a row of terrifying teeth. His lips stretched to their limits, exuding an indescribable aura of malevolence. Ah! The many disciples and followers trapped within the Huixin domain suddenly screamed and knelt down. Just as people were unsure of what had happened to them, these disciples and followers all raised their heads, their eyes now crimson, filled with madness and murderous intent. Kill. Slaughter to your heart's content, little ones. Huixin the Elder laughed loudly, waving his hand as numerous red-eyed disciples charged out of the Huixin domain, rushing towards their familiar fellow disciples. Brother, what's wrong with you? One youth questioned his senior brother, only to be met with a large blade that split him in half. Be careful. Their minds have been clouded. Some elders shouted, each using their abilities to restrain their disciples. But those disciples showed no signs of regaining their sanity, their red eyes blazing like wild beasts as they roared. Thud. A disciple from the Southern Wilderness Sacred Land charged at Yin Zera, who knocked him out with a strike from his Sui Xian Rui ruler, sending him rolling on the ground, unconscious. Run! Someone shouted loudly, desperately trying to flee. However, they slammed into the blood-red barrier with a dull thud. The disciple drew his weapon and hacked at the barrier with all his might, but to no avail. Boom! A fourth-rank emperor struck out, sending a large palm print against the barrier, resulting in a slightly louder thud, but still no effect. Thud. Yin Zera knocked another attacker away, then fished an intricate jade token from his huili, deciding that escaping from here was the priority. He glanced around, searching for Chu Ning's figure, only to see a disciple from the northern wilderness sacred land pull out a similar jade token. No way! Yin Zera watched as the disciple crushed the token, and a white light enveloped him, teleporting him 3 miles away. Unfortunately, a red-eyed disciple happened to pass by there, spotting him and sending him to his doom with a single sword strike. Could it be that spatial travel here can't reach the outside? Yin Zera speculated. Splash! A fifth-rank emperor tore open a spatial rift, but the other side wasn't the outside world. It was still within the eastern wilderness sacred land. How is this possible? The fifth-rank emperor couldn't believe his eyes. Hee, feel free to try, but if you can get out, I'll admit defeat. Huixin the Elder chuckled sinisterly. I've spent countless years here setting up this formation. If you could escape, I'd take my own life. Seeing the despairing expressions of the sacred land disciples, Huixin the Elder found it immensely entertaining. This was the feeling, the thrill of manipulating people's fates. Ding! An invisible sword domain expanded, and Hao Hui struck. Anyone caught within his domain, regardless of their cultivation level, instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The domain is larger, and its power has increased. Killing emperors used to be much more difficult than this. Yin Zera commented. Yin Zera looked down and saw blood-red array patterns lighting up beneath his feet. These patterns were absorbing blood essence, resentment, and killing intent. Where were these energies being channeled? Is your goal in inciting this slaughter to perform a blood sacrifice to open a passage between the upper and lower realms? Emo Xuanji asked. Congratulations, you're correct. Huixin the Elder replied with a smile. What about the Grand Elder? Emo Xuanji inquired. Dead. Huixin the Elder answered. Was the conflict between the divine descendants and ordinary disciples instigated by you? Emo Xuanji continued. Yes. What are you going to do? Kill me? No. You can't kill me. Huixin the Elder shook his head and laughed. While those around them were engaged in frenzied slaughter, these two conversed as if they were old friends. Emo Xuanji took a deep breath, then stepped forward, charging into Huixin the Elder's domain. Insignificant ant. Emo Xuanji followed the domain's weaknesses as he advanced, but halfway through, he was struck by a black flash of light, collapsing to the ground, his fate unknown. What a fool! Yin Zera muttered, rolling his eyes. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, Yin Zera heard Chu Ning scream. He turned to see a fifth-rank saint thrusting a sword into her left shoulder, while a first-rank emperor raised a large blade, ready to strike her head. Swoosh! Yin Zera stepped into the Chaos Heart steps, instantly appearing behind the first-rank emperor, sending him flying with a punch. With a flick of his Sui Xian Rui ruler, he struck down the fifth-rank saint. Yin Ge! Chu Ning exclaimed in delight. Yin Zera glanced at Chu Ning's wound, finding it only a minor injury. He handed her a jade token and a medicinal bottle, urging her to stay far away from the chaos. What is this? Chu Ning looked at the jade token in surprise. Spatial travel here can't reach the outside, so it's useless to me. Be careful when you use it. Don't teleport right into the center of the battlefield. Yin Zera cautioned. Watching Chu Ning retreat to a safe distance, Yin Zera breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, an icy killing intent surged from behind him. Are you Yin Zera? Chapter 197. Battle against Hao Hui. An extreme fight to the death. Although phrased as a question, there was no doubt in Yin Zera's mind that Hao Hui behind him had already recognized his identity. Long time no see. Yin Zera turned around, smiling at Hao Hui within the distant sword domain, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Die! Hao Hui's white hair flew wildly as he shouted, and the entire sword domain pressed down on Yin Zera. Yin Zera's brow furrowed, and black light emanated from his body as he felt the boundless malice from Hao Hui. He activated both his devouring semi-god technique and his malevolent semi-god technique simultaneously. Clack, clack, clack. Yin Zera stared intently at Hao Hui, his footsteps rhythmic as he advanced toward him. Die! The Thuishin Ruyi Chi was enveloped in a layer of black light and a crimson flame, thrusting into Hao Hui's sword domain and shattering all impediments. Clang! Yin Zera knocked away a flying sword and charged toward Hao Hui at full speed. He didn't know why Hao Hui's flying swords had become fewer, but this was a good thing. Boom! Advancing forward with little resistance, the sword chi within the domain was nothing more than a drizzle to him. He raised his large ruler and struck down fiercely. Hao Hui blocked with his sword, and the two quickly engaged in combat. Is this a domain? Hao Hui was incredulous as he saw the black light from Yin Zera continuously devouring his sword chi. It's not a domain. Yin Zera unleashed the malice he had absorbed, delivering a full-power strike that forced Hao Hui back a few steps. Good, good, good. Whether it's a domain or not, you must die. Hao Hui said coldly. This inferior being had killed his concubine right before his eyes, an insult he had never endured before. Die. In an instant, Hao Hui appeared behind Yin Zera. Within his domain, his speed was too fast. Swish. Yin Zera stepped with his disturbing heart steps, dodging the attack. He was slightly startled. His disturbing heart steps had no advantage within this domain and could only barely evade Hao Hui's attacks. Whoosh! The primordial divine flame burned wildly, and the devouring semi-god technique was fully activated. The malevolent semi-god technique absorbed the malice from Hao Hui, using it to determine his position. Swish! Yin Zera dodged another attack, his brow furrowing as he looked at Hao Hui. His advantage was not significant, and he was exerting his full strength, while Hao Hui's true capabilities remained unclear. Even if this was all of Hao Hui's strength, the enchanting Heart Elder was still in the distance, toying with the disciples of the sacred land. If both gods attacked simultaneously, he would surely die. But he had no good plan. His knowledge of divine matters was too limited. When he fought against Dun Yuan and Tao Gui before, he had not only relied on tricks, but also their strength was not as formidable as Hao Hui's now. What should I do? Yin Zera's mind raced, desperately searching for a way. For Hao Hui's weaknesses. After several clashes with Hao Hui, Yin Zera found that he couldn't do much to Hao Hui, and Hao Hui couldn't do much to him either. But he noticed that Hao Hui's left hand and left foot were somewhat clumsy. Yin Zera immediately activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, looking at Hao Hui, trying to find any abnormalities. Boom! Yin Zera raised the Thuishin Ruyi Chi, blocking Hao Hui's transparent greatsword. He took a few steps back, the corner of his mouth curving slightly. He saw it. Hao Hui's left hand, left foot, and right arm all seemed new, different from the rest of his body. The flow of energy was noticeably less smooth in those areas. Die! Yin Zera concentrated his assaults on Hao Hui's left side, swinging the Thuishin Ruyi Chi repeatedly while the primordial divine flame continuously erupted in that direction. Hao Hui's eyebrows furrowed as he saw Yin Zera relentlessly attacking his left side, immediately realizing that his weaker part had been discovered. Do you think finding my weakness will turn the tide? Hao Hui sneered. The domain tightened, and the density of sword chi increased. The devouring semi-god technique ceaselessly absorbed the sword chi directed at him, while the Thuishin Ruyi Chi deflected a couple of flying swords. Die! Yin Zera launched a series of fierce attacks, and the malice he had silently accumulated suddenly erupted, causing his strength to surge once more. In that instant, Hao Hui was caught off guard by Yin Zera's sudden increase in power, unable to dodge in time. His left hand, already less flexible due to the energy flow issues, was instantly severed at the wrist. Hao Hui was enraged. The intense pain in his wrist instantly reminded him of the humiliation he had suffered in the Tide Sea Clan's secret realm and the life-and-death crisis he had felt during his battle with the most powerful elder. You deserve to die. Hao Hui went mad. He had never imagined that he would suffer so much humiliation in the lower realm, nor had he ever felt such intense life-and-death threats. Die! Countless sword chi shot wildly toward Yin Zera, and Yin Zera felt the boundless malice and killing intent from Hao Hui, knowing he had to fight with everything he had. Ah! Yin Zera screamed in agony as his right leg was sliced off a chunk of flesh the size of a fist, a flying sword piercing his abdomen, and countless sword chi churning within his stomach. The excruciating pain was driving him to the brink of losing his sanity. The cost was extremely heavy, and Yin Zera had paid such a high price just to get close to Hao Hui, to his less flexible left side. Die! Yin Zera raised the Thlishin Ruyi Chi and slashed down with a powerful strike, instantly severing Hao Hui's left side. Ah! With half his body severed, not just his left hand and foot, but half his body, the pain and life-and-death crisis caused this upper realm god to scream in agony. Die! Yin Zera pressed his advantage, and with a thought, the primordial divine flame attached to his wounds began to burn fiercely. Although this wasn't much of a problem for Hao Hui, it was extremely painful. In that instant, Hao Hui even forgot about Yin Zera's attacks. Swish! At this critical moment, Hao Hui snapped back to his senses and immediately harnessed the power of his domain, instantly reappearing at its edge. Yin Zera pulled the flying sword out of his abdomen and raised the large ruler again, pushing his disturbing heart steps to their limit as he chased after Hao Hui. Seeing Yin Zera like a demon from hell chasing him, Hao Hui's legs went weak with fear. He quickly exited his domain and ran toward the enchanting Heart Elder nearby. With Hao Hui's departure, the entire sword domain disappeared, and Yin Zera, no longer hindered, moved even faster. But Hao Hui's speed was still fast, and Yin Zera couldn't catch up. He let out a loud shout. Stop him! Save me! Hearing the shout behind him, Hao Hui quickly cried out for help. In truth, the confrontation between Yin Zera and Hao Hui had lasted only a brief moment. The enchanting Heart Elder was not concerned about Hao Hui, confident that no one could defeat him. The other disciples of the sacred land merely viewed the battle between Yin Zera and Hao Hui as a desperate struggle from someone unwilling to accept their demise. No one present thought that Yin Zera would be chasing after Hao Hui, trying to kill him. Chapter 198. Severely injuring Hao Hui, Battle against Huaxin. Whoosh! The crowd from various sacred lands erupted in commotion. A few, however, reacted quickly and launched attacks on Hao Hui, though these did little to harm him but slowed him down significantly. Get out of my way, you insects! Hao Hui roared in fury. You all deserve to die. Huaxin the Elder, seeing the situation, also erupted in anger. He was terrified. If someone could hunt down Hao Hui, it meant someone could hunt him down too. He had never underestimated cultivators from the lower realms. Just moments ago, he had fought a powerful elder from the lower realms, losing an eye and half his body in the process. He had nearly died. Stop him, or we're all dead. Yin Zera shouted urgently. Finally, a cultivator at the 5th level of the Great Emperor Realm acted. He punched towards the sky, unleashing a torrent of energy that formed a massive fist heading straight for Hao Hui. If Hao Hui didn't stop or dodge, the fist would surely hit him. Ah! Hao Hui activated his sword domain once more, shattering the fist but causing his speed to drop again. Kill him! The other great emperors reacted, unleashing a barrage of attacks towards Hao Hui's sword domain. Boom! Hao Hui's sword domain shattered under the relentless assault, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit visibly weakening. Die! Yin Zera finally reached his back, raising the Sui Xian Rui ruler to finish Hao Hui off. At that moment, Huaxin the Elder arrived, enveloping Yin Zera in his domain. Countless distracting thoughts flooded Yin Zera's mind. Damn it! In that instant, Yin Zera felt that killing Hao Hui was wrong, that he should protect him instead. As the distracting thoughts emerged, Yin Zera hesitated. His Sui Xian Ru Yi ruler shifted slightly, only severing Hao Hui's right arm. Ah! Hao Hui screamed in agony, losing another arm. He retreated on his remaining right leg, back to Huixin the Elder's side. Beast! Huixin the Elder, seeing Hao Hui's severely injured state, couldn't help but curse loudly. Yin Zera slowly backed away, his mouth splitting into a grin, revealing blood-stained teeth. It was a look of both ferocity and satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have severely injured the chosen one, Hao Hui. Hao Hui's luck value decreased by 400. Host's villain points increased by 40,000. Ha ha ha. Yin Zera laughed wildly, pointing the Sui Xian Rui ruler at Huixin the Elder and Hao Hui in the distance. He shouted, God? Insect? Gods, insects. You are nothing but insects. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, a young man stood, wielding a massive ruler, his laughter echoing towards the heavens as he taunted the gods in the distance. His posture exuded an unmatched elegance and ba-chi. Unstoppable. Invincible. This thought appeared in the minds of everyone present. Countless young women gazed at this man with teary eyes, even those from the northern sacred land who had once hated him. Among them, the one who admired him the most was Chu Ning. Tisich, beating a god and you're so arrogant? Truly ignorant of the heaven's height and the earth's depth. Huixin the Elder, stunned for a moment, couldn't help but sneer at Yin Zera's laughter. Come and kill me if you dare, old dog. Yin Zera said disdainfully. Despite being covered in wounds and blood, Huixin the Elder didn't dare to advance. What's wrong? Afraid? As a rogue cultivator who fled to the lower realms, your courage is too small. Did you lose your guts during the fusion with Qianlu? Yin Zera taunted, revealing Huixin's origins. Huh? How does he know my background? Huixin's heart skipped a beat, filled with shock. Even Qianlu and Hao Hui didn't know his true origins. Years ago, severely injured, he had come to the lower realms, intending to possess Qianlu. However, due to various coincidences, he had fused with Qianlu. Unable to do otherwise, he had raised Qian Li's cultivation to the position of a powerful elder. It was only recently that he had fully possessed Qianlu. Yet, unexpectedly, a mere ant from the lower realms had discovered his true identity. No, he's stalling for time. Feeling Yin Zera's life force rapidly increasing, Huixin the Elder immediately realized the truth. Huixin the Elder grabbed Hao Hui by the neck and shot towards Yin Zera. His own attacks were weaker and required Hao Hui's assistance. Seeing Huixin the Elder flying towards him, Yin Zera felt a tinge of regret. If only he had a bit more time, the pills he had purchased from the system could have healed his wounds. But now, he had no time for regrets. Die! Yin Zera roared, charging towards Huixin the Elder. Boom! Yin Zera once again entered Huixin's domain. This time, however, he was prepared, using the Devour Semi-God technique to suppress the distracting thoughts in his mind. Though the effect wasn't perfect, it kept the thoughts from significantly affecting his battle. Kill! 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 As Yin Zera got closer to Huixin the Elder, more distracting thoughts emerged. He could only counter them by constantly shouting kill and increasing his killing intent. Ding! Yin Zera swung the Sui Xian Rui ruler, blocking a transparent flying sword formed by Hao Hui's 10,000 sword meteor domain. Huixin the Elder distracted Yin Zera, while Hao Hui attempted to deliver a fatal strike. Their cooperation caused Yin Zera significant trouble, but it didn't stop him. Boom! 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 Outside the domain, the great emperors and saints from the sacred lands watched the intense battle within. They didn't dare enter Huixin's domain, but could still attack from the outside. Countless attacks rained down on Huixin's domain, causing it to tremble and destabilize. This further reduced its impact on Yin Zera, who grinned. Ha ha ha, you're out of tricks now. Yin Zera said with extreme arrogance. Hao Hui's attacks were ineffective, and Huixin's domain had little impact. It was clear that Yin Zera was destined to win, and Huixin the Elder and Hao Hui were doomed. The onlookers from the sacred lands thought the same. They watched excitedly as Yin Zera slaughtered these gods from the higher realms. Swish! Yin Zera leaped towards Huixin the Elder, raising the Sui Xian Rui ruler to strike. Die! Yin Zera grinned savagely. Don't kill me. Huixin the Elder backed away in terror, pushing Hao Hui forward as a shield, ignoring Hao Hui's curses. Die! The Sui Xian Rui ruler descended, aiming to cut down both of them in one strike. Hao Hui, unable to resist, let Huixin the Elder hold his neck, closing his eyes and waiting for death. As the Sui Xian Rui ruler sliced through the air and was about to hit Hao Hui, Yin Zera twisted his wrist, and the ruler instantly returned to his own head. Dong! A deafening boom echoed from Yin Zera's head. Chapter 199. Deadly Crisis. Yin Zera seriously injured. That was intense. Is this your trump card? Yin Zera grinned. Yin Zera felt a slight numbness in his palm. The force of the sneak attack was no small matter. He knew that Huixin the Elder had a divine weapon called the Soul-Stealing Blade. Imo Xuanji had fallen victim to a black flash from it. During his battle with Huixin the Elder, he had been constantly on guard against this flying blade. But he hadn't expected Huixin the Elder to hold back the blade and play act with Hao Hui until the very end, when he unleashed a fatal strike. The speed of the blade was astonishing. If not for his clear perception of danger and malice aimed at the back of his head, he might have fallen for it. Die! Hao Hui, who had been waiting with his eyes closed for death, suddenly opened them wide, his eyes bursting with murderous intent. The remaining flying swords within his sword domain instantly fused together, wrapped in all the sword chi, and shot toward Yin Zera at lightning speed. Another deadly crisis descended, even more perilous than the soul-stealing blade. There was no time to dodge. Yin Zera roared and leapt slightly, narrowly avoiding a strike aimed at his heart. Ah! Yin Zera let out a blood-curdling scream as he was pierced through the abdomen. Countless sword chi erupted from the flying sword embedded in his stomach, but his devouring half-god technique madly absorbed these sword chi. Swish! Severely injured, Yin Zera kept retreating to create distance from Hao Hui, while driving the devouring half-god technique to suppress the chaotic sword chi within him. He also remained vigilant against the soul-stealing blade. Do you think you can escape? Hao Hui sneered, his brow furrowed, and with a determined heart, he shouted, "Explode!" He was going to detonate the flying sword embedded in Yin Zera's stomach. In that instant, Yin Zera almost felt that he was as good as dead and no longer wanted to resist. In the moment of life and death, pushed to his limits, Yin Zera's mind stirred. He plunged his own heart-soul ruler into his stomach, transforming it into a flexible sword that tightly wrapped around the exploding flying sword. Boom! The flying sword detonated, releasing countless sword chi that shot in all directions. The deafening roar echoed in everyone's ears. No one believed Yin Zera could still be alive. Such a divine weapons explosion would leave no one unscathed. Brother Yin! Chu Ning's mind went blank, and she cried out loudly as she rushed toward the epicenter of the explosion. Fortunately, a middle-aged Taoist nun quickly grabbed her. Let me go. Brother Yin isn't dead. Chu Ning struggled fiercely. Don't go. He's already dead. No one could survive that. The nun comforted with a heartache, holding Chu Ning tightly. The members of the other sacred domains no longer concerned themselves with whether Chu Ning knew this powerhouse or not. All eyes were fixed intently on the epicenter of the explosion. They all knew Yin Zera couldn't possibly have survived, but what if? The explosion center was filled with thick dust and chaotic sword chi. Each sword chi was incredibly powerful, and a saint could easily perish if they weren't careful. Cough, cough. After what felt like an eternity, a coughing sound emerged from the explosion center. The powerhouse who had fought two gods was still alive. Whoosh! The dust cleared, revealing Yin Zera. He was leaning on his heart-soul ruler with one hand. His stomach and intestines were gone, leaving only his spine supporting his upper body. Below, one could see the white bones of his pelvis, and above, his still beating heart. Cough. Yin Zera coughed again. He had never been so severely injured, never come so close to death. If not for his sturdy demon body, if not for wrapping the exploding flying sword at the last moment, he would have been reduced to a cloud of blood mist. Hiss. Everyone who saw Yin Zera's condition couldn't help but gasp in shock. Such severe injuries, and yet he still lived. Such an explosion, and yet he still survived. A great emperor of the fourth rank this strong. While not unprecedented, he was definitely without precedent. Whether enemies or friends, all couldn't help but raise a thumb in admiration. Brother Yin. Chu Ning's heart broke, and tears streamed down her face like a fountain. In that moment, all she wanted was to embrace this man. Whoosh! Yin Zera heard another faint sound of something slicing through the air. With great effort, he raised his heart-soul ruler to block the soul-stealing blade. Swish! Yin Zera's heart stirred, and the heart-soul ruler transformed into a soft whip, wrapping around and enveloping the blade. Ha ha ha, Yin Zera, so this is how it ends for you. Hao Hui, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, laughed loudly with a mix of pride and joy. You're finished. Huixin the Elder also laughed. Without Yin Zera, they would be invincible here. Oh! Yin Zera smiled faintly. With a thought, he used 50,000 villain points to purchase a healing elixir from the system store. As soon as the elixir materialized, a rich vitality spread throughout the entire sacred land. The battered earth began to sprout new grass, and the injured disciples felt an itch in their wounds as they started to heal. A divine elixir? Impossible! Hao Hui and Huixin the Elder exclaimed simultaneously. Such a divine elixir was a priceless treasure even in the upper realm. They couldn't afford one even with all their wealth. Gulp! Yin Zera swallowed the elixir, which dissolved upon contact with his saliva, releasing countless medicinal energies that enveloped his mutilated body. This was the most expensive healing elixir he had ever bought, and its effects were excellent. He felt as if he were in his mother's womb, filled with vitality and comfort. His mutilated body rapidly regained nourishment and recovery, the sense of weakness quickly fading and strength once again filling his body. Quick! Kill him! Kill him! Hao Hui was truly panicked now. His eyes red, he shouted frantically. But first, he had detonated all his flying swords, leaving his sword domain severely damaged. Second, Huixin the Elder's only attack method was now wrapped by Yin Zera's heart-soul ruler, rendering it useless. Thus, the two gods from the upper realm were desperate, their eyes red, but they had no way to act. Huff! Yin Zera slowly exhaled a mouthful of blood. He touched his newly regenerated, smooth stomach and smiled with satisfaction. He had finally weathered this life-and-death crisis. Now, it was time to finish off his enemies. Die! Yin Zera's eyes sharpened as he charged toward Hao Hui and Huixin the Elder. The two were flustered and struggled to fend him off. Get lost! Yin Zera bellowed, killing several disciples controlled by Huixin the Elder. If you cannot control your disciples, I will kill them all. Yin Zera shot a cold glance at the representatives of the other holy lands. The higher-ups of the various holy lands quickly took action to restrain and render unconscious the disciples manipulated by Elder Huixin, while instructing the weaker disciples to retreat from the area. You've run out of tricks. Then die. Yin Zera stepped forward with his disturbing heart steps, slowly approaching Hao Hui. As for Huixin the Elder, he had already abandoned Hao Hui and was fleeing in a certain direction. Do you have any last words? Yin Zera looked down at Hao Hui from above. Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd die at the hands of a lowly ant from the lower realm. Hao Hui laughed loudly to the sky. Chapter 200, Hao Hui's Demise, Huixin's Self-Destruction. However, I will not die by your hand. Hao Hui sneered at Yin Zera, the deity from the higher realm who, until the very end, still looked down on Yin Zera, the native of the lower realm. Yin Zera noticed Hao Hui's power suddenly surging, and the thought crossed his mind that the man might be preparing to self-destruct. He quickly took a few steps back. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the heavens, its reverberating sound filling everyone who heard it with an inexplicable sense of oppression. At the moment of Hao Hui's demise, the sky above the sacred land of the eastern wilderness instantly changed. The previously azure heavens transformed into a sea of blood-red clouds, with fierce winds howling mournfully, as if bidding farewell to a deity. Yin Zera calmly watched the celestial phenomenon. He had witnessed such a spectacle 3 times before, and each time it left him somewhat awestruck. As for Hao Hui's self-destruction, aside from a few more rips in his clothes, Yin Zera suffered no real damage. After all, even Hao Hui's full-force self-destruction with his divine sword and sword energy had failed to claim Yin Zera's life. Even on the brink of death, Yin Zera still had divine elixirs to heal himself. Hao Hui understood all of this, yet he still chose to self-destruct. He did so purely to preserve the final dignity of being a deity from the higher realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forcing Hao Hui to self-destruct. Hao Hui's luck value decreased by 1,000, and the host's villain points increased by 10,000. With 10,000 villain points in hand, Yin Zera's lips curled into a faint smile. If Hao Hui knew that his self-destruction not only caused no harm to Yin Zera, but also earned him a profit, he would likely feel quite something. He has slain a god. Everyone present, seeing the blood-red clouds and raging winds in the sky, was stunned. This man had actually slain a god. Although many high-ranking figures in the sacred land indeed possessed the ability to slay a god, no one had ever done so. Just as the passage between the realms was about to open, someone had accomplished the unthinkable, slaying a deity with a cultivation level of Emperor 4th rank, achieving a Ni Xing Fa Sun. No one dared to speak, all fixated on the man standing amidst the ruins, as if they were carved from wood. Kill. But Yin Zera paid no heed to the emotions of those around him. He knew there was still one enemy at large, and the protective barrier around the sacred land had yet to dissipate. The array beneath his feet remained active. The fleeing Huixin, upon seeing the blood-red clouds, felt a chill run through him. Hao Hui had truly been killed by that lowly native. Then, hearing Hao Hui's roar, he was so terrified that he nearly lost control of his bladder. Run. Get to the vicinity of that passage as quickly as possible. Only there can one find an environment similar to the higher realm, and only there can one maximize one's strength. Huixin thought frantically, sprinting forward with all his might. Originally, the members of the sacred ground were nothing more than a herd of helpless lambs, but unexpectedly, one of them turned out to be a ravenous tiger. If only he hadn't been so careless, if only he had been more cautious and hadn't strayed from the passage, he wouldn't be in this dire situation. As he fled, Huixin thought back to everything that had just happened, regretting it so deeply that it felt as if his intestines were twisted. Why is he heading in that direction? From a distance, Yin Zera watched as Huixin sprinted toward the forbidden area with all his might, feeling curious. But he knew that Huixin must have his own trump card. Whatever the enemy intended to do, it must not be allowed to happen. Yin Zera activated his chaos steps to the fullest, quickly chasing after Huixin. However, having dealt with Hao Hui earlier, Huixin had gained a significant lead. Although Huixin's speed was inferior to his own, the distance was too great, and it seemed unlikely he would catch up. Get out of the way. While doggedly pursuing, Yin Zera suddenly heard a thunderous roar. Looking up, he saw an old woman with white hair and dressed in white blocking Huixin's path, engaged in a fierce battle with him. Aunt Shi? Yin Zera was puzzled. Why was Aunt Shi in front of Huixin, fighting him? But he no longer cared to seek the root of the matter. He only hoped that Aunt Shi could hold on a little longer. He would arrive soon. Boom! To his surprise, Aunt Shi was able to match Huixin in combat. Huixin's heart-tempting divine domain had little effect on Aunt Shi. Get out of here! Huixin clearly sensed Yin Zera's approach, but this old woman, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere, dared to block his path. Enraged, Huixin continuously manipulated his flying soul blade to stab at Aunt Shi, but she was no pushover. She dodged the blade repeatedly, and when she couldn't avoid it, she allowed it to strike non-vital areas. Die! Finally, Yin Zera arrived. He unleashed the malevolence absorbed by his evil semi-god technique, enveloping his soul-controlling ruler with primordial divine fire and hurling it at Huixin. Huixin, no longer caring about Aunt Shi, desperately threw himself to the side. Bang! The Thuixin Ruyi Shi struck Huixin's lower body again, instantly turning his two legs into a cloud of blood mist. Having just repaired his lower body, it was shattered once again. The excruciating pain and humiliation caused Huixin to scream out in agony, but his cries could not stop Aunt Shi. Seizing the opportunity, she struck and shattered half of his body. Huixin let out a blood-curdling scream. Like Hao Hui, he had been reduced to a crippled figure with only a fragment of his head and torso remaining. Such a body was nothing more than a target on the battlefield. Yin Zera stood outside Huixin's heart-tempting domain, blocking the path to the forbidden area. He had no intention of re-entering the domain, as it was simply too repulsive. Watching Aunt Shi fight relentlessly within Huixin's domain, Yin Zera suddenly felt an itch to join in. He condensed several primordial divine fire orbs and hurled them at Huixin. Although the primordial divine fire was not lethal to Huixin, it caused him immense pain. "Don't push your luck," Huixin shouted angrily at Yin Zera, but Yin Zera responded with a cold smile and even more fire orbs. "Then let's die together." Unable to endure the humiliation, Huixin roared, his energy fluctuating violently. Was Huixin also preparing to self-destruct? Yin Zera tensed up, cautiously watching him. Boom! Huixin indeed self-destructed, but the explosion's power was not great, and even Aunt Shi, who was in close combat with him, remained unharmed. Huixin's explosion resulted in countless clouds of blood mist shooting in all directions. Trying to escape? Infuriated, Yin Zera stomped his foot, and countless primordial divine fires scorched the void. With each blood mist obliterated, a scream from Huixin echoed out. Other members of the Sungdi also caught up, seeing the clouds of blood mist and joining in to destroy them. Although they were no match for Huixin himself, dealing with a fragment of his blood mist was an easy task. Phew! After the combined efforts of over a dozen emperors, not a single cloud of Huixin's blood mist escaped. Just as everyone was about to relax, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 201. Heart-Deceiving Escape. Zerua returns home. Yin Zera watched as the blood mist was completely eradicated, feeling a strange sense of unease. Without the blood cloud and no system prompt, it was clear that the heart-deceiving old man had not been killed. The fact that he could escape to the lower realm while severely injured in the upper realm demonstrated his formidable evasion skills. Yin Zera was determined not to let any enemy slip away, so he carefully observed his surroundings, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, at the edge of the battlefield, near the gap in the encirclement, a small black dagger lay unnoticed by anyone. Swoosh! The dagger trembled slightly, transforming into a black streak of light that shot toward the horizon, its speed surpassing even that of the blood mist. Someone cried out in surprise. Yin Zera and a few others who reacted quickly launched attacks to intercept the flying dagger. However, aside from Yin Zera's primordial divine flame, no other attack managed to hit it. His flame sphere barely grazed the dagger, and under everyone's gaze, a black streak tinged with a faint crimson flew off into the distance, accompanied by a distant scream. "You'll pay for this." Ding. "Congratulations, host. You have severely injured the fortune child, heart-deceiving old man. His fortune value has decreased by 3,000. Your villain value has increased by 30,000. The heart-deceiving old man had escaped, but Yin Zera wasn't overly concerned. After all, the old man was now but a wisp of a soul. If he were to encounter a weak vessel like the Grand Elder again and try to regain his strength, Yin Zera would kill him as easily as crushing an ant. Pop! The protective barrier outside the sacred land disappeared, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Being enclosed within a formation had been unbearably oppressive. Cough, cough. A cough came from nearby. Yin Zera turned to see Imo Xuanji, who had supposedly died, slowly rising to his feet. Oh, so you're still alive. Yin Zera teased mockingly, looking down at him. Help me up? Imo Xuanji glanced at the chaotic battlefield and quickly understood the situation. He extended a hand, asking Yin Zera for assistance. As expected of the leader of the Celestial Mechanism Hall, you took a hit at the beginning and then slacked off until the end. Yin Zera taunted. Do you think I didn't contribute? If it weren't for me, Sherpua would never have been able to hold off the Grand Elder. Imo Xuanji struggled to his feet, leaning on his knees, and rolled his eyes at Yin Zera's mockery. Heh. Yin Zera wasn't interested in arguing. He glanced at the blood-absorbing array beneath his feet and asked, What do we do with this? Just dig up the soil and rocks near the forbidden area. Imo Xuanji waved his hand, ordering a group of disciples from the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land to excavate the area and disrupt the array's operation. Judging by this, the official opening of the upper and lower realm passage will likely take about half a year. You'd better prepare. As for the entrance to the passage, it's here at the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land, and it can't be moved. Imo Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the spiritual light emanating from the forbidden area. Half a year. Yin Zera silently calculated. In that time, he should be able to reach the 5th rank of the Great Emperor level and be ready for the tribulation. It was a bit tight, but not a problem. Yin Zera ignored Imo Xuanji, lost in thought as he walked toward the edge of the sacred land. It was time for him to leave. Yin Ge. A young girl's voice interrupted Yin Zera's thoughts. He looked at the charming young lady before him and asked, What's the matter? When are you going to hold our bigger and more spectacular wedding? Chu Ning asked, her face flushing with shyness. What bigger and more spectacular wedding? Yin Zera was puzzled. During your wedding with Sister Ningen, didn't I already tell my cousin to inform you? We've already pledged our troth. The girl smiled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Ninger, who is this esteemed guest? Why don't you introduce him to your Shirshu? A middle-aged Taoist nun approached, laughing, and defused the awkward moment for Yin Zera. Shirshu. Chu Ning bowed respectfully, then looked at Yin Zera with her watery eyes, unwilling to reveal his identity to others. Tell her, Yin Zera agreed, moved by Chu Ning's request. He had his reasons. After all, Chu Ning still had to navigate the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land, and with the passage opening soon, it was better to have more friends than enemies. Chu Ning revealed Yin Zera's identity to the nun, though she only mentioned his status as the son of the prison king, keeping the rest to herself. Upon learning Yin Zera's true identity, the middle-aged nun was even more astonished. In all the 4 sacred lands, no young talent could compare to him, and even the older generation or ancestral figures paled in comparison. With the upper and lower realm passage opening soon, befriending such a peerless genius was an opportunity for the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land. As for the fact that this man had killed some of their elders and disciples, what did that matter? He had even slain a god. Ninger, since you're such good friends with this noble son, why not accompany him to the imperial capital to visit your family? The nun suggested. Chu Ning was the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land disciple closest to Yin Zera, and their relationship seemed exceptionally intimate. This advantage must not be squandered. Hearing this, Chu Ning knew her Shirshu was creating an opportunity for her. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at Yin Zera, then shook her head, saying, I think I'll return to the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land. My strength is too weak. I must seize the opportunity to improve. The middle-aged nun immediately saw through Chu Ning's intentions. Seeing how powerful Yin Zera had become, the girl was likely feeling both inferior and anxious. Don't rush. If you have any problems, come to me, Yin Ge. I'll protect you, Yin Zera said, patting her head in comfort. The girl's face turned crimson, and Yin Zera chuckled. Looking up, he noticed that many of the Sacred Land's higher-ups were watching their interaction with interest, eager to approach and curry favor. Yin Zera responded to each one, despite his previous indifference toward these Sacred Land figures. After all, they had just cooperated to defeat two gods and were now comrades. Since they were actively seeking to ingratiate themselves, Yin Zera didn't refuse, allowing himself to get acquainted with the Sacred Land's higher-ups. After exchanging pleasantries, Yin Zera left the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land. The sun was warm, the breeze gentle, the grass lush, and the spiritual birds chirped melodiously. Yin Zera embarked on his journey home. Several days had passed since the great battle. Chu Ning had returned to the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land with her elders, and Mo Xuanji was organizing the relocation of the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land disciples, unwilling to stay near the passage entrance. Yin Zera found Yuan, who had grown slightly plump from eating, and set off with her toward home. "Dad, you said I have two mothers?" Yuan asked between bites of braised meat. "That's right," Yin Zera replied, patting her head with a smile. "This daughter was easy to raise. Just provide enough food." "Will they like me?" "Of course. Both of your mothers are kind and gentle fairies. When they see how cute you are, they'll surely love you." Chapter 202. Returning home together, gaining villain points. "Is this your daughter? You really brought back a daughter?" Jiang Ningen exclaimed in surprise, her small mouth wide open. "Of course." Yin Zera recounted the entire sequence of events, especially when she mentioned being the vessel for a god from the higher realm, which made everyone feel heartache. "From now on, I'm your grandma." Jiang Wanqin immediately picked up Yuan and spoke with affection. "Grandma?" Yuan called out in a sweet, childish voice. Yin Daohan also wanted her to call him Grandpa, and Yuan obediently called out Grandpa with a smile. These repeated calls of Grandpa and Grandma melted the hearts of Yin Daohan and his wife. "Are you jealous?" Yin Zera asked Jiang Ningen, noticing her gaze fixed on Yuan in Jiang Wanqin's arms. "No." Jiang Ningen shook her head, pouting. "Husband, what did you gain from your trip to the Eastern Wilderness Sacred Land?" Ming Qiao changed the subject. Yin Zera pondered for a moment and recounted his experiences during the journey. Naturally, he downplayed the severe injuries he had sustained, but even so, Ming Qiao and Ningen were moved to tears. "You said the passage between the upper and lower realms will open in half a year?" Yin Daohan asked. "Yes. At that time, not only will the lower realm beings be influenced by the gods of the upper realm, but their cultivation levels will also skyrocket." Yin Zera explained. "That's true. Recently, my cultivation has been improving very quickly. Even without practicing, the progress is almost comparable to the speed of cultivation before the passage opened," Yin Daohan said, stroking his chin with a serious tone. "Isn't rapid cultivation progress a good thing?" Jiang Ningen asked. If it were before the passage opened, rapid cultivation progress wouldn't be a problem. But now..." Yin Zera sneered. "Heavenly tribulation?" Ming Qiao guessed the answer. "Exactly, the heavenly tribulation. Originally, many people wouldn't have the chance to become emperors, let alone survive the heavenly tribulation. Now, everyone has to face it, and even a 10% survival rate would be considered good. It's certain that when the passage between the realms opens, a large number of people will attempt the heavenly tribulation, and many will be reduced to ashes under it," Yin Zera explained. "Heavenly tribulation." Yin Daohan, his wife, Ming Qiao, and Jiang Ningen all looked solemn. None of them were confident in surviving the heavenly tribulation. Seeing the worried expressions of his parents and his beloved wife, Yin Zera also felt a sense of gravity. He knew that he would soon face the heavenly tribulation himself, but he wasn't sure if he could guarantee a 100% chance of survival. "System, is there any treasure to help survive the heavenly tribulation?" Yin Zera thought and asked. "Ding. Based on the host's request, the System Store has specially launched a Heavenly Tribulation Survival Package for 20,000 villain points." 20,000 villain points? Yin Zera gasped in shock and loudly cursed the system, asking how it wasn't just outright robbery. However, the system remained silent, much like many unscrupulous merchants. Buy if you want, or leave if you don't. Is it guaranteed to survive? Yin Zera asked. Ding. The heavenly tribulation is a test from the heavenly Tao for living beings. No treasure can guarantee a 100% survival rate. Does it increase the success rate? Yin Zera pondered, stroking his chin. Given the system's usual standards, a price of 20,000 points likely meant high quality, enough to help most talented individuals survive. Don't worry. I'll definitely find a way for all of you to survive the heavenly tribulation, Yin Zera assured confidently. Everyone looked at Yin Zera, but the shadow of the heavenly tribulation didn't disappear from their hearts. After all, throughout history, how many geniuses and monstrous talents had fallen at this very hurdle? You said that Imo Xuanji can calculate our location? Seeing the heaviness in everyone's expressions, Yin Daohan changed the subject. Yes, this place isn't safe anymore. We need to move to another location, Yin Zera replied. Jiang Wenqin, Ming Qiao, and Jiang Ningen all felt some reluctance to leave, but for the sake of evading enemies and not causing trouble for Yin Zera, they had to relocate. Does the system have any arrays to obscure the heavenly Tao's calculations? Yin Zera's thoughts stirred, and he once again checked the system store. There were options to obscure calculations from lower gods for 5,000 villain points, middle gods for 10,000 points, upper gods for 20,000 points, true gods for 50,000 to 500,000 points, and heavenly gods for 1 million to 10 million points. Why is there a range for obscuring true gods and heavenly gods? Yin Zera asked. Ding. Different true gods and heavenly gods have vastly different abilities in calculating the heavenly Tao, so the arrays for obscuring them also vary. 10 million villain points? Yin Zera was stunned. He glanced at his current villain points. 120,000. Dun Yuan had contributed 70,000 points. Absorbing the water of life had gained 100,000 points. Tao Gui had contributed 30,000 points. The later, Dry Mother, had contributed 20,000 points, and Hao Hui and Hua Xian the Elder had contributed 80,000 points. Recently, he had accumulated a total of 300,000 points. However, he had also spent a significant amount. Cultivation improvements had cost nearly 100,000 points. Miscellaneous uses like checking the fortunes of protagonists had cost over 20,000 points, and during the battle with Hao Hui, to immediately recover his body and strength, he had exchanged for an incredibly expensive divine pill, costing 50,000 points. In total, he had spent 180,000 points. After several fierce battles, he was left with only 120,000 points. Yin Zera felt speechless and forced a bitter smile. He planned to exchange for an array to obscure true god calculations, which would cost 50,000 points, leaving him with only 70,000 points, barely enough for 3 people to survive the heavenly tribulation. Father, do you have any good suggestions for a new location? I have an array here that can obscure the heavenly Tao's calculations, Yin Zera asked. I know of a hidden paradise where very few people go. Yin Daohan thought for a moment and replied, Great, we shouldn't delay. Let's leave immediately. Yin Zera decisively said. Yin Zera's family quickly began the relocation, moving to a secluded valley. Yin Zera exchanged for an array from the system to obscure the heavenly Tao's calculations, effectively hiding the valley. Although its primary function was to obscure the heavenly Tao, its offensive power was even stronger than Yin Zera's full-force attack, and its defensive capabilities could withstand his full-force outburst. He guessed that even an average lower god wouldn't be able to break this array. The array also had other functions, such as primarily hiding from the enemy's gaze. Anyone who saw this place wouldn't have the urge to investigate it. The array could also adjust the concentration of spiritual energy within, allowing one to choose whether to cultivate quickly or slowly. Overall, it was quite valuable, far more useful than that 50,000-point divine pill. The ancestor of the Chu family is about to face the heavenly tribulation. A month after settling in this hidden paradise, Yin Daohan suddenly received news from the outside world. We should go and take a look. Yin Zera suggested. His parents and Ningen had never witnessed a real heavenly tribulation, and observing it multiple times could increase their experience and chances of survival. All right. Yin Daohan, his wife, and Ningen all agreed, while Ming Qiao seemed a bit worried, as her master had been reduced to ashes under such a tribulation. Chapter 203. The Realm of Deities. Haha, Yin Miaozi. It's been so long since I last saw you, and you've already reached the 4th rank of the Great Emperor. Chu Liuhe laughed heartily. They were currently in the Imperial Garden of the Luangu Empire, with Yin Zera's family and Chu Liuhe, along with Chu Tianhua, gathered here. Master, Mistress. Chu Tianhua greeted them respectfully. Haha, I even met your cousin during my trip to the Eastern Sacred Land. Yin Zera said with a smile. You saw Chu Ning? Jiang Ningen asked, while Ming Qiao turned her head to look at him intently. Didn't I tell you about this? Chu Ning came with the Northern Sacred Land. Yin Zera said, looking puzzled. No, you didn't. Ming Qiao and Ningen both shook their heads in unison. Haha, Elder Chu. When do you plan to undergo your tribulation? Yin Daohan asked loudly, trying to divert the attention from his son. Today, Chu Liuhe replied after a moment of thought. Today? Yin Zera and the others focused their attention on Chu Liuhe, surprised by his decision. When it comes to tribulation, once you're ready, you must proceed immediately. Procrastinating will only erode your confidence, and failure is certain, Chu Liuhe said indifferently. Ancestor. Chu Tianhua voiced his concern. Don't worry. Your ancestor will be fine. Yin Zera reassured him. He didn't bring out the system's package, not because he didn't want to, but because it was too expensive. The bond between him and Chu Liuhe hadn't reached the point where he would use such a precious item. Moreover, in such situations, he couldn't afford to reveal anything that could help others increase their chances of success. Come on. I'll take you to my tribulation site, Chu Liuhe said, waving his hand to open a spatial rift and stepping through first. Yin Zera, Chu Tianhua, and the others followed closely behind. In fact, only Yin Zera's family and Chu Tianhua were present to witness Chu Liuhe's tribulation. No one else knew about it. Chu Liuhe had invited Yin Zera's family because he wasn't fully confident in his ability to survive the tribulation. If he were to turn to ash, at least Yin Zera could take care of the Chu family. After passing through the spatial rift, Yin Zera found himself in a clearing. Not far away stood a small hill, covered with various artifacts, arrays, and other treasures. These were all items Chu Liuhe had prepared to increase his chances of success. Some of these treasures were of the highest quality, and even Yin Zera felt a twinge of greed upon seeing them. Let's step back. This place is a bit too close, Yin Zera suggested. Apart from him and Ming Qiao, no one else had ever witnessed a tribulation. From a distance, Yin Zera saw Chu Liuhe standing on the hill, his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky. The sight filled Yin Zera with mixed emotions. Chu Liuhe's talent wasn't weak, and with the entire Luangu Empire backing him, if he couldn't survive the tribulation, countless others would surely turn to ash under the same ordeal. Whoosh! The wind began to pick up, and dark clouds gathered above Chu Liuhe's head. Flashes of lightning flickered within the clouds. Boom! A thunderclap warned everyone that the tribulation was about to begin. Crack! A ferocious thunder dragon descended, and without hesitation, Chu Liuhe leaped into the air, shattering the dragon with a single punch. Crack! Another, stronger thunder dragon struck down. Chu Liuhe met it head-on, and though he managed to destroy it with ease, Yin Zera could see that Chu Liuhe's aged body was now covered in scorch marks, traces left by the tribulation. Ancestor! Chu Tianhua cried out in alarm. What are you panicking about? This is only the second tribulation. Yin Zera reprimanded. Crack! Crack! The third and fourth tribulation struck in quick succession. Chu Liuhe managed to destroy both, but by now, he was breathing heavily, his body covered in burns. Boom! The fifth tribulation was about to fall. Chu Liuhe moved swiftly, trapping himself within a birdcage. A flash of lightning struck, shattering the cage into countless fragments, but Chu Liuhe remained unharmed. The fifth tribulation had passed. Boom! The sixth tribulation descended, and Chu Liuhe threw out an old, millstone-sized shield. The tribulation struck the shield and was absorbed by it. That's the sixth one. Jiang Ningen gripped Yin Zerua's arm tightly, murmuring to herself. Meanwhile, Ming Qiao stared intently at the thunderclouds, her beautiful eyes filled with fear. "Don't worry, everything will be fine," Yin Zerua said, pulling both women into his embrace to comfort them. Crack! The seventh tribulation fell, but it was blocked by a protective barrier created by Chu Liuhe crushing a talisman. Boom! The eighth tribulation struck. Chu Liuhe stomped the ground, activating a massive array that formed several layers of protective shields and began absorbing spiritual energy from a radius of dozens of miles. Bang! 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 The eighth tribulation shattered several layers of shields, but eventually stopped just outside the final layer. Meanwhile, Chu Liuhe quickly swallowed some pills and began absorbing spiritual energy to recover. Boom! The ninth tribulation struck without delay, shattering the final shield and the array in one fell swoop. It descended directly toward Chu Liuhe, who now had no protective measures left. "Ancestor!" Chu Tinghua shouted, but Yin Zerua held him back, saying firmly, "Elder Chu has already succeeded in his tribulation." Indeed, through his martial Dao heavenly eyes, Yin Zerua could see that after enduring the ninth tribulation, Chu Liuhe was severely injured but still alive. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, his body was rapidly recovering. Sure enough, the spiritual energy in the sky began to surge toward Chu Liuhe, forming a vortex as it swirled around him. "Ha ha! I have ascended to godhood." Chu Liuhe laughed triumphantly, pointing a finger at the sky and shouting, "Domain!" A transparent, dome-like barrier with a diameter of about a mile appeared around Chu Liuhe. This was his domain, though its exact capabilities remained unknown. "Ancestor is going to ascend," Chu Tinghua said excitedly, watching Chu Liuhe within the domain. "Not necessarily," Yin Zerua shook his head. While Chu Liuhe had now achieved godhood, it didn't necessarily mean he would ascend to a higher realm. His strength might not be that of a lower-ranked deity, but rather that of a demigod. As expected, after waiting for some time, there were no signs of ascension, no divine light, no extraordinary phenomena. Chu Liuhe likely wouldn't ascend. Yin Zerua sensed his current level of power and confirmed that it was indeed similar to that of the deities from the higher realms, a demigod. "It seems I won't be ascending," Chu Liuhe said, appearing before Yin Zerua and the others, now dressed in fresh clothes and smiling. "Congratulations, Elder Chu, ancestor." Yin Zerua's family and Chu Tinghua bowed in respect. "Haha, although I haven't ascended to the higher realm, I am now a deity. Yin Miaozi, if there's anything you need help with, don't hesitate to ask," Chu Liuhe said proudly. "Thank you, Elder." Yin Zerua bowed in gratitude. Although he had slain several deities stronger than the current Chu Liuhe, he couldn't ignore the Elder's goodwill. After some conversation, the group returned to the imperial capital. Chapter 204. Upper Realm Forces, Leaving Home Again. Within the grand hall of the imperial palace in the capital, Yin Zerua's family, members of the Chu family, and some patriarchs of prominent families and high-ranking officials from reclusive sects had gathered to celebrate. "This great tribulation is truly terrifying," Jiang Wenqin sighed. 2 days had passed since the successful completion of the tribulation. Chu Liuhe needed to seclude himself to familiarize himself with his newfound power, while Chu Tinghua was eager to declare a grand celebration for the world. However, Yin Zerua and the others opposed this idea, as such matters were not suitable for widespread public knowledge. In the end, they had to settle for informing only some influential figures in the Wangu Empire. Those who had not witnessed the tribulation heard Jiang Wenqin's remark and looked at Yin Zerua's family with envious eyes. Yin Zerua merely chuckled at this. He had never feared anyone's jealousy. "Haha, I merely took advantage of the opening of the upper and lower realm passageways. If the passageways hadn't opened, I would never have been able to survive the heavenly tribulation. Chu Liuhe laughed heartily as he walked out. Greetings, esteemed elder, ancestor. Everyone present stood up and bowed. Elder Chu, what is the meaning of this? An old man with the cultivation of a great emperor of the 5th rank asked urgently. He was an ancient being from one of the families. The concentration of spiritual energy is now extremely high. During the tribulation, I was able to continuously absorb spiritual energy to restore my body and strength. Without such a high concentration of spiritual energy, I would have surely perished. Chu Liuhe explained. In other words, as the passageways between the upper and lower realms open, the concentration of spiritual energy increases, making the tribulation easier to endure. A middle-aged man with the cultivation of a great emperor of the 4th rank asked. He was the current patriarch of a reclusive great sect in the Luanggu Empire. That's correct. However, the tribulation is still extremely dangerous. Even with the complete opening of the passageways, one cannot be careless. Chu Liuhe sighed. Everyone nodded in agreement, some with worried expressions, others full of confidence, and some remaining impassive. The atmosphere grew lively again, and Chu Liuhe set aside his seniority to engage in pleasant conversations with the younger generation. The younger ones also dared to ask questions, some inquiring about the insights gained during the tribulation, others about the sensations of becoming a deity after reaching the rank of Great Emperor. However, no one asked about the specific domain Chu Liuhe had mastered. After several days of celebration, Yin Zera's family took their leave, returning home to focus on their cultivation and prepare for the tribulation. While training in the cultivation chamber with Ming Qiaoning and Han, Yin Zera heard the butler's call from outside, informing him of something important. He quietly exited the cultivation chamber and looked at the butler outside. What has happened? We received a letter for the young master from the Hunters Guild. The butler bowed and reported. Hunters Guild? Yin Zera frowned, thinking of the enchanting three-tailed fox. Let me see it. Yin Zera opened the letter and found that it wasn't written by the three-tailed fox, but by Wizenuji. In the letter, she mentioned that they were under the protection of an upper realm force, though that force showed little interest in them and instead wanted to meet Yin Zera. Want to meet me? Yin Zera stroked his chin, pondering. Given the capabilities of the deities from the upper realm, it wouldn't be hard for them to uncover his deeds in the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary. Could it be that they were intrigued by his talent? You must go, Yin Daohan said decisively after hearing Yin Zera's recount. Currently, the forces you associate with are all from the lower realm, and most of the deities in the upper realm are your enemies. In other words, you have almost no friends in the upper realm, but plenty of enemies. What if it turns into another enemy? Jiang Wenqin frowned, her impression of the upper realm deities being quite unfavorable. Ningguang and Ming Qiaoning remained silent, but were filled with concern. They understood the reasons behind their husband's decision and refrained from speaking, merely watching Yin Zera quietly. It's time to cultivate connections in the upper realm, Yin Zera thought silently. With a warm sun and a gentle morning breeze, Yin Zera once again set out for the Demon Buddha Kingdom to seek Wizenuji. He traveled alone, as he didn't know how this force felt about him. If things went south, he would either have to fight with all his might or flee for his life. Although he was now at the peak of the Great Emperor of the 4th rank and could break through to the 5th rank at any moment, theoretically making him unafraid of any deity from the lower realm, he still proceeded cautiously. After all, no one knew what hidden cards these upper realm deities might have. Not long ago, during his battle with Hao Hui and Huixin the Elder, he had come close to death. Crossing the border, he arrived in a large city in the Demon Buddha Kingdom and stopped there. He decided to gather some information before proceeding. He found an inn and sat quietly in a corner, sipping tea and listening to the conversations of the patrons around him. I finally reached the Sovereign Realm a few days ago, so I want to find my old rival, Nidhogg. But guess what? He's already at the 3rd rank of the Sovereign Realm. I was so scared that I ran back without letting him notice. A skinny, shifty-looking man said, You? Sovereign Realm? Tisich, even the heavens are blind. A burly man glanced at the skinny man and scoffed. What did you say? Say it again. The shifty man became furious, ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Got a problem? The burly man revealed his cultivation at the divine realm, scaring the skinny man into covering his face and fleeing the inn. All of this was observed by Yin Zera. The skinny man had been nothing more than a rogue before the opening of the passageways, and the burly man had been a mere traveler in the martial world. Now, both had reached the sovereign and divine realms, respectively. It seemed that divine realm cultivators were as common as dogs, and saints were everywhere. Back in the day, even a sovereign or divine realm cultivator was considered an ancestor-level figure. Now they're everywhere. I wonder if the opening of the passageways between the realms is a blessing or a curse, an elderly man sighed. That's a concern for the upper realm deities. What's it to you? A mere ant from the lower realm? Someone else retorted. I heard that a few more deities have emerged from the eastern wilderness sanctuary, someone whispered. The inn fell silent, and everyone pricked up their ears to listen. But the person only said that one sentence before hurriedly paying and leaving, seeing that everyone was listening. The inn soon regained its lively atmosphere, with patrons exchanging various bits of gossip they had heard from who knows where. Yin Zera listened quietly. The widespread circulation of such news must have been driven by some Muho, likely the deities of the upper realm. However, Yin Zera wasn't particularly concerned about this. A great emperor of the 5th rank is undergoing a tribulation, right outside the city. Suddenly, someone burst into the inn and shouted. The patrons, who had been whispering among themselves, immediately perked up, tossing a handful of spirit coins on the table and rushing toward the city gates. Yin Zera watched the entire street stir with excitement, smiled calmly, and tossed a handful of spirit coins before following them. He had a bit of interest in such spectacles as well. Chapter 205. Encountering a deity again, the 5th master of the Qi family. The location of the tribulation was a small hill outside the city. At the moment, the hill was surrounded by many people, with some individuals blocking others from approaching. Why can't we go and take a look? We're still far from the site of the tribulation, someone shouted loudly. Shut up. It's already a great fortune for you to be able to watch. Yet you're still not satisfied? Do you really think my blade is just for show? The person blocking the crowd was a burly man holding a blade. Judging from the attire of him and the others blocking the way, they belonged to the same faction. This is everyone's place. Has this hill become yours? If you want to block everyone, go and choose your own territory to undergo the tribulation, someone protested. Excuse me, sir. Why is this person choosing this place to undergo the tribulation? Someone quietly tugged at the sleeve of an elder and asked. You wouldn't know. This mountain has the aura of dragons soaring and tigers leaping. It's an excellent site for undergoing the tribulation, the elder said leisurely, stroking his smooth white beard. A place with the aura of dragons and tigers? Is that important for undergoing the tribulation? Yin Zera's head was filled with question marks. Boom. Ignoring the crowd at the foot of the hill, the heavenly tribulation had already begun. Countless dark clouds covered the sky, with lightning flashing within them. The oppressive atmosphere silenced everyone below the hill. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck down, and a figure soared into the air to meet it. Yin Zera opened his martial Dao heavenly eyes and saw that the figure was a middle-aged man with graying temples, who was now charging towards the lightning with a large blade in hand. Boom! 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 The burly man shattered 2 bolts of the heavenly tribulation in one go, and the third was blocked by a formation. Kill! The man erupted, his momentum surging, as he faced the tribulation head-on, blocking the 4th bolt. Boom! The man used the self-destruction of his blade to survive the 5th bolt of the tribulation. Just before the 6th bolt arrived, he clenched his fists and faced the tribulation barehanded. This man is done for. Yin Zera shook his head. He had exhausted all his means before the 6th bolt. I refuse. You damned heavens, I refuse. Clearly, the man undergoing the tribulation understood his predicament and roared angrily at the sky. However, the heavenly tribulation would not stop because of his roar. Boom! The lightning struck the middle-aged man, turning him into a charred corpse lying on the ground. Leader! The burly man blocking the outsiders below the hill cried out in shock and sorrow. This man could still be saved, if only there were top-grade elixirs. There was still a hint of life within the charred remains, and it was possible to save him. Crack! The seventh bolt of the tribulation struck down, turning the charred remains into a pile of ash. Whoosh! The dark clouds dispersed, and the onlookers fell silent. Some of the great emperors present wore expressions of sympathy and sorrow. He failed. Let's go back, someone said with a depressed expression. The crowd began to disperse in small groups, and Yin Zera was about to continue his journey when he heard a prompt from the system. Ding! Detected a chosen one. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view their past. 1,000 anti-hero points? Another upper realm deity? Yin Zera looked around for this upper realm deity and finally noticed a group of distinctive individuals standing in an open area nearby. Although they were standing there, they seemed to be subtly separated from the rest of the crowd. As people passed by them, they couldn't help but subconsciously avoid them. Young Master Yin, would you care to step aside and have a chat? The leader, an elegant middle-aged man, smiled. Was it him? He could recognize my true appearance through the artifact given by Emo Xuanji. It was most likely this middle-aged man, Yin Zera thought, and he spent 1,000 anti-hero points. Ding! Chosen one Qi Laowu, originally a steward of the Qi family, an upper realm mid-tier deity family, tasked with finding talents in the lower realm for the family. Originally a lower-tier deity, now a semi-deity, with a fortune value of 500, possesses the Black Water Domain. Divine Art, Ghostly Water Technique, Divine Artifact, Universe Ring. Ding! Anti-hero taunting system activated. Gain corresponding anti-hero points based on the reduction of their fortune value. Who are you? Yin Zera asked. A steward of the Qi family. You can call me Fifth Master Qi or Laowu, Qi Laowu said with a smile, bowing slightly. Indeed, it was him. Yin Zera's thoughts stirred as he looked at the people behind Qi Laowu. They were all at the great emperor level and relatively young. Were these the talents he had gathered in the lower realm? Unfortunately, the system didn't react, which meant they were probably just mediocre talents. Yin Zera pondered for a moment and then set aside his thoughts, smiling calmly. May I ask what Fifth Master Qi wants with me? If I'm not mistaken, this is our first meeting. It won't be our first meeting after today. How about we find a place to have a good conversation? Qi Laowu invited. Yin Zera hesitated for a moment before agreeing to the request. He was led by Qi Laowu to a garden in the suburbs. The garden was quite scenic, and after using his martial Dao heavenly eyes to confirm that there were no major formations, Yin Zera followed Qi Laowu inside with ease. Qi Laowu smiled calmly, as if he didn't care about Yin Zera's observation at all. However, the talents he had gathered behind him were displeased and wanted to reprimand Yin Zera, but seeing that Qi Laowu didn't react, they held their tongues and remained silent. Please, Qi Laowu gestured with a smile, indicating the low couch opposite him. Yin Zera, confident in his abilities, sat down boldly since there were no major formations present. Please have some tea. This is a rather fine tea from the upper realm, Qi Laowu said, pointing to the tea on the low couch. Speak. What do you want with me? Yin Zera didn't drink the tea, even though in his martial Dao heavenly eyes, the tea was brimming with spiritual energy, comparable in value to some top-grade elixirs. Drinking it might even slightly enhance his cultivation. Young Master Yin, do you have any understanding of the upper realm? Qi Laowu asked. To be honest, the prison king's son meant nothing to him. Addressing Yin Zera as Young Master Yin was merely out of respect for a strong individual, especially given the circumstances and the fact that this young man before him had the ability to kill him. None whatsoever, Yin Zera replied, shaking his head. The upper realm is home to countless factions, lower-tier deities, mid-tier deities, upper-tier deities, true deities, too numerous to count. Every moment, countless factions rise and fall. A faction that wants to survive must constantly absorb various talents. Factions without talents quickly perish, Qi Laowu sighed. Hearing Qi Laowu's sigh, Yin Zera understood that he wanted to recruit him. He didn't respond but instead asked, I've heard there are also heavenly deities and ancestral deities. Why didn't Fifth Master Qi mention those factions? Heavenly deity factions? Ancestral deity factions? Those are not something we can aspire to. Even having one of our family's most outstanding talents join such a faction would be a great honor for us, Qi Laowu said with a bitter smile. Chapter 206. Qi Family's Recruitment. Yin Zera's Refusal. The scorching sun baked the earth, but where Yin Zera was, there was no hint of the oppressive heat. He sat across from Qi Laowu, leisurely engaging in conversation. So, you want to recruit me? Yin Zera asked, probing Qi Laowu's intentions.
Yes.
Qi Laowu replied seriously. The truth is, people from the lower realm are in a precarious situation. Many from the upper realm look down on you. If they ignore you, that's fine. But if it's a malevolent rogue cultivator, they might capture you for experiments. After all, the lower realm is a very special place. What makes the lower realm so special? Why do so many deities come here? And why do some powerful beings go to great lengths to open a passage between the upper and lower realms? Yin Zera inquired. I don't know. Some secrets are not meant for us mere mortals to hear. Those who listen are doomed. Qi Laowu chuckled bitterly. Those who listen are doomed? Yin Zera fell silent. While the opening of the passage between the upper and lower realms had brought great opportunities to the lower realm, it had also brought endless disasters. It's best not to explore or think about those powerful beings' affairs. Avoid them as much as possible and never let curiosity lead you to investigate. Qi Laowu warned, his expression grave. Our Qi family can offer you assistance in crossing the heavenly tribulation and provide enough resources for you to ascend to the second rank of lower deity. Qi Laowu revealed the recruitment terms. SSS, Elder Qi. The emperors behind Qi Laowu were anxious and quickly spoke up. He's worth it. Qi Laowu waved them off. Second rank of lower deity? How does the realm of deities work? Yin Zera didn't immediately agree, but instead asked about the realm of deities. Well, I suppose it's good for you to understand the realm of deities and see just how generous our Qi family's offer is. Qi Laowu wasn't surprised by Yin Zera's ignorance and didn't show any condescension toward the lower realm native. Below the true deity, there are 3 grades, lower, middle, and upper, each with 3 ranks. After you transcend the tribulation, you'll be at the first rank of lower deity. Our Qi family can provide resources for you to reach the second rank of lower deity. Qi Laowu explained. You should know that our family only provides resources to the direct lineage or exceptional geniuses. For everyone else, resources must be earned through corresponding contributions. Like the emperors behind me, our family's offer includes talismans to increase the success rate of transcending the tribulation and joining our Qi family. Qi Laowu continued after a pause. Yin Zera looked at the emperors behind Qi Laowu. These lower realm geniuses, upon hearing Qi Laowu's offer, all seemed quite proud. Don't think that just because you can slay deities now, you'll remain invincible once the passage between the upper and lower realms fully opens. Those deities will recover their strength, and you won't stand a chance. But our Qi family can protect you and allow you to develop safely in the upper realm, Qi Laowu said earnestly. Will you provide protection at any time? Yin Zera asked. He had offended quite a few factions. Not to mention others, even Tao Gui's Tao family and Fang Yinlin's Fang family were middle deity clans, possibly not much weaker than Qi Laowu's Qi family. Not including clans above the lower deity level, Qi Laowu replied, having only heard that Yin Zera had slain a few deities, but not knowing the specifics of which deities or their affiliations. Never mind. My enemies are beyond what you can measure. It's better to avoid being expelled from your Qi family later than to join in the first place. Yin Zera shook his head. What do you think you are? Elder Qi has spoken to you so politely, and you still refuse. Are we giving you too much face? A young man in green robes behind Qi Laowu said. Yin Zera narrowed his eyes, glanced at the young man, then turned back to Qi Laowu. Prince, let's have a friendly match. Even if you don't fancy our Qi family, I can still recommend you to better factions based on your talent, Qi Laowu said with a faint smile. After some thought, Yin Zera agreed. After all, once he reached the upper realm, it would be best to join a faction, and the Qi family might be a path to that. I am Lin Senator, please enlighten me, the green-robed young man bowed, while Qi Laowu and the other emperors stood by. Yin Zera returned the greeting. Please be careful. Lin Sen was very cautious. Although Yin Zera's cultivation was only at the 4th rank of emperor, he had slain deities, while Lin Sen himself hadn't even entered the realm of deities. Kill! Lin Sen shouted, unleashing his full power as a 5th rank emperor. He gently stomped the ground and clasped his palms together. Huh! Yin Zera clearly sensed an abundance of vitality suddenly emerging beneath his feet. Realizing that Lin Sen had made his move, he lightly stepped onto the disturbing heart steps and leaped into the air. Huh! You've fallen for it. Lin Sen exclaimed in delight as countless wooden arrows shot toward Yin Zera in midair. Snap! Yin Zera snapped his fingers, and the primordial divine fire erupted, sending countless fireballs cascading down like meteors, instantly obliterating Lin Sen's attack. Wood Qi boils. Not giving up after the first move failed, Lin Sen unleashed another attack, sending countless surges of wood qi rolling towards Yin Zera. Yin Zera unleashed fireballs, but these wooden qi seemed to possess a life of their own, actively dodging the fireballs. Even if inadvertently touched, they could swiftly cut themselves free. You've got some skill, but it's not enough. With full force, Yin Zera activated the Luanxin step, instantly appearing behind Lin's senator. A large ruler burning with primordial divine fire was placed against his neck. You lost. Yin Zera 收回随心如一尺，淡淡地说道。I haven't lost. Lin Sen's face flushed red. Although he appeared to be a young man, he was actually 2 to 3 times older than Yin Zera. Having cultivated for over 100 years, he was unwilling to accept that he was no match for a youngster who had only been cultivating for 2 to 3 decades. That's enough. You've lost. Step back. Qi Laowu commanded. This isn't your full strength, is it? Qi Laowu looked at Yin Zera, confident that the power displayed just now would be insufficient to kill a god. He was certain that Yin Zera still had other cards up his sleeve. No. Yin Zera shook his head. Since you are unwilling to join the Qi family, that settles it. Within a month after the complete opening of the upper and lower realm passageways, you can come find us. If nothing unexpected happens, I will remain here. Qi Laowu did not dwell on Yin Zera's hidden cards. He laid out his plan, still not fully giving up on Yin Zera. Thank you for your offer. Yin Zera said sincerely. Why are you so courteous to this person? Asked the emperor of the 5th rank behind Qi Laowu, as they watched Yin Zera's retreating figure. This person is far from ordinary. I have a feeling that he is no simple character and may indeed stir up quite a scene in the upper realm, Qi Laowu remarked. Perhaps his refusal to join the Qi family today could be our greatest loss, but it could also be our greatest fortune. Chapter 207. The appearance of Li Shi City. The crescent moon sinks into the river. After bidding farewell to Qi Laowu, Yin Zera set out on his journey once more. Although he was quite tempted by the prospect of joining the Qi family, a middle-tier god-level faction, he ultimately declined. The reason was simple. He needed villain points, which meant he had to constantly hunt down gods and stir up trouble. Such behavior was unlikely to be welcomed in any faction. Moreover, he was unaware of the background of Hao Hui, the person who had approached him. However, considering the connection to a being capable of creating demons, it was clear that this was no minor faction. It must have surpassed the middle-tier god level. For this reason, Yin Zera held little hope for the upcoming journey. He merely hoped to make a few friends from the upper realms, expand his network, and gather some other information. As for anything else, he had already given up on such expectations. As time passed and the stars shifted, Yin Zera finally arrived at his destination. Li Shi City, the largest city in the western part of the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Situated in the far west, It was nearly adjacent to the sacred land of the Western Wilderness. Upon entering the city, Yin Zera noticed that many of the inhabitants were bald. The men proudly displayed their shaved heads, while the women covered theirs with a piece of cloth. This aura, the sacred land of the Western Wilderness? Yin Zera turned to glance at two bald men passing by. He sensed the distinctive aura that could only belong to the Western Wilderness sacred land. The two bald men wore clothing similar to that of the Western Wilderness sacred land. The other citizens of the city would stop and bow as they passed, and the bald men would return the gesture in kind. Interesting, Yin Zera murmured, observing the scene with narrowed eyes. He knew that the so-called sacred lands were usually isolated from the world. Before the destruction of the Prison King's mansion, he had barely known about the Eastern Wilderness sacred land. Yet here, almost everyone held the Western Wilderness sacred land in high regard, and the relationship between the sacred land and the city's inhabitants seemed harmonious. Not long after the two bald men from the Western Wilderness sacred land had passed, another disciple of the sacred land walked by, exhibiting the same behavior as the previous two. Has the Western Wilderness sacred land integrated into this city? Yin Zera pondered, glancing at his own attire. It was quite different from that of the citizens of Lishi City, but fortunately, there were also many people from the ancient Chaos Empire here. Perhaps I should find an inn to settle in first, Yin Zera mused. Vesnulji had only told him that the foothold of that faction in the lower realms was in Lishi City, but she hadn't provided specific details about its location. Moreover, he couldn't just rush in blindly. If it turned out to be a trap, things could get messy. To avoid standing out, Yin Zera disguised himself as an adventurer from the ancient Chaos Empire, a wanderer in search of opportunities, with a cultivation level of the King Xian realm. After some effort, he finally found an inn in the city center. By the time he settled in, night had fallen. After a period of cultivation, it was already deep into the night. Whether due to a curfew or the locals' disinterest in nightlife, the city was almost completely dark by midnight, with only a few faint lights visible. The entire city seemed like a vast abyss, its gaping maw waiting to swallow him whole. However, such darkness posed no challenge to Yin Zera. As for the so-called abyss, he merely scoffed at the notion. He was the very embodiment of such a beast. Swoosh! Yin Zera moved silently across the rooftops, heading toward the city lord's residence, the most imposing building in Lishi City. If a god from the upper realms were present, they would undoubtedly reside in the city lord's mansion. No other building in the city would be suitable for a god of the upper realms. As Yin Zera silently crossed a narrow alley, he noticed two bald men from the Western Wilderness sacred land carrying a sack cautiously. The sack wasn't large, and it appeared to contain a child around 10 years old. The child didn't struggle, as if already dead. What were two disciples of the Western Wilderness sacred land doing carrying a child in the dead of night? Curious, Yin Zera decided to follow them. The two bald men carried the sack over the city wall and set it down by a river outside the city. The shorter, thinner one spoke. "Brother Kuji, is what we're doing really appropriate?" His voice trembled, revealing his fear. "Brother Kuho, it's not that I want to do this, but we have no choice. We know it's wrong, but if they find out..." The taller, slightly thinner bald man, Kuji, said with a bitter expression. "Them." Kuho shivered, not daring to think further. Hesitantly, he asked, "Should we just throw him in like this?" "Yes. The child has been poisoned. We'll throw him into this river, where he'll sink to the bottom of the 10,000 zhang depths. Then we'll return and ask the masters for punishment," Kuji replied. "Is it really 10,000 zhang deep here? What if someone calculates that we did it?" Kuho asked, still too timid. "This river is only 10,000 zhang deep here. Once it's thrown in, no one will be able to calculate anything. Long ago, a great emperor of the 5th rank once dived down but couldn't reach the bottom. When he came back up, he said nothing and soon died. Some tried to calculate what was down there, but got no results. Even throwing a condemned prisoner in and calculating his fate yielded no results. Since then, people have been dumping bodies they want to keep hidden into this river," Kuji explained. But Kuho still wanted to say something, but Kuji cut him off. Enough. Hurry up. The longer we wait, the more risks we face. Oh, esteemed saints, what are you doing? Yin Zerua's voice suddenly rang out, startling the two brothers. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. I was ordered to do it. It was the Supreme General God who ordered me. Kuho panicked, waving his hands frantically and almost spilling his guts. Shut up, Kuji barked, kicking Kuho hard. Who are you? Kuji asked coldly, trying to remain composed. The Godslayer, Yin Zerua's voice suddenly turned low and menacing. What a bold claim. Before Kuji could finish, Yin Zerua's overwhelming killing intent erupted, causing the two brothers to scream in terror, almost losing control of their bodily functions. Smack! Smack! With two casual strikes, Yin Zerua knocked out the two disciples of the Western Wilderness Sacred Land. After carefully observing their surroundings and finding no anomalies, he sneered, "These disciples of the Western Wilderness Sacred Land are truly pathetic. A little scare, and they almost wet themselves." He rubbed his hands together and opened the sack, curious to see who was inside and why the Western Wilderness Sacred Land had targeted them. Inside the sack was a teenager. At first, Yin Zerua thought he looked familiar, but upon closer inspection, he recognized him. It was the ruler of the Demon Buddha Kingdom, the Crescent Moon. He had met him once during his first visit to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Last time, under pressure from Hao Hui, he had escaped with the help of the Northern Wilderness Sacred Land and Vesnulji. It wasn't surprising to find him here, as Vesnulji was also present. But why would two low-ranking disciples of the Western Wilderness Sacred Land be tasked with throwing him into the river? Chapter 208. The Demon Buddha Marshal and the Midnight Visitor. Humph! Huyu groaned softly and slowly opened his eyes. He glanced around, realizing he was in a completely unfamiliar place, with a person he didn't recognize by his side. "You're awake?" Yin Zerua inquired. "What exactly happened? Why were you thrown into the river by the people from the Western Wilderness Sacred Ground? Who are you?" Huyu asked, puzzled by the familiarity in the other person's tone. Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua suddenly remembered his appearance and, with a thought, revealed his true face. "Is it you? You've finally come?" Huyu was greatly surprised. "You knew I would come? What exactly is going on here?" Yin Zerua interrupted Huyu. "I'm not entirely sure either." Huyu scratched his head and, after a moment of thought, began recounting his experiences. "We came to Lishi City to escape the pursuit of the divine beings from the upper realm and sought refuge with Aunt Lisi. Initially, we were doing quite well here. Later, the Western Wilderness Sanctuary arrived. At first, we thought they were here for us, but it turned out they didn't know we were here. The people from the Western Wilderness Sanctuary seemed to be searching for something. To gather information, they deliberately befriended the residents of the city, doing many good deeds for them. Then, a few more divine beings from the upper realm arrived. These beings were the masterminds behind the Western Wilderness Holy Land. After several investigations, the goddess of balance, Visnuk, discovered that these divine beings were not particularly interested in the demon gods. Therefore, she attempted to make contact with them and found that they were eager to recruit talented individuals. That's why she summoned you here. Under the moonlight, Huyu slowly recounted his experiences over the past few days. "So, you shouldn't have had any conflicts with them, but why did the disciples of the Western Wilderness Sacred Ground throw you into the river?" Yin Zerua asked. "I'm not sure either. I rarely interacted with them, and although our relationship wasn't great, they had no reason to take my life." Huyu was equally puzzled. According to what they said, it was an order from the martial god that they threw you into the river. Yin Zerua revealed the information he had just obtained. "Impossible." Huyu shook his head decisively. "It can't be Aunt Lisi. It can't be Aunt Lisi. Who is this Aunt Lisi?" Yin Zerua frowned and asked. "Aunt Lisi is one of the 10 marshals of the Demon Buddha Kingdom and the ruler of this place. It was because of her that we were able to survive without being in such a miserable state. If it were her, she would have acted long ago. So, it can't be her. Moreover, The title God wouldn't be used for a mere lower realm marshal. Who you explained. Don't play dead. Yin Zera woke up the two bald men. Spare me. It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Kuho kept kowtowing and begging for mercy. Shut up. Kuji shouted loudly, stopping Kuho's cries. He stared directly at Yin Zera and said, Today, we've lost. Do what you will with us. Humph. Yin Zera snorted coldly, and a terrifying killing intent surged into Kuji's mind, instantly knocking him unconscious. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Seeing his senior brother collapse, Kuho thought he was dead and was so scared that his legs trembled, making it hard to stand. He quickly begged for mercy. Why did you want to kill him? Yin Zera pointed at Hu Yu and asked. It was an order from the martial god. Kuho replied. It can't be Aunt Li Si. Hu Yu refuted loudly. Just a moment ago, Marshal Li Si personally brought him to us and ordered us to throw him into the river bottom here. She said it would be hard for anyone to divine his location there. So we carried him out, and that's how it ended up like this. Kuho revealed everything in detail. What did the martial god look like? Could someone have disguised themselves? Yin Zera asked, frowning. It shouldn't be. The immense body of Marshal Li Si, that suffocating pressure. I shouldn't have mistaken it. Kuho spoke more fluently, desperately trying to reveal all the information he knew, fearing that any delay would cost him his life. It can't be Aunt Li Si. It can't be Aunt Li Si. Hu Yu muttered to himself, refusing to believe that Aunt Li Si had harmed him. Why would the Western Wilderness Sanctuary listen to a marshal from the Demon Buddha Kingdom? And why do you refer to her as a god? What is the basis for that? Yin Zera continued to probe. Domain. Marshal Li Si has a domain. That's why we listen to her and have no choice but to follow her orders. Kuho said, his expression filled with excitement. A domain? Is it similar to the Grand Elder of the Eastern Wilderness Sungdi? Has she been possessed by a divine being from the upper realm, or did she secretly transcend the heavenly tribulation and become a god? Or is she being impersonated by a divine being from the upper realm, but Kuho and the others can't tell? Yin Zera analyzed. He glanced at the dazed Hu Yu and then at Kuho, who was secretly watching him. After a moment of thought, he said, whether Marshal Li Si is the real culprit or not remains unclear. Let's head back first. As for you two, don't kill me. Don't kill me. Kuho knelt down again and begged for mercy. Seeing this, Yin Zera was a bit hesitant. If he were to kill them, this would be a good place to dispose of the bodies. But Kuho was too cooperative and kept begging for his life, making it hard for Yin Zera to bring himself to do it. If he let them go, there was a risk that the information might leak, causing unforeseen complications. I can leave this city and never return. Kuho, seeing Yin Zera's hesitation, suggested. Yin Zera stroked his chin and secretly planted two tiny tracking devices on Kuho and Kuji. He then said, 30 miles north of this city, there's a small mountain with a cave. You two must stay there for at least 7 days. Don't try to escape, or I'll find you even if you flee to the ends of the earth. I promise to do exactly as you say. We won't come down the mountain for at least 10 days. Kuho breathed a sigh of relief, knowing his life was spared. He patted his chest and swore solemnly. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Seeing Yin Zera wave his hand to dismiss them, Kuho quickly bowed deeply, then hoisted his senior brother Kuji and ran off into the distance. Let's head back to the inn, Yin Zera said, picking up Hu Yu and leaping back into the city. Knock, knock, knock. Soon after Yin Zera returned to the inn, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. It was late at night, and the surroundings were completely silent, with only the sound of the knocking echoing. The person knocking didn't speak, making the situation somewhat eerie. Who is it? Yin Zera barked, but the person outside didn't respond. He sneered, activating his martial Dao Heavenly Eye. He wanted to see who had the audacity to knock on his door in the middle of the night. Chapter 209. The Arrival of the Three-Tailed Fox, Exchanging Information. A woman? Through Yin Zera's martial Dao heavenly eye, he could clearly see that the person outside was a woman, and a strong one at that. However, her energy felt somewhat familiar. Three-tailed fox? Yin Zera hesitated. The energy outside belonged to the three-tailed fox, but the person outside might not necessarily be her. It could also be the greed deity, Suali. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking on the door sounded again. Yin Zera walked over and opened the door, unafraid even if it was Suali. My love, my heart, why did you take so long to open the door? Outside the door was indeed the three-tailed fox. The moment she saw Yin Zera, she knew he was the prison king's son she had been thinking of. How did you recognize me? Yin Zera found it hard to resist her charm and quickly took a few steps back to ask. He had to remind himself that he was currently using a top-tier treasure to conceal his true appearance. How could this woman see through it at a glance? Even Chi Wui could recognize him immediately. This treasure from Imo Xuanji was terribly unreliable. He couldn't wear it anymore. A woman's sixth sense. The three-tailed fox rolled her eyes. Ahem. What do you want with me? Yin Zera asked. My love, you really are a heartless one. I've been thinking of you day and night, and yet you came here without immediately visiting me. Finally, I mustered the courage to come to you, and you ask me what I want. The three-tailed fox gently wiped at the corner of her eye. Let's talk business, Yin Zera said sternly. At this hour of the night, alone with a man and a woman, what do you think we're here for? Of course, it's for some fun. Things that your two little wives can't give you. The three-tailed fox leaned closer to Yin Zera's chest, speaking seductively. A fragrant scent entered Yin Zera's nostrils, making him feel a sudden heat in his body and a dryness in his throat. Just as he didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard a soft cough. Ahem, ahem. Yin Zera turned his head and saw Hu Yu on the bed, her face red as she looked at him. Sister 3. Hu Yu softly called out. She hadn't expected the three-tailed fox to come in the middle of the night. Seeing that something was about to happen, she quickly coughed to remind them. Otherwise, if she saw something she shouldn't, it would be disastrous. Why are you here, little one? The three-tailed fox hadn't expected Hu Yu to be here. She had made sure that Yin Zera was staying alone in this inn. I was saved by this prince. Hu Yu pointed at Yin Zera, meeting the three-tailed fox's gaze full of murderous intent. He was taken by two bald men from the western wilderness Holy Land to be drowned, and I happened to come across him and brought him here. Yin Zera shrugged. I was sleeping in the city lord's mansion earlier, and when I woke up, I was outside the city, saved by the prince, Hu Yu quickly explained the reason. I told you the city lord's mansion wasn't reliable, but you wouldn't listen. The three-tailed fox said coldly. What about Feng Ji? Yin Zera asked. Among their group, he cared most about the three-tailed fox and Feng Ji. I sent him to a small place to gather information. He's very safe, the three-tailed fox said. Little one, go to another room to sleep. The prince and I have some things to discuss, the three-tailed fox said indifferently. Her mood had been ruined by Hu Yu's interruption, but she still cherished the time alone with Yin Zera. Stay here. After all, he's also a key figure. Yin Zera coughed lightly. I'm leaving now. Hearing this, Hu Yu quickly got out of bed, dressed, and ran to another room. Yin Zera wanted to say something as he watched her retreating figure, but the three-tailed fox's glance stopped him. What information have you gathered? Yin Zera asked. Is it really so hard for you to show some romance? Seeing Hu Yu leave, the three-tailed fox, now uninhibited, looked at him with a hint of resentment. Ahem, what about your greed deity, Suali? With the upper and lower realm passageways about to open, have there been any special changes? Yin Zera changed the subject. There's been no change. I can still control it. Are you asking this because, with it on me, you can't enter my body? The three-tailed fox licked her alluring red lips. Cough, cough, cough. Yin Zera choked on his saliva and coughed several times. Let's talk business. Why did vicious slave Ji send you here? Yin Zera said sternly, not daring to let the three-tailed fox continue, or the consequences would be unimaginable. Let's talk business. Let's talk business. Isn't my body business? The three-tailed fox complained. All right, let's talk business. Seeing Yin Zera's serious expression, the three-tailed fox pouted and said, First of all, Marshal Lizzie here is not a problem. How can you be sure? From how she treats us and the information we've gathered from our long-term interactions, she is a very loyal marshal to the Demon Buddha Kingdom. Among the 10 marshals, she might be the most loyal. The three-tailed fox explained. Is it possible that she could be replaced by someone else? Yin Zera asked. To replace a marshal silently, there must be divine intervention. And we can't gather too much information under the watchful eyes of the gods, the three-tailed fox said. However, I can be sure that today's Marshal Lizzie is definitely not a problem, the three-tailed fox continued. With the information gathered to this extent, Yin Zera no longer cared about Marshal Lizzie's situation. Instead, he inquired about the reason vicious slave G sent him here and the situation with the Western Wilderness Holy Land. More than 10 days ago, the Western Wilderness Holy Land arrived. These people seem to be searching for something, but so far, they haven't found it. The Western Wilderness Holy Land has been secretly operating here. If it weren't for their arrival, I wouldn't have known that the establishment of this city had the shadow of the Western Wilderness Holy Land behind it. With their previous foundation, the Western Wilderness Holy Land has indeed done a lot of good things for the residents of the city these past few days, so they quickly established a foothold here. The three-tailed fox recounted the relationship between the Western Wilderness Holy Land and Li West City. Have you found out what the Western Wilderness Holy Land is looking for? Yin Zera asked. No. In fact, the Western Wilderness Holy Land doesn't even know what they're looking for. Their purpose changes almost every few days. First, it was a treasure, then a secret realm, and later, a living giant beast. They give me the feeling that they're serving a god, the three-tailed fox speculated. That's not surprising. It's likely that they're serving some god from the upper realm, Yin Zera said, having a pretty good idea of the nature of these holy lands. If they are indeed serving those gods, then this god has two possible candidates. They are the two upper realm gods who invited you and recruited talents, the three-tailed fox said. Chapter 210. Removing the Demon God, the three-tailed fox's affection. These two deities claim they want to recruit talents, but they don't seem very enthusiastic about it. They might be the masterminds behind the Western Wilderness Sanctuary, yet they don't appear to have much interaction with it. Although they possess the arrogance typical of higher realm deities, they also seem somewhat lacking in confidence. The three-tailed fox had practically stripped the two upper realm deities bare. Hearing the three-tailed fox's analysis, Yin Zera silently compared them to Chi Wui, feeling that they might indeed be problematic. All right then, tomorrow, I'll go with Waizanuji to meet those two deities. Yin Zera said after pondering for a moment. Having set the plan for tomorrow, the room suddenly fell silent. Both could feel each other's presence, and Yin Zera even felt her body growing warmer. Ahem. Would you like me to remove the demon god's power from your body? Seeing the atmosphere growing increasingly intimate, Yin Zera spoke up. With the three-tailed fox's current strength, she had few rivals in the lower realm. However, against upper realm deities, the greed god was of little use, making it somewhat redundant for her. Moreover, the three-tailed fox would soon face her tribulation. But as the vessel for Suali's incarnation, she was different from Fengji's reincarnated body and Waizanuji's. Yes. How do you plan to remove the demon god's power from me? The three-tailed fox asked. Regarding the three-tailed fox's demonic power, Yin Zera had specifically inquired with the people from the Northern Wilderness Sanctuary, finding a method. However, that method was extremely troublesome, and now he had a better one. I just need to enter your body, Yin Zera reflexively said. Should I go take a bath? Or change clothes? Although I just bathed, I'm not sure if my sin is suitable for you. The three-tailed fox asked. Ahem, nothing is needed. Yin Zera said, covering his forehead. Nothing is needed? This is my first time. The three-tailed fox's seductive eyes seemed to overflow with charm. Sit cross-legged on the bed. Seeing the three-tailed fox's alluring appearance, Yin Zera inwardly cried out in alarm and quickly said sternly, "Do you like this position?" The three-tailed fox, sitting cross-legged on the bed, looked at Yin Zera curiously. "Be quiet." Yin Zera sat behind the three-tailed fox, his palm gently touching her smooth back. "Ah!" The three-tailed fox let out a soft moan, causing Yin Zera to almost withdraw his hand in fright. "Calm your mind." Yin Zera shouted softly, sending his energy infused with the Devour Semi-God technique into the three-tailed fox's body, searching for the demonic chi of the greed god Suali. Seeing that Yin Zera had begun the process of removing her power, the three-tailed fox ceased her teasing and closed her eyes, silently summoning her own energy to assist him. Found it. Yin Zera discovered the source of the demon god's power in a special space within the three-tailed fox, a pulsating entity like a heart. Absorb. Yin Zera enveloped this power with black, devouring radiance, and slowly began to extract it. Humph! The three-tailed fox let out a muffled groan. She felt her strength being drained, her body growing soft, but there was an unexpected sense of comfort. Humph! Humph! The three-tailed fox continued to moan softly. To concentrate, Yin Zera had to seal his hearing, focusing entirely on extracting the power. Oh, whoa! The extracted power was transferred to the god of truth and transformation, Huoba. Their powers were fundamentally similar, so Huoba absorbed it greedily, his strength increasing, causing the little lion to let out a low roar. Roar! Yin Zera heard Suali's resistance within the three-tailed fox's body. Suali roared in anger, attempting to break free, with violent demonic chi erupting continuously. Yin Zera found it somewhat troublesome. He activated his demon heart secret treasure, sending his own demonic chi in to suppress Suali. Roar! Roar! Seeing that he couldn't break free, and his strength was growing weaker, Suali finally panicked, roaring furiously, but to no effect. Roar! Please spare my life. Suali's consciousness seemed to clear up. Realizing the profound nature of Yin Zera's devouring power, he begged for mercy. I can leave this body and return it to its original owner. Suali continued to plead. Returning the body to the three-tailed fox? Yin Zera was tempted, but then he thought he had to send Suali to reincarnation. After all, the three-tailed fox might become his future intelligence leader, and it was impossible to let a demon god who had once merged with her roam freely in the world. Aren't you afraid I'll self-destruct? Seeing that his pleas couldn't make Yin Zera stop for even a moment, Suali threatened. But Yin Zera's response was even more devouring radiance and demonic chi. I will definitely reincarnate and return. Seeing that Yin Zera showed no signs of yielding, Suali roared in anger, intending to self-destruct. However, under the combined suppression of Yin Zera's semi-divine technique and the demon heart secret treasure, his attempt amounted to nothing. Phew! Feeling that the demon god's core within the three-tailed fox's body had been destroyed, Yin Zera breathed a sigh of relief, sweat even appearing on his forehead. Burp! Huoba let out a satisfied burp, his belly round, his aura having reached the third level of the Great Emperor. If he digested the demonic chi absorbed from Suali, he might even reach the fifth level. Although Yin Zera didn't care much for Suali's demon god power, it seemed to benefit Huoba greatly. Seeing Huoba's satisfied expression, Yin Zera smiled faintly and put him away. The three-tailed fox let out a soft moan, opening her watery eyes. She felt that most of the demon god's power had been drawn out, and the long-standing pressure in her heart suddenly disappeared, giving her a sense of relaxation she had never experienced before. I need to help you completely remove the remaining demonic power, eliminating all future troubles. Yin Zera said. Come on, be rough. Seeing that her long-standing worry had been resolved, the three-tailed fox began to let loose again, teasing Yin Zera. Ah, you really are a torment, the three-tailed fox said, intoxicated. If you keep this up, you'll have to eliminate the demonic power yourself. Yin Zera said, his head full of black lines. This three-tailed fox was truly alluring. All right, then you must be gentle, okay? The three-tailed fox said coquettishly. Humph, be quiet. Yin Zera meticulously mustered all his strength to meticulously search for and eliminate every trace of Suali's demonic power, bit by bit. Although the three-tailed fox couldn't see Yin Zera's expression at this moment, she knew he must be very serious. The hand on her back felt exceptionally warm. You tormentor. I've truly fallen in love with him. What a tormentor. Chapter 211. Almost lost my virtue. Entering the Lord's mansion. Phew. Yin Zera checked several times and confirmed that there was no longer any residual power from Suali within the three-tailed fox's body. Additionally, many of her hidden ailments had been alleviated. Hee. The three-tailed fox felt that all her physical strength now belonged entirely to her, and she was overjoyed. She turned around and suddenly pounced on Yin Zera, pinning him down. Ahem. What are you doing? Yin Zera felt something extremely soft pressed against his chest, along with a dazzling whiteness. His eyes darted around, and he coughed lightly, asking softly, "What do you think I want to do? I want to eat you up." The three-tailed fox smiled mischievously, narrowing her eyes. She lowered her head and kissed Yin Zera's lips, her eyes brimming with desire. Get up. The three-tailed fox now exuded a mix of youthful mischief and mature charm. Looking exceptionally alluring, Yin Zera had never seen her in such a coquettish state before. His heart raced, and he quickly told her to get up, fearing that he might make a mistake otherwise. I don't want to. The three-tailed fox kissed him again and pouted in a fit of coquettishness. Damn it! Yin Zera felt like his last thread of self-control was about to snap. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door, and the waiter outside called softly, Sir, it's afternoon? This knock brought Yin Zera back to his senses. He quickly used a bit of skill to push the three-tailed fox aside, then jumped off the bed, breathing heavily as he straightened his clothes. What's with the ruckus? The three-tailed fox, now dressed, stormed to the door with a furious expression. She flung it open and shouted at the waiter outside. Sir, this? The waiter was momentarily stunned upon seeing the stunning woman before him. He had clearly booked the room for a male guest, so how did a female guest appear? Glancing at Yin Zera behind the three-tailed fox, he immediately understood what had happened. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I deserve to die. The waiter slapped his own mouth and quickly retreated. He's just a waiter trying to be helpful. Don't make things difficult for him, Yin Zera advised. He glanced at the sky and realized it was already approaching evening, with the sunset about to appear. He hadn't expected the process of removing the power from the three-tailed fox to take so long that even the waiter had grown worried. The waiter is kind, you're compassionate. So what about me? Am I the wicked one? The three-tailed fox huffed. Who you is waiting for us outside? Yin Zera knew better than to argue with a woman, so he changed the subject. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yin Zera walked out of the room and smiled at Hu Yu outside. It's fine. Your and third sister's matters are the most important. Hu Yu's face turned red as he quickly waved his hands. He had never imagined that the formidable third sister, who had struck fear into countless men, could be so different. Let's go. We'll meet the lord of this place, Yin Zera said with a smile. Himph, for this period, you're mine. When we return, I'll follow you to meet those two seductive wives of yours. The three-tailed fox rushed up from behind, wrapping her arms around Yin Zera's. Ouch! Yin Zera felt a headache coming on. It seemed his household might not be peaceful. The lord's mansion of Lishi City was quite imposing, with walls made of brown sand bricks, reflecting the style of the Mofo kingdom. Aunt Lishi was granted this territory over a decade ago. Unlike other marshals who have inherited their lands for generations, Aunt Lishi's initial conditions here were not great. But through over a decade of management, it has now become one of the most prosperous cities in the western part of the Mofo kingdom, Hu Yu led the way and recounted the past of the city's lord. "Greetings, your majesty." The guards knelt down and bowed. "Don't call me your majesty." Hu Yu waved his hand. He was now a fugitive, not a king. Moreover, in this era, even a king was just a slightly larger ant. Passing through the main gate, Yin Zera entered the central garden. There was a fountain here, along with many flowers that were unique to the Luangu Empire. Such a sight wouldn't be unusual in a prosperous city of the Luangu Empire, but here, in the western part of the Mofo kingdom, it was quite remarkable. Impressive. At the very least, Aunt Lisi is quite wealthy, Yin Zera remarked. After passing through the garden, they arrived at a training ground. This training ground was enormous, at least 10 times the size of the garden. Although its exact dimensions were unclear, Yin Zera was certain that it occupied at least a quarter to a third of the entire lord's mansion. Boom. As the sun set and the air cooled, many soldiers were training vigorously in the training ground. Jin Yuang had once guarded the northern frontier and had some understanding of the world's military strength. He could tell that these were all elite soldiers. With the upcoming opening of the upper and lower realms passage, most of these soldiers' strength ranged between divine mystic and saint. Such power would have been enough to sweep away any force in this world in the past. Aunt Lisi, Hu Yu called out loudly. What a massive figure. This woman was at least 10 feet tall, with arms thicker than Yin Zera's waist. She wore a dark red leather armor and had fingers adorned with rings as thick as carrots. No sense of danger. This woman was not his match. The system gave no warning, indicating she was not a god of the upper realm, nor a destined hero or son of fortune from the lower realm. Perhaps she was a local warlord, but not a pivotal figure of the times. Yin Zera quickly concluded, though he wouldn't underestimate her. "Your Majesty," Lisi said, her voice deep and even more masculine than a man's. "I've told you countless times, don't call me your Majesty," Hu Yu complained, but Lisi didn't seem upset. Instead, she grinned widely, exuding a kind of simple-heartedness. "Is this the guest of Viscountess Wei Si Nu-ji?" Lisi looked at Yin Zera and asked. "Yes, this is the young prince. A mere 5th-rank emperor would be no different from an ant before him," Hu Yu introduced, adding silently in his heart. "Anyone capable of taming Third Sister is no ordinary person." Thud, thud, thud. Lisi strode forward with a large blade in her hand. The impact of her massive body hitting the ground produced a rhythmic thudding sound. As she approached, the pressure grew heavier, and a sense of oppression even hinted at despair. But Yin Zera remained unaffected. He calmly watched the approaching mountain of flesh, showing no reaction to her footsteps. "What an interesting little fellow. With a body like a bean sprout, yet you give me a sense of mortal danger," Aunt Lisi said, holding the large blade and looking down at Yin Zera. "You're not simple either," Yin Zera said with a faint smile. "Shall we have a match?" Aunt Lisi asked, her large eyes filled with battle fervor. "Sure," Yin Zera agreed. After all, except for life and death battles, he rarely engaged in combat, especially not with such a physically imposing opponent. Chapter 212, Confronting Lisi, Enshrouded in Mystery. As the sun set, the air still carried a lingering warmth, now mingled with a refreshing coolness. Yin Zera stood on the training ground, quite satisfied with the weather. He took out his Sui Xian Rui Qi, a magical ruler, and gazed intently at the looming figure before him. Wow! The news spread quickly. Someone was about to spar with the Grand Marshal. The soldiers training nearby were immediately stunned and rushed over to watch. San Weihu and the others stood not far away, observing Yin Zera. Though they had full confidence in him, they still felt a tinge of unease, for times had changed. "Die!" Aunt Lisi roared, raising a massive blade and slashing down at Yin Zera. Despite her bulk, her movements were incredibly swift, and in an instant, she was right before him. Clang! Yin Zera raised his ruler to block, and the collision of the large ruler and blade produced a deep, resounding boom. Wow! The soldiers gasped in amazement, for they saw that Yin Zera hadn't moved a single step, nor had he sunk into the ground. His expression remained calm and composed. Is that all? Yin Zera asked casually. This offhand remark completely enraged Aunt Lizzie, whose face turned crimson with fury. Huh! Aunt Lizzie let out a furious roar, and her entire body erupted with powerful energy, scorching the ground with her fiery aura. Interesting. Yin Zera observed Aunt Lizzie's contorted face, sensing the wild, beast-like fury within her. Die! With a thunderous shout, the massive blade came slashing down once more. Boom! This time, there was another loud crash, but Yin Zera wasn't standing still. He was sent flying. I'm going to strike now, Yin Zera warned. The strength of that last attack had stirred his fighting spirit, and he was ready to engage Aunt Lizzie in earnest. Die! Yin Zera stepped into a chaotic footwork, instantly appearing at Aunt Lizzie's side, and with a horizontal sweep of his ruler, he aimed to cut her in half. Boom! Aunt Lizzie managed to block with her blade, but was still sent flying by Yin Zera's blow. Yin Zera's smaller frame was no match for Aunt Lizzie's massive size, yet he had managed to send her flying. This left many onlookers dumbfounded, but Yin Zera paid no heed to their reactions. His figure moved again, closing in on Aunt Lizzie. Boom! 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 Yin Zera and Aunt Lizzie continued to clash, their blades and rulers colliding repeatedly, producing ear-piercing clangs. Those with weaker cultivation hurriedly covered their ears, unable to bear the noise. Boom! Yin Zera sent Aunt Lizzie flying once more, but this time, he didn't pursue her. He felt that Aunt Lizzie's strength was as far as it went, and continuing the fight would be pointless. I've lost, Aunt Lizzie grumbled, and the surrounding soldiers erupted in shock. They couldn't believe their strongest Grand Marshal had been defeated. Some hot-headed soldiers even rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight Yin Zera. How much of your strength did you use? 50%? Aunt Lizzie asked, certain that Yin Zera hadn't given his all. Of course, she hadn't used all her cards either, but if she had, it wouldn't have been a friendly spar but a life-and-death struggle. Yes, 50%, Yin Zera said with a faint smile. In truth, he had only used 30 or 40% of his strength. Saying 50% was just to save face for this seemingly kind aunt. Haha, well done. No wonder you're from the strongest empire of Luangu. I, Lizzie, am convinced. Aunt Lizzie laughed heartily, her boldness even surpassing that of many men. Honored guest from afar, allow me to host a banquet in your honor, Aunt Lizzie declared loudly. Before Yin Zera could react, she waved her hand and ordered the servants to prepare the feast. The banquet was lively, the food delicious, and the dancers passionate. Their fiery figures stirred the desires of the men present, but their main focus was on Yin Zera, seated at the head of the table. Get lost. Sanweihu, seeing the dancers flocking toward Yin Zera, began to shoo them away like a protective little leopard. You were even more enthusiastic than them once, Yin Zera said with a wry smile, taking a sip of fruit wine. I don't care. Right now you're mine. I won't allow any woman to get close to you, Sanweihu declared fiercely. Am I not a woman? Vexing Ji appeared on Yin Zera's other side and asked. Humph. Sanweihu snorted, turning her head away. She knew Vexing Ji had come for a reason, likely to discuss something important, so she couldn't just drive her away. What's the matter? Why did you call me here? As Sanweihu mentioned, those two gods aren't simple characters, Yin Zera said with a hint of Sa-Chi, being summoned across thousands of miles, only to potentially fall into a trap. No one had ever dared to treat him, Yin Zera, like a monkey and get away with it. Yin Zera's killing intent made Vexing Ji feel a sudden constriction in her chest. She quickly regained her composure, suppressing the fear that had just arisen, and spoke with a hint of steadiness. Thank you for your help last night. As for the issue with those two gods, it's only recently that I discovered something. And what did you discover? Yin Zera asked, spearing a piece of meat. Those two upper realm gods are working with the Western Wilderness Holy Land. To be precise, the Western Wilderness Holy Land is acting on their orders. Their goal is to find certain treasures, not to recruit talents. Recruiting talents is just a pretext for their actions, Vexing Ji explained, sharing her intelligence. What about Hu Yu? Yin Zera inquired. Hu Yu is a young genius, very talented. His abduction was both unexpected and somewhat predictable. In fact, besides Hu Yu, 3 other talents have disappeared last night, including one at the Great Emperor level. They vanished without a trace. Not the work of those 2 gods? Sanwei-hu asked reflexively, now fully immersed in her love for Yin Zera and less concerned with intelligence, but she still reacted upon hearing Vexing Ji's words. No, it wasn't them. Since discovering they weren't here to recruit talents, I've been keeping an eye on them. They've been lounging in their mansion, enjoying themselves, while gathering information and such is left to the Western Wilderness Holy Land. It's strange, though, they haven't reacted to being spied on by a mere lower realm ant like me. Upon realizing that the 2 gods had no intention of recruiting talents, Vexing Ji was filled with anger. After all, she had called Yin Zera here. If he ever found out about this, she didn't want to bear the brunt of his wrath. Angering Yin Zera meant paying with one's life, as the widow had. There might be a third party involved, and those 2 gods are too weak-willed. Yin Zera mused, stroking his chin. I'll go meet those 2 gods later, Yin Zera declared. If they were genuinely here to recruit talents or had strong backing, he might consider forming an alliance. But if they had nothing, then they could contribute to his villain points. Chapter 213. Night Visit to the Gods, Upper Realm Scammers. Delicious food, fine wine, beautiful women, and exotic dancers. The atmosphere was filled with a foreign charm. The 3-tailed fox wanted to invite Yin Zera to dance, and after a smile, Yin Zera agreed. In the dance floor, the 3-tailed fox and Yin Zera danced gracefully, their supple waists and alluring fragrance drawing others into their spell. Ahem. Yin Zera rarely experienced such situations and found himself a bit too immersed. When he snapped out of it, he quickly coughed a few times to pull himself out of this tender trap. I have something to do. Ignoring the 3-tailed fox's resentful gaze, Yin Zera said this with a stiff expression. He pushed the 3-tailed fox towards Waizenuji and headed alone to the other side of the city lord's mansion. It wasn't that he refused to accept the 3-tailed fox, but casually flirting outside just felt disrespectful to his 2 beautiful wives waiting at home. Phew. Yin Zera exhaled a breath of wine, circulated his strength to dispel the alcohol, focused slightly, and stepped towards the west side of the city lord's mansion. According to Waizenuji and the 3-tailed fox's intelligence, the 2 upper realm gods were residing in a luxurious mansion to the west of the city lord's mansion. Yin Zera scaled the wall and activated his martial arts heavenly eye, looking for any traps or arrays. However, to his surprise, he found no arrays or traps. Although the mansion appeared extremely luxurious, there was almost no spiritual light. If not for prior knowledge, Yin Zera wouldn't have guessed that 2 gods lived here. Moreover, while the neighboring city lord's mansion was brightly lit and bustling with activity, this place was eerily quiet, as if everyone had gone to sleep after nightfall. If this wasn't a scam, then it must be a great power. However, how could upper realm beings be scammers? It was more likely they were top-tier great powers. Yin Zera hesitated. If they were truly upper realm great powers, with his current strength, he might still have a chance to escape. Go in. Yin Zera steeled his resolve and boldly entered through the main gate. If they were great powers, entering anyway would likely be noticed. If they were scammers, it didn't matter how he entered. Just as he entered, 2 system notifications suddenly sounded in his ear. Ding. Detected a chosen one. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view their past. Ding. Detected a chosen one. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view their past. Indeed, they were 2 upper realm gods, Yin Zera thought. He spent 2,000 anti-hero points with a thought. Ding. Chosen one. Wang Dali. One of the last 2 members of the Wang family, an upper realm lower god family. Due to family decline, they came to the lower realm to find an ancient family ancestor's pet left in the lower realm. Originally a lower god of the first rank, due to being in the lower realm, now a demigod. Fortune value, 2, 500. Possesses the strength domain, which enhances his own strength. No treasures. Ding. Anti-hero slap system activated. Gain corresponding anti-hero points based on reduced fortune value. Ding. Chosen one. Wang Dachuan. One of the last two members of the Wang family, an upper realm lower god family. Due to family decline, they came to the lower realm to find an ancient family ancestor's pet left in the lower realm. Originally a lower god of the first rank, due to being in the lower realm, now a demigod. Fortune value, 2, 000. Possesses the speed domain, which increases his speed within the domain. No treasures. Ding. Anti-hero slap system activated. Gain corresponding anti-hero points based on reduced fortune value. Ouch. Yin Zera gasped. He had never seen such weak upper realm gods before. Fortune values of 2,000 and 2,500? He felt embarrassed to even slap them. Such low fortune values could be wiped out with a single slap. It seemed these two were indeed scammers, and he couldn't understand why they would shamelessly recruit lower realm talents. Who's there? A cold shout from a middle-aged man suddenly rang out, and a surge of pressure pressed towards Yin Zera. Humph! Yin Zera snorted, unleashing terrifying killing intent. Having learned the truth, he had no more reservations. Oomph! The middle-aged man on the opposite side seemed intimidated by Yin Zera's killing intent and let out a muffled grunt. Yin Zera turned a corner and arrived at the front of the hall. Inside, 3 men were seated. A middle-aged bald man, a clean-shaven middle-aged man, and a slightly scruffy young man. Around them, 4 or 5 little bald men served them. Who are you? What brings you here at this late hour? The middle-aged man in the center asked. Yin Zera recognized his voice as the one who had shouted earlier. He didn't immediately answer but observed them carefully. The bald man was from the Western Wilderness Holy Land. Yin Zera had seen him at the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. He was a senior elder of the Western Wilderness Holy Land, named Beihui. The middle-aged man in the center was probably Wang Dali, and the scruffy young man was likely Wang Dachuan. Both gods gave Yin Zera a very weak impression, feeling as if even Chu Liuhe, who had just finished his tribulation, could fight one of them. I think you should recognize me, Yin Zera said to Beihui. With a thought, he revealed his appearance from the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. Ouch! You. Beihui gasped, pointing at Yin Zera, unable to speak, clearly frightened. Long time no see. Yin Zera grinned. But in Beihui's eyes, this smile was like a devil's grin, instantly reminding him of the terrifying scene of Yin Zera battling 2 upper realm gods at the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land. That scene had haunted his nightmares for days, only recently subsiding. Calm down. Wang Dali shouted coldly, his voice carrying a certain rhythm, snapping Beihui out of his fright. Divine Lord. Beihui hurriedly addressed Wang Dali, wanting to warn this amiable divine lord not to provoke the terrifying demon who dared to slaughter gods. Ahem. Yin Zera coughed lightly, sending a hint of killing intent towards Beihui. Yikes! Beihui felt as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was already around his neck, the terrifying shadow enveloping him entirely. In that instant, his hair stood on end, and he dared not utter a single word, for in the next moment, he would surely die. You? This distant friend? Wang Dali had wanted to reprimand Yin Zera, but seeing Beihui's state, he felt it inappropriate and quickly changed his tone to address him as a distant friend. Hello. Yin Zera sat down boldly in front of Wang Dali, smiling at the 3 of them. Do you know who we are? The scruffy young man, Wang Dachuan, asked, his face red. Aren't you upper realm gods? Aren't you here to find talents? What do you think of me? Yin Zera asked with a smile. As he spoke, he unleashed terrifying killing intent and aura, pressing down on the 3 men, whose faces changed drastically, almost making them want to flee immediately. Chapter 214. Mutual Blame, Enslaving Gods. Calm down. Please calm down, friend. Wang Dalin, middle-aged and more experienced, quickly called out to Yin Zera. What do you think? Am I strong? Is my talent exceptional? Yin Zera asked with a smile. You are strong. Your talent is excellent. But whether we recruit you or not depends on other aspects. Wang Dalin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and exchanged a glance with Wang Dachuan before speaking. What aspects? Yin Zera inquired. Achievements, yes. That's right, achievements. The Wang family doesn't just look at talent. We also consider achievements. After all, we can't recruit people who can't fight and just act as decorations. Wang Dalin hastily explained. My achievements. How about killing 3 upper realm gods? Does that count? Yin Zera pondered for a moment before asking. 3 upper realm gods aren't much? Teach 3 upper realm gods? Wang Dalin finally caught on, his face turning pale. He exchanged a glance with his nephew, intending to recruit a few fools, only to end up with a dragon. Ahem. 3 gods? How is there even half a god? Wang Dalin coughed lightly, trying to stay calm, half to change the subject and half out of curiosity. Well, one escaped and wasn't completely annihilated, Yin Zera said with regret. That one that escaped from the Eastern Wilderness Sanctuary, do you know about it? It was because of that incident that the passage between the upper and lower realms opened so quickly, Yin Zera said with a smile. It was you? Wang Dalin and his nephew exclaimed in shock. This wasn't just a dragon. It was a vicious one. They regretted why they had ever wanted to recruit any geniuses. Wouldn't it have been better to find a pet and return directly? I heard the Wang family is a top-tier clan in the upper realm. I wonder if my strength, talent, and achievements meet your standards. Yin Zera asked. Top-tier clan? Well, yes, but you're a bit unsuitable for our Wang family. Wang Dalin quickly recovered and said, Oh, what part of me is unsuitable? Please tell me, and I'm sure I can correct it, Yin Zera said politely. We just don't want you. No need for many reasons. Wang Dachuan, growing impatient as he saw his uncle fumbling for answers, bluntly refused. Do you know how much it hurts to be rejected like this? If I get hurt, I might do something irrational, like killing someone, Yin Zera said with a troubled expression. Killing? This city has hundreds of thousands of people. You can kill as many as you want. Wang Dalin said, sweating profusely. No, no, no. Those ants are too weak. One punch and they're all dead. Killing is only challenging when it's gods, Yin Zera said with a smile. Killing gods? But there are no gods here. Wang Dalin stammered. Yin Zera didn't answer, just smiled and looked at Wang Dalin and his nephew. Kill. Under Yin Zera's gaze, Wang Dachuan finally couldn't hold back. His speed domain instantly expanded, enveloping Yin Zera. Swish. Wang Dachuan, holding a broken long spear, appeared behind Yin Zera in an instant, thrusting toward his back. Seeing his nephew attack, Wang Dalin didn't hesitate either, immediately activating his strength domain, overlapping with his nephew's speed domain. Ding! Boom! Yin Zera blocked Wang Dachuan's spear with his Sui Xian Chi and, with his other hand, punched toward Wang Dalin. That's more like it, Yin Zera licked his lips and said. Kill. He instantly activated his evil semi-god technique and devouring semi-god technique, fully unleashing his power. The dense killing intent surged like waves in all directions. Boom! With a full power strike, Yin Zera sent Wang Dalin flying back even faster. Swish! With a turn of his wrist, the Sui Xian Chi dodged Wang Dachuan's spear, leaving a shallow wound on his chest. Uncle! Wang Dachuan cried out in pain. Kill! Wang Dalin's eyes turned red with rage. Fully unleashed, he charged at Yin Zera like an enraged bull. Smack! Yin Zera slapped Wang Dalin to the ground with a single palm. Seeing him still struggling, he stepped on Wang Dalin's chest, completely subduing him. Don't move, or you're dead for sure, Yin Zera said calmly. You're not going to kill us? Wang Dachuan said in surprise. Not necessarily. Withdraw your domains, or you're dead for sure, Yin Zera ordered. Although being ordered around by a lower realm ant was an extreme humiliation, Wang Dalin and his nephew immediately withdrew their domains upon hearing Yin Zerua's words. To live a little longer was better than nothing. To survive was not shameful. This was the mutual thought of Wang Dalin and his nephew. Yin Zerua left a devouring radiance on both of them. If they made any unusual moves, these radiances would immediately devour their internal organs and blood. Sit. Yin Zerua sat in the main seat, gesturing to the two men, who seemed a bit restrained. Just moments ago, they were the hosts, and the visitor was a mere guest, an ant. Now everything had reversed. The two men exchanged a glance, both wearing bitter smiles. May I ask what this lord wants with us? Wang Dalin slightly bent over and asked. As the lowest of the low in the upper realm, Wang Dalin had plenty of experience in how to serve these big shots. His nephew didn't find this strange at all. After all, to avoid an untimely death, it was best to do everything possible to please these big shots. On the other side, Bei Hui was stunned. In just a few moments, extremely noble upper realm gods had turned into lowly beings like pigs. I want you to be my slaves, Yin Zerua said. This thought had occurred to him the moment he saw Wang Dalin and his nephew. He needed to go to the upper realm, but he was unfamiliar with everything there. If he joined a faction, his life would be in their hands, which was something he absolutely couldn't accept. So he didn't plan to join a faction. To ensure his journey to the upper realm went smoothly, he wanted to find a couple of gods familiar with everything in the upper realm. But these gods were usually arrogant and wouldn't serve a mere lower realm ant like him. Moreover, gods were very powerful. If the passage between the realms opened and their strength recovered, they would be far stronger than him. By then, it would be unclear who was serving whom. Therefore, this god from the upper realm had to be weak enough and, preferably, without any special background. Clearly, Wang Dalin and his nephew fit his requirements perfectly. Impossible. We would never be slaves to a lower realm being. Wang Dalin and his nephew shouted. In the eyes of upper realm beings, lower realm creatures were inferior life forms. Being a slave to a lower realm being would likely provoke righteous individuals to kill them for bringing shame upon themselves. Chapter 215, Divine Beast's Corpse, Sudden Flames. Are you sure you don't want to be my servants? Yin Zerua narrowed his eyes, and the killing intent emanating from him grew increasingly intense. Gulp. Wang Dali and his nephew struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Their senses kept warning them. They were going to die. Master. Wang Dali uttered the two words with great difficulty, as if speaking with a red-hot iron in his mouth. Master. Seeing Yin Zerua glance at him, Wang Dachuan quickly voiced his allegiance. You don't need to worry too much. If I truly ascend to the upper realm, with my talent, I will certainly become a great figure. Perhaps years later, you'll regret your hesitation today, Yin Zerua said calmly. Seeing Yin Zerua's composed demeanor, Wang Dali and his nephew felt a hint of resentment. This man hadn't even reached the 5th rank of the great emperor, let alone survive the heavenly tribulation, yet he carried himself with such arrogance. When Yin Zerua noticed the expressions on Wang Dachuan and his nephew, he understood their thoughts. No wonder they've ended up like this. Their vision is too narrow. He had been killing gods despite being under the 5th rank of the great emperor. Didn't that prove his talent? With such talent, how could he possibly fail to survive the heavenly tribulation under these conditions? However, servants were servants. As long as they served him, Yin Zerua wasn't too concerned about their opinions. He secretly planted 2 trackers on them. As long as they didn't leave the lower realm and he ascended to the upper realm before the passage opened, they wouldn't be able to escape. Don't even think about running away, not even after you've recovered your strength. Otherwise, you'll die a very ugly death, Yin Zerua warned. We will follow Master's orders. Wang Dali and Wang Dachuan quickly bowed. What were you here in the lower realm for? Yin Zerua asked. A secret treasure. Wang Dali replied. A divine artifact. Wang Dachuan said. Huh? Don't think I won't kill you. Yin Zerua's killing intent erupted, making the 2 nephews turn pale. A secret treasure. It's a secret treasure. Wang Dali quickly corrected himself, and Wang Dachuan nodded in agreement. Humph, Yin Zera didn't speak, just coldly stared at the two nephews, watching as sweat beads formed on their foreheads and trickled down their cheeks. I'll give you one more chance. Cherish it. Answer wrong and you die, Yin Zera said calmly. Our purpose for coming to the lower realm was to find a divine beast. Finally, under the pressure, Wang Dali revealed their true objective. Your ancestor's pet beast? Yin Zera revealed their true purpose, intending to intimidate these disloyal servants. How could he know? The two nephews exchanged horrified glances, their fear reaching its peak. It was as if everything about them was laid bare before this man. This man. The two nephews glanced at Yin Zera, then quickly lowered their heads, too frightened to look again. They were utterly terrified. The Wang family only has the two of you left. Coming to the lower realm to find your ancestor's pet beast, is it to revive the family? Seeing their expressions, Yin Zera was satisfied. He then revealed a secret known only to the two nephews. At this point, the two nephews no longer doubted that Yin Zera could see through them. They spoke with reverence about their ancestors' past. It turned out that the Wang family's ancestor had once come to the lower realm long ago, where he discovered a divine beast's cub and made it his pet. However, for various reasons, when he returned to the upper realm, he didn't take the cub with him. Wouldn't that divine beast cub have died by now? Yin Zera asked curiously. Even if it's just a corpse, it would still be of great value, Wang Dali said. Coming all this way just for the corpse of a divine beast from who knows how many years ago. You really are quite poor, Yin Zera remarked. The two nephews felt extremely embarrassed by Yin Zera's comment, but they didn't regret coming to the lower realm. Life in the upper realm was too difficult, and every resource had to be used to its fullest. The only thing they regretted was the idea of using the recruitment of geniuses to cover up their treasure hunt. They hadn't recruited any geniuses, only acquired a master, leaving them filled with regret. Have you found the divine beast's corpse yet? Yin Zera asked. We've searched the western wilderness Holy Land for several days, but haven't found it. However, we've discovered a few suspicious locations, Wang Dali said. Yin Zera stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. He was somewhat interested in the divine beast's corpse as well. He then ordered, tomorrow, you two will coordinate with the disciples of the Western Wilderness Holy Land and the people from the City Lord's mansion to search. If the divine beast was indeed here, it would either be in a secret realm or someplace people usually overlooked. He didn't believe they wouldn't find it after searching the entire Lishi city. Yes, master. Wang Dali and his nephew quickly replied. Does the Western Wilderness Holy Land have any objections? Yin Zera turned to Beihui, who was standing nearby. No. Beihui quickly waved his hands. Good. Yin Zera nodded in satisfaction and left. Seeing Yin Zera's departing back, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief. They had almost died. Facing this man was like facing a capricious demon god, each moment filled with immense pressure. Yin Zera was quite satisfied with this trip. He had acquired 2 divine servants, and the problem of the upper realm was temporarily resolved. If he could find the divine beast's corpse and obtain some resources from the upper realm, it would be even better. Returning to the city lord's mansion, he found that the banquet had already ended. The three-tailed fox, Vithnugi, Huyue, and others were nowhere to be seen. Only a few servants cleaning up the remnants. Yin Zera didn't pay them any mind and planned to return to the inn directly, where the three-tailed fox should be waiting for him. Creak! Yin Zera pushed open the window and entered the room. Before he even approached the bed, he caught a whiff of the three-tailed fox's unique scent. Through the gauzy bed curtain, he could clearly see the alluring curves of her body and her charming, delicate face with long, seductive eyelashes. Ahem. Yin Zera coughed lightly, intending to go to another room to cultivate. He was genuinely afraid of betraying his 2 wives waiting at home. You scoundrel, as soon as you return, you go to another room. Don't you know how to cherish your servant? The three-tailed fox's coquettish voice came from behind the bed curtain. Seeing Yin Zera's intention to leave, the three-tailed fox finally spoke up. Haven't you slept yet? Yin Zera asked. How can I sleep without your embrace? The three-tailed fox sat up, and the smooth blanket slid down, revealing most of her fair skin. Hiss! Yin Zera felt he was really going to betray his wives. At that moment, a panicked shout came from outside the window. Fire! Fire! Yin Zera quickly went to the window and looked out. In the distance, the city lord's mansion was engulfed in raging flames. Chapter 216. Possessed by Lis, Divine Beast Poison Flame. What's going on? How did a fire suddenly break out? The three-tailed fox quietly approached Yin Zera from behind and asked, "This fire seems a bit strange." Yin Zera said. In just a short while after he stood by the window, the fire had expanded several times over. Given the presence of so many experts in the city lord's mansion, such rapid expansion was clearly problematic. Yin Zera's heart skipped a beat as he activated his Taoist heavenly eye. He saw countless people unleashing their qi and rushing towards the center of the fire. The two most astonishing qi sources belonged to Viscountess and Lis. Was Viscountess and Lis fighting? In Yin Zera's Taoist heavenly eye, the qi representing Lis and Viscountess clashed repeatedly, as if it were a life-and-death struggle. Engaging in a deadly battle at the heart of the fire, Yin Zera immediately realized that something major had happened. "Let's go. Something's wrong over there." Yin Zera quickly picked up the three-tailed fox and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. Yin Zera's speed was astonishing, and his momentum was formidable. The guards of the city lord's mansion initially mistook him for an enemy and tried to attack, but fortunately, some sharp-eyed individuals stopped them. "Hurry, hurry, hurry!" Countless people unleashed their qi and rushed towards the fire. Yin Zera even saw a couple of people carrying buckets of water. Boom! As soon as Yin Zera arrived at the scene, he saw Viscountess and Lis clash. Viscountess seemed normal, but Lis's eyes were blood red, and her massive body was engulfed in raging flames. These flames resonated with the fire behind her, as if forming an absolute domain. Ding! Detecting a protagonist of fortune. Anti-hero system activated. Spend 1,000 anti-hero points to view their past. 1,000 anti-hero points? A god of the upper realm? Yin Zera's heart stirred, and he spent the 1,000 anti-hero points. Ding! The protagonist of fortune, Divine Beast Poison Flame, was sealed by the ancestors of the Wang family in a deep abyss, surviving until now through secret techniques. Due to the opening of the upper and lower realm channels, its divine soul has possessed Lis. Originally a second-rank lower god, due to being in the lower realm, its power is reduced to a demigod. Fortune value 6,000. Possesses the 10,000 flame domain. No treasures. Ding! Anti-hero taunting system activated. Gain corresponding anti-hero points based on reduced fortune value. Seeing the system's display, Yin Zera understood everything. He drew his heart-follow-soul ruler and pointed it at Lis, saying, "Get out of my friend's body right now. I can overlook your past actions." Lis had once hosted a banquet for him and had taken care of the three-tailed fox fungi and others. These debts of gratitude were not something he could ignore. Therefore, if this poison flame obediently left Lis's body, he could let it off the hook, regardless of its past deeds. Roar! Lis, possessed by poison flame, let out a beastly roar, her fiery red eyes locking onto Yin Zera. Swish! A fiery red domain unfolded, with countless divine flames burning within it. Kill! Seeing this, Yin Zera knew there was no room for negotiation. He immediately unleashed the demigod techniques of evil and devouring. Boom! Yin Zera, engulfed in primordial divine flames, charged directly into the 10,000 flame domain, wielding the heart-follow-soul ruler as he clashed with poison flame. Kill! Within the domain, divine flames burned incessantly, scorching Yin Zera. He felt as if he were in an extremely hot furnace. The power of this domain was too advanced for the devouring demigod technique to absorb entirely, and even his primordial divine flames were suppressed by the domain's power. Poison Flame's 10,000 flame domain was far too powerful. His defenses were barely holding, causing him immense pain. Boom! Yin Zera blocked Poison Flame's attack with the Heart Follow Soul Ruler. Lissa's weapon of choice was a saber, but Poison Flame, when possessing her, preferred to use its fists. Yin Zera stepped with the Chaos Heart Steps, attempting to dodge Poison Flame's attacks, blocking them with the Heart Follow Soul Ruler when he couldn't evade. He also activated his Taoist Heavenly Eye, trying to find a weakness. Swish! Yin Zera's Heart Follow Soul Ruler swung and missed again. Poison Flame was incredibly cunning. Although lacking in actual combat experience, it managed to dodge Yin Zera's attacks by leveraging its domain whenever he found a weakness. Poison Flame's domain was far more advanced than those of Wang Dali and Wang Dachuan, and its control over the domain was much more flexible. There must be a weakness, Yin Zera thought to himself. Huff! Seeing that it couldn't defeat Yin Zera, and Yin Zera couldn't defeat it either, Poison Flame grew somewhat annoyed. It noticed the three-tailed fox who had come with Yin Zera. Perhaps she was his weakness. You dare! Seeing Poison Flame shift its attention from him to the three-tailed fox, Yin Zera grew furious. Clenching the Heart Follow Soul Ruler, he suddenly had an idea and used the soul-dispersing technique. Roar! A dark red beastly shadow suddenly appeared above Lissa's head, letting out a roar filled with panic. Yin Zera was startled, noticing the beastly shadow. He immediately guessed that this was the divine beast's soul possessing Liss. Unexpectedly, instead of forcing out Lissa's soul, he had driven out the divine beast's soul. Kill! Seizing the opportunity, Yin Zera shouted, and the Heart Follow Soul Ruler, wrapped in primordial divine flames, swept towards the beastly shadow. Wait! The beastly shadow uttered a strange sound, one Yin Zera had never heard before, but he immediately understood its meaning. Humph! Yin Zera sneered. When I spoke to you earlier, you didn't respond, pretending to be devoid of reason. Now that you've regained your senses and want to talk, it's too late. Sizzle! Although the power of the primordial divine flames was slightly weaker than that of the 10,000 flame domain, they were still easily capable of burning Poison Flame's divine soul, producing a sizzling sound. Roar! The divine soul let out a piercing scream, trying to retreat back into Lissa's body, but Yin Zera forced it out again with another soul-dispersing technique. Poison Flame, once again burned by the primordial divine flames, let out a miserable scream. It realized it had to escape, or it would surely die. Swish! Poison Flame's divine soul leapt out of Lissa's body and shot towards the distance. Yin Zera's heart stirred, and countless chains chased after the divine soul. With a snap of his fingers, he unleashed dozens of fireballs, chasing after Poison Flame. Poison Flame let out a miserable scream in midair as it was hit by a fireball. Unfortunately, the fireball didn't completely annihilate it, allowing it to escape. Just you wait. I will burn you to ashes. Poison Flame's venomous voice echoed from afar. That direction is outside the city? Yin Zera frowned, looking in the direction it fled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for severely injuring the protagonist of Fortune, Poison Flame. Poison Flame's fortune value reduced by 3,000. Host gains 30,000 anti-hero points. Hearing the system's prompt, Yin Zera's lips curved into a smile. This harvest was quite satisfying. Chapter 217. The pursuit begins. The seal is activated. Seeing Duyan retreat, Yin Zera lifted the Tandao Zaidali through Dasun and made her way out of the burning area. Aunt Lizzie, who you called out urgently. Yin Zera noticed that many people were rushing over and glanced at the barely conscious Lizzie. Her physical body seemed fine, but her soul appeared to have suffered significant damage. Brother Yin, what's wrong with Aunt Lizzie? Who you asked? She was possessed by a divine beast. I've driven away the beast's soul, so her body is fine, but I'm not sure about her soul. Yin Zera replied. Hearing Yin Zera's explanation, who you felt a momentary relief, only to be immediately filled with worry again. However, since Lizzie remained unconscious, who you had no better solution and had to call for someone to carry her away for treatment. Without Duyan's interference, the fire was quickly extinguished. Yin Zera gazed at the charred remains of the city lord's mansion, his expression unreadable. You, go to that side and call those two divine beings from the upper realm to come here. Tell them their master is summoning them. Yin Zera pointed at a soldier. The soldier had witnessed everything from start to finish and knew that the man in front of him was no ordinary person. Moreover, he had saved their commander. Upon hearing Yin Zera's command, the soldier quickly ran to the neighboring mansion to summon the legendary upper divine beings. What's going on? Sanwei asked. Beside her, Waizanuji also remained, listening closely as she saw Sanwei questioning Yin Zera. Marshal Lizzie was possessed by the soul of a divine beast. The one who handed Yu over to those two disciples from the western wilderness Sungdi earlier should have been that beast. Yin Zera explained. However, I think I now know where this divine beast is. Yin Zera looked toward the distant city walls, his gaze cold. Huff huff. Master! Master! Wang Dali, Wang Dachuan, an elder Beihui from the western wilderness Sungdi, gasping for breath, hurried over. Your sleep quality is really good. With all this commotion happening right beside you, you didn't even bother to come out and take a look. Yin Zera sneered. Huff huff. Master, the most important rule for surviving in the upper realm is to mind your own business. Wang Dali panted as he explained. Enough with the panting. Yin Zera's cold gaze swept over the three of them, causing them to immediately stand at attention, not daring to breathe heavily. Tell me everything your ancestors recorded about that pet beast, without leaving anything out. Yin Zera commanded. Master, do you know where the corpse of that pet beast is? Wang Dachuan cautiously asked, but after a glance from Yin Zera, he shuddered and quickly recounted the family records. Actually, the family records are very scarce. They only mention that it was a fire attribute divine beast, very weak, and in its juvenile form. Juvenile form? Yin Zera sneered. Even now, it could easily handle the two of you. A treasure left by your ancestors? More like a curse. However, Yin Zera didn't bother explaining. He turned to the others and said, the divine beast should be outside the city, near the place where Yu was thrown into the river. This journey may be dangerous, so the weak should stay behind. After saying this, Yin Zera led the way out of the city, with Sanwei and Waizanuji following. Yu remained behind. Wang Dali and his nephew exchanged glances, then, with a determined heart, clenched their teeth and followed. After all, this was a treasure left by their ancestors, and it was right in front of them. How could they not go and take a look? Yin Zera swiftly moved through the city's houses. The earlier disturbance had awakened many, but they refrained from lighting lamps, merely peering out cautiously from the shadows. Yin Zera ignored them, moving past the city walls under the night wind and arriving at the spot where Yu had been thrown into the river the previous night. Is this where the divine beast is located? Sanwei asked. It should have been sealed here by the ancestors of the Wang family. Due to the opening of the upper realm's passage, it was able to possess Marshal Lizzie. Yin Zera speculated. If the upper and lower realms were fully opened, with its divine rank of second-tier lower god, this beast might truly be able to break free. Master, you're saying this divine beast was sealed by my ancestor's pet? Wang Dali asked. He had already learned everything from Waizanuji and was shocked to discover that after countless years, the beast was still alive. Yin Zera casually acknowledged, then ignored him. He stroked his chin, observing the river. He guessed that the seal was beneath it. However, based on the descriptions from the two disciples of the Western Wilderness Sacred Land, even a cultivator at the emperor level of the 5th rank, who ventured and had no success and perished shortly after emerging, indicating significant dangers within. Underwater, Yin Zera's strength would be greatly reduced, and even sealed, Du Yin might still be beyond his ability to handle. Master, you're not sure how to deal with that pet beast, are you? Wang Dali asked. Do you have an idea? Yin Zera snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Wang Dali. Hee. My ancestor left behind a key to unlock the seal. Wang Dali chuckled. Uncle. Wang Dachuan was anxious. His uncle was giving away the treasure's key to an outsider. Wang Dali completely ignored his nephew's anxiety. According to Wisenuji's account, he wasn't a match for the beast now, and even when the upper and lower realm passages opened, he likely wouldn't be. This meant he had almost no chance of obtaining the beast. If he wanted to gain any benefit, he would have to cooperate with others. And who better to cooperate with than Yin Zera right now? Although Yin Zera was stronger at the moment, even if he took the lion's share of the beast. Once the upper and lower realm passages opened and he regained his strength, wouldn't those treasures eventually return to his pocket? Yin Zera didn't care about the petty thoughts in Wang Dali's mind. If he could open the seal now, it would be good for him. How do we open the seal? Yin Zera stepped aside. Just throw this thing in. Wang Dali produced a copper-colored crystal, about the size of a fist, engraved with countless mysterious runes. Plop. Wang Dali tossed the crystal into the river. Boom. Just as everyone was getting impatient, thinking this place might be a fake, and considering diving in to retrieve the seal's key, the ground began to shake violently. The earth trembled and cracked, the river's water flowing to both sides, and the riverbed slowly rising. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous rumbling continued, the riverbed steadily rising, and no one knew how deep the riverbed was. The shaking continued from midnight until dawn. As the horizon began to brighten, Yin Zera and the others heard a familiar roar. Roar. It was Du Yin's roar. Chapter 218. Refusal to Submit, the second battle against Poison Flame. It's coming out. Everyone held their breath, but after waiting for another hour, the people in the city began to wake up and gather on the city walls to watch the spectacle, yet the riverbed still hadn't risen. Roar, roar, roar. Poison Flame roared incessantly, its voice filled with a sense of joy. Slosh, slosh. The riverbed gradually lifted, and the water flowed in all directions. Only when the sun fully emerged did a black, water-like light barrier protrude from the surface. Roar. Inside the light barrier, a massive beast was shackled by countless icy black iron chains, its roars echoing fiercely. The beast was a dark red color, and from a distance, one could feel an intense heat radiating from it. Its body resembled a thick crocodile, its head somewhat like a dragon's, and its scales looked incredibly menacing. It was 10 zhang long and about a zhang in diameter, exuding an aura of immense power. The Flame God Beast. Uncle and nephew Wang exclaimed in shock. Seeing Yin Zera looking over with confusion, they quickly explained. The Flame God Beast is a divine creature that lives in magma in the upper realm. Legend has it that they carry a drop of bloodline from the Flame God, and some with strong bloodlines can even reach the level of a high god upon maturity. Our ancestors likely didn't mention the specific name of this pet beast to avoid attracting covetous eyes. A Flame God Beast. This is a huge fortune. Uncle and nephew Wang said excitedly. Wow. The crowd in the distance was in an uproar upon seeing such a giant beast emerge from the riverbed, and discussions erupted among them. Poison Flame also heard the commotion, its eyes darting to spot Yin Zera and the others. It spoke. Mere ants of the lower realm, was it you who released me? Seeing that you saved me, I can overlook your previous offense and even allow you to become a respected servant of the divine beast. Yin Zera ignored it. He carefully observed the light barrier and chains sealing Poison Flame, noticing that the barrier was gradually thinning and disappearing, while the icy black iron chains firmly bound Poison Flame, some even piercing into its flesh. An idea struck Yin Zera. He checked the system store to see if there were any beast taming contracts available. He found that a contract to enslave a lower god beast cost 10,000 villain points, which wasn't too expensive. Would you like to be my mount? Yin Zera asked. Roar, roar, roar. Upon hearing the word mount, Poison Flame roared as if it had heard the name of its mortal enemy, unleashing a terrifying surge of killing intent and resentment. You dream. The Flame God will never serve. The Flame God will never serve. Poison Flame struggled violently, causing the chains to rattle loudly. If you agree to be my mount, I can set you free. Look, you've been trapped in this endless darkness for countless ages. Don't you want to see the wondrous world outside? Don't you want to return to the upper realm? From the moment he saw the flame god beast Poison Flame, Yin Zera had been tempted. He wanted it as his mount, and with its cultivation at the second rank of the lower god level, it would also be a formidable ally. Die! 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 Poison Flame glared at Yin Zera with overflowing hatred. Even when it saw Yin Zera, the one who had harmed its soul, it hadn't felt such intense enmity. Now, it was filled with an unrelenting hatred. Do you want to die, or be my mount? Yin Zera frowned and asked. He didn't believe that in the face of life and death, it wouldn't submit. Kill. Poison Flame went berserk, struggling violently, the chains tightening as a terrifying aura surged into the sky. Fall back. Seeing the light barrier about to shatter, Yin Zera waved his hand, signaling Three-Tailed Fox and the others to retreat. Flame god beasts never serve as slaves. No one can make them into mounts. This is something deeply ingrained in their souls. If one forcibly tries to enslave them, they will self-destruct, ultimately backfiring on the contract holder. In the upper realm, no one has ever succeeded in taming a flame god beast. Our ancestors likely couldn't tame it, which is why they sealed it here. As Wang Dalin followed Three-Tailed Fox to leave, he said this to Yin Zera before departing. Impossible to tame? Yin Zera thought. If it couldn't be tamed, then it would have to die. He couldn't let it go free. A lower god beast at the second rank posed too many risks, and he couldn't afford any accidents. As for becoming allies, based on their previous battle, they could only be enemies, not allies. I'll ask you one last time. Will you be my servant? If not, I'll have to kill you and dismember your body to exchange for resources. Yin Zera said, staring at Poison Flame. Die! A voice dripping with venomous hatred rang out, and Yin Zera instantly grasped its intent. He pulled out the Suishin Ruichi, ready to end this divine beast once and for all. Pop! With a soft sound, the outer light barrier disappeared. Hum! Poison Flame immediately spread its Wan Yin domain, and countless flames burned across the sky. Out of respect for you, I will personally end your life. Yin Zera said, gripping the free will ruler tightly. Roar! Roar! Poison Flame roared, and a terrifying killing aura surged straight toward Yin Zera. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yin Zera's body ignited with primordial divine fire, which was wrapped in a layer of devouring radiance, and within that, a thin layer of chi force served as the final defense. Clack! Yin Zera stepped into the Wan Yin domain using the Wan Xianbu technique. Instantly, countless flames pressed down on him, and his primordial divine fire was almost suppressed. This Wan Yin domain was far stronger than the one Poison Flame had used in its soul form. Yin Zera felt his skin beginning to scorch. Roar! Poison Flame let out another roar, and a terrifying sound wave rolled toward Yin Zera, causing him to feel a ringing in his ears and dizziness. Swoosh! A sharp sound of air breaking reached his ears, and Yin Zera sensed an extreme sense of mortal danger. Vast malice came from his side, and without thinking, he quickly raised the Suishin Ruichi to block the attack. Boom! With a loud crash, Yin Zera was sent flying out of the Wan Yin domain, rolling several times in the air before finally dissipating most of the force. Clack! 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 Landing on the ground, Yin Zera took several steps back, each step leaving a deep pit in the ground. Looking up, Yin Zera finally saw what had attacked him. It was a highly agile tail, long and hard, with menacing barbs that looked quite terrifying. It's so strong. Yin Zera frowned as he looked at Poison Flame, still bound by chains. If not for the chains restraining it, he might have already been killed by it. Its strength was also immense. Although he had blocked the sneak attack, the cost was not small. His right hand, still gripping the Suishin Ruichi, was trembling slightly. Roar! Poison Flame roared again, but this time, Yin Zera sensed a mocking tone within its roar. Just as Yin Zera was about to re-enter the Wan Yin domain to fight Poison Flame, he noticed that his primordial divine fire seemed to have undergone a strange change. Chapter 219. Transformation of the Divine Flame. Death approaches for the Poison Flame. Yin Zera's primordial divine flame, after absorbing the divine fire from the flame saber of the Chaos Abyss, seemed to have reached a certain level of attainment. It could no longer break through or absorb external divine flames. At that time, Yin Zera speculated that his primordial divine flame had reached a limit, requiring a process of transforming quantity into quality. However, Yin Zera had no effective solutions for this. He had tried various methods, but his primordial divine flame showed no signs of change. This might have been due to the insufficiently high essence of power at the lower realm. So, he used divine blood as fuel for the divine flame, which did result in some minor changes, but they were insignificant. It was likely that the properties of the divine blood did not match those of his primordial divine flame. He had not found a power with the same attributes as his primordial divine flame. But now, right before his eyes, there was the Wan Yin domain, which shared the same attributes as his primordial divine flame. Just a short while ago, while he was within the Wan Yin domain, he noticed that several types of divine flames within his primordial flame had begun to merge. Perhaps during the soul battle with the poison flame last night, his primordial divine flame had already started to merge, but he hadn't noticed it. Thinking of this, Yin Zera looked at the distant poison flame, his eyes gleaming with light. Kill! Yin Zera, his expression cold and stern, charged into the Wan Yin domain. He continuously unleashed bursts of force to attack the poison flame from the edge of the domain. Boom! 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 Yin Zera kept striking the poison flame with his force, but these attacks were like a gentle tickle to the poison flame, causing no harm at all. Foolish mortal! You think you can make this divine beast your mount? Have you eaten too many cabbage heads? The poison flame, seeing that Yin Zera's attacks had no effect, couldn't help but mock him. Hearing the poison flame's mockery, Yin Zera secretly rejoiced. What mount could compare to his own power? Let it mock him. The stronger he became, the better. Kill! To avoid arousing the poison flame's suspicion, Yin Zera raised his Sui Xian Rui ruler and continued to charge forward. Bang! The poison flame's tail lashed out, and with prior caution, Yin Zera was knocked back, but only to the edge of the domain, not out of it. Kill! Yin Zera charged forward again, only to be knocked back once more. This cycle repeated itself over and over, until an hour had passed. His Highness the Prince isn't this weak, Viren Olin said. He must have his own plan. He won't be suppressed like this forever. Sanwei clenched her fists slightly and said, What plan? He just has no way to deal with the flame god beast. Wang Dachuan said, but after being glared at by Wang Dali, he dared not speak further. The residents on the surrounding city walls watched as Yin Zera repeatedly charged and was knocked back, which, although spectacular, became monotonous after a while. Some left, while others encouraged Yin Zera to deliver a decisive blow. Boom! Yin Zera was knocked back again. He stood within the Wan Yin domain, slightly panting, his hands trembling. Foolish mortal, you are no match, the poison flame said. Although it said this, it had been observing Yin Zera for quite some time. It couldn't figure out why Yin Zera was doing this, but it knew he must have some purpose. Besides, it had never seen Yin Zera use that move that could force a soul out of its body. What is this fool trying to achieve? The poison flame pondered, unable to find an answer. Seeing Yin Zera charge again, it reflexively lashed out with its tail, which was blocked by Yin Zera. As Yin Zera was knocked back, the tail grazed the primordial divine flame around his body. It was a scorching sensation, one it hadn't felt in a very long time. With its innate sensitivity to fire, it noticed that the essence of Yin Zera's primordial divine flame was approaching that of the flames in its Wan Yin domain. How could it be? The flames of the lower realm could keep up with those of the upper realm? The poison flame was horrified, but it quickly realized that when its soul was hit by this flame before, its power was definitely not this strong. Connecting this to Yin Zerua's repeated charges without ever leaving its domain, it suddenly understood everything. Roar. You dare use my Wan Yin domain to refine your own divine flame? You're seeking death. The poison flame raged, and the flames of the Wan Yin domain burned even more intensely, with more firepower surging towards Yin Zerua. Haha, you've figured it out. Yin Zerua laughed heartily. After being continuously refined by the Wan Yin domain, he felt that his primordial divine flame had mostly merged into one, and the color of the flame had changed from crimson to a riot of colors. Just a little more. Yin Zerua wanted to continue refining his primordial divine flame, but the poison flame retracted its Wan Yin domain. Release your domain. Yin Zerua coldly commanded. Don't push your luck. The poison flame, its eyes larger than Yin Zerua's, turned coldly to look at him. If you don't release your domain, do you think you can defeat me? Yin Zerua said coldly. His figure flashed, appearing on the other side of the poison flame. He unleashed the malevolent semi-divine technique and the demon heart secret scripture, striking down with all his might, slashing a long gash in the poison flame's abdomen. Bright red divine blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar. The poison flame, enraged, let out a thunderous roar. Its tail swept towards Yin Zerua at high speed, but Yin Zerua had already moved away. You have no other options. Either extend your domain, and I can grant you a quick death, or I will slowly cut you to pieces. Yin Zerua said coldly. Kill. Seeing Yin Zerua approach again, the poison flame extended its domain, but this time, all its power was focused on restraining Yin Zerua. The external domain's pressure on the primordial divine flame caused it to undergo rapid transformation. Yin Zerua sensed this, but he also knew that this period wouldn't last long, as the poison flame's tail was already sweeping towards him. Bang! Yin Zerua blocked the tail, but at the moment of blocking, the tail exploded, sending countless barbs flying towards him. Yin Zerua was caught off guard and was hit by several of these barbs, leaving several wounds that pierced through his body. Fortunately, these wounds were not immediately fatal. Swish! Using the force from the tail, Yin Zerua flew out of the poison flame's domain, creating some distance. He glanced at his wounds and noticed that some of the blood was turning black, as if poisoned. Your poison is rather weak. Yin Zerua laughed. He spent 10,000 villain points in the system mall to exchange for an antidote pill, which he swallowed. Is this your final move? Yin Zerua asked. He was now completely unharmed, and the poison flame's desperate attack had caused him little damage. Roar. Perhaps sensing its imminent demise, or perhaps unwilling to be humiliated by a mere mortal from the lower realm. In any case, Du Yin let out a mournful roar to the heavens. Chapter 220, Poison Flame Self-Destructs, Divine Fire Perfected. Golden sunlight bathed the land as a massive beast let out a mournful roar to the heavens. The perpetrator of this scene stood leisurely by, watching the beast's anguish. I told you, he must have a way. He wouldn't be suppressed like this. The three-tailed fox exclaimed excitedly. A peerless prodigy. Wang Dali exclaimed in surprise. He hadn't expected his master to dare use a divine beast's domain to temper his divine fire. Perhaps this genius could truly survive the heavenly tribulation, and then it might be their turn to feel honored to serve him. Whoosh! From a distance, the onlooking residents, who had been grumbling about how the human cultivators couldn't handle the beast, suddenly saw the giant beast roar in fury, its voice filled with sorrow, bringing tears to those who heard it. In the sunlight, by the riverbank, Yin Zerua stood tall, holding a large ruler, facing the beast like a hero challenging fate. He glanced at the beast and spoke again. I'll give you one last chance. If you can help me enhance my divine fire, I'll let you be my mount. The poison flame remained silent, its huge eyes coldly staring at Yin Zerua. If not for the chains restraining it, it would have charged at Yin Zerua to fight to the death. What a pity. If that's the case, then die. Yin Zerua stepped forward with a chaotic heart, approaching from another direction, ready to kill this divine beast of the upper realm. Since the poison flame hadn't activated its domain, Yin Zera closed in on it at an astonishing speed. Just as he was about to get close, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Buzz. The 10,000 flame domain expanded instantly, freezing Yin Zera for a brief moment. In that instant, the poison flame's body turned crimson, and terrifying energy fluctuations radiated from it. His instinct screamed danger, and the evil semi-god technique from the poison flame sensed boundless malice. Yin Zera immediately realized the beast was about to self-destruct. In a desperate move, he unleashed all the accumulated malice from the evil semi-god technique. Roar! Yin Zera roared to the heavens, pushed to his limits, doing everything he could to escape the 10,000 flame domain and get away from the explosion's center. Boom! The poison flame self-destructed, and a terrifying shockwave surged in all directions, unstoppable by anything. "Husband!" the three-tailed fox cried out desperately, but was quickly pulled away by vicious Nurgle. As for Yin Zera, in the final moment, he managed to break free from the 10,000 flame domain's hold, escaping the explosion center through a tiny flaw. However, due to the delay, his entire body was severely burned. Phew! Yin Zera sighed in relief. The burns weren't serious, and he didn't even need to use the system to exchange for healing pills. He could simply absorb the fire toxins with his primordial divine fire. In fact, even if he hadn't escaped the center, he wouldn't have been in too much trouble, just possibly severely injured and forced to spend villain points to buy healing pills with a heavy heart. At the moment the poison flame perished, the earth shook, blood-red clouds covered the sky, and howling winds filled the air, as the heavens mourned the passing of a divine being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for forcing the luck-bearing sun, Poison Flame, to self-destruct. Poison Flame's luck value decreased by 300. Host's villain points increased by 30,000. Yin Zera ignored the astonishing phenomenon and the system's notification. He quickly opened his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye to search for the Poison Flame's fire seeds. During the instant he was restrained by the Poison Flame's domain, he had pushed himself to the limit, and his primordial divine fire had fused and advanced significantly. However, he felt there was still a slight gap to reach perfection. With his martial Dao, Heavenly Eye scanning, he found several fire seedlings among the pile of flesh. Yin Zera quickly collected these fire seeds to refine his primordial divine fire. One of the fire seedlings was of particularly high quality, found on a thick piece of flesh that resembled part of a heart. After a series of collection and refinement, Yin Zera felt that his primordial divine fire had reached perfection, the pinnacle of lower realm power. He needed a baptism to reach the power of the upper realm, and this baptism was likely to be the heavenly tribulation. Husband! The three-tailed fox rushed over at full speed, with Wang Dali and the others following behind her. I'm fine. Yin Zera changed into a new set of clothes and waved to the three-tailed fox. She carefully examined him and found that he was indeed unharmed, slowly letting out a breath of relief. Collect the flesh, scales, and blood of this flame god beast. They're all treasures. Yin Zera instructed Wang Dali and his nephew. Yes. Wang Dali and his nephew bowed respectfully, somewhat frightened. They hadn't expected their master to truly slay a god. Witnessing such a feat with their own eyes made them realize just how powerful this deity was. Perhaps even when the upper and lower realm passages opened, and even if they returned to the upper realm, they wouldn't be able to resist this master. He might truly become their master. Yin Zera ignored their thoughts. He glanced at the residents on the city wall, who were knocked off balance by the phenomenon of the poison flame's demise, and then at the city lord's soldiers who clearly wanted to help but didn't dare to approach. It's time to go back, Yin Zera thought. After Wang Dachuan and his nephew finished collecting the remains of the poison flame, they were invited to the city lord's mansion for a grand celebration. Besides a slight injury to her soul, Aunt Lizzie was unharmed. Upon waking up, she immediately arranged a banquet to express her gratitude to Yin Zera for saving her life. After a feast of fine wines and delicacies, Yin Zera left Wang Dali and his nephew behind to assist the three-tailed fox's hunter gang in gathering information, while Vicious Nurgle and Feng Ji provided support. He planned to return home with the three-tailed fox. Wang Dachuan and his nephew didn't dare to object to Yin Zerua's arrangements. They even brought along the Western Wilderness Holy Land. Seeing Yin Zerua slay another god, the people of the Western Wilderness Holy Land didn't resist too much about becoming his subordinates. Yin Zerua and the three-tailed fox traveled and played their way toward the Chaos Ancient Empire. Although the three-tailed fox tempted him countless times along the way, he remained steadfast and didn't take the final step with her. In the secluded valley of the Yin family's refuge, a paradise-like hidden paradise, Yin Zerua faced Ming Qiao and Ning Han with the three-tailed fox, while Yin Daohan and his wife were nowhere to be seen. "Sister," the three-tailed fox called out sweetly, "is this the result of your dealings with the gods of the upper realm?" Ning Han said with a dark expression. Ming Qiao remained silent. She knew there was an ambiguous relationship between the three-tailed fox and Yin Zerua, but she still found it hard to accept Yin Zerua bringing the three-tailed fox back. "Look, she's still a virgin. We're still pure." Yin Zerua, feeling the pressure from his two wives' stares, quickly explained. Ming Qiao and Ning Han examined her and confirmed she was indeed a virgin. Given the three-tailed fox's seductive nature, their husband must have endured a lot, but the thought of adding another sister made them grind their teeth in frustration. "Come, let me teach you the rules of the Yin family." Ning Han and Ming Qiao took the three-tailed fox somewhere, and whatever they talked about, the tension between them seemed to ease. Chapter 221. Heading to the gathering, confronting the Blood Forest ancestor. The household had gained an additional member, but Yin Zerua's position within the family seemed to have dropped a bit. It was unclear what agreement the three of them had reached, but they were now united against him. It seemed that if he were to bring another woman into the household, the hostility towards him would only increase. The atmosphere at home was tense, and even Yin Daohan and his wife kept their distance from the three women. Yin Zerua had no choice but to pray for something to come up that would require his attention. It seemed his prayers were answered, for one afternoon after finishing his cultivation, Chu Liuha delivered him a message. Many people in the lower realm had survived their heavenly tribulations, but were temporarily unable to ascend to the higher realm. As a result, some had gathered in the lower realm to exchange knowledge, engage in friendly contests, and form alliances, all in an attempt to gain an advantage when the passage between the realms reopened. Now that many knew Chu Liuha had ascended to godhood, they sought his leadership in forming a loose alliance, allowing various cultivators to share insights and strengthen their bonds. The first gathering of this alliance was set for 3 days later, and Chu Liuha asked if Yin Zerua was interested in attending. Of course, Yin Zerua was interested. He hadn't yet ascended to godhood and needed some insight into surviving the tribulation and the basics of life as a deity. As for why he didn't ask Wang Dali and his nephew, it was simply because they were too weak and were at the bottom of the higher realm, possessing no valuable knowledge. However, these newly ascended deities from the lower realm might know more than Wang Dali and his nephew, as some might have already joined a faction in the higher realm. The intelligence these factions shared could be exactly what Yin Zerua needed. Having made his decision, Yin Zerua bid farewell to his three wives. The women initially thought he was going to seek out another woman, but after Yin Zerua repeatedly assured them it was just a gathering and he would return in a day or two, he was finally allowed to leave. To the west of the imperial capital of the Luangu Empire lay a garden, a royal property of the Luangu royal family. It was here that the gathering was to be held. Prince Yin. The guards, both at the level of Emperor Rank 3, immediately bowed upon seeing Yin Zerua. While outsiders might not know the true strength of the Prince of the Prison Realm, these guards were well aware. Moreover, before the gathering, Chu Liuha had repeatedly emphasized that Prince Yin must not be turned away. "This way, please." A charming maid gestured for Yin Zerua to follow and led him to where the deities had gathered. As they turned a corner, a somewhat sinister-looking young man approached. Yin Zerua had initially intended to ignore him, but the man frowned upon seeing Yin Zerua and spoke up. "Hold. What gives you the right to be here? And you are?" Yin Zerua didn't want to cause trouble, especially since he was attending Chulioha's gathering. If he were to beat up one of Chulioha's guests, it would be quite the awkward situation. This is a gathering of deities. What is an Emperor rank 4 doing here? Go back, the young man barked. Yin Zera could immediately tell that this young man was a deity, though the system gave no indication, suggesting he had ascended to godhood from Emperor rank 5 in the lower realm. These individuals held no interest for him, unless they were extraordinary talents. Otherwise, he couldn't be bothered to even look at them. Get lost. Seeing that this man was unwilling to back down, Yin Zera wasn't in the mood to be polite and directly reprimanded him. You. The young man was furious, a surge of intense malice rushing towards Yin Zera. Whoosh. A small domain instantly enveloped Yin Zera and the maid. With a wave of his hand, Yin Zera sent the maid out of the domain. He frowned at the young man and said, "I'll give you one chance. Immediately retract your domain and apologize." Impressive, lad. An Emperor rank 4 moving freely within my domain. I don't know if you're relying on some treasure or your innate talent, but today, I, the Blood Forest Ancestor, must teach you a lesson for your arrogance. The Blood Forest Ancestor struck, considering that Yin Zera could be here because of some deity's disciple or descendant. Moreover, the fact that he could move freely within the domain suggested that this young man had considerable talent and possibly a significant background, so the Blood Forest Ancestor didn't hold back. Yin Zera frowned slightly, as the Blood Forest Ancestor's domain was a blood-red one, with a viscous, blood-like energy and a strong stench of blood. Normally, no matter how disgusting a domain was, Yin Zera would charge right in during battle. But now, attending a gathering with a stench of blood would be quite the embarrassment. Sizzle. With a thought, a layer of primordial divine fire enveloped Yin Zera's body, isolating him from the blood-red domain. I'll give you another chance. Withdraw your domain, and I can let this go. Although the Blood Forest Ancestor harbored significant malice towards him, there was no killing intent. Therefore, Yin Zera decided to give this ignorant man one last chance. Brat, you're lucky the Ancestor is giving you face. When the Ancestor roamed the world, your ancestors were probably still peeing in the bushes. The Blood Forest Ancestor sneered. Feeling the domain's energy gathering around him, Yin Zera let out a cold snort. He looked at the Blood Forest Ancestor not far away and decided it was time to teach him a lesson about humility. The semi-divine technique of evil erupted, the semi-divine technique of devouring activated, and Yin Zera stepped with the chaotic heart steps, instantly appearing behind the Blood Forest Ancestor. In that moment, the Blood Forest Ancestor felt as if a prehistoric beast was standing behind him, its predatory gaze coldly fixed on him. Ah! The Blood Forest Ancestor let out a startled cry. His hair stood on end as his senses screamed danger, mortal danger. Before he could react or flee, he felt a cold hand reaching for his neck. In that instant, he wanted to escape, but his body refused to obey, as if paralyzed, completely immobile. You've lost. A voice devoid of emotion came from behind. The Blood Forest Ancestor felt cold sweat pouring down his back. If not for his longer years of experience, he was sure his pants would have been soaked by now. Withdraw your domain. Yin Zera commanded. The Blood Forest Ancestor dared not disobey and quickly retracted his domain, sealing his own power. Originally thinking he had caught a mere worm, he had instead stumbled upon a dragon. Just a single exchange and he was already caught by the neck, feeling as if his life was at stake. Yin Zera was satisfied with the Blood Forest Ancestor's compliance. He released his grip on the man's neck and looked in another direction, sensing a large group of people approaching from that direction. At the forefront was a pale-faced young man, with Chulioha a half-step behind him, followed by a large group of deities. Seeing such a formation, Yin Zera raised an eyebrow, finding it somewhat intriguing. Chapter 222. The Bai family arrives. Divine Domain Rankings. As Yin Zera laid eyes on the young man for the first time, the system promptly chimed in with a notification. Ding. Detecting a chosen one. The villain's fortune system has activated. Spend 1,000 villain points to view his past. This young man was also a deity of the upper realm, indicating a high status. Even the host of this place, Chu Liuha, seemed to lag half a step behind him. Yin Zera pondered and decided to spend 1,000 villain points. Ding! Chosen one by Huoli, member of the Bai family, a top-tier middle-rank upper deity family, dispatched to the lower realm to recruit talents. Originally a lower-rank deity of the third tier, now a demigod with a fortune value of 6,500. Possesses the Yulin domain, divine artifacts, black Kuan sword, Xian turtle shield, and shuttle boat. Ding! Villain's face-slapping system activated. Gain corresponding villain points and divine artifacts based on reduced fortune value. Another major family sent to recruit talents from the lower realm. Yin Zera mused inwardly. However, his actions were swift as he bowed to Chu Liuha. Senior Chu. Ha ha ha, Yin Miaozi, you've finally arrived. Chu Liuha laughed heartily. Are you Yin Zera? Did you slay a deity? Bai Huoli asked, his voice calm. Yet Yin Zera could sense a subtle air of arrogance. Young master. Before Yin Zera could respond, Xuelin Laozu, standing behind him, quietly stepped forward and bowed to Bai Huoli. Could it be that Xuelin Laozu is a talent recruited by Bai Huoli? Yin Zera thought quickly and replied. Whether I can slay a deity, you can ask your subordinate. Yin Zera pointed his chin at Xuelin Laozu. He didn't need to show Bai Huoli too much respect. After all, the Bai family was merely a top-tier middle-rank deity family, not even a high-rank deity family. They certainly wouldn't recruit someone like him. What's going on? Was the battle just now between the two of you? You're not his match? Bai Huoli asked curiously. Young master is correct. I indeed am not his match, Xuelin Laozu admitted. Despite the embarrassment of having his wounds exposed in public by this upper realm young master, he dared not hide anything and revealed the truth. Whoa! The crowd of deities behind Bai Huoli erupted in surprise, their eyes wide with astonishment as they looked at Yin Zera. They hadn't expected this Emperor Level 4 cultivator to have slain a deity. Moreover, their own strength was comparable to Xuelin Laozu's. If Yin Zera could kill Xuelin Laozu, then he could potentially kill them as well. Chu Liuha had heard from Chu Ning about Yin Zera's feat of slaying a deity, but seeing a deity of similar strength defeated in person still stirred a complex mix of emotions. However, being an old fox, he quickly regained his composure and changed the subject. Ahem, this is not the place for conversation. Please follow me. The group followed Chu Liuha to a courtyard, where Bai Huoli took the central seat, with Yin Zera and Chu Liuha seated on either side. The others arranged themselves according to their strength and seniority. Did you kill Hao Hui? After some small talk, Bai Huoli inquired. The crowd, hearing this influential upper realm figure speak, fell silent, focusing their attention on him and Yin Zera. It was me. What, do you want to avenge him? Yin Zera pondered for a moment before answering. He hadn't expected Bai Huoli to know Hao Hui, but he didn't mind. After all, his purpose here was merely to gather some information. I did consider it. Tell me, with my current strength, could I kill you? Bai Huoli asked. Yin Zera narrowed his eyes, a faint aura of Sa-Chi radiating from his body. Those nearby couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spines. Probably not, Yin Zera replied, sensing a faint sense of danger from this man, though not a lethal one. While he might not be able to defeat Bai Huoli, escaping should be possible. Ha ha ha, no need to be so tense. Bai Huoli laughed heartily, his expression relaxed and natural, as if he had just made a harmless joke. However, everyone present knew this was more than just a joke, including Chu Liuha, who was discreetly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. One of my clan brothers joined the same faction as Hao Hui. Seeing you, I had to take some action, or it would be hard to explain. But now, I realize I can't kill you, and you might even have a chance to kill me. So, I won't challenge you, Bai Huoli explained, downing a cup of wine. If you want revenge for him, I'm ready whenever you are, Yin Zera said with a smile. Although he was currently at Emperor Level 4, he could instantly reach Emperor Level 5, and with villain points, he could push to the peak of Emperor Level 5. With the system's tribulation package, he was almost guaranteed to survive the heavenly tribulation. Once he became a deity, Yin Zera would fear no lower-ranked deities. Bai Huoli studied Yin Zera deeply, sensing his unwavering confidence. Though he couldn't pinpoint the source of that confidence, his intuition told him not to test it. Alas, you're a genius, while I'm just an ordinary person. Perhaps in the near future, I won't even have the Zugura to look up to you, Bai Huoli sighed. Alas, you're a genius, while I'm just an ordinary person. Perhaps in the near future, I won't even have the Zugura to look up to you, Bai Huoli sighed. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. They hadn't expected such high praise for Yin Zera from Bai Huoli. Some might have felt disgruntled, but no one spoke up. After all, Bai Huoli himself had admitted he was inferior to Yin Zera. To claim otherwise would be a direct affront to Bai Huoli. You're a genius we can't afford to recruit. The best we can do is maintain a good relationship with you, Bai Huoli said. All right, I'll consider you a friend, Yin Zera replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, you consider me a friend, yet I have nothing to offer you. Bai Huoli laughed, pondering for a moment before realizing he had nothing suitable to give. Yin Zera looked at his new friend with anticipation. He didn't expect any extraordinary treasures, but simply befriending Bai Huoli was already a significant gain. Giving divine artifacts would seem too mundane, but anything else would be too insignificant to offer. Ah, I've got it. Bai Huoli muttered to himself, eventually snapping his fingers as an idea struck him. You'll likely face the heavenly tribulation soon. After the tribulation, you'll ascend to deityhood. But how much do you know about the strongest divine technique below true godhood, the divine domain? Bai Huoli asked. Aren't all domains the same? A hasty demigod asked. Not at all. We recruit deities from the lower realm based on their potential, and the sole criterion for their potential is the rank of their divine domain. The divine domain is divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, as well as 2 supreme types, true god domain and heavenly god domain. A true god domain has the potential to ascend to true godhood, while a heavenly god domain can aspire to become a heavenly god. Both of these supreme domains allow for cross-tier combat, lower-ranked deities challenging middle-ranked deities, middle-ranked deities challenging upper-ranked deities. It's not just a fantasy. Since you haven't faced the tribulation yet, you have a chance to obtain a true god domain. As the breeze blew through the courtyard, the gathering of deities listened intently as the upper god explained the intricacies of divine domains. Chapter 223, Divine Domain Construction, Deep Contemplation. Does that mean none of us can ascend to become true gods? A deity asked anxiously. Bai Huoli glanced at the deity and chuckled, though his laughter carried little mockery. True gods? Even our Bai family's most outstanding geniuses dare not aspire to such heights. Our entire clan has strived for countless years to ascend to upper gods, yet here we are, still a middle god family. Bai Huoli's tone was tinged with sorrow, even despair. Upon hearing this, everyone present fell silent. They had always fantasized about how wonderful life in the upper realm would be, but they hadn't expected that even ascending from middle god to upper god would be so difficult. Most of you are stuck at the lower god level, with only a handful even reaching the middle god level. Only this young Prince Yin has a chance of ascending to upper god. If the divine domain formed during his ascension is a true divine domain, he is almost certain to become an upper god. Bai Huoli continued to dampen their spirits. He glanced around and noticed that most of these newly ascended deities, who had just endured the trials of the great emperor's 5th stage tribulation, seemed unimpressed. Bai Huoli was disdainful of these overconfident individuals, as most of them would remain trapped at the lower god level, slowly fading into oblivion. If the quality of our domains is low after our ascension, how can we improve them? Someone asked, unable to bear the despairing atmosphere. There are ways to improve the quality of a deity's domain, Bai Huoli affirmed. But those are incredibly rare divine treasures, far beyond our reach. Even our families could be annihilated if they came into contact with such things. So, if you ever encounter such treasures, use them immediately. Never let anyone else know about them. Bai Huoli spoke slowly, observing the thoughtful expressions of the crowd. He knew they were fantasizing about obtaining such precious items. In his youth, he had done the same, but now, in the upper realm, offspring of deities are born with their own domains. The transformation of these domains must begin in the womb, and the cost can sometimes bankrupt even an upper god family. But for you from the lower realm, you can redesign your divine domains yourself. This is your greatest advantage, yet it seems none of you have taken it seriously. Ah! The deities exclaimed in surprise, realizing they had squandered a golden opportunity to change their fate. Can we shatter our divine cores and ascend again to correct this? Some asked, unwilling to accept their fate. No. Baihuoli shook his head. While some in the upper realm had attempted this method to defy the heavens and change their destiny, the success rate was extremely low. The newly formed divine cores and domains often paled in comparison to the original ones. To defy the heavens and change your fate, relying on divine treasures is the best option, Baihuoli said leisurely. What should I do to obtain a high-quality divine domain? Yin Zera inquired. Hearing Yin Zera's question, the others perked up their ears, eager to learn even if they couldn't benefit directly. After all, knowledge was valuable, and some present had younger generations to consider. First, the foundation of your divine domain must be the most familiar and powerful technique, skill, or ability you possess. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's your strongest. Many deities construct their domains based on this principle, Baihuoli explained. Many who had already undergone their tribulations nodded in agreement. In the upper realm, fetal educators are highly sought after. They can transmit specific techniques to fetuses or awaken unique bloodline abilities. Some highly skilled ones even hold the status of true gods. Baihuoli described the fanaticism of parents in the upper realm. For you, the most powerful technique may not be the best choice. The one with the greatest potential is the ideal foundation for your domain. Baihuoli gave Yin Zera a deep look. He knew Yin Zera must have relied on certain abilities to slay gods, but these might not be suitable for constructing a divine domain. Hearing this, Yin Zera frowned. Could he no longer use his malevolent semi-god technique and devouring semi-god technique? No, the devouring technique might still be usable, but a devouring domain wasn't his best option. After some contemplation, he filtered through his Jinyu divine scripture, martial Dao heavenly eye, and soul-dispersing technique, finally settling on primordial divine fire. What do you think of this divine fire for constructing a domain? Yin Zera opened his palm, revealing a delicate, multicolored divine flame slowly burning. This, Baihuoli's eyes nearly popped out. Where did you get this flame? Such a flame shouldn't exist in the lower realm. It came about through certain opportunities, Yin Zera vaguely explained the process. Incredible. Truly incredible. Baihuoli's gaze was complex as he looked at Yin Zera. If you base your domain on this divine fire, it will at least be a high-quality divine domain. I'm beginning to regret not recruiting you. Perhaps missing out on you is the greatest loss in my family's history. What flame? What flame? The other deities asked urgently. When Yin Zera displayed his primordial divine fire, he concealed it with some demonic energy. Chu Liuha guessed part of the truth, but kept it to himself, silently calculating how to strengthen his relationship with Yin Zera. Perhaps he needed to hasten Ning'er's marriage to him. Baihuoli reluctantly tore his gaze away and continued. If you want a good domain, you must refine yourself as much as possible. The tribulation is the best opportunity for refinement, and you absolutely cannot miss it. Enduring the tribulation without relying on anything is the bare minimum requirement. Baihuoli nodded. Oof! Everyone gasped, looking at Yin Zera with sympathy. Those who had just undergone their tribulations knew how difficult it was to endure without any external aid. It was time to strengthen his physique. Yin Zera thought silently. You can also charge into the tribulation clouds, and use the entire cloud to refine yourself. Baihuoli smiled, his gaze seemingly encouraging Yin Zera to do so. Yin Zera ignored him, silently calculating how to survive the tribulation and construct a high-quality divine domain. Seeing Yin Zera deep in thought, the others didn't disturb him. instead engaging in light conversation, exchanging information and treasures. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed, and a powerful aura filled the air. Everyone present recognized it as the presence of a deity, and an upper realm deity at that. The direction of the roar? The Jinyu Prince's Mansion. Chapter 224. Entering the upper realm, Luo Ming, in the battle resumes. Something had happened again at the Prison King's mansion. Yin Zerua's first thought was to frown and look towards the direction of the mansion. He planned to bid farewell to Bai Huli and go check it out. Although there were few people left at the Prison King's mansion now, destroying the mansion was akin to slapping both him and his father in the face. Yin Zerua, come out. A woman's voice shouted from the direction of the Prison King's mansion. Yin Zerua's expression changed, and a strong killing intent radiated from his eyes. Just moments ago, he had still held onto a glimmer of hope, hoping that the person was mistaken about the location. But now, it seemed she was truly here to cause trouble for him. The surrounding onlookers, hearing the voice, turned to look at Yin Zerua with playful expressions. Chu Liuha, on the other hand, looked grave, wanting to persuade Yin Zerua but unsure how to begin. Yin Zerua turned to look at Bai Huli, intending to inform him, but noticed his serious expression and couldn't help but ask, Brother Bai, do you know the owner of that female voice? Yes. Brother Yin, I had originally planned to tell you that if she hasn't harmed your relatives and friends, it would be best not to act. But now that she has come to our doorstep to humiliate us, not taking action would be seen as cowardice. However, I still advise you, if possible, avoid acting until the very end. Bai Huli said with some apprehension. Who is this woman? Why does she make you so wary? Yin Zerua asked. She. Well, you'll understand once you see her. Remember, if possible, try to avoid taking action, and I'll do my best to help you save face. Bai Huli reiterated. Seeing Bai Huli's serious demeanor, Yin Zerua felt a sense of gravity in his heart, but he wasn't overly afraid. He looked towards the direction of the Prison King's mansion, frowned, and with a leap, he shot towards that direction at high speed. Bai Huli and Chu Liuha, seeing this, quickly followed. The others exchanged glances and also joined in, clearly sensing that a great spectacle was about to unfold, and they couldn't afford to miss it. Boom! A tall and slender girl was currently smashing the ruins of the Prison King's mansion. Although the Eastern Wilderness Holy Land had once destroyed the mansion, the Chu family had quickly rebuilt it. Now it was destroyed again, causing Yin Zerua's anger to flare up and his killing intent to skyrocket. Clap! Yin Zerua landed on the ground and looked at the girl not far away, shouting, Who are you? And why did you destroy my Prison King's mansion? Hearing Yin Zerua's question, the girl turned around. Her appearance was quite ordinary, even ugly, with several strange patterns on her face. She opened her mouth, revealing black teeth. And who are you? A mere ant from the lower realm dares to question me like this? You're audacious. Kneel down. Ding. Detected a protagonist of fortune. The villain fortune system has activated. Spend 1,000 villain points to view their past. Without hesitation, Yin Zerua spent another 1,000 villain points, and the system displayed information about the girl. Ding. Detecting a chosen one, Luo Ming. She is a disciple of the high-ranking deity faction, the Luo Sanctum, and the illegitimate daughter of the Luo family's patriarch. Upon learning of her lover Hao Hui's death, she has come to the lower realm to hunt down the culprit. Originally a second-rank lower deity, her power is now reduced to demigod level due to being in the lower realm. Her fortune value is 6,500. Possesses the illusion dream domain, the lesser divine technique meteor swordsmanship, and the divine artifact, the thin sword meteor. Ding. The villain slapping system has been activated. You will earn corresponding villain points based on the reduction of the target's luck value. Prince. The other onlookers, seeing this, all bowed to Yin Zerua. At this moment, Yin Zerua hadn't disguised himself, and his bold appearance here indicated that the prince wasn't afraid of this oddly-looking girl. You are Yin Zerua? Luo Ming frowned, her face covered in a murderous aura. She took out a thin, long sword, attempting to strike Yin Zerua again. Stop! Bai Huoli and Chu Liuhe and others arrived, seeing Luo Ming about to act, and quickly shouted, "You want to stop me?" Luo Ming asked, her voice extremely cold, filled with killing intent. "You won't be able to stop me. Not only will I kill him, but I will also kill his parents, wife, children, friends. Anyone associated with him, I will exterminate his entire clan." Heh, exterminate my entire clan? What a great killing intent. Yin Zera retorted without backing down. He knew that this girl was doomed, as no one dared to threaten his parents, wife, or children. "Brother Yin, calm down. She's just a bit irrational after losing Hao Hui. Don't take it too hard." Bai Huoli urged anxiously, then turned to Luo Ming. "Brother Yan's potential is immense. Losing a Hao Hui is nothing. Dead men can't come back to life." Hearing his words, both Yin Zera and Luo Ming glanced at him, puzzled by his naivety. They were already at a point of no return, yet he was trying to mediate. "All right, I knew I couldn't persuade you. I just wanted to give an explanation to my elders. You can fight as you wish, just don't take any lives." Seeing both Yin Zera and Luo Ming looking at him strangely, Bai Huoli sighed and stopped trying to intervene. "Humph, I'll be the one to kill him." Luo Ming swung her thin sword and sneered. "Do you want me to slaughter another god?" Yin Zera drew his Sui Xian Rui ruler, ready for battle. "Wait, don't fight here. The imperial capital is not a battlefield for your battles." Chu Liuhe suddenly spoke up as their auras began to rise. "What does the life of a bunch of ants have to do with me?" Luo Ming scanned the surrounding onlookers and coldly laughed. "If you insist on fighting here, then we'll have to join in." Chu Liuhe stepped forward, flanked by two gods who had transcended the lower realm after their tribulations. Both had close ties with the Luanggu Empire. The combined aura of these three seemed to slightly surpass Luo Ming's. Luo Ming frowned, giving Chu Liuhe a deep look. If this were the upper realm, even if Chu Liuhe's numbers were doubled, she wouldn't fear them. But now, in the lower realm where the upper and lower realms passage was still closed, they truly had the ability to kill her. "Humph!" Luo Ming snorted coldly and dashed towards the city outskirts. Yin Zera followed, and the others, seeing this, also rushed after them. A battle between gods from the upper realm. They had never seen such a thing before. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was stirred up. If possible, try not to harm her life. It will benefit you greatly for your journey to the upper realm. Bai Huoli caught up with Yin Zera and whispered in his ear. There was no way. Yin Zera's killing intent was too strong. If he really ended up killing this woman, Bai Huoli wouldn't be able to explain himself back home. Although he knew this advice was somewhat difficult for Yin Zera, he still felt compelled to say it. Yin Zera didn't respond, only giving Bai Huoli a deep look. Anyone who wanted to kill him was his enemy, and enemies must die, regardless of who they were or what background they had. Seeing Yin Zera's expression, Bai Huoli felt helpless. He knew both of them hadn't taken his words to heart, and now he could only silently pray that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 225. Confronting Luo Ming, Unwavering Support. Luo Ming chose a small hill outside the imperial capital as the battlefield. Yin Zera had no objections. He was only focused on killing this woman, and the location didn't matter to him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The hill was surrounded by a massive crowd, a sea of black, with countless voices blending into a cacophony of noise. "Have you prepared yourself for death?" Luo Ming frowned slightly at the commotion, pointing her slender sword at Yin Zera. "I'll chop off your head, and that's how you'll die." Yin Zera replied with a smile. With a thought, the ultimate primordial divine fire wrapped around his Sui Xian Rui ruler. The malevolent semi-divine technique erupted, and the Chaos Heart steps were enhanced, allowing him to instantly appear beside Luo Ming. Kill! The Sui Xian Rui ruler, now in a riot of colors, swept horizontally, as if intending to cut through Luo Ming's slender frame. Boom! Luo Ming blocked the attack, retreating several steps to dissipate the force. "Your strength is indeed impressive. No wonder you were able to kill Hao Hui. But it ends here," Luo Ming commented. She waved her hand. unfolding a multicolored domain that enveloped Yin Zera. Yin Zera clearly felt his senses being distorted. What he saw, heard, and smelled was no longer real. He frowned, unable to locate Luo Ming. Suddenly, he sensed a surge of malice from the side. Without hesitation, he swung his ruler at the source of this malice. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. In that instant, Yin Zera saw the true form of the malice, a burning slender sword. Behind the sword, he caught a glimpse of Luo Ming's blurry figure. He attempted to close in for an attack, but despite its slender appearance, the sword was incredibly powerful. Yin Zera retreated several steps, his expression grave as he looked at the spot where Luo Ming had vanished. Through the malevolent semi-divine technique, he could faintly sense her presence, though it was too weak. It seemed Luo Ming had a secret method to control her malice and killing intent before launching an attack. Clang! Yin Zera blocked another attack, but there was little joy in it. He clearly felt that his strength was on par with Luo Ming's, despite his malevolent semi-divine technique being fully unleashed. With the opening of the upper and lower realm channels, these upper realm gods can now use more of their own power. Yin Zera thought to himself. Although he also possessed two semi-divine techniques, his current cultivation was still at the Emperor stage, level 4, far below the level 1 or 2 sub-deity stage of those from the upper realms. Is this all you've got? How Hui dying by your hand was truly unjust. Luo Ming's voice echoed from all directions, making it impossible for Yin Zera to pinpoint her location. Humph! Yin Zera snorted coldly, his cultivation instantly rising from Emperor stage, level 4, to Emperor stage, level 5. A fierce storm swept through the domain. You've broken through? But a weakling is still a weakling. Die! A slender sword with a long fiery tail, like a shooting star, stabbed toward Yin Zera from behind. He had already sensed the malice of this sword and swiftly placed his Sui Xian Rui ruler in its path. Clang! Another resounding clash. The sword flicked and stabbed again from another angle. Yin Zera, unable to block, narrowly dodged, avoiding a fatal strike but sustaining a minor injury. The domain was far too disadvantageous for him. Yin Zera's mind raced, and he activated the devouring semi-divine technique, attempting to absorb the domain's power to reduce its influence on him. He also opened his martial Dao Heavenly Eye, searching for weaknesses in Luo Ming's whereabouts. Through the Heavenly Eye, Yin Zera located Luo Ming. Keeping his discovery to himself, he clashed with her again, using the force of the impact to propel himself toward the edge of the domain. At the edge of the domain, he clearly felt the power weakening. Pretending to have seen through the domain's true nature, he made a dash for the outside. Huff! Huff! Yin Zera panted, sweat dripping from his forehead. He glanced around and noticed the worried expressions of the onlookers. He then looked at Luo Ming's domain, realizing she had been displaying their battle for all to see. Prince Yin. It was the first time the people of the imperial capital had seen Yin Zera display such strength, and the first time they had witnessed an upper realm deity attacking someone from the lower realm. Seeing that Yin Zera was no match for this upper realm woman, they were furious and began shouting in support. How did you escape my domain? Luo Ming retracted her domain and asked with a smile. Yin Zera did not answer. Instead, the onlookers shouted loudly, Upper realm bitch, come fight your grandpa. I'll make sure you scream in agony. Luo Ming frowned, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. A murderous aura radiated from her as she considered killing these insignificant beings. What's the matter? Are upper realm deities so great? Right now, you're nothing but ants. Keep staring, and I'll kill you right now. A hot-headed onlooker shouted. Do you really dare to act? Aren't you afraid of our retaliation? Luo Ming said coldly. She looked at the crowd of ants. If they truly acted recklessly, she might indeed meet her end here. However, if she were to perish, her masters would surely sacrifice everything within 1,000 miles, leaving no living being alive. Shut up, you idiots. Watch the show if you want, but don't interfere. Chu Liuha. realizing the potential consequences, stepped forward and shouted loudly. "Chu ancestor, are you just going to stand by and watch the upper realm people bully our Luogu empire?" someone asked. Having survived the heavenly tribulation, Chu Liuhe had become more active in the imperial capital, and many recognized him. In a duel, life and death are determined by the combatants. Outsiders have no right to interfere. Chu Liuhe said with a dark expression. "Imperial guards, anyone who speaks out of turn will be executed." "Yes." The gold-armored guards maintaining order responded loudly. After giving the order, Chu Liuhe looked apologetically at Yin Zera, as if to say he could not help him. Yin Zera pursed his lips slightly. He still had some hidden cards and hadn't used all his strength. He hadn't expected his act of feigning weakness to be seen by so many people from the Luogu Empire, who now believed he was at a disadvantage and were voicing their support. Heh, how touching. But no matter how many ants gather, there's still just a swarm of ants, all easily squashed with a single slap. Luo Ming sneered. "If you dare to let them swarm and attack, I guarantee you'll die here today," Yin Zera said. He didn't usually like talking during battles, but today he had to make an exception. "Humph." Luo Ming snorted coldly, not saying another word. She understood that with the opening of the upper and lower realm channels, even if these people were numerous, they didn't pose a threat. However, there was indeed a risk of her perishing here. "Prince Yin, fight on." Although they dared not insult the upper realm deity, cheering for their prince was acceptable. In an instant, countless voices rose, thundering with support for Yin Zera. Chapter 226. Defeating Luo Ming, preparing for the tribulation. Yin Zera, spurred on by the overwhelming energy, unleashed all his strength and charged at Luo Ming with incredible speed. Pathetic struggle. Luo Ming sneered as she watched Yin Zera rush towards her like a clown. With a thought, her illusionary dream domain expanded once more, enveloping Yin Zera in an instant. The familiar power enveloped him again, rendering his senses useless. Only his malevolent half-god technique allowed him to sense his opponent. With a thought, he pretended to be ensnared by the domain, like a seasoned hunter patiently waiting for his prey. Swish! Here it comes. Impatient, Luo Ming attacked as soon as she saw a slight opening. Yin Zera, playing along with her expectations, barely managed to dodge the strike. As they closed in, Yin Zera could clearly see Luo Ming's cold smile and the disdain in her eyes, as if she were looking at a pig. Just as the rapier was about to strike, the weakness in Yin Zera's eyes vanished. His gaze turned cold and emotionless, filled with indifference and a fierce sigh. "Kill!" Yin Zera roared, unleashing all his power. In an instant, he appeared at Luo Ming's side, and the primordial divine flame burning on his Sui Xian Ru E scale sliced through her defenses and cut into her flesh. Luo Ming was caught off guard. She hadn't expected Yin Zera to react so quickly, as if he knew her true position. Before she could recover, she was struck. "Ah!" Luo Ming screamed in agony. The blow from the Sui Xian Ru E scale wasn't the worst of it. The intense primordial divine flame burned her to the brink of madness. Seizing the moment while Luo Ming was distracted by the pain, Yin Zera raised the Sui Xian Ru E scale and swung it towards her head. This woman was vicious, and if he could kill her, he would. "Stop!" Bai Huoli, watching from outside, was so terrified that his legs almost gave out. He quickly shouted to stop Yin Zera, but the latter ignored him, accelerating his attack instead. Thud. The feeling from the Sui Xian Ru E scale wasn't what he expected from cutting through a human neck. It felt soft, like hitting a protective barrier. Yin Zera looked and saw a shield enveloping Luo Ming. "How dare you!" The shield emitted a cold shout, which struck Yin Zera like a heavy blow, making his eardrums throb and his head spin. "Kill!" Yin Zera bit his tongue, clearing his mind, and launched another attack. Though it might not have much effect, he never gave up on any opportunity to weaken his enemy. "Die!" Luo Ming was frantic. She had almost died. In her pain, Luo Ming swallowed a pill and used her divine power to envelop the primordial divine flame. Instinctively, she raised her rapier and attacked Yin Zera. Swish! Yin Zera dodged her rapier and tried to counterattack, but Luo Ming finally regained her senses. She knew that, injured as she was, she couldn't win in close combat against Yin Zera. Though she had a shield, its defensive power at her current level wasn't strong, and she didn't know how long it would last. With a thought, she retreated back into her domain, planning to use both her domain and shield to kill Yin Zera. Seeing Luo Ming disappear again, hiding under the cover of her domain like a venomous snake waiting to strike, Yin Zera didn't let this opportunity slip. He activated his martial Dao Heavenly Eyes to locate her. In the next instant, Yin Zera appeared beside Luo Ming, wielding the massive Sui Xian Ru scale like a demon and slashing down at the girl. Thud. The Sui Xian Ru scale struck the shield again, but this time, Luo Ming's expression wasn't one of pain and hatred. Instead, it was one of disbelief and shock. How is this possible? How could you know my position? Luo Ming shrieked. Kill. Yin Zera didn't care about her shock and attacked again. Damn it! Seeing the Sui Xian Ru scale, now wrapped in primordial divine flame, swing towards her, Luo Ming felt an instinctive fear of the flame. She knew her advantage was gone, and now they were evenly matched. Damn it! I refuse to fight on equal terms with a mere lower realm being, even if I have a 50-50 chance of winning. Luo Ming couldn't accept the idea of being on par with someone she considered inferior. I'll remember you. Luo Ming shot a venomous glare at Yin Zera, then injected a surge of divine power into the shield. The shield flashed with light, and in a blink, she was whisked away to an unknown location. Phew! The domain disappeared, and Yin Zera's tall figure reappeared on the small hill. This time, he could clearly see everyone around him. Long live the prince! Long live the prince! Cheers erupted from the crowd, echoing for hundreds of miles. Ding! Congratulations! Host has successfully humiliated Luo Ming. Luo Ming's luck value decreased by 2,000. Host's villain value increased by 20,000. Hearing the system's notification, Yin Zera's lips curled into a faint smile. He felt a surge of joy and bowed slightly to the crowd, thanking them for their support. Won't this offend the gods of the upper realm? Chu Liuhe, watching the celebration, voiced his concern. Don't worry. No faction would dare to massacre the lower realm on a large scale. At most, they might destroy 1 or 2 cities in your Luangu Empire. Bai Huli said nonchalantly. 1 or 2 cities? Chu Liuhe's lips twitched, his expression stiffening. I'm impressed. You actually saw through that woman's domain and defeated her. Bai Huli glanced at Yin Zera's eyes and chuckled. Pure luck, Yin Zera replied. He wasn't being modest. He genuinely felt that if Luo Ming had focused all her domain's power on him, if her meteor sword technique had been stronger, or if her combat experience had been more extensive, the outcome might have been different. However, battles didn't have what-ifs. Yin Zera merely mentioned this to remind himself, and then let it go. Being too modest is just pretentious. I really like you. Bai Huli laughed heartily. As other gods approached, he stepped aside, creating a respectful distance from Yin Zera. Prince Yin. The other gods preparing for their tribulations came forward to pay their respects. They had initially doubted Yin Zera's claims of slaying gods, thinking it was either exaggerated or achieved through special means. But now, they had witnessed firsthand how he had fought and defeated a god in front of them. Yin Zera returned their greetings one by one. He glanced at Bai Huli and noticed that, despite his continued warmth and friendliness, there was a hint of evasion in his eyes. It seemed that defeating Luo Ming had dealt a significant blow to Bai Huli. While self-preservation was human nature, it wasn't appropriate between friends. Yin Zera couldn't help but sigh. He had just made a friend on this journey, only to lose one. With his cultivation now at the Great Emperor 5th rank, it was time to return and prepare for the tribulation. Chapter 227. The Upper Realm Passageway, about to open. After a lively drinking session with Yin Zera, Chu Liuhe, and the others, Yin Zera returned home. Over the past few days, the relationships between Mingyue, Ning Han, and the three-tailed fox had grown even closer, though they still unanimously targeted him, sometimes even refusing to let him into their room to sleep. Huff! Yin Zera sat on a straw mat, exhaling deeply. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. He was now at the peak of the 5th rank of the Great Emperor realm, and he felt that his heavenly tribulation could descend at any moment. He stood up and glanced around. He noticed that Ning Han and the three-tailed fox were still in deep meditation, while Ming Xiao was absent. All 3 women had reached the 4th or 5th rank of the Great Emperor realm. In the outside world, such a cultivation level would be close to the threshold of tribulation. But here, one could control their cultivation speed and the timing of their tribulation. Feeling restless after sitting for too long, Yin Zera left the meditation chamber and ventured outside. Not only was he on the verge of facing his tribulation, but the passageway to the upper realm was also about to open. Walking into the garden, he found it empty. Most of his parents had gone into seclusion to cultivate, striving to gain an extra edge during their tribulations and to increase their potential for ascension to godhood. No one was willing to waste even a moment. The sun had just risen, casting golden rays over the land. The mist in the garden, illuminated by the sunlight, took on a golden hue. Within this golden haze stood a breathtakingly beautiful fairy. Yin Zera quietly approached and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, resting his chin on her delicate shoulder. He inhaled her unique medicinal fragrance and gently kissed her neck. "Stop it," Ming Xiao chuckled. "What's wrong? Missing someone from the past?" Yin Zera asked. "No, I was just feeling a bit restless from my cultivation and wanted to come out for some fresh air," Ming Xiao replied, shaking her head. "Whether it's the tribulation or the opening of the upper realm passageway, we'll be fine. I'll protect you all," Yin Zera said, tightening his embrace around Ming Xiao's waist. I believe in you," Ming Xiao said, gripping his large hand tightly. "Hee, such a warm scene. I want some too." After an unknown period, the three-tailed fox's voice suddenly came from behind. Ming Xiao jumped in surprise, trying to struggle free, but Yin Zera held her firmly. "Come, my embrace is always open to you," Yin Zera said, looking at her and the slightly distant Ning Han. "Teeth, your words sound just like those of a playboy," the three-tailed fox retorted, rolling her eyes. "You should hold on to Ming Xiao tightly. She's perfect in every way, except she's too conservative. Some positions—" "Shut up," Ming Xiao said coldly, her face flushing red. I couldn't agree more with your assessment," Yin Zera quickly nodded. "Heh, having 3 women serve you, what more could you want?" Ning Han chimed in. Nothing. With wives like you, my life is complete," Yin Zera said, pulling Ning Han into an embrace and planting a kiss on her cheek. "Stop it, our parents are watching," Ning Han said, her face turning red. Yin Zera turned his head to see Yin Daohan and his wife, Yuan, playing and laughing on the other side. When they noticed Yin Zera looking over, Yuan stuck out her tongue in a playful grimace. "Even the opening of the passageway has caught the attention of our parents," Yin Zera sighed. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed across the entire lower realm, reaching the ears of every living being. Each creature understood the true meaning of this sound. The connection between the upper and lower realms had been established, and the lower realm had officially become part of the upper realm. Roar! 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 Countless gods of the lower realm roared to the heavens, some out of joy, some out of anger, and some out of dominance. The roars of countless gods reverberated throughout the lower realm, shaking the very heavens and earth. Kill! From the horizon came faint cries of battle. Many gods could no longer restrain themselves. As soon as the passageway opened and their strength was restored, they began seeking out enemies to fight. The sounds of battle echoed endlessly, and even blood clouds appeared, indicating that gods had fallen. The sky was filled with colorful clouds, and the earth trembled. Yin Zera could clearly sense the rapid increase in spiritual energy. With a thought, he activated a formation to block most of the spiritual energy. Boom! Several miles away, several tribulation clouds gathered, crackling with lightning. Thunder dragons, with their fangs bared, lunged downward. Roar. The tribulation takers roared and struggled, but gradually fell silent, reduced to nothingness in the lightning. Yin Zera understood that these tribulation takers had failed. A war. Outside the valley, a gray wolf howled to the sky. Its cultivation surged rapidly. Overwhelmed with excitement, it ran wildly, accidentally entering the valley where Yin Zera was. With a single slap, Yin Zera turned it into a pile of flesh and blood. Even this common, nearly talentless gray wolf now has the strength of a saint of the third rank. This was unimaginable in the past, Yin Daohan said, looking at the pile of flesh. Every wild grass outside has undergone a dramatic transformation, turning into a precious medicinal herb, some even developing a hint of intelligence, Ming Xiao sighed. The outside world is now far too dangerous for us. We must not venture out without undergoing our tribulations, Yin Zera agreed. Let's cultivate, Jiang Wenqin said. Everyone felt a sense of urgency. After witnessing the opening of the upper and lower realm passageway, each person returned to their meditation chamber to intensify their cultivation. Yin Zera knew he couldn't wait any longer. He glanced at the system interface and found he had 180,000 villain points, enough to purchase 9 tribulation packages. That should be sufficient for them. However, from the information he had gathered from Baihuoli, tribulation packages created the lowest grade divine domains. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Yin Zera didn't plan to use these packages. It's time to face the tribulation, Yin Zera muttered to himself. Husband. The three-tailed fox appeared before Yin Zera, her revealing attire and every move stirring his desires. What is it? Yin Zera asked. With time being so pressing, everyone was focused and not indulging in desires. The three-tailed fox's sudden appearance must have been for a reason. Can I come to have some fun with you? The three-tailed fox said coquettishly. The passageway has been open for over 10 days now. News from the outside world has reached here. I assume you've received some important information, Yin Zera said with a smile. So unromantic. I wonder how I ever fell for you. The three-tailed fox huffed, handing over a piece of paper. Yin Zera took it and read. The paper detailed recent events happening outside. The Tide Sea clan had vanished overnight, with some suspecting the hand of a powerful being from the upper realm. An ancestor of the northern wilderness Holy Land had formed a true divine domain and was recruited by a top-tier faction, bringing the entire Holy Land into the fold. The beast god of the 10,000 mountains had engaged in a fierce battle with 2 middle-ranked gods, causing the heavens and earth to crack. Several cities in the southern region of the Demon Buddha Kingdom had been blood-sacrificed, with suspicions pointing to the demon god. As Yin Zera read this intelligence, his brows furrowed. A lot had happened outside recently. Many of these events involved his friends, and he wondered how they were faring now. Chapter 228. The Beginning of the Tribulation, the Origin Divine Domain. Are Fengji and the others doing well? Yin Zera asked. Wei Sinuji has already survived the heavenly tribulation and ascended to become a god. Fengji is about to undergo his tribulation as well. He plans to shatter the consciousness of the god of anger, Vagar, and form an anger divine domain using Vagar's divine core. As for the 2 upper realm servants you took in, they seem to be either wary of you or afraid of Wei Sinuji, so they've been relatively obedient. The three-tailed fox replied one by one. Muses, Chu Ning, Luoya, the beast god, bull demon, Yin Zera silently recited their names in his heart. At this moment, all he hoped for was that his friends were safe and sound. He could no longer help them. I see, Yin Zera nodded. Tomorrow, I plan to undergo my tribulation. Then let us 3 sisters accompany you well tonight. The three-tailed fox's eyes sparkled with seduction. After a night of passion, Yin Zera straightened his attire and arrived at the specially prepared tribulation site in this valley. He pinched Yuanin's chubby cheeks, glanced at his parents and wife, and stepped resolutely onto the elevated platform. This platform was crafted from a giant stone and had the effect of either intensifying or weakening the tribulation. While its impact was minor, for someone undergoing the tribulation, every bit of help increased their chances of success. Boom! Yin Zerua's aura shot skyward like a pillar of smoke, instantly filling the sky with dark clouds. The tribulation is here. Ming Qiao and the other two women stared intently at the man who was more important to them than their own lives. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, and a layer of multicolored flames appeared on Yin Zerua's body. He had no intention of using any other means. He would rely solely on his origin divine flame to survive the tribulation. Crackle! The lightning struck Yin Zerua directly, giving him an instant sensation of numbness. This feeling was merely uncomfortable and did not pose any other problems. Moreover, he clearly sensed changes in his body, and his strength began to evolve into a higher level of power. His origin divine flame also started to undergo a transformation. Boom! The second lightning strike caused Yin Zerua to stiffen momentarily. This time, he felt himself becoming even stronger. Suck! Yin Zerua took a deep breath, drawing in a surge of surrounding spiritual energy to replenish his stamina and strength, making the origin divine flame burn even more fiercely. No wonder. Yin Zerua sighed. The increase in spiritual energy density was incredibly helpful during the tribulation. What spiritual pills could compare to the omnipresent spiritual energy? As long as one could absorb it, one would have no fear of any harm. Boom! The third lightning strike descended. Yin Zerua stomped his foot, activating the formation to attract more lightning to strike him. Ah! Yin Zerua let out a roar, feeling the power of this lightning strike. His evolution accelerated even more. After the third lightning strike, a portion of his strength had already transformed into divine power. In the ethereal void, a hazy space was being carved out. This was the source of divine power, the core of divine strength, often referred to as the divine core. As this space was being formed, a wisp of origin divine flame quietly appeared within it. This wisp of flame gently swayed, illuminating the entire divine core. Boom! 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 The dark clouds grew even denser, turning pitch black and giving anyone who saw them a sense of despair and oppression. A destructive force that seemed to annihilate everything, leaving everyone powerless to resist. Husband! The three-tailed fox and the other two women cried out, their tearful eyes filled with worry. Roar! The fourth tribulation descended, taking the form of a ferocious golden giant python. It opened its mouth and swallowed Yin Zerua whole. Zerua! Jiang Wenqin's tears streamed down her face. If not for Yin Daohan holding her back, she would have rushed forward. Kill! Yin Zerua roared, shattering this tribulation. Having survived this strike, he clearly felt his divine core grow larger and stronger. Roar! The fifth tribulation descended, manifesting as a golden dragon. It bared its fangs and claws, intent on shredding Yin Zerua. Yin Zerua leaped into the air and engaged in a fierce battle with the dragon. Die! Yin Zerua punched through the dragon, swallowing the scattered golden light fragments that emerged from its destruction. He refined these fragments into divine power, replenishing his divine core. Roar! Roar! The sixth tribulation descended, taking the form of a five-clawed golden dragon. It was extremely ferocious and massive, dwarfing Yin Zerua to the size of an insignificant ant. Kill! Yin Zerua did not back down. He raised his fists and engaged in a desperate battle with the giant dragon in midair. Human blood rained down like rain, mixed with dragon blood and scales. These dragon blood and scales landed on the ground, turning into sparks of lightning that scorched Yin Zerua's blood into cinders. At this moment, Ming Qiao, Ning Han, the three-tailed fox, Jiang Wenqin, and the other women dared not utter a sound, afraid that their cries would disturb Yin Zerua's tribulation. Yin Daohan clenched his fists tightly, his fierce eyes fixed on his son in the sky. Kill! Yin Zerua, battered and bruised, mustered all his strength to punch through the golden dragon. He spread his arms wide, absorbing the fragments of the dragon into his body. Huff, huff. Yin Zerua panted, looking up at the dark clouds. At this moment, figures of gods could be seen moving within the clouds, their eyes occasionally glancing down at Yin Zera below. As he absorbed all the fragments of the golden dragon and as his divine core, divine power, and origin divine flame underwent another qualitative change, Yin